Ding. Horror value +1. Fu Yan had just finished a day's work when everything went black in front of his eyes, and a metallic sound suddenly rang in his ear. Welcome to the horror game. He opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a single bed. On his left wrist, there was a semi-transparent bracelet. He gently touched the bracelet, and a panel of attributes popped up. Player's information. Horror game? Fu Yan silently read. He had heard of this game, and its reputation in their world was not great. Fu Yan slid the panel and turned to the next page, which showed his personal information. Player name, Fu Yan. Game experience, 0. Mental value, 0. Luck value, 0.01. Health, 100. Talent, unknown. Weapon, none. Overall level, F. Fragments, 0. Player information is only visible to the player. Ha! This luck is truly surprising. Fu Yan continued flipping and found the dungeon information below. Dungeon, who do you believe? Mode, single player. Level, newbie. Difficulty. Dungeon task, kill the liar, non-human. Dungeon setting, the dead cannot kill the murderer. Dungeon information is visible to the whole livestream. Friendly reminder, this dungeon is fully live-streamed. To protect player privacy, players will not have passive physiological needs, eating, drinking, etc., after entering the dungeon. Players must also follow the live stream rules and avoid any yellow violence behavior. Even if you engage in such actions, we will not censor you. Fu Yan looked at the game panel and distractedly checked his horror value. Horror value, 139. His horror value was still there. Fu Yan was an NPC in horror movies. His job was to play ghosts, zombies, murderers, monsters, and other scary roles in various horror films to earn horror value from the audience. Horror value could be used to improve one's abilities. In their world, heretics were rampant, and only the strong could protect themselves. But the high-dimensional world he was in had gone through many heretic purges, so people there generally had a high horror value. In simple terms, they were immune to fear. Sometimes, after working hard for a whole month, they wouldn't even earn 10 points of horror value. So, they both longed for and despised this low-dimensional world where a simple law could make people pee their pants. They didn't know why this low-dimensional game had suddenly pulled him in today. But his horror value was still there, which meant that the horror values of the two worlds could be linked. In other words, he could earn horror value in this low-dimensional world and level up to his heart's content. If he wasn't careful, he might even unlock the key to wealth. Since the game had so kindly invited him, he wouldn't refuse. Fu Yan closed the attribute panel and began to observe his surroundings. It was an old bedroom, with yellowed posters on the walls, and a deep blue quilt piled up on the bed. On the bedside table was a photo frame, inside which was a family portrait of 4 people. A middle-aged couple and their 2 sons. The younger son looked about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 dimples by his mouth. The older son was about 25 or 26, with light brown eyes, a high-nose bridge, and looked exactly like Fu Yan, even wearing the same style of suit. Was he playing the role of someone's son? Fu Yan put down the photo, and suddenly, the bedroom door creaked open. A little boy wearing a scarf and a flowered coat peeked through the door crack, looking at him timidly. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow. Come in. The little boy sidestepped and slipped through the door, shyly calling out, brother. Fu Yan, what's the matter? The little boy fiddled with his fingers, as if remembering something scary, his expression flustered. After a long pause, he finally made up his mind, leaned into Fu Yan's ear, and whispered mysteriously. Brother, last night when I went to the bathroom, I saw that the light in Mom and Dad's room was on. Out of curiosity, I peeked through the crack in the door and then I saw Dad strangling Mom with a tie, and he hid her body in the closet. The little boy finished speaking, nervously looking at Fu Yan. His face was pale, his lips trembling, looking extremely frightened. Oh. Fu Yan nodded, signaling that he understood. Seeing that Fu Yan didn't seem to care, the boy thought he didn't believe him and immediately became anxious. Really, brother, if you don't believe me, I'll take you to see. Saying that, he grabbed Fu Yan's sleeve and started pulling him outside. Fu Yan allowed the boy to pull him along, and they came to the couple's room. The little boy hid behind Fu Yan, pointing at the worn-out closet, trembling with fear. Mom's body is inside. Fu Yan glanced at the boy, walked up, and used his index finger to pry open the closet door. Meanwhile, the viewers in the horror live stream room also held their breath, both excited and scared, not knowing what would be inside the closet. Go away, bad luck. Go away, bad luck. Go away, bad luck. A friendly reminder to the scared friends in front of the screen, you can still breathe while watching the stream. Wow, let me see who the unlucky newbie is, who drew the Who Do You Trust side quest. They're dead, they're so dead. What's wrong with this side quest? The person above obviously hasn't played before. It's lucky that you didn't draw this side quest when you entered the game. This side quest is only open to new players entering for the first time, also known as the newbie death quest. So far, no newbie has survived it. Even veteran players have failed to crack the rules of this side quest. So what's in the closet? Will opening the closet lead to death? No spoilers, just keep watching and you'll find out. Fu Yan opened the closet. Inside were only a few pieces of clothing and some scattered hangers. There was no body, as the boy had said. The boy looked at the empty closet, his face full of confusion as he muttered, "It's impossible, I clearly saw." Suddenly, a cold, hoarse voice echoed from behind them. Fu Yan and the little boy turned around at the same time, only to see the middle-aged woman in the photo standing behind them, though they didn't know when she had arrived. Her face was ashen, and her pitch-black eyes stared at them unblinking. The little boy immediately hid behind Fu Yan, trembling as he clutched Fu Yan's clothes. Fu Yan stood still, his eyes locked onto the woman without blinking. "What were you two just talking about?" the middle-aged woman asked again. Her voice was very hoarse, each word seemed to be spoken with a breathy tone. Fu Yan remained expressionless as he stared at her, silent. His index finger, however, rubbed against the boy's clothes in a place the woman couldn't see. The closet door was quite dirty. Seeing that Fu Yan didn't speak, the woman waved at the little boy. "There's watermelon in the kitchen, go cut some and eat." "It's so hot, don't you know how to turn on the air conditioning?" The little boy was worried about Fu Yan. After a moment of hesitation, he still went to the kitchen. As he passed by the woman, she deliberately bent down and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Fu Yan's gaze remained fixed on the woman, naturally noticing the large bruise around her neck, about 4 fingers wide, with dark red bloodstains scattered over it. At this moment, Fu Yan's live stream room had attracted over 1,000 viewers. They came out of curiosity, wanting to see what was special about this death quest. Although they knew they couldn't draw this quest, gossip is in human nature. "Wow, this little brother is so handsome. Too bad, he's so unlucky to have drawn this side quest. What's the use of being handsome? Newbies are still newbies. When an NPC asks a couple of questions, they can't even respond. This newbie is too weak. Why can't they just talk their way out of it? I've been watching live streams for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a newbie so scared they can't even speak." The little boy was dismissed, and the woman grabbed Fu Yan's hand tightly. "Yenner, you need to help mommy." The woman's hand was pale and cold, with dark red dirt hidden between her fingers. She held onto Fu Yan tightly, her face filled with terror. Fu Yan instinctively shook off the woman, and with a righteous tone, he scolded her in surprise, "You didn't wash your hands." The woman. The audience. What time is it, and he still cares about this? The person is about to die, and he's still being so picky. Such a sensitive man. This newcomer is so stupid, it's laughable. If I were an NPC, I'd kill him immediately. The woman's horrified expression froze on her face, and for a moment, she didn't know how to react. In the end, it was Fu Yan who broke the silence. He rubbed the hand that the woman had held, casually playing along. "Oh? What happened? What happened?" He still dared to ask what happened. The terrifying atmosphere she tried so hard to create was gone. The woman rolled her eyes, gritted her teeth, and continued to follow the script. "Your dad, he's not human. Last night, your dad hit me again, and when I resisted, I accidentally killed him with a knife. I was so scared, I didn't dare to call the police, so I chopped him up and flushed him down the drain. But this morning he appeared unharmed and even smiled at me. Your dad never smiled at me like that. He's not human. He must be a ghost. What do you want me to do?" Fu Yan continued to play along, helpless. The NPC's interaction ability was so poor, one small turn and she looked foolish. A ghost is afraid of the weapon that killed them. If you kill him with the weapon again, his soul will disappear. The woman pulled a fruit knife from her waist and handed it to Fu Yan, a crazed smile spreading across her face. "I want you to kill him with one stroke. I want to see his soul leave his body. You will help me, won't you?" Fu Yan took the knife with a finger, nodding absent-mindedly. Is he blind? Doesn't he see the deep strangulation marks on this woman's neck? He's not blind, he's stupid. It's obvious this woman is the liar. If he kills her, the level will be cleared. This newcomer, Fu Yan, right? Alright, I declare he's done for. Everyone go home. Although most of the audience said this, they still wanted to stay and watch how Fu Yan would die. While Fu Yan was talking with the woman, she suddenly grabbed his arm, looking terrified at the door. Fu Yan calmly pulled his arm away and followed her gaze. A kind-faced middle-aged man was standing at the door, smiling at them. This middle-aged man was the husband the woman claimed to have killed. The man loosened his tie, smiling as he asked, "What are you two talking about?" The woman looked at the man in fear, but still tried to act casual. Nothing at all. Really? The man wrapped his tie around his hands and smiled at Fu Yan. The woman tugged at Fu Yan's arm, her face full of worry. Fu Yan tucked the fruit knife into his pants pocket and smiled at the man, saying, "She lied. She said you died last night. Now you're a ghost, and she wants me to kill you." This newcomer must be missing his mind. He just blurts everything out. I can't believe this. Can someone at least screen the newcomers before they're allowed in? Damn, this is giving me a heart attack. The man's face changed instantly after hearing Fu Yan's words. He pulled Fu Yan behind him and warily looked at the woman. Don't listen to her nonsense. This woman is not your mother. This morning, when I woke up groggily, I found your mother hanging in the closet. Her body was still warm, but she had already passed. I was so scared that I quickly called the police. But when I opened the bedroom door, I saw your mother holding a kitchen knife at the door, smiling and calling me to eat. The body in the closet had disappeared. Why is another one coming out? So who is the liar after all? I think it's the mom because both the child and the dad said the mom is dead, and the mom's neck indeed has strangulation marks. Dad is also very suspicious. Don't you think the way he wraps the tie around his hand is very skilled? And the little boy also said the mom was strangled by the dad using a tie. The discussion in the live room was heated. Suddenly, a prompt from a great god flashed across the screen, and the audience went wild. Holy crap! Isn't this Minister Zhuo from the Floating Life Dream Guild, Chen Shang? Wow! It really is the great god Chen Shang. Are you here to recruit newcomers? What do you think of this newcomer's performance? Chen Shang, I'm not here to recruit people, I'm just curious why this dungeon hasn't been cleared yet. This newcomer is too reckless, but they are lucky. The great god's words are too subtle. This newcomer isn't reckless, they are a fool. Then, great god, who do you think is the liar? Chen Shang, the man is the liar. He killed the woman with a tie, and the woman is the non-human, because she's already dead. What does the great god mean? The liar and the non-human aren't the same person? Chen Shang, the task is kill the liar, non-human. This dungeon is called the Devil's Dungeon because its task is misleading. When people see such a task prompt, they'll naturally think the liar is the non-human, but actually, the liar and the non-human are two different people. Only by killing both can the dungeon be cleared. Holy crap, who would have thought of that? This task is too tricky, it's just playing with the newbie. As expected of the great god, a word hits the nail on the head. But before, there were players who killed both, and still couldn't clear it. Chen Shang, maybe the tools for killing were wrong. Let's keep watching. Chapter 3, Who Do You Believe? 3. The live room was in an uproar, and Fu Yan's side wasn't quiet either. Xiaoyan, come to mommy, he's already dead, he'll hurt you. Xiaoyan, don't believe her, she's the ghost, daddy will protect you. The couple argued endlessly, each trying to make Fu Yan believe them. Fu Yan's head hurt from their arguing. He patted both of them, trying to stop it. But the couple was so caught up in their argument that they didn't even listen to Fu Yan. Same as NPCs, I wanted to coexist peacefully with you, but you really talk too much. Fu Yan raised his foot and kicked the bedroom door. The couple was arguing intensely, but suddenly they heard a loud bang. The couple was startled, and turned to see that the bedroom door had been kicked in two. They instinctively looked at the culprit, Fu Yan, who was standing with his arms crossed, a cold expression on his face. Why don't you two just fight it out? Man. Woman. Live room audience. I didn't hear wrong, did he just tell the NPCs in a horror game to fight? This newbie must be crazy, daring to make NPCs fight. Does he want to die? Does no one think that his kick on the door was really cool? That kick was indeed brave, but it can't save him from his brainless behavior. At the same time, two prompt sounds rang in Fu Yan's mind. Ding. Horror value plus 5 inch. Ding. Horror value plus 5 inch. Fu Yan checked his horror value, the total was 149. These 10 horror points were gained when he kicked the door. Scaring the NPCs here can actually increase the horror value. The possibilities just opened up. Fu Yan's cold expression instantly turned into one of joy. He looked excitedly at the couple. The couple was unnerved by his burning gaze, stepping back half a step. This newbie's smile looks kind of like a psychopath. The couple's half-step retreat, are they serious? At this moment, the live room's audience had reached 30,000, and everyone was both puzzled and fascinated by Fu Yan's actions, which were sometimes cowardly and sometimes brainless. What exactly does this newcomer want to do? What does he want to do? Of course, he wants to earn horror value. The dungeon's storyline had ended, and now it was his clearing time. I hope before I leave. You two can argue until a result comes out. Fu Yan took out a fruit knife and shoved it into the man's hand, then turned and walked to the kitchen. The man held the knife, completely bewildered. How could this person not play by the rules? In the kitchen, a young boy hugged his knees and curled up in the corner, staring in fear at the kitchen knife on the cutting board. When he saw Fu Yan enter, he quickly rushed over and hugged Fu Yan's arm, trembling in fear. "Brother, what happened to Mom and Dad?" Fu Yan casually patted the boy's round head, showing a cruel smile. "They're dead. Now it's your turn." Before the boy could respond, Fu Yan grabbed the kitchen knife from the cutting board and chopped off the boy's skullcap with one strike. Blood spurted out wildly, immediately splattering all over the boy's face. His skullcap fell to the ground, exposing his brain to the air, the brain twitching violently. The scene was extremely bloody. The viewers in the live stream were startled by this sudden bloody scene, some even vomiting directly at the screen. Aha! What the hell? What is he doing? Why did he kill this little boy? Please live stream, be human. Don't give me close-ups of the brain, I never want to eat pig brain again in my life. Who said he was a coward? He's clearly insane, gross. Yes, it's me, sorry, I'm already throwing up. Chen Shang, the term non-human refers to NPCs that die in the storyline. Not all NPCs. Killing NPCs for no reason is a death wish. This person is completely brainless, doing anything just for attention. After typing, Chen Shang casually threw his phone aside. Watching these rookie live streams was simply a waste of his time. At the same time, a series of prompt sounds echoed. Ding. Horror value plus 50 inch. Ding. Horror value plus 0.5 inch. Ding. Horror value plus 0.5 inch. Ding. Horror value plus 0.5 inch. The clattering prompt sounds made Fu Yan feel quite pleased. In just a few seconds, he had earned 106 points of horror value. Half of that came from the little boy, and the rest must have come from the live stream viewers. Viewers were more resistant to fear than NPCs? Fu Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. At this moment, the boy was still not fully dead. He looked at Fu Yan in terror, blood spurting from his mouth. "Why? Brother. Stop pretending. You've been dead for a long time." Fu Yan ripped off the boy's scarf, revealing a grotesque stitch scar around his neck. The stitching was fine and dense, sewn all around. It was clear that the boy's neck had been snapped long ago, and someone had sewn it back together with needle and thread. With this kind of injury, the boy could not possibly still be alive. Boy, when did you know? Fu Yan, as an NPC from a horror movie, in some ways was of the same origin as the NPCs here, so he could tell who was alive and who was dead, even distinguishing between NPCs in the story. As soon as the boy entered the room, Fu Yan had known. But he didn't want to say it out loud. After all, the chosen one with a cheat-like ability was too much of a flex, and he was afraid others would get mad. Anyone with a brain would know. It's so hot in here, yet you're wearing a cotton jacket and a scarf. How could you be a normal person? Fu Yan casually gave the simplest answer. The viewers in the live stream suddenly understood. So the little boy was the non-human one. I always thought he was a good guy. Right, when the woman was wiping the boy's sweat, she even turned on the air conditioning for him. So the woman already knew the boy was dead. Maybe she's the one who sewed his neck back together. Hiss. This new guy is pretty good. I feel like he's implying I have no brain, but I have no evidence. So if he kills the man next, does that mean the game is over? Wait. What is Fu Yan doing? The viewers gasped in shock. I can't be seeing this right, is he? He's actually digging into the little boy's brain, ugh. Even though the little boy is non-human, he's still not completely dead. Digging into his brain while he's still alive is too cruel, he's still struggling. Is Fu Yan a psychopath? Let me see which saint is going to strike next. When NPCs eat players alive, they don't care about whether it's cruel or not. It's always ghosts eating humans. This is the first time I've seen a human eat a ghost. Although physically uncomfortable, why does it feel so good mentally? There's a spot that wasn't dug cleanly, I really want to help scrape it. I didn't even notice the upstairs, it really drives a perfectionist crazy. Stop talking, I threw up again, ugh. Fu Yan couldn't care less about the audience's mental health, he pressed down on the little boy's neck, digging enthusiastically. With each dig, 10 points of terror value were credited, so satisfying. Unfortunately, after the 5th dig, the little boy couldn't take it anymore and passed out. Fu Yan felt regretful, it must have been the spoon that was too big. Chapter 4, Who Do You Trust? 4. Fu Yan carried the little boy's brain out of the kitchen, the couple's battlefield had already moved from the bedroom to the living room. He placed the plate with the brain on the coffee table and sat down next to the man, cheerfully saying, "Come, try it, I specially prepared it for you." The woman saw the mass of bloody flesh and had a bad premonition. What is this? Fu Yan handed her a pair of chopsticks, smiling, "Brain sashimi, your son's." The man beside her had his pupils shrink and his face was full of terror. The woman across from them had bloodshot eyes, 2 streams of blood tears streamed down her face, she broke the chopsticks, her voice shrill and piercing, "I'm going to kill you. I didn't trigger the death condition, you can't kill me." As he spoke, Fu Yan drew the kitchen knife from his waist and sliced open the man's throat. Blood sprayed out, the man clutched his throat, struggling in pain on the sofa, and within half a minute, he stopped breathing. Before dying, he still contributed terror points to Fu Yan. Ding! Terror value plus 95 inch. The woman across from him, ready to explode, stopped after hearing Fu Yan's words. She looked at him in disbelief. "You know the death condition?" The woman asked the question on the minds of the live stream viewers. He actually knows the death condition. I'm completely confused right now. So what's the death condition? I'm totally lost. How did he talk and just chop the guy up? I wasn't ready for it. 3 faces confused. The upstairs people aren't the ones being chopped, why are you preparing for it? What exactly is the death condition? Can anyone with great knowledge explain it? Is Master Chen Shang here? Chen Shang. How did he know? He didn't even pay attention. After the interaction earlier, he just threw his phone aside. If it weren't for the guild asking department heads and above to crack the dungeon, he wouldn't have even opened a newbie's livestream. But the death condition that a stupid newbie can guess shouldn't be hard. Chen Sheng thought for a while and casually said, "Kill the liar and the non-human within the designated time, and you won't die." For faces confused, upstairs please take note of the formation. Master, I'm not talking about you. How is the designated time determined? There hasn't been any clue related to time from beginning to end? The live stream discussion was lively, many people asked Chen Sheng to clear up the confusion, but he didn't reply to any of them. At the same time in the dungeon, Fu Yan took a handkerchief from his suit pocket, wiping the blood off his hands, and said leisurely. The death condition is lying, as long as the player lies, they will be killed. The woman's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Impossible, how do you know the death condition? She had been in this dungeon for so long, never encountering a player who could crack the death condition. All the players who came in became food for their family of 3. As long as one of their family members was alive, this dungeon could refresh indefinitely. But the dungeon rule was that as long as the player didn't trigger the death condition, they couldn't harm the player. Fu Yan folded the handkerchief and put it in his pocket, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, his posture calm. It's easy to guess, the mission prompt says kill the liar, non-human, so there are 2 assumptions. 1. Kill the liar who is a non-human. 2. Kill the liar and the non-human. Fu Yan was actually too lazy to explain to her, after all, she was about to die, no need to waste words. But he had to explain to the live stream viewers, even though he couldn't see the comments. But you can see the current number of fans on the control panel. There are now over 10,000 people following his live stream. He wants to use this stream to attract more fans, making it easier to earn horror points in the future. Although the horror points contributed by the viewers are not as many as those from NPCs, even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Fu Yan, like a dedicated teacher, explained slowly, your son said it was a man who killed you, but you said you killed the man. The established rule is the dead cannot kill the murderer, so one of you must be lying. The marks on your neck are stained with dark red blood. If a man strangled you with a tie, there wouldn't be any blood on your neck. Therefore, you were strangled with a scarf by your son. Your son used the scarf to cover the wound on your neck, and the scarf got his blood on it. Then he used the scarf to strangle you, so the blood on the scarf rubbed against your neck. Based on the rule that the dead cannot kill the murderer, the relationship between the 3 of you should be, your husband killed your son with a kitchen knife, you killed your husband with a kitchen knife, and your dead son finally strangled you with a scarf. So, all 3 of you are non-humans, but your son is also the liar. If it's the first assumption, killing the liar non-human, then the game should have ended when I killed your son, but it didn't. That means it must be the second assumption, killing the liar and the non-human. All 3 of you are non-humans, and your son is also a liar. If killing all 3 of you would end the game, the task would simply say kill the non-humans and there would be no need for kill the liar. Unless the kill the liar task isn't mine, but yours. That would explain it. As long as I lie, I become the liar, triggering the death condition, and you can kill me. So, the way to clear this instance is for the player to kill all 3 non-humans with the correct weapon, without lying. The woman shook her head in disbelief, but how do you know the man was killed with a kitchen knife? I clearly gave you a fruit knife. You said ghosts are afraid of the weapon that killed them, but when I placed the fruit knife in your husband's hand, he wasn't afraid at all. Fu Yan continued with a light laugh, to make me trigger the death condition, you didn't spare any tricks. A ghost can only be completely obliterated if killed again with the weapon that killed them. The reason you gave me the fruit knife was to mislead me, making me use the wrong tool to kill your husband. As long as I killed him with the fruit knife, I would trigger the death condition because I promised you I would kill him with 1 strike. If I didn't kill him with 1 strike, it would mean I lied to you, and you could kill me. Of course, if I had killed you first, it would also trigger the death condition because you didn't get to witness his soul being scattered. Since the instance began, the woman had never met anyone who could successfully crack the rules. You couldn't have known from the start that lying triggers the death condition. There's definitely a trick. Tell me. What trick did you use? The woman was unwilling, not wanting to be obliterated. Fu Yan knew from the moment he saw them that all three were non-humans, and immediately thought that lying triggered death. This can't be considered a trick, at most, just a cheat code. Chapter 5, Death Zone 13. The viewers in the livestream were half understanding of Fu Yan's explanation, but that didn't stop them from thinking Fu Yan was impressive. Wow! This newcomer is too awesome. Who would have thought lying would trigger the death condition? No wonder no one has been able to break this instance. If I were in this dungeon, I definitely wouldn't survive for 2 minutes. This dungeon is too treacherous. The NPCs are setting traps from start to finish, especially the part where the man asks what Fu Yan said to the woman. If Fu Yan answers nothing, the person will immediately be doomed. Yes, in situations like this, people instinctively choose to hide the truth because no one can be trusted. Although I didn't understand, it doesn't stop me from admiring him. From today on, he is my god. The god of madness. Before, when I called him an idiot, crazy, the ones who cursed him, come out and take the beating. Fu God, I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly to you before. Some people who didn't like Chen Shang took the opportunity to attack him in the comments section. Great God Chen Shang, come out and give some feedback on this newcomer. Chen Shang, does your face hurt? Those who pretend to know, fishing for fame, and curse others as brainless so-called great gods, aren't you going to apologize? If he's brainless, then Chen Shang's brain must have fallen into a dung pit and got covered in shit, ha ha ha. Chen Shang was so angry that his head was about to explode. This newcomer was just lucky, stumbling upon the death condition by accident, and they think they can be compared to him. He hadn't looked carefully earlier, but if he had been in the dungeon, he would have cleared it long ago. Chen Shang was furious, but in order to maintain his godlike reputation, he couldn't personally tear apart a newcomer, so he chose silence. But his fans weren't to be underestimated. They tore up Fu Yan's livestream, with hundreds of thousands of people flooding in, completely dominating Fu Yan's screen, causing the bystanders to be very unhappy. In the game, Fu Yan stood up, took out the little boy's scarf from his pocket, and walked step by step towards the woman sitting across from him. The woman stared at the scarf in fear, her voice trembling, no. Ding. Horror value plus 95. Hearing the horror value prompt, Fu Yan distractedly checked. He now had 495 points of horror value, which was the peak of his career. Fu Yan was in a great mood and gave the woman a sincere smile. Don't be afraid, I'm going to reunite your family. He walked behind the woman, elegantly wrapped the scarf around her neck, and pulled hard with both hands. With a crack, the neck bone broke. The woman's pupils went vacant, her limbs limp, falling to the ground. Ding. Game over. Player Fu Yan successfully cleared the "Who do you believe?" dungeon. As soon as the words ended, a white light appeared, and Fu Yan disappeared from the dungeon. At the same time, a metallic sound from the game system echoed in the world channel. Ding. Player Fu Yan killed the dungeon boss, the little boy. Ding. Player Fu Yan killed the dungeon boss, the middle-aged man. Ding. Player Fu Yan killed the dungeon boss, the middle-aged woman. Who do you believe? Dungeon bosses have all been killed, and the dungeon will pause its refresh and permanently close. The last few words were practically gritted out by the system, and people could even hear the sound of metal grinding, showing how angry it was. Holy shit! Fu God is amazing. Unbelievable. First time seeing someone clear a dungeon to the point of making it shut down. I'm really happy for the future newcomers. With this deadly dungeon gone, their survival rate will greatly increase. Long live Fu God. Witnessing Fu Yan crushing the dungeon, the crowd in the live stream cheered. Even though the live stream had ended, the screen turned black, they couldn't stop their excitement. Is this the thrill of crushing with power? At the same time, a white light flashed, and Fu Yan's figure appeared in front of a dilapidated unfinished building. There was a rusty doorplate hanging in front of the building, engraved with Death District 13, number 52, Fu Yan. This was the accommodation arranged for him by the game world. Dirty, chaotic, and awful. The elegant and calm Fu Yan, from the beginning to the end, was completely broken by this shabby house. What a horrible place. He couldn't stand this humiliation. Fu Yan turned around and walked away. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Fu God? Fu Yan turned around and saw a boy, about 18 or 19 years old, with a baby face. She smiles, revealing 2 dimples. Wow! It's really you, God Fu. The young man showed an expression of surprise and quickly hopped to Fu Yan's side. I just watched your live stream, God Fu, you're so cool. You're my idol, especially that move where you open someone's skull with one hand, it was breathtaking. I ate 5 bowls of rice in one go just because of that part. Fu Yan, so you're a tough one. The young man grinned, proudly puffing out his chest. Idle, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Chui Hao, aka Silver Tongue. Though I don't sing or dance, I can talk people into hanging themselves, skr. Ah, nice to meet you. Fu Yan casually moved aside, feeling that the kid didn't look very well. Chui Hao, completely oblivious to being disliked by his idol, tiptoed and squished closer to Fu Yan. Idol, how did you end up here? Which guild did you join in the end? Can you share? How did I end up here? Do you mean, I shouldn't be here? Chui Hao was stunned by Fu Yan's question and subconsciously nodded. Chui Hao answered every question Fu Yan asked and even rushed to answer before being asked. This kid's self-introduction was no exaggeration, he was talkative and quick. Fu Yan turned sideways, revealing the doorplate hidden by his body. I live here. I can't believe it. No way. Bro. Is the game bugged? Slums are for noobs, muggles, or deserters. Is this game messed up, actually putting you here? Chui Hao looked at the doorplate, then at Fu Yan, his face filled with shock. Fu Yan, however, remained calm, knowing full well this garbage game couldn't handle it. Chui Hao looked surprised. Bro, every player gets a newbie guide when they enter, didn't you get one? Fu Yan took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to flip this trash game off, gritting his teeth. Now, I have one. Everyone else had it, but he alone didn't. This damn game was clearly targeting him. Horror games are actually divided into 2 parts, instances and communities. You've already experienced the instance, bro. It's that monster's den that eats people and spits out bones. The community is where players rest. When players aren't in instances, they stay in the community. There are thousands of communities in the game. For easier management, each community has its own guild, and depending on the community's development, the guild is ranked into high, middle, and low levels. The guild you're in now is called Death District 13. It used to be a top-tier guild, but for some unknown reason, all the players in this community died overnight. The guild fell into decline, and now there's not even anyone in charge. It's worse than the lowest level guilds, and everyone calls it the slums. Bro, honestly, this place isn't for you. Why don't you come join our guild? Our guild may be small in the community, our conditions may be poor, and we may have fewer players, but we are still better than this place. Seeing that you live in such a godforsaken place, it really breaks my heart. I can't even breathe. Geijai. As soon as Chui Hao finished speaking, a lump of bird droppings fell from the sky, almost hitting his face. Chui Hao. Fu Yan. Suddenly, I feel like this place is quite good. Fu Yan, being older, has seen so much of this exaggerated, pretentious kind of act that it even hurts his eyesight. Chui Hao quickly said, No, bro. This place is cold, damp, and lacks sunlight all year round. It's really easy to get rheumatism here. You can still hold up now, but as you grow older, these illnesses will come to you. And did you see the white mist at the edge of the community? It may seem unremarkable during the day, but at night, it becomes haunted. Haunted? Fu Yan became interested. Tell me more. Chui Hao cleared his throat, speaking without hesitation in front of his idol. Actually, every community starts as a barren wasteland, and players use points to gradually build it. The first step in building a community is to dispel the white mist within the community. The mist is harmless during the day, just surrounding the community, separating each community. But at night, it turns into black mist that invades the entire community, releasing whatever is inside the mist. Fu Yan, are there ghosts in the mist? Chui Hao, that's what everyone says, I've never seen it myself. Our community has a sun and moon wheel, so the black mist can't get in. But I've seen a person who was killed by the black mist. Their bones and flesh vanished, leaving only a thin layer of skin, and their death was extremely gruesome. Fu Yan instantly lost interest. He thought the mist was something powerful, but turns out it was just as ordinary as he expected. You mentioned the sun and moon wheel, what is that? No way, bro. You don't know about this? Open your control panel, click the point small in the top left corner, and look for the gray Taiji symbol item. That's the sun and moon wheel. Every community has one. Hang it above the community, and during the day, it releases dazzling heat like the sun, lighting up the entire community. At night, it emits a soft white light to block the black mist from entering the community. Fu Yan followed Chui Hao's instructions, opened the point small, and found the item with the Taiji symbol. He looked at the item, a little hesitant. It's not gray. Huh? Chui Hao was confused. What do you mean, not gray? Fu Yan looked at the item in the point small. The things that are glowing in here, I can buy them, right? Chui Hao instantly understood what Fu Yan meant by not gray. He turned his head, staring at Fu Yan with burning eyes, his excited voice now changing pitch. Bro, can I see your point small? The point small, like player information, is personal and private. Unless the player agrees, no one else can see it. Chui Hao regretted his question the moment it left his mouth. The points mall is personal, and asking was rude. He blamed his excitement earlier. Bro, never mind. I won't look. I just. Sure. Before Chui Hao could finish speaking, Fu Yan had already shown him his points mall. Damn. Chui Hao stared at the rows of sparkling items in Fu Yan's mall, his hands rubbing together so hard they might start a spark. Is this the difference between a master and a regular player? Both are doing dungeons, but a regular person earns at most 100 points, while a master can get 300 million from a single run. In other communities, hundreds of thousands of people have to pool together to afford one sun and moon wheel, but a master can buy 3, hang one, throw one away, and still have one left. Tears of envy streamed down Chui Hao's face uncontrollably. He had the nerve to call himself bro to such a master, truly bold and reckless. Fu Yan was flipping through the points mall excitedly. The mall was full of items, from home goods to dungeon skill cards. Everything you could want was here, but the prices were extremely expensive. Of course, this was only true for regular players. In this marketplace, Fu Yan could afford most of the items. Fu Yan flipped the shopping mall page to the architecture section, and his gaze lingered for a long time on a magnificent vampire castle. The price of the vampire castle was 300 million points, and he had just enough. This one. Speaking of which, he had never been a vampire before. Fu Yan clicked to confirm the transaction, and when Chui Hao saw Fu Yan's points go to 0, he exclaimed in surprise, "Bro. What did you buy?" Fu Yan crossed his arms and gestured with his eyes for Chui Hao to look forward. The dilapidated unfinished building had vanished, and a grand, rose-surrounded European castle stood before them. Chui Hao was stunned by the scene before him and couldn't speak for a long time. Such a grand castle, he had only seen in high-end communities. At that moment, a prompt box popped up on Fu Yan's control panel. Item: dilapidated unfinished building, recovery price 1 point. Would the player like to recover it? 1 point? Who do they think they're looking down on? Without hesitation, Fu Yan clicked to recover it. What could he do? He was just that frugal. Bro, 300 million points, and you use it to buy a castle? What about the sun and moon wheel? At least leave some money for crossing the river. Right now you're on top, and without a guild's protection, who knows how many people will be waiting to block you in the next dungeon. You should at least save some money, buy a skill card. Chui Hao looked at the 0 points, heartbroken, like a helpless father facing a spendthrift son. Fu Yan waved his hand dismissively, I don't need those. Do you have something to say? If not, I'm going to sleep. Chui Hao. He felt like his idol had abandoned him after crossing the river. Chapter 7, The Lucky One in the Wine Cellar. Fu Yan was awakened by a faint scraping sound. He opened his eyes and found the room pitch black, but it didn't affect his vision. He got up, put on his suit jacket, and moved toward the source of the sound, as if walking on flat ground in the darkness. The black fog had already seeped into the community, and the thick fog carried a rotten stench. Fu Yan lived on the top floor of the castle, and as he descended, the stench grew stronger. The occasional scratching sound of nails on glass came from outside the window. He reached the door of the basement wine cellar, and the sound was coming from here. Let him see which lucky one had wandered into his territory tonight. As night fell, he Shuiwei crouched in a drafty hut, holding her unconscious brother. Her face was anxious, tears like beans falling to the ground. She shook the man in her arms, Brother, wake up, please wake up, it's getting dark. Those things will be coming out again. The night breeze passed, carrying a damp, rotten smell. The thick black fog surged into the community, withering the grass and trees, causing the walls to crumble and everything to fade into gray. What is this? Brother, please wake up. The man furrowed his brows, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, yet he remained unconscious. He Shuiwei took out the flashlight from her pocket, turned it on, and carefully shone it outside along the windowsill. The flashlight had been used for a long time, its battery nearly dead, and the light was very faint. In the dim light, she saw countless dry, rotting hands reaching out in the black fog, scrambling to grab everything around them. They greedily clutched anything they could, devouring it wildly. Anything that touched the dry hands rapidly decayed. The black fog was about to engulf the hut, and Shuiwei suddenly remembered what her brother had said before he fell unconscious. If I haven't woken up before it gets dark, run to the castle across the street. Don't worry about me. She didn't know when the castle had appeared across the street, but her brother had said the players inside should be strong, and if danger arose, she should ask the owner of the castle for help. But her brother was unconscious now, and she couldn't leave him behind. Shuiwei glanced at the black fog that was almost upon them. If she didn't leave now, it would be too late. She stuffed the flashlight in her mouth, carried her brother on her back, and took his dagger in her hand. She rushed out just before the black fog surrounded the hut. She rushed out through the door. She closed her eyes and ran wildly, determined in her direction. The ancient castle was right in the center of the community, and at this moment, it hadn't yet been enveloped by the black mist. Hishuiwe carried her brother and ran desperately. The black mist behind them seemed to have caught the scent of the living and surged violently, struggling to attack Hishuiwe, vowing to drag her into the pitch-black ghost mist. By this time, Hishuiwe had reached the main door. She knocked desperately, shouting, "Help, please, open the door." The blood-red roses climbed up the outer walls of the ancient castle, and the whole castle was eerily quiet. The black mist behind her had already crept up to her skirt. If this continued, both she and her brother would die here. Hishuiwe quickly glanced around, lifted her leg, and ran to the right side. That area hadn't yet been covered by the black mist. As she ran, she groped along the wall, searching for another entrance. The flashlight's light grew dimmer and dimmer, flickering twice before it completely broke. With the light gone, Hishuiwe was immediately plunged into darkness. She spat out the flashlight from her mouth, gritted her teeth, and continued running. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet gave way, and she fell into a pit. She couldn't care about the pain and immediately picked up her brother to crawl out. As she groped around, she discovered there was actually a staircase leading upward on her right side. Since there was a staircase, there must be a door. Hishuiwe leaned against the wall, feeling around, and indeed found a wooden door. She pushed hard, and the door turned out not to be locked. She dragged her brother inside and quickly closed the door. The black mist seemed to know she was trying to escape, and it surged more violently. 4 or 5 withered hands reached through the door crack, scratching at her arms. Hishuiwe was caught right on target, but strangely, her arm didn't decay and rot like other objects. Instead, it emitted a faint, soft glow. The withered hands in the mist, realizing they couldn't harm her, shifted from scratching to gripping. The sharp nails instantly pierced her arm. Hishuiwe gasped in pain, gritted her teeth, and pushed against the door with all her might, slamming it hard. With a loud bang, the wooden door slammed shut. The door closed so quickly that the withered hands clinging to her arm couldn't dodge in time. They were severed and fell to the ground. The withered hands, now devoid of the black mist, struggled and twitched on the ground for a few moments before turning into a pool of thick, foul-smelling black water. Hishuiwe leaned against the door, weakly collapsing to the ground. She hugged her brother tightly and whispered through her sobs, "Brother, I'm scared." Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed, standing out sharply in the pitch-black night. It seemed someone had opened the large door on the other side of the room, followed by the sound of footsteps. Someone entered the room. The room was too dark, and Hishuiwe couldn't see anything. She held her breath, hugging her brother tightly, huddling in the corner, desperately trying to catch the sound of footsteps that were now faint and distant. She prayed that she wouldn't be discovered. She wasn't sure if it was heaven that heard her thoughts, but the footsteps gradually faded away. Only when the footsteps had completely disappeared did Hishuiwe slowly exhale a long breath. She looked down and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, then looked up suddenly to see a pale green ghostly face hanging in front of her, staring at her intently. Hishuiwe's breath caught, her heart suddenly tightened. After narrowly escaping death, she couldn't bear this sudden shock and fainted instantly. Chapter 8, Bind Me. Ding. Horror value +1 inch. Fu Yan put down the flashlight that was glowing green in front of his face and poked Hishuiwe's face with the back of the flashlight. Hey! Hey! No way, you're really out? Was it that scary? It was clearly quite handsome. Seeing that Hishuiwe really fainted, Fu Yan didn't want the little girl to sit unconscious all night in the cold, dark cellar. That would be very unchivalrous. So he turned on the wall light in the wine cellar and brought a large, soft chair from the living room. Fu Yan placed the chair in front of the little girl, then turned around and sat on it himself, much brighter now. Cough cough. A muffled sound came. The man in Hishuiwe's arms slowly opened his eyes. He warily looked around, and when he saw Fu Yan, he suddenly sat up, his eyes filled with caution. If it weren't for his body being uncooperative, he would have lunged at Fu Yan to break his neck. Breaking into someone's house and attacking isn't a good habit, Fu Yan said, crossing his legs, looking at him with great interest. You're Fu Yan. The man recognized Fu Yan at this moment, and he had also watched Fu Yan's livestream. Is this your house? Are you the owner of that castle? The man quickly realized it must have been his sister who brought him here. He turned to look at his unconscious sister, his eyes full of worry. Fu Yan, it's all your fault for being too heavy, you made her faint from exhaustion. The man gently touched Hishuiwe's messy hair. It's my fault for not taking good care of you. Enough with the sibling love. Be honest, who are you? What do you want barging into my house in the middle of the night? The man bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude to Fu Yan. My name is Hishuyang, this is my sister Hishuiwe. We came here to escape the black mist. I apologize for the inconvenience we've caused you. We'll leave right away, we won't trouble you any further. Hishuyang staggered to his feet, lifting Hishuiwe to leave. He had been unconscious earlier, and his sister alone couldn't handle the things in the mist. Now that he was awake, he didn't want to cause any more trouble for Fu Yan. But Fu Yan suddenly lunged forward, grabbing He Shuyua's collar and throwing her onto the seat behind him. You come and go as you please? Do you think this is your home? Fu Yan struck out suddenly, catching He Shuyang off guard. He watched as his sister was taken from him. Give my sister back. He Shuyang pulled out a dagger from his waist, turning and stabbing at Fu Yan's vital spot. Fu Yan seized his wrist in one swift motion, a delicate little girl like her, best eaten steamed with garlic sauce. He continuously provoked He Shuyang, and within a split second, the two had exchanged 2 or 3 moves. Though He Shuyang was strong, he had sustained injuries from the backlash, and couldn't match Fu Yan. He was soon disarmed and had his neck pinned. Fu Yan gripped He Shuyang's neck and lifted him up. You're pretty strong, kid. He Shuyang's face turned bright red. Let go of my sister, do whatever you want with me. Ding. Players are forbidden from killing outside of the instance. Ding. Players are forbidden from killing outside of the instance. Ding. Players are forbidden from killing outside of the instance. The metallic warning sounded urgently in Fu Yan's mind. Alright, got it. Just a little joke with the kid, do you have to be so strict? Fu Yan helplessly let go, and He Shuyang immediately fell to the ground. Though Fu Yan had intentionally let him go, He Shuyang was still skilled enough to last 3 moves against Fu Yan. At least he wasn't a rookie, more like a chicken. Of course, Fu Yan wasn't sure what level most people in this instance were, so he tentatively asked, Are you a deserter? He Shuyang clutched his throat and coughed violently. Cough, that's none of your business. I advise you to answer honestly. Fu Yan walked behind the seat, resting his hands on the back of He Shuyua's chair. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I'll do to her. Yes, I'm a deserter. Don't hurt her. He Shuyang glared at Fu Yan. If looks could kill, he would have killed Fu Yan 100 times by now. What taboo did you commit? Only those who broke major guild taboos and were jointly ostracized by all guilds would become deserters. Fu Yan needed to know what he had done before deciding whether to keep him around. He Shuyang, killing outside of the instance. Players could kill inside the instance, but it was a strict rule not to attack outside of the instance, a hard rule of the game. Oh, really hard to judge by appearance. Fu Yan always admired ruthless kids like him. It was unsuccessful. Fu Yan. Except for the heavy panting. How long have you been in the game? He Shuyang, 3 months. Fu Yan waited a moment, ensuring he wasn't panting heavily anymore, then said, Do you know how to farm instances multiple times in a short period? His presence was considered a bug in the game. He didn't know how long he could stay in the game. Therefore, he wanted to complete as many dungeons as possible to earn horror points and level up. The dungeon frequency of twice a month was far too little for him. He Shuyang, upon hearing this, looked at him in disbelief. Everyone else avoided dungeons, yet this person was rushing to jump into them? A person is forced to enter a dungeon twice a month. If you want to enter more, you must use a binding card or a substitute card. Fu Yan, what's the difference? It's written in the description, you can check it yourself. The skill cards in the shop all have instructions, just look at them and you'll understand, no need to ask me. He Shuyang thought Fu Yan was teasing him, feeling a little angry, but he didn't dare show it, because his sister was still in his hands. Fu Yan. Fu Yan, I can't read. If he had the instructions, would he still need to ask? Was he that idle? This game had a wall between them. Not only did he not have a beginner's guide, there wasn't even a user manual. Those skill-related items, he could buy them, but didn't know how to use them. He Shuyang. He couldn't read and still acted so confidently. A binding card binds anyone to become your teammate. When they enter a dungeon, you can enter with them. A substitute card allows you to enter the dungeon in someone else's place. For example, if I enter the dungeon tomorrow, but you use a substitute card, you can enter in my place. The points after clearing the dungeon will still go to you. However, since you're completing the dungeon for someone else, it's considered cheating. After the dungeon ends, the user will suffer backlash. The 2 cards cannot be used at the same time. Fu Yan, did you fall unconscious because you entered the dungeon in your sister's place and suffered the backlash? Yes, everyone's backlash reaction is different. Mine deducted health points. He Shuyang didn't mind letting Fu Yan know, after all, he couldn't beat him, and if Fu Yan wanted to kill him, it could happen in an instant. When are you going into the dungeon next? Tomorrow. Fu Yan said confidently, buy a binding card, bind me, and tomorrow I'll go into the dungeon with you. Sorry, my points need to be saved to buy a substitute card. He Shuyang could tell Fu Yan didn't want to take their lives. He was just testing his strength earlier, but since Fu Yan had taken them in, he owed him this favor. But the binding card was 100 points each, and he only had 105 points left. If he bought the binding card, he wouldn't have enough to buy the substitute card. Even if he risked everything in the dungeon this time, he could at most earn 50 to 60 points, still not enough to buy the substitute card. Without the substitute card, his sister would die. Fu Yan noticed his concern and said slowly, looking at your current condition, your health is about to run out, right? If you don't bind me, you're likely to die in the game tomorrow. What will happen to your sister then? She has no value to me. As soon as you die, I might just go wild and dip her in garlic sauce. Fu Yan said this with a click of his tongue, looking strangely expectant. He Shu Yang knew his own health was in bad shape. He only had 5 health points left, and it was certain he would die in the dungeon. He had planned to explode someone else's points tomorrow in the dungeon, but losing health was too damaging to his body, and now he feared even a beginner could defeat him. He Shu Yang hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and bought the binding card. Fu Yan was very satisfied with this. One sentence, and the woman's brother spent 100 points for me. Tomorrow, I will bring you back alive. You two will stay here tonight. He arranged a guest room for the siblings, then returned to his room to continue his sleep. At 6 a.m., a sudden feeling of weightlessness struck. Fu Yan opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of a teaching building. Chapter 9, College Ghost Stories, 1. At 6 a.m., a sudden feeling of weightlessness struck. Fu Yan opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of a teaching building. The outer wall of the teaching building had the words virtue as a teacher, integrity as a model carved on it, in 8 large characters. Fu Yan thought it was a bit strange. He didn't think much of it. He brought up his control panel, and apart from the game experience section, everything else remained the same. Player name, Fu Yan. Game experience, 1. Spirit value, 0. Luck value, 0.01. Health value, 100. Talent, unknown. Weapon, none. Overall level, F. Fragments, 0. Player information visible to all in the live room. Visible to all in the live room means that this dungeon's information will be displayed in the live stream. Fu Yan didn't care much, mainly worried that the audience wouldn't be able to handle it. He continued scrolling back, flipping to the dungeon section to check the dungeon information. Dungeon, Campus Horror Stories. Mode, Online. Level, Beginner. Difficulty. Player task, Eliminate monsters. Dungeon information visible to all in the live room. Friendly reminder, this dungeon is fully streamed without censorship. To protect player privacy, players will not have involuntary physiological needs during the dungeon. The dungeon information was not much, the rest of the storyline still needed to be completed in the dungeon. Fu Yan put away the control panel, and the other players also started to log in one after another. When He Shu Yang logged in, he intentionally walked over to stand beside Fu Yan. Due to too much health loss, his face was exceptionally pale. Soon after, a man and a woman entered the dungeon, both wearing the same green baseball jackets, likely a couple. After entering the game, the man immediately hugged the woman, groping and touching her without any regard for Fu Yan and the others' presence. The woman was very beautiful, with fair skin, stunning long legs, and a small beauty spot on the tip of her nose. She awkwardly pushed the man away. Don't do that. Unexpectedly, as soon as the woman finished speaking, the man became even more enthusiastic, holding her tightly and rubbing her. He Shu Yang turned away in disdain. Scumbag. Beast. Fu Yan nodded in agreement. He Shu Yang. Then why don't you just take your eyes off it? At that moment, the last 3 people also logged in. As soon as the 3 logged in, Fu Yan clearly felt the person beside him tremble. It wasn't a tremor of fear, but rather a shake trying hard to suppress rage. Fu Yan glanced at He Shu Yang, only to see his eyes glaring red as he fixed his gaze on those 3 people. His hands hung at his sides, tightly clenched into fists, with veins bulging on the backs of his hands. The 3 noticed He Shu Yang as well, and one of the men, with dyed yellow hair and a sleazy look, whistled, "Hey! Isn't this the big brother? Still alive? How's the little sister doing? Has she missed us? Ha ha ha. We sure have missed her." The yellow-haired man said, throwing his arm around the bald man's shoulder, grinning lewdly, "Xiao Chang, you joined the party too late, didn't enjoy it yet, this kid's sister is something else, just wait until you try, hee hee hee. Bitch. I'll kill you." He Shu Yang pulled out a dagger from his waist and rushed towards the yellow-haired man, but Fu Yan yanked him back. Fu Yan held his shoulder to restrain him. "Don't be impulsive." He Shu Yang gripped the dagger, his forehead veins bulging, his eyes fixed on the yellow-haired man. "You dare to kill me before going into the dungeon?" The yellow-haired man sneered, walking over with a swagger as he sized up Fu Yan, poking him on the shoulder. "You kid, pretty sharp." Fu Yan nodded, showing a harmless smile. Fu Yan was slender and tall, with fair skin, handsome bones, looking exquisite like a harmless pretty boy. The yellow-haired man was a person who didn't care about manners. Seeing how good-looking Fu Yan was, he immediately got a twisted thought. "Don't say it, you kid looks pretty good, I've never played with someone like you before, just follow me from now on, I'll make sure you survive. Ah. Before the yellow-haired man could finish his sentence, Fu Yan lifted his leg and kicked. It landed right in the middle of his groin. The yellow-haired man was kicked 10 meters away, curled up on the ground, holding his groin and wailing, ah. Damn it. Fu Yan raised his foot, slowly walking over to the yellow-haired man, stepping on his head, pushing it right into the mud, happily saying, how's that? Fun? Did I see that wrong? Fu God entered the dungeon again so quickly. Ah. Fu God, I'm coming. Who is this yellow-haired man, daring to provoke our Fu God? Isn't he just asking for death? Hiss. Am I the only one seeing this? Is it true that God Fu's mental value is actually 0? I saw it too, I thought my phone had a bug. Oh my. A mental value of 0, and this person is not crazy yet, still able to enter the instance, how is this possible? Do you really think God Fu isn't crazy? Upstairs, you have uncovered the truth. I also think God Fu deserves this mental value, it's reasonable. Hey. Isn't that the minister of the left, God Chen Shang, standing next to the bald man? Looks like it. These 5 people are too lucky, how can they team up with 2 gods? This is a free win. A newcomer like Fu Yan, how can he be compared with our God Shang? Don't lift up the newcomers. I hope the newcomer doesn't drag us God Shang down. Suddenly, over 5,000 people flooded into Fu Yan's livestream room, some were his followers, but more were fans of Chen Shang. They were tearing each other apart in Fu Yan's livestream room. But no one cared about the life or death of the yellow-haired guy. Seeing the yellow-haired guy about to be stomped to death by Fu Yan, Chen Shang slowly walked out. He clapped his hands and walked to Fu Yan, right? I've watched your livestream, not bad. It was just a misunderstanding earlier, don't take it personally, Fong Jun just likes to joke. Fu Yan looked up, who are you? Chen Shang raised his chin, my name is Chen Shang, I am the head of the Floating Life Dreaming Huahua Guild. After saying this, he showed a smug smile, Floating Life Dreaming Huahua is a top guild among the mid-tier ones, countless players want to join, he didn't believe Fu Yan had never heard of it. Sure enough, Fu Yan nodded, a look of sudden realization on his face, ah. I know. Chen Shang looked at Fu Yan with a charming gaze, waiting for Fu Yan to bow and flatter him. So it's you, the Chen Shang who fell into a cesspool and had his brain turned to shit, nice to meet you. Chapter 10, Campus Ghost Stories, 2. Puff. Ah, sorry, I couldn't hold it back. What the hell? What the hell? God Fu was so brave. I bet one instance, God Fu must have seen the comments. Upstairs, I'm in for one instance too. Our God Shang was kind enough to speak up, and this newcomer is ungrateful and even dares to curse God Shang, I think he must have shit for brains. Stop talking about speaking up, where was he when the yellow-haired guy stirred up trouble? He just wanted to give Fu Yan a warning, but ended up being knocked down by Fu Yan, feeling embarrassed and had to step in. Fu Yan, you fool, you don't need to act cool, you'll die in the hands of our God Shang sooner or later. Whoever dares to clip my God Shang's wings, I will destroy his entire paradise. Chen Shang's brainless fans, please get out of the livestream room. Cursing, cursing, cursing. In the instance, Chen Shang's face was also not looking good, he still hadn't settled the score for the humiliation from the last livestream. This kid actually dared to publicly embarrass him, if he doesn't kill him in this instance today, he wouldn't be surnamed Shen. Chen Shang looked at Fu Yan with hatred. At this moment, the man from the baseball couple suddenly stood up. This little brother, God Shang was just speaking a few words of fairness, why are you cursing? Besides, it was just a joke, why take it too seriously and even want to hit someone? He had watched Chen Shang's livestreams and knew Chen Shang's strength. To get on good terms with Chen Shang, he didn't mind dragging Fu Yan down. What? Fu Yan tilted his head, looking at the baseball guy with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, you want to play with me? The baseball guy felt a chill all over, unconsciously taking 2 steps back, standing behind the baseball girl. Trash. After Fu Yan finished, he also shot a glance at Chen Shang and the 3 others. Players have gathered, the Campus Ghost Stories instance is about to begin. A mechanical voice rang out, and the main door of the teaching building slowly opened. An NPC wearing black frame glasses and a black suit walked out. She looked at Fu Yan and the others without expression, you must be the new teachers of Class 4 of Senior Year 3, come with me. The 7 followed the female NPC, just as they entered the teaching building, the main door slammed shut with a bang. He Shuyang walked beside Fu Yan, tugged at Fu Yan's sleeve and whispered, don't you think the system's prompt sound has changed? Fu Yan nodded, it's more unpleasant. He Shuyang. The NPC swiped the staff card to open the elevator. Fu Yan and the others followed the NPC into the elevator to the 13th floor, entering the office at the far left of the floor. The office faced the sun, with daylight streaming through the glass, spacious and bright. On the clean, tidy wall, the words love your job, be dedicated were neatly written in red pen. Inside the room, 7 desks were arranged in an orderly manner. Each desk had a nameplate, corresponding to their 7 names and the subjects they taught. Fu Yan took a brief glance. He Shuyang taught mathematics. The other individuals taught Chinese, foreign language, physics, chemistry, and biology, which were all main subjects. As for him, he taught physical education. Why was that? Did they look down on his elementary school diploma? Fu Yan walked to the desk with his name on it, where an employee ID card was placed. The employee ID card had his photo, name, and subject printed on it. Teachers, please take your ID cards and teaching plans, I will show you to your classes, the female NPC said with no emotion in her voice. Class 3 to 4 was at the far right of the 13th floor, in a different direction from the office. The NPC walked while introducing the school's important information to them. This information given by the NPC contained some clues that were somewhat directed. We are a boarding school, and currently, only students from class 3 to 4 are in classes. Students attend classes during the day and return to the dormitory to sleep at night, lights out at 10 o'clock, students are not allowed to go out afterward. Teachers need to patrol at night after lights out. Open flames are prohibited in the campus at night, otherwise, very terrifying things will happen. There is a library on the west side of the school, with a complete collection of books and materials, which was once rated as a landmark building in the city. Teachers are welcome to check it out. As the NPC finished speaking, Fu Yan and the others had already reached the door of class 3 to 4. From 8:30 to 9:15 is Chinese class, please be ready, Chinese teacher. The NPC pointed to the class schedule on the blackboard and added, just a reminder, teachers are not allowed to be absent during class time. If the teacher in charge encounters an issue, the remaining teachers should cover. Encounter issues, the baseball girl timidly asked, what kind of issues might occur? The female NPC looked at the baseball girl and revealed the first smile since they met. Instead of easing the tension, everyone felt her smile was full of malice. Ding ding dong dong, ding ding, dong dong. The class bell rang, and the NPC cheerfully pushed the bald man into the classroom, saying, I wish all of you a pleasant teaching experience. After saying that, the NPC turned and left. The bald man taught Chinese, but he wasn't prepared at all to teach this group and was pushed in by the NPC. This was his 3rd time entering the instance, and he still hadn't grasped many of the rules. Being made the first to act left him completely unsure of what to do. The bald man was a member of Chang Shang's guild, and this instance was also brought in by Chang Shang. He helplessly looked at Chung Shang, Sheng. Sheng Ge. Teach class. Can't you just read it as it is? Chang Shang didn't even bother to look at him, he couldn't believe he brought such a useless person in. The bald man was large and sturdy but very timid. Standing on the podium, he was at a loss for a long time before tremblingly opening his teaching plan. Hello, classmates, I am Song Chang, your Chinese teacher. His voice was as small as a mosquito, completely drowned out by the noise in the classroom, no one could hear what he was saying. Today we are learning about, The bald man was sweating profusely, taking a long time to flip to the second page. Today we are learning about the postnatal care of sows. With his head down, he kept reading the teaching plan and didn't dare to look up or manage the classroom discipline. The students had strange, messy hair, and underneath were faces that looked decayed and putrid, making their original features unrecognizable. Though they were laughing and joking in their seats, the bald man could feel their eyes constantly fixating on him. All the time, invisible and relentless. Every pair of eyes was focused on him. The players at the door had their gazes concentrated on the bald man. Fu Yan, however, strolled alone to the back door, pressing his entire face against the glass. Ding! Shock value plus 5 inch. Oh! Just observing the environment, and unexpectedly gaining something. Fu Yan's gaze accurately locked onto the classmate who contributed to his shock value. It was a boy sporting a red, spiky hairstyle, leaning forward as he twisted his head 180 degrees to chat with a girl behind him. Seeing Fu Yan glance at him, he immediately sat up straight and turned his head back. Although his eyes were full of displeasure, his body was very honest. What a good kid who loves learning, Fu Yan nodded, giving the spiky-haired classmate a high rating. Fu Yan shifted his gaze away from the student and began to observe the entire classroom. The classroom walls were a milky white. On the blackboard, the schedule was written in chalk, and above it hung a clock showing 8:40. On the back wall of the classroom, 2 red slogans were posted. An excellent teacher will set their own teaching guidelines. Knowledgeable, patient, and tolerant are the most basic qualities of a teacher. Fu Yan stared at the 2 lines of text, deep in thought. He Shuyang noticed and walked over, seeing Fu Yan staring at the words on the wall, he asked in confusion, is there something wrong with the words? Fu Yan, I know the conditions for death now. Chapter 11, College Horror Stories, 3. At the same time, the bald teacher at the podium was still reading the lesson plan, and as his voice grew softer, the classroom became quieter, almost silent enough to hear a pin drop. The bald teacher raised his head in confusion, realizing that the classmates who were just laughing and playing were now sitting up straight, looking at him with excitement. Like hungry beasts seeing fresh food. A chill suddenly ran through the bald teacher's body. No, he couldn't stay here any longer. What a load of nonsense rules, he couldn't care less, he wanted to leave, he wanted to get out of here. The bald teacher steeled himself and ran towards the door without a second thought. Just as he was about to reach the door, the previously quiet students suddenly stood up. They lunged at the bald teacher with an incredibly strange speed. The bald teacher was tackled by the students, surrounded in layers. The scene was like zombies besieging a city. Ah! After a scream, the bald teacher was completely still. The smell of blood spread, the crunching sounds of chewing hammered in the ears of all the players. They could easily imagine the bald teacher's fate. The girl with a baseball bat covered her mouth and fearfully hid in her boyfriend's arms. Chen Shang and Huang Mao also felt a chill. The bald teacher died just like that, and they didn't even know what death condition he triggered. The viewers in Fu Yan's livestream were also startled by the suddenly crazy students, but after experiencing the Fu Yan digs out brains incident, this level of shock did not cause any physiological discomfort. Instead, they were more concerned about the death conditions that Fu Yan mentioned. Has anyone seen this side quest? What are the death conditions? I don't know, based on my viewing experience, this should be a new side quest. The refresh rate of game side quests is getting faster. Are they trying to kill people? Caution to the friend above, be careful you don't end up in the next side quest and get sent to the frontier. In the game, He Shu Yang also looked at Fu Yan with a puzzled expression. What are the death conditions? Fu Yan, don't you find the school slogans very strange? He Shu Yang, I don't think so, what's strange about them? Fu Yan looked at him in surprise. You can live until now, it really shows heaven's mercy. He Shu Yang scratched his head, he heard Fu Yan mocking him. What could he do? He really wasn't smart, he always relied on brute force to win. Fu Yan began to count on He Shu Yang's fingers. The slogan outside the teaching building is virtue as a teacher, integrity as a model. In the office, it is dedicated and diligent in duty. In the classroom, it says an excellent teacher will set their own teaching guidelines, and knowledgeable, patient, and tolerant are the most basic qualities of a teacher. Let me introduce myself, my name is Fu Yan, and I am your physical education teacher. My teaching principle is that my rules are the rules. Even the slogans on the corridor say things like teachers are role models for people. Don't you think these slogans are strange? He Shu Yang nodded, indeed, there is something wrong. Fu Yan looked at him with appreciation, eager for him to continue speaking. He Shu Yang, didn't you say you can't read? Fu Yan. Fu Yan, I take back what I just said, it's truly a blessing from heaven that you have made it this far. He Shu Yang pouted, other than that, I don't see anything wrong. Fu Yan almost laughed in anger, so all your intuition is used up on me? He helplessly pointed to the slogans on the wall. Look closely, have you noticed these slogans are meant to warn teachers and regulate their behavior? The office might be acceptable, but shouldn't the classroom have slogans like heaven rewards diligence, the sea of learning has no bounds, and study hard and strive for progress? These are meant to encourage students to learn, aren't they? He Shu Yang nodded but still didn't think there was anything wrong. Fu Yan sighed and said, look at this classroom's podium, aside from the desk, blackboard, and clock, there is nothing posted. But the walls behind are plastered with 2 rows of slogans. Normal students pay attention to the blackboard in class, so who are the slogans on the back wall meant for? Teachers. The slogans on the back are for the teachers. He Shu Yang suddenly realized. He involuntarily raised his voice, as if discovering a new world, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Fu Yan. These slogans are warnings for the teachers, so the condition for death is that those who fail to fulfill their duties as teachers will die. Fu Yan. Fu Yan, you really are a clever one. He Shu Yang had always relied on brute force to adventure through life, but this was the first time he used his wits to guess the condition for death. He was exhilarated and pressed on. The bald man was eaten because he failed to fulfill his duties as a teacher. He did not manage the classroom discipline, right? Fu Yan clapped expressionlessly. Wow, you figured that out, impressive. He Shu Yang. Just poking at him again. In the classroom, after a crunching sound, the students dispersed, leaving behind a mess on the floor, or rather, nothing at all. Such a large bald head was completely gnawed away, not leaving a single bloodstain on the ground. The students, satisfied from their feast, returned to their seats, continuing to mess around, but their eyes occasionally darted to the door, anticipating the next food to enter. If the teaching teacher has an accident, please let the other teachers cover. The NPC's words echoed in the players' minds. Chen Shang, Huang Mao, and the baseball girl stood at the door, looking at each other, none wanting to go in and claim their box lunch. They all overheard Fu Yan and He Shu Yan's conversation. Although it sounded credible, who knows if the other party was playing by their game rules. In this game where people are eaten without bones left behind, even one's own mother cannot be trusted. Chen Shang exchanged glances with Huang Mao, finally fixing his gaze on the baseball girl. Huang Mao immediately understood. Chen Shang wanted him to push the baseball girl in like an NPC. Although the baseball girl was beautiful, it felt a bit regretful to just eliminate her like that, but in this situation, preserving one's life was the priority. Huang Mao stealthily approached the baseball girl from behind. Just as he was about to reach out his hand to push her into the classroom, the back door of the classroom was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Fu Yan, with his hands in his pockets, casually strode into the classroom. The students in the classroom were startled by the sudden noise of the door being kicked open. They all turned around, glaring at Fu Yan with fierce expressions. There was a moment of silence in the whole class. It was already 8:45, with half an hour left until the first class ended. Fu Yan walked leisurely to the podium amidst the students' malicious whispering. He picked up the pointer and tapped it against the blackboard. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fu Yan, and I am your physical education teacher. My teaching principle is that my rules are the rules. My teaching principle is, my rules are rules. As Fu Yan finished speaking, the class fell into a brief silence, then erupted into unrestrained laughter. The students continued to joke around, tossing paper notes and flirting. They paid no attention to Fu Yan's presence. Fu Yan didn't stop them. He smiled and slowly walked down from the podium, approaching a student with green hair. The green-haired student was furiously scribbling a note to the person behind him. Fu Yan glanced at the note's contents. This pretty boy is so annoying, I want to eat him, It even had several skull emojis added at the end. The skull drawing is nice, but the wording is not accurate enough. It's no wonder, after all, the Chinese teacher made you do it. After speaking, Fu Yan pulled out the note that the green-haired student had tucked under his arm and read it aloud with feeling, not missing even those two little words. The green-haired student puffed up his neck. Humph. So what? I want to eat you, pretty boy. Fu Yan, disrupting classroom discipline and insulting teachers, that deserves punishment. In the next moment, Fu Yan grabbed the green-haired student's collar and lifted him up. Fu Yan lifted the green-haired student with one hand. The green-haired student's feet dangled in the air, kicking back and forth. He bared his teeth, the sharp white teeth stained with remnants of flesh. Pretty boy. I want to eat you. Eat you. Repeatedly failing to learn, wrong after wrong. Fu Yan held the green-haired student by the collar and took him to the window. He opened the window and pushed him backward out of it. Ding. Horror value plus 10 inch. The green-haired student panicked. Although he wouldn't die from the fall, it would hurt a lot. You are committing murder. You are violating teacher ethics. The green-haired student shouted bravely, but inside he felt uncertain. He didn't understand why, even at this moment, the pretty boy had not triggered the conditions for death. I said, my rules are rules. Fu Yan finished speaking and suddenly let go of his hand. Ah. Smack. The green-haired student fell headfirst from the 13th floor, his head smashing into his chest, flesh and blood exploding everywhere. The live-stream cameras eagerly zoomed in on the green-haired student. This style is definitely Fuxian's. Thank goodness I didn't eat breakfast this morning. Fuxian, you little brat, let's see if this grosses you out. Fu Yan leaned on the windowsill, his head sticking out, shouting, Hey! Are you dead? Cough cough. The green-haired student coughed a couple of times, pulled his head out, and replied, Not dead. Fu Yan, if you are not dead, then come up and stand as punishment. The green-haired student. Maybe it's better to pretend he's dead. Fu Yan's actions left the players present in shock. Chen Shang was the first to react, realizing they were indeed serious. The bald student truly died from not fulfilling his duties as a teacher. But looking at Fu Yan's actions, he actually threw a student out of the window. How were the boundaries of teacher duties determined? Could it be related to that teaching principle? At this moment, the green-haired student had climbed back up, and this time he learned his lesson, politely knocking on the door before entering. Teacher. Fu Yan, have you thought about what words to use to describe the teacher? The pretty boy really held a grudge. The green-haired student had doubts in his heart but didn't dare show it. He didn't want to climb the stairs again. Teacher Fu was exceptionally talented, dedicated, dutiful, and a model teacher. Fu Yan rested his hands on the desk, looking at him with regret. Jump. The green-haired student. When the green-haired student climbed up again, he didn't wait for Fu Yan to speak and eagerly answered first. Teacher Fu was handsome and suave, charming and lovable, adored by everyone. After the green-haired student finished, he swallowed hard, waiting bravely for Fu Yan's judgment. Fu Yan, with a serious expression, walked over to the green-haired student, rubbed his head, and showed a loving smile. It would have been better if you listened sooner. Go stand at the back as punishment. The green-haired student sighed in relief, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. But obviously, he was the real monster. The classmates in the room didn't dare to breathe. After all, no one wanted to be the next one to experience jumping from the building. Green hair, you'll never know just how lucky you are. Do you remember the last NPC who had their head patted by Mr. Fu? The grass on their grave must be 2 meters tall by now. Mr. Fu was really gentle this time. In the instance, Fu Yan stood on the podium, looking at the students sitting properly below him, feeling very pleased. Since your Chinese teacher was eaten by you, the rest of the time will be for physical education. Fu Yan glanced at the clock, only 15 minutes left, let's play a simple game. The students sighed in relief upon hearing this. Fu Yan casually pulled a tablecloth from under the desk and tossed it to the boy at the first table. Pass the flower while drumming. Whoever it lands on, jump out of the window from here, Fu Yan said, pointing to the window with his chin. A game, a double experience, you're getting a good deal. The students. You sure you want to give us this fortune? Without giving them time to protest, Fu Yan took out the pointer and gave a tap. Dong. Fu Yan stopped right after tapping once. The first boy still hadn't passed the tablecloth. He held the tablecloth and sat dumbfounded on his seat. That's it. Let's congratulate this young man. Everyone really couldn't congratulate him. Who knew if they would be the next to jump down? In the end, the boy left with a complicated look from everyone. Fu Yan quickly leaned out and shouted, if you don't come back in 3 minutes, you'll have to jump again. The boy had already calculated the angle and posture for landing. But with Fu Yan's shout, he forgot everything. Facing the wind, embracing the rainbow, he bravely plopped onto the ground. His intestines, stomach, and lungs exploded all over the place. He didn't even dare pick them up, just grabbed a chunk and stuffed it into his stomach, then turned and ran up the stairs. Out of breath and coughing, he managed to run back to the classroom just as the clock hit 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The game of passing the flower continued, and during his climb, 12 more students jumped down. Ding! Horror value plus 10 inch. Ding! Horror value plus 10 inch. Ding! Horror value plus 10 inch. Including that pair of red and green traffic lights. By the end of the first class, Fu Yan had accumulated 485 points of horror value. Every student in the class had been through it, none were spared. Some unlucky ones had even been through it 2 or 3 times. A layer of dark red blood had piled up on the playground's lime ground, along with some unrecognizable organs, no one to claim them. The bell for the end of class rang, and the students let out a sigh of relief. They had never been so eager for the class to end. Happy times always pass quickly, and that's all for today's lesson. Goodbye, students. Fu Yan walked out of the classroom, still not satisfied. Too bad each person could only contribute 1 jump horror value, otherwise, he really wanted to keep grinding it. The students were slumped over their desks, watching Fu Yan leave, not even wanting to say goodbye, teacher. They truly didn't want to see him again. Fu Yan stepped out of the classroom, and only He Shuyang was standing by the door. He Shuyang's mood was very complicated. Though he had seen Fu Yan kill people, that was on a screen. Now, seeing him deal with NPCs in person, he finally realized how merciful Fu Yan had been to him last night. Fu Yan didn't know what He Shuyang was thinking. If he did, he would definitely tell him, friend, you're overthinking it, I just wanted to buy your binding card. Ding ding dong dong, ding ding, dong dong. The class bell rang. Fu Yan entered the classroom again. The students, upon seeing him, couldn't help but show a painful expression. Teacher, this is math class. The next class is physical education. Fu Yan took big steps onto the podium. The math teacher is sick, so we'll have 2 periods of physical education. The students at #U and % and asterisk at hashtag. The audience, ha 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 ha. Physical education class is great. Why do the students look so unhappy? Ha ha. Hey. Come on. You're NPCs. Man-eating NPCs. Don't be too harsh, be careful, Fu Yan might give you all a lesson. For a moment, no one knew who was being hinted at upstairs. In the instance, the students looked pale. Teacher. We don't want to play the game any longer. Fu Yan nodded, he understood the children were tired from climbing the stairs. It's okay, teacher has many other games to choose from, like hitting the head, oh no, hitting the pocket, dropping the handkerchief, and eagle catching chicks. No, please, no. Ding. Horror value plus 10 inch. 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 After 2 class periods, the students were either dead or injured under Fu Yan's tireless teaching. And Fu Yan also received his well-deserved horror value. 960 points. The time for earning horror value was always short, and it was time for him to say goodbye to the students. After this class, it would be a lunch break, and he wouldn't have classes with He Shuyang in the afternoon. Fu Yan reluctantly said goodbye to the students. The students had faces full of hopelessness. Hurry up. Please. Don't let us see you again. After class, Fu Yan took He Shuyang out of the teaching building and headed straight to the archives room. In the instance, they didn't have passive physiological needs, they didn't need to eat or rest. He Shuyang said, "What are we doing in the archives room?" Fu Yan replied, "Looking for clues." Fu Yan found the student files of Class 4 from the previous years and began to flip through them. Not many, just about a dozen stacks. He Shuyang came over to help Fu Yan look. The photos of the students back then looked vastly different from now. He Shuyang flipped through a few pages but didn't recognize any familiar faces. How do we find anything among so many? He turned to Fu Yan and saw that Fu Yan flipped through all the files with a glance and soon finished 2 or 3 stacks. He Shuyang exclaimed, "You can actually read 10 lines at once?" Fu Yan shrugged, can't you?" He Shuyang sighed. He shouldn't have asked. He Shuyang cursed in his mind and continued to sift through the materials. But Fu Yan suddenly clapped his hands on one of the files, found it. So fast. He Shuyang leaned his head closer, staring at the file in Fu Yan's hand, flipping through it repeatedly. It wouldn't be accurate to say it was identical, but it was certainly irrelevant. Is this the group with the haircut and blow-dry? How could it be? The students in the photo wore neat uniforms, boys' hair couldn't be longer than their eyebrows, girls had their hair tucked behind their ears, none with odd colors, all with youthful, beaming smiles. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fu Yan guessed it would result like this. He pointed to a girl with a black birthmark on half her face. No matter how the appearance changes, some features won't change. He Shuyang looked at the girl on the file, Class 4, Guling? He Shuyang recalled carefully, there seemed to be such a girl in class earlier, sitting in the corner, always looking down and not speaking, her face scarred but vaguely showing a bit of the black birthmark. Fu Yan flipped through the files and discovered that this group of students enrolled in the 2x11 year. So, when they were in their 3rd year, it should have been in 2x13. This group of students did not make it to graduation, they died. This means their time of death was between September 2x13 and June 2x14. For collective student death cases like this, there must be newspaper reports. As long as they found the newspapers from that year, they could know how these students died. The records say there were 50 students in this class during their senior year, but there were only 49 people in class just now. He Shuyang counted the records again, finding that the cover said 50 people, but there were only 49 file cards. One student's file had been taken away. Fu Yan nodded, There were 49 people in class, but only 48 contributed horror value to him. This is too much. Fu Yan finished going through the student records and took He Shuyang to the library. There, they ran into Chen Sheng and others, and the baseball boys and girls joined Chen Sheng's team. They were also searching for newspapers here. They had previously visited the archives but hadn't found the students' records information. So they could only look for newspapers here, flipping through stacks to see if there was any information about collective student deaths. Fu Yan entered the library, clearly aiming to find newspapers after September 2x13. He flipped through them one by one, discovering that the paper date stopped at March 2x14. After that, the newspapers. Not a single one. During this time, there were no cases of student deaths. With no relevant clues found, Fu Yan was prepared to leave. But Chen Sheng and the others suddenly stopped him. Fu Yan, is there something? Chen Sheng, have you found any clues? Fu Yan, why should I tell you? Chen Sheng looked up, arrogantly saying, we are entering a new copy, the death rate in new copies is very high. If you cooperate with me, it will benefit us both. Oh. I see. Fu Yan nodded, you want to take advantage of our information. Chen Sheng's face turned pale. After all, he was the minister of Floating Life Dream, and countless people sought to curry favor with him. Now, he was lowering himself to recruit this newcomer, and instead of gratitude, the newcomer was acting superior. Chen Sheng gave a glance at the yellow-haired guy and the baseball player. Since this newcomer was being disrespectful, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson about rules. The yellow-haired guy quickly approached. He was still haunted by what happened earlier but dared not disobey Chen Sheng's orders. After all, he had begged Chen Sheng for help to get through the copy. The yellow-haired guy hardened his resolve as he approached. It was either death or a fate worse than death. The baseball player felt unafraid now that Chen Sheng was backing him up. Maybe after the copy ended, he could also become part of Floating Life Dream. Chen Sheng crossed his arms and took a step back, adopting a stance of watching a show. Fu Yan, what? If you can't get it, you want to destroy it? Chen Sheng snickered, seeing that you just entered the game and don't understand the rules, I happen to have time to teach you what rules are. The baseball player slowly approached Fu Yan. He was a big, muscular guy. He walked beside Fu Yan, rolled up his sleeves, and flexed his bulging biceps. Kid, when Shangshan asks you something, that's giving you face. Don't push it, or you'll regret it. The yellow-haired guy lagged half a step behind the baseball player, but remained alert. He Shuyang drew a dagger and stood in front of Fu Yan. Although his face was still pale, his eyes were resolute. Even without Fu Yan's favor, he wouldn't just watch this group of trash hurt anyone. But Fu Yan was ungrateful. Go play somewhere else. Fu Yan shoved He Shuyang aside and then kicked the yellow-haired guy, sending him flying several meters. He then quickly grabbed the baseball player's arm, striking down with his elbow to dislocate it. Everything happened in an instant. By the time Chen Shang reacted, Fu Yan was already standing in front of him. Chapter 14, University Ghost Stories, 6. When players pass the beginner copy, the game rewards them with talent skills. Chen Shang's talent is immense strength. The reason he didn't act personally before was partly because he felt Fu Yan was unworthy, and partly because he wanted to test Fu Yan's talents. From his observations, Fu Yan's talent should be speed-related. That meant he had nothing to worry about. Speed talents may help in escaping, but in a fight, they are like a useless appendage. Looking at Fu Yan's skills, he could at most be considered a speed-based player with a bit of strength. He was far from being his opponent. Although fighting a newcomer would lower his status, what could he do when everyone he brought was useless? Chen Shang activated his talent skill, using all his strength to throw a powerful punch. Chen Shang had used many methods to upgrade his talent. Though his overall level was C, his talent had already reached the level of a player's. His punch contained immense power. If Fu Yan, as an F-level newcomer, were hit, he would suffer broken bones at the least, or worse, die on the spot. This Chen Shang is so vicious. Relying on his strength to bully newcomers everywhere. Ah! No! My Fu Shin! Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't bear to watch, Fu Shin, you're dying so tragically. Deserves it for insulting our Shang Shin. Thinking they're amazing after passing a copy, who do they think they are, Fu Shin? Is it possible that this Shin is not the god of gods kind of a Shin? Those who can't do anything still dare to act tough. If they die, it's their own fault. This is the consequence of provoking our guild. Fuck you upstairs. I curse you. You're really proud of yourself. Your pathetic guild is infamous for bullying the weak. And you dare to act tough here. Hee hee. The one downstairs is getting anxious. What's wrong? Is Fu Yan your dad? I'm your dad, you stupid fool. If you're not convinced, go solo in the dungeon. You'll end up kneeling and calling me ancestor. Chui Hao squatted in the bathroom, rapidly tapping on his phone, arguing with someone. In terms of verbal output, he had never lost. Dare to say something about his idol, and you'll regret it. While Chui Hao was typing, he silently prayed. God bless. Please don't let Fu Shin die. Even if he's injured, it's fine, just let him stay alive and clear the dungeon. I bet 50 points with someone that he would clear the dungeon. If I lose, I'll end up with no underwear. God bless. Please, deities, save him. Amit Ba. After finishing his mantra, Chui Hao continued typing furiously. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. User reported Green Pasture Leader for excessive use of mom in comments, warned, further offenses will lead to a 48-hour mute. Chui Hao. Damn. Which punk reported me? I asterisk asterisk asterisk. You asterisk 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 asterisk. To hell with you. You were born a son of a... I asterisk 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 you. Your whole family, you. I asterisk 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 asterisk. You big fool. At the same time, in the dungeon, Chen Shang threw a punch directly at Fu Yan's face. Fu Yan didn't dodge, he responded with his own punch. The two fists met with a bang. Just as everyone thought Fu Yan would be knocked away by Chen Shang, an incredible scene unfolded. Chen Shang was actually knocked back by Fu Yan. He crashed to the ground with a thud, his sleeve completely shattered, exposing bones and flesh, fragments of broken bones piercing into the meat, a horrifying sight. Chen Shang gritted his teeth, refusing to scream in agony. Cold sweat dripped down his face, knowing his arm was completely ruined. Fu Yan crossed his arms, posing just like Chen Shang did earlier when he was enjoying the show. Teach me the rules? My rule is the only one that matters. What the hell? A newbie at F rank could actually take a deadly blow from a C rank player. What kind of magical world is this? Is the system's rank evaluation bugged? Wow wow. Fu Shin is so handsome. My idol is exploding with awesomeness. Such a cheesy line sounds so cool when it comes from Fu Shin. Upstairs, please turn off your fan filter. Crazy for Fu Shin. Wild about Fu Shin. Running into walls for Fu Shin. Can someone upstairs delete that? Let me shout, aha. Crazy for Fu Shin. Wild about Fu Shin. Running into walls for Fu Shin. So, is Fu Shin also a power talent? But he's really fast too. Could he have both power and speed talents? I don't know, but the player info in the livestream says Fu Yan's talent is unknown. Why is it still hidden? That's too weird. It might seem strange for others, but when it comes to Fu Yan, everything makes sense. After all, he is a person with zero mental value, yet he can still move around. Fu Yan walked forward and glanced at the woman crouched by the baseball guy, checking his injuries. Set up a teaching policy that can protect yourself, and do your duty as a teacher, that way, you won't get eaten. After saying this, Fu Yan left with He Shuyang. He wasn't a goody two-shoes, he just didn't want to be halfway through a clue search in the afternoon and then go back to punish educate the students. The flow of time in the dungeon is different from in the community. It is still daytime in the community, but it has already turned off the lights and closed the dorms here. After lights out, students can't leave their dorms anymore. The players, however, need to patrol the campus. It's said to be a patrol, but there are no assigned fixed spots for the players. Fu Yan and He Shuyang returned to the library again. He Shuyang, didn't we come to the library during the day? Nothing at all. Some things just like to come out at night. He Shuyang lowered his voice and softly asked, what things? Flings. Fu Yan laughed nonsensically. He Shuyang. Can someone control him? Fu Yan and He Shuyang walked through rows of bookshelves to the area where newspapers were kept. He Shuyang, didn't we go through them during the day? Fu Yan did not answer him but instead asked, how is your recovery? Not bad. Although he only had 5 health points left, the backlash effect had been removed, so overall, his combat ability was still decent. Fu Yan nodded, that's good. After saying that, he took out a candle and a lighter. He Shuyang looked at him in horror, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Yan swiftly lit the candle. The next second, the sound of nails scratching the wall echoed around them with a creak. This sound was especially loud in the quiet library. He Shuyang vaguely saw countless long black shadows lurking in the dark, watching them with hungry eyes. What the hell are you doing? He Shuyang's voice trembled. They had forbidden open flames, yet this guy still dared to play with fire. If he had known this person was so crazy, he wouldn't have entered the instance with him, even if it cost him his life. As the shadows gradually approached, He Shuyang took out his dagger and held it in front of him. What do we do now? Fu Yan's handsome face flickered in the candlelight. It's not about what we do, it's about what you do. Ha! Taking advantage of He Shuyang's moment of distraction, Fu Yan pushed him out. Ah! Damn! Chapter 15, College Horror Stories, 7. He Shuyang, caught off guard, was pushed out and almost crashed into the monster. The monster had long limbs, was pitch black all over, twice the size of a normal person, with crimson eyes, a mouth that grinned back to its ears, and rows of white teeth like sharp saw blades. Damn! What is that thing? He Shuyang raised his dagger to protect his chest, just barely blocking the monster's claw aimed at him, only to encounter another one behind him. These monsters had long, sharp nails that could easily draw blood upon contact. He Shuyang dodged back and forth using the bookshelves for cover, but the monsters were not only strong but also fast. In just a few minutes, He Shuyang was left gasping for breath as they chased him. He took a moment to glance back at Fu Yan, who was still selecting newspapers in front of the rack. He Shuyang shouted, hey, are you studying faces? I can't hold on much longer. Fu Yan replied, a man can't say he can't. At this moment, the number of monsters chasing He Shuyang had increased from 2 to 5, he couldn't fight them off and merely ran in circles around the library. Fortunately, the library was large enough. But what puzzled him was that Fu Yan was the one playing with fire. The monsters were ignoring the huge target that was Fu Yan, and instead, continued to chase him. Did the monsters know that Fu Yan was a weirdo and hard to deal with? Fu Yan held the candle high as he rummaged through the newspaper rack, and finally found a stack of folded newspapers in a corner. He was sure this stack of newspapers did not exist during the day, it only appeared after the lights went out. Fu Yan took out the newspaper and looked at the date, April 4, 2014. He opened the newspaper and found a related report in an inconspicuous corner. The keywords in the report were April 4, 2014. Playground. 49 people. Fire. Ritual. This incident caused extremely serious social impact. Please continue to follow up on subsequent reports. Ritual. Fu Yan took the candle and walked to the section for religious books. There weren't many books on religion, just one wall. He looked through them one by one, and in the corner of the last row, he found an old diary, which under the candlelight revealed dried dark red stains. This hint was simply too obvious. Fu Yan pulled out the diary and opened it. To his surprise, there wasn't a single word inside. He held the diary over the candle to warm it up. Lines of shocking dark red letters appeared on the diary. September 1, 2011, today is the first day of school. September 2, 2011, everyone really likes Gu Yao. September 3, 2011, I am so envious of Gu Yao. May 6, 2012, I heard them call me ugly behind my back, Guyao even laughed at me with them, we are clearly family. October 25, 2013, I hate Guyao. March 22, 2014, I hate them, why don't they go die? Die. 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 After this, the diary owner stopped writing. Until April 4, 2014, the diary was updated again. I am a person who was rejected, but my God has not abandoned me. As long as I sacrifice 49 lives, I can awaken K will bring blessings, and let me achieve my wishes. April 5, 2014, the sacrifice was successful, I got what I wanted, but the diary ends here. Fu Yan has pieced together the truth of the story, only a little more needs to be verified. He Shuyang can barely hold on. To create a good reading environment for Fu Yan, he has attracted almost all the firepower. The monster is also tired of him. If at first, they were picking the soft persimmons, now they really want to kill He Shuyang. How can someone be so annoying that even the people around him are that annoying? He Shuyang ran wildly, accidentally running himself into a dead end. In front of him was a wall, and both sides were bookshelves, with two monsters crouching on the shelves, baring their teeth, sticking out their bright red tongues, glaring at him with blood-red eyes. He quickly turned to run back, but just as he turned, he faced the monster's bloody big mouth. 5 monsters stood behind him, grinning, looking at him excitedly. He could even smell the foul, bloody stench from their mouths. Damn! He Shuyang was completely panicked, even though he had entered the dungeon 7 or 8 times, those were all 2 or 3 star beginner levels, he had never seen such a scene. He hurriedly raised his dagger, hoping to stab the monster's teeth before they chewed him to pieces. The monsters closed in step by step, just as one monster opened its big mouth, ready to bite off his head, a figure fell from the sky. It was Fu Yan. Fu Yan agilely landed on the monster's back. He punched and exploded the monster's head. Brain matter splattered all over He Shuyang's face. With the rich fishy smell from the monster's body and its warm body temperature. How to describe it? It was quite fresh. Ding! Horror value plus 65-inch. The horror value prompt sounded in Fu Yan's mind. He concluded a rule, whether it was the last dungeon or this one. Each NPC could only contribute a maximum of 100 horror value. So the 65 from the exploded head must be his mate. After taking off the killing mate outer skin, he almost didn't recognize it. After exploding mate, Fu Yan threw another punch that pierced the belly of the monster behind him. Ding! Horror value plus 70-inch. He couldn't recognize this one. After Fu Yan dealt with the monsters surrounding He Shuyang, he noticed that the 2 monsters he had just exploded were wobbling and stood up again. He Shuyang also noticed. He wiped the brain matter off his face and turned to ask Fu Yan, "What do we do now?" "Run." After Fu Yan finished speaking, he took off running. Without the firelight to attract them, the monsters soon lost their target. Fu Yan and they shook off the monsters, running out of the library. He Shuyang leaned against the outer wall of the library, hands on his knees, breathing heavily, asking, where do we go next?" "Fu Yan, do you know where the baseball girl is?" "He Shuyang, when I came out, I saw her going towards the gym with that guy." Fu Yan took out a newspaper from his pocket, wiped his hands. "Let's go, we are heading to the gym." "He Shuyang, you don't want to take advantage of the dark night to do something to her, do you?" Fu Yan handed the diary he found to He Shuyang. "You guessed right." "What is this?" He Shuyang took the diary, reading as he walked. "Hey, slow down, I can't keep up." The gym. The baseball boy dragged the baseball girl to the classroom where the sports equipment was stored. He checked the classroom thoroughly and confirmed that there was no one else but the 2 of them, then locked the door. After locking the door, the man hurriedly lunged at the woman. He pinned the woman down on the mat and brutally ripped her clothes apart. He was in the business of erotic live streaming, attracting attention. This woman had been with him for over 2 months. Although her looks were average, her figure was fantastic, which made her very popular on screen. But today, the woman seemed unusually uncooperative. However, this was even better, more exciting. The man had violent thoughts. He sat on top of the woman and slapped her face. "You slut, be more obedient." The man was very strong, directly knocking the woman's head to the side. They usually played like this, and the man didn't think anything was wrong. But in the next second, he widened his eyes in terror. A dark-skinned, long-limbed monster emerged from the woman's body, opening its massive mouth. Monster! Before the man could scream, the monster bit off his head in one bite. When Fu Yan and the others arrived, there was only a headless corpse left in the room. But judging by the clothing, they could recognize it was the baseball boy at a glance. He Shuyang, he was eaten by a monster? Clearly, Fu Yan squatted down, examining the corpse. "Where is that woman?" He Shuyang turned his head and saw Fu Yan rummaging through the baseball boy's wallet. "What are you doing?" Fu Yan, checking for anything valuable to steal. He Shuyang. He really didn't know which of Fu Yan's words were true and which were false. Come look at this, Fu Yan called He Shu Yang over, handing him a photo. The photo showed a couple wearing the same baseball jackets. The man in the photo was the baseball boy, but the woman was not the baseball girl they had seen. The baseball girl in the photo had an attractive figure, but her looks were far less impressive than the one they had seen in the copy. He Shu Yang, how can there be two baseball girls? Which one is real? Fu Yan, people can lie, but things cannot. He Shu Yang, are you saying the baseball girl in the photo is the real one? How blind is this guy? He can't even realize his partner has been swapped. Fu Yan, perhaps the baseball girl he sees is different from what we see. Remember outside the school, when I stepped on the blonde? He Shu Yang nodded. Not only did he remember, but he also felt great about it. If he hadn't entered the copy, he would have wanted Fu Yan to step on him to death. Fu Yan, that step, I stepped hard, but I didn't hear the warning sound about prohibited killing. He Shu Yang, you mean we were actually in the copy at that time? Fu Yan nodded. He Shu Yang, no wonder I felt the game's prompts had changed back then, it was all this copy's doing. But why would it do this? To hide the identity of baseball girl. Then who is the baseball girl we saw? Did I show you my diary? Yes, He Shu Yang suddenly realized, the baseball girl is Gu Yao. Fu Yan was speechless, it's Gu Ling. He Shu Yang looked confused, how is that possible? Doesn't Gu Ling have a birthmark on her face? Fu Yan, then who do you think wrote that diary? Gu Ling? He Shu Yang said uncertainly. Fu Yan flipped through the diary, pointing it out to him, the diary was written by Gu Ling. In 2011, she envied Gu Yao, in 2013, she hated Gu Yao, in 2014, she said her wish came true. What would be the wish of someone who envies Gu Yao and hates Gu Yao? He Shu Yang, to become Gu Yao. Correct, plus 1 point. He Shu Yang suddenly remembered that when they first entered the copy, Fu Yan kept staring at the baseball girl. Did he know back then that the baseball girl was not human? He Shu Yang, did you already know the baseball girl wasn't human, which is why you kept staring at her? Fu Yan. This kid may not be smart about other things, but how could he guess correctly about matters related to him? There's no way he could admit it, not even if he died. No, I just thought she was pretty. He Shu Yang. Rogue. He Shu Yang secretly glared at Fu Yan and said, so are we going to find Gu Ling now? Fu Yan, no, we are going to do something exciting. He Shu Yang. Wasn't last night exciting enough? When Fu Yan pushed out a cart full of alcohol and flammable items from the chemistry lab, He Shu Yang's heart turned to ashes. A single candle was far from enough for this crazy man. He was about to set the scene on fire. Fu Yan pushed the cart of alcohol to the old, abandoned basketball court. It had been neglected for a long time, surrounded by rusty fences, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves and dried grass. It was a great place for a barbecue. Tonight's main dish, monster skewers. Fu Yan piled the flammable materials together to make a simple campfire. As the campfire ignited, sparks flew everywhere. He handed the remaining alcohol to He Shu Yang. Dinner is up to you, Chef He. He Shu Yang reluctantly nodded. At this point, he could only go all in on his madness. Soon, monsters roared towards the light of the fire. About 10 of them came rushing, howling at Fu Yan. Fu Yan welcomed them, one punch for each little monster. He threw fists, and the monster's arms and legs flew everywhere, brain matter and guts splattering all over the place. Ding! Horror value plus 70 inch. 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 For every monster he killed, he tossed another onto the basketball court. He Shu Yang was in charge of roasting them over the fire. If he found any still alive, he would land a few more strikes. At first, he felt a little nervous, but after a while, he became numb to it all. With each swing, he seemed to inherit Fu Yan's mad spirit. Meanwhile, Fu Yan stood before the flames, barehanded and covered in blood, like a god of death from hell. Who says Fu Shin is easier this round? The brain matter almost exploded on my face. Limbs flying in all directions isn't much better than digging out brain matter, alright. What was Fu Shin's job before? Was the pressure this high? Could he be a programmer? Impossible. Programmers don't have this much hair. When Fu Yan punched the last monster to death, he gained a total of 2,870 horror points. Adding the few from the library, he had killed 49 monsters, earning a total of 3,355 horror points. Except for Gu Yao, who used Gu Ling's body, everyone contributed 100 horror points to him. This kind of dungeon with numerous NPCs is really delightful. Having taken care of these, only the last one remained. Fu Yan raised a torch and shouted into the dark playground, Gu Ling, are you coming on your own, or do I have to come catch you? He Shu Yang, can she hear you shouting like that? Should I go get you a horn? Fu Yan, she can hear me. Sure enough, the next moment, a woman in a baseball jacket, with a beautiful face and a mole on her nose, walked over from the distant playground. She looked at Fu Yan and smiled. How did you know it was me? Fu Yan knew it at first sight, which is why he beat up the yellow-haired guy to test if he entered the dungeon. But he wasn't going to tell her that. Fu Yan, I'm smart, okay? Gu Ling nodded. You are indeed smart. I know you want to escape the dungeon, but actually you can do it without killing me. Fu Yan showed great interest. Oh? Gu Ling walked up to Fu Yan, took off her jacket, revealing her curvy figure. As long as you let that dumb guy die for me, I will be yours, and we can escape the dungeon together, forever. Gu Ling's gaze towards Fu Yan was filled with seduction. Fu Yan, really? Gu Ling leaned against Fu Yan's shoulder, shyly nodding. Then fine. After Fu Yan finished speaking, he pulled Gu Ling's clothes and took a deep breath, then punched her in the stomach. Ugh. Gu Ling's shy expression froze on her face. The next second, she flew backward, headfirst into He Shuyan's fire pit. Why? Fu Yan, ha! You wanted to be with me. Do you think I would let you take advantage of me? Gu Ling. He Shuyan. Chapter 17, Quite Special. Gu Ling and Gu Yao are twins. One has a birthmark on her face, which people dislike, the other is beautiful. Delightful. Slowly, the ugly Gu Ling began to envy the beautiful Gu Yao. She discovered a summoning array to call an evil god from a book. As long as she sacrificed 49 lives to the evil god, the god could grant her one wish. Her wish was to become Gu Yao. The sacrifice succeeded, and she turned into Gu Yao, but not in a human form. She became a monster that could only wear the Gu Yao skin, and unless she had a living person as her substitute, she would be trapped in the instance forever, neither human nor ghost. Flames licked everything around, a pale white hue emerged from the horizon. Fu Yan heard a familiar metallic sound in his mind. Ding! Game over. A beam of white light flashed, and just before leaving the instance, a chilling value prompt echoed in Fu Yan's mind. Ding! Chilling value plus 100 inch. It was Gu Yao's. Chilling value came from the tremor deep within the soul. Gu Yao and Gu Ling had exchanged souls earlier, therefore, neither contributed chilling value to Fu Yan. Now that both were dead, their souls returned to their bodies, and logically, the chilling value should have been credited together, but where did Gu Ling's chilling value go? Fu Yan began to reflect. Could it be that he wasn't scary enough? At the same time, a gritting metallic sound echoed again in the world channel. Players Fu Yan and He Shuyang successfully cleared the High School Horror Stories instance. High School Horror Stories instance suffered permanent damage. This instance will cease to refresh. The live chat erupted in cheers. Aha! I knew it. I knew it. When Fu God makes a move, you know whether it will succeed or fail. Fu God is amazing, shutting down the instance. I was worried about what to do if I stumbled into this instance one day. Even though I knew the clues, I couldn't beat the monsters. Now there's no need to worry. Long live Fu God. At the rate Fu God is crushing the instances, will we run out of them in the future? Does no instance mean we can go home? I miss my parents. Fu God is incredible. You are the best, is parallel to Elon meing W times playing. What's that thing mixed in upstairs? The chat room was so lively that when the system announced Chen Sheng successfully cleared High School Horror Stories, no one cared at all. What's there to discuss about someone who could only survive the instance with Fu Yan? Fu Yan ended the instance with He Shuyang and was directly transported back to the ancient castle. Fu Yan opened his eyes, finding himself still lying on the big bed in the castle. The clock in the room pointed to 7 o'clock sharp. He had spent a whole day and night in the instance, but only an hour had passed outside. Fu Yan sat up and looked down at his clothes, his breath caught in his throat. He hurriedly ran to the mirror and looked into it. His previously neat suit was now stained red and green, splattered with the blood and brain matter of those monsters. He glanced back at his bed. MMP slipped out. Damn, why can't the game clean up before sending him back? Ruined. All ruined. His high bed, soft pillow, mattress. Horror game, hee hee. Am I to blame? You were quite happy while smashing monsters. Gnashing teeth.jpg. At the same time, in the Floating Dream Association Guild. More than 10 players with healing talents gathered around Chen Sheng's bed, taking turns to use their talents to help him heal his hand. But Chen Sheng was too badly injured, his entire arm was broken. Even if it could be healed, this arm would be useless, just an ornament in the future. Chen Sheng lay in bed silently moaning in pain, wishing he could rip Fu Yan to pieces. It was all Fu Yan's fault. He had to kill him. Kill him. The crowd's healing was ineffective, and the president of Floating Dream Association, Lin Xingyun, waved his hand to send everyone away. He sat by Qin Shang's bed, tucking him in with the blanket. I told you to keep a low profile, but you never listen. Now, only the two of them were left in the room, and tears fell from Qin Shang's eyes. He grabbed Lin Qingyun's arm. Uncle, I don't want to become useless. You have to think of a way, uncle. Although Lin Qingyun was angry at his disappointment. But after all, he is my own nephew. Uncle will help you find a way. I won't abandon you. Qin Shang wiped away his tears with anger and said, Uncle. It's all Fu Yan's fault, it's all him. He harmed me like this, you have to help me take revenge. Kill him, help me kill him. Lin Qingyun said, forget about Fu Yan, your task now is to recover well. Nothing else matters. There's still business at the guild, I'll let Huang Mao come in to take care of you. After Lin Qingyun left, Huang Mao walked in with a twist of his waist. He sat beside Qin Shang and handed him a glass of water. Qin Shang brushed aside his hand, you said you would help me. Huang Mao put down the cup, his fingers circling on Qin Shang's chest, of course I will help you, we have a common enemy. Achoo! Fu Yan sneezed, not knowing who was talking about him. He took a shower, tidied himself up, and ordered a new bed from the Points shop. Now a regular bed no longer satisfied him. This time he bought a giant retro bed made of golden silk Nanshan wood, wrapped on all four sides, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 people. Look at this craftsmanship. Look at this texture. It is said to be a limited edition, and there is only this one in the entire game. Fu Yan closed his eyes and brushed the edge of the bed. Indeed, this kind of dragon carvings and phoenix engravings, lavish and luxurious, suited his noble temperament. Hiss. Why is he so dusty? He Shuyang brought his sister to say goodbye to Fu Yan and saw Fu Yan's door wide open. Inside the room was a huge coffin. That coffin looked surprisingly familiar. Isn't this the lidless coffin that had been sitting in the Points shop for 800 years without being sold, later only used to hold soil? This thing was even featured in the official live broadcast of the Points shop not long ago. At that time the NPC was introducing a universal cement, and to avoid dirtying the live broadcast studio floor, it was dumped into this coffin. Some friends had joked back then, since the coffin had no lid, why not have the host use the cement to coat it as a bed, maybe they could find a foolish rich buyer. Unexpectedly, the joke became reality. Even though it wasn't made into a bed, they still encountered a buyer who appreciated it. After last night's experience, no matter what Fu Yan did, He Shuyang found nothing strange anymore. Don't say a coffin, even if he bought a spaceship, He Shuyang would think, that's something Fu Yan would do. No, he couldn't let Fu Yan open this line of thinking. He Shuyang shook his head, cutting off the thoughts in his mind, then knocked on Fu Yan's door. Fu Yan heard the knock, lifted his head, and crawled out of the coffin, still holding a gray rag. It seemed he was just cleaning the coffin. You're here, make yourself comfortable. Fu Yan jumped out of the coffin, dusting off the dirt on his clothes. Take a look at my new bed. He Shuyang, quite special. Look at my new bed. He Shuyang, quite special. That's exactly what he wanted, something special. Fu Yan felt pleased with this and asked cheerfully, did you come for something? He Shuyang said, we came to say goodbye. Thank you for taking us in and for your help in the copy. If you need help in the future, just say the word. I will cross fire and mountains for you. Fu Yan waved his hand, don't be so polite. Just as He Shuyang wanted to say of course, he heard Fu Yan casually say, I actually have something I need your help with right now. He Shuyang. So his don't be so polite was about himself. Fine. He Shuyang nodded, you say. Fu Yan stuffed the rag into He Shuyang's hand and earnestly said, help me wipe the bed. He Shuyang. Okay. He Shuyang took off his shoes, jumped into the coffin, and began to clean for him. Meanwhile, Fu Yan crossed his legs, directing He Shuyang while observing He Shuyue from the side. He Shuyue squatted outside the coffin, the farthest from Fu Yan, with her head down, silently handing the rag to He Shuyang. Not daring to glance at Fu Yan even once. Since entering the room, Fu Yan had not seen He Shuyue lift her head. He knew He Shuyue was afraid of him. From the conversation with Huang Mao and the others, he heard that He Shuyue had suffered bad experiences before. This might cause her to feel insecure and fear strange men. But how does this relate to her inability to enter the instance? Fu Yan was too lazy to guess, so he directly asked, He Shuyang, why can't your sister enter the instance? He Shuyang stopped what he was doing and said to He Shuyue, Xiaoye, go out and help brother get a bucket of water. After He Shuyue left, He Shuyang was silent for a while before saying, every player has their own talent, my talent is strength, and Xiaoye's talent is empathy. Empathy? Fu Yan propped his chin with his hands. He Shuyang nodded, as if recalling some terrible thing, his expression heavy as he said, at first, we didn't know what empathy meant, until Xiaoye entered the instance for the second time. I was worried she would get into trouble, so I wanted to enter the instance with her. But I couldn't afford the binding card. At that moment, someone from Floating Lifedream came to recruit me, so I sold myself and Xiaoye into Floating Lifedream for 30 points. That's the biggest regret I have in this life. As Shu Yang spoke, he fell into deep self-blame. Fu Yan interrupted him at the right moment. Well, as you talk, don't stop working on what you're doing. Shu Yang wiped his face, feeling a bit less guilty. The NPC in that instance was a murdered woman who had her eyes gouged out and her tongue pulled out, tortured to death. Her resentment was deep. As soon as Xiaoye entered the instance, she was affected. I will never forget that scene. Xiaoye was convulsing on the ground, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, clutching her own neck, her teeth biting down hard on her tongue, and 2 fingers desperately trying to poke her own eyes. If I hadn't been strong enough to stop her, she might not have made it out alive from that instance. It was then we realized why this talent was called empathy. Shu Yang lowered his gaze, not looking at Fu Yan, clenching his fists and remaining silent. Fu Yan sighed, stood up from the sofa, and returned to his previous carefree demeanor, as if the earlier coldness was just Shu Yang's imagination. After all, this is your family matter, how to decide is up to you. The only benefit I can gain from this is another chance to enter the instance. After Fu Yan finished speaking, he turned and left, encountering Shuiwe, who had just returned from fetching water at the door, unsure how long she had been standing there. Fu Yan had not planned to greet the young girl, fearing he might scare her. But the young girl actively blocked Fu Yan's way. She still lowered her head, not daring to look at Fu Yan, her voice trembling as she spoke. My brother's health. Fu Yan knew what she wanted to ask. It's very bad. If it goes on like this, he might die young. Shuiwe's body swayed slightly. Fu Yan shrugged. He didn't mean to scare the girl. Fu Yan left the room, stepping outside the castle and taking a deep breath of the outside air. Cough, 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 it really stings. At this moment, the outside of the castle was bleak, with flowers, grasses, and trees all withered, looking even worse than when he came yesterday. Especially his walls covered with red roses, each one was shriveled and yellowing. Indeed, a bunch of beautiful waste. Fu Yan opened the points mall and found the flower and plant category. He flipped through it and finally found a flower that matched his elegant demeanor. A man-eating flower. Chapter 19, Faith Points. Fu Yan covered the outer walls of the castle with man-eating flowers. Looking at the red flowers with huge, blood-filled mouths and sharp serrated teeth, Fu Yan felt very satisfied. This was how the castle should look. After decorating the castle, Fu Yan checked his points. The high school instance had given him 5 billion points, and after subtracting the 300 million he spent on the bed and man-eating flowers, he now had 4,070 million points left. He had never seen such money in his world. It was truly eye-opening. Fu Yan also took a moment to check his horror points. Horror points, 5,396. Once his horror points reached 10,000, he could draw his first skill card. He did not have any talents belonging to this game. But after all, he came from a higher dimensional world. His existence was like a dimensional strike against this low-dimensional game. Fu Yan withdrew his control panel. Just as he was about to return to the castle, he encountered Shu Yang and his sister who were searching for him. Shuiwe had somehow convinced Shu Yang. Shu Yang took the initiative to bring her to Fu Yan's side. You were right, I can't protect her forever, she has to face this world by herself. Fu Yan nodded, so? Shu Yang, so I want to ask you to help her. Fu Yan, why should I? Fu Yan felt that just providing them with this idea already made him a great person. Did they still want to cling to him? No way. Shu Yang also knew that they were not related to Fu Yan. Fu Yan had no obligation to help them. But he truly could not find another way. He knew nothing about this so-called talent and had no idea what to do. After all, he was also a newcomer who had just entered the game for 3 months. Shu Yang, the instance just gave me 1,000 points, I am willing to give them all to you. Fu Yan pointed to his magnificent castle. Do you think I need that little bit? Shu Yang's cheeks flushed. Besides that, he had nothing else to offer. Shu Yang thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said seriously, as long as you can help Xiaoyu, I will sell myself to you. Cough, cough. Fu Yan almost choked on his words. Hey, you little brat are so ruthless. I saved you, and you actually repay kindness with malice. Shu Yang also realized the ambiguity in his words. I didn't mean it that way. I mean I will serve you. Shu Yang blushed, his gaze resolute as he looked at Fu Yan. Fu Yan was about to say no need, when suddenly a prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Faith points plus 1 inch. Faith points? Fu Yan absent-mindedly checked his horror points panel. He discovered that beneath the horror points, there was indeed a progress bar that appeared. Faith value, 1. What is that? Fu Yan used his mind to check the explanation of the faith value. Those who contribute faith value to you will become your followers. Loyal followers can spread fear for you, helping you gain more terror value. Fu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. If you mentioned terror value, he wouldn't be tired anymore. Spreading fear refers to scaring NPCs? That means, when followers scare NPCs, the created terror value can also belong to him. The more terrifying his followers are, the more terror value he will have. This is much faster than clearing dungeons on his own. He Shuyang saw that Fu Yan hadn't spoken for a long time and thought he disagreed. Just then, He Shuyue suddenly raised her head. This was her first time looking directly at Fu Yan. Although she felt anxious, her voice trembled a little, but her gaze did not flinch. Mr. Fu, I also want to serve you. I know I'm not capable and am just a burden to you, but I will work hard to grow. Please give me a chance. Ding. Faith value plus 1 inch. In just this moment, Fu Yan's faith value increased again. Ah. Since they have come to him, he might as well accept them. Who told him to be so kind? Not just a burden, but two. Fu Yan stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of the siblings, then strode into the castle. He Shuyang looked confused. What does he mean? He Shuyue, Mr. Fu agreed. Ah. He Shuyang exclaimed in wild joy, really? Really? Thank you. Fu Mr. Fu. He Shuyang called out happily behind Fu Yan. Fu Yan waved his hand without looking back, just call me sir. He Shuyue's next dungeon is in 5 days. Fu Yan and He Shuyang each bought a binding card, binding her. With 5 days before the next dungeon, Fu Yan prepared to give them intensive training. At their current levels, entering the dungeon alone, let alone earning him terror value, they would be lucky not to lose their lives. He Shuyang's talent is strength, but because he always enters the dungeon for He Shuyue, his health points are nearly depleted, and his combat power is very weak. Also, he is only 19 years old, having been in the dungeon for just 3 months, so it is normal to be scared of monsters. After more runs, he will improve. But Fu Yan can't wait for him to slowly grow. He prepared to give He Shuyang a strong dose. As night fell, the mist around the community changed from white to black. Dried and rotten zombies, hissing and wailing, crawled out of the black mist. There were thousands of zombies, slowly moving towards the center of the community. You got lucky. Fu Yan tossed a recovery potion to He Shuyang. Bought from the Points Mall, for 10,000 points, it could restore health to the maximum state. He Shuyang felt a bit moved. He opened his mouth, just wanting to thank Fu Yan. But he saw Fu Yan give him a strange smile. This smile was very familiar. He had just seen it not long ago when Fu Yan forced little green hair to jump off a building. In the next second, an irresistible force rushed from his calf. He Shuyang was thrown out of the window by Fu Yan. He Shuyang didn't even have time to scream before he landed on the ground. Health points -1. Fortunately, it was on the 3rd floor, otherwise, he would have been smashed to pieces. He Shuyang's health points were down to 3. This only added to his already scarce health points. He was just about to take out the recovery potion when he saw a group of zombies marching towards him from 1 meter away. They had originally been walking slowly, but suddenly sensed the smell of a living person. They rushed towards him, moving several times faster than usual, and in the blink of an eye were right in front of He Shuyang. Oh no! He Shuyang drew his dagger and swiftly struck down the nearest zombie, then turned and ran towards the castle. But the castle's main door was tightly shut. No matter how hard he knocked, it wouldn't open. He Shuyang glanced back at the throng of zombies behind him. How long is he going to keep chopping? Although the zombies have low lethality, his physical strength is limited. He can't keep chopping like this forever. The black mist before was scary, but there weren't this many monsters in the mist. 1 or 2 was the most it could handle. Since Fu Yan appeared, it seems the whole community has become abnormal. Chapter 20, Orphan's Grievance, 1. He Shuyang's life and death were hanging by a thread. He Shuyue was not idle either. She was locked in a room surrounded by mirrors by Fu Yan. The room was pitch black, with only a faint green light glowing in front of the mirror. She sat in the center of the room, hugging her knees, and no matter where she looked, she could see herself in the mirror. The self in the mirror was just like her, hugging her knees, looking around in fear. She couldn't tell if it was her illusion, but she always felt like the person in the mirror reacted a beat slower than her. And it seemed that the person in the mirror was deliberately letting her notice this. They seemed to be teasing her. He Shuyue clenched her fists, slowly raised her head, and gathered her courage to look at the person in the mirror. She saw the person in the mirror staring at her intently, with the corners of their mouth slightly raised, revealing a stiff and strange smile. Seeing her face make such an expression, He Shuyue shivered, feeling her body covered in goosebumps. She stared at the person in the mirror in horror. Suddenly, the person in the mirror extended a finger and pointed upwards. He Shuyue instinctively looked up. A ghost wearing a red dress, with a pale face, was hovering above her head, its eyes without black pupils staring menacingly at her, dripping wet black hair falling over its face. A wave of cold, damp, and extreme fear rushed over her heart in an instant. He Shuyue's eyes widened, and an intense sense of suffocation almost overwhelmed her. She fell to the ground, struggling in pain, her hands scratching the floor back and forth. At this moment, 4 figures identical to her slowly crawled out of the mirror. They crawled maliciously to Hishuyue's side, bending down to fiercely gnaw at her body. Ah! A night passed, and apart from Fu Yan being full of energy, the other two looked miserable. When the siblings appeared before Fu Yan, supporting each other, Fu Yan almost didn't recognize them. Oh dear! How did you end up looking so disheveled? The siblings slumped exhaustedly on the ground. Hishuyang no longer cared about whether Fu Yan was mocking him, he had been chopping zombies all night and was too tired to lift his arms. Hishuyue also forgot her fear of Fu Yan, she had been tormented all night by the female ghosts, now seeing living people, she just felt the world was so beautiful. 5 days passed in a blink. Hishuyang felt that his strength and psychological quality had greatly improved. Hishuyue's defense net could also cover a person's size now. Although very weak, it at least weakened some of the impact brought by empathy. It was midnight. Fu Yan was still lying in bed sleeping when he suddenly felt the surrounding time and space change. Just before he entered the instance, he forcefully flipped himself out of bed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the instance. In front of him was a 3-story small building. The small building was very run down, the walls were peeling, and a wooden plaque hung on the front door with the words Evergreen Orphanage written on it. Fu Yan opened his control panel. Player name, Fu Yan. Game experience, 2. Mental value, 0. Luck value, 0.01. Life value, 100. Talent, unknown. Weapon, none. Overall level, E. Fragments, 0. Player information visible to all live stream viewers. Overall level was advanced. However, Fu Yan didn't care much. These things couldn't contribute horror value to him, they were simply useless. He flipped to the page with instance information, hoping this time it would be a crowded NPC instance. Instance, Orphan's Grievance. Mode, Cooperative. Level, Beginner. Difficulty. Player task, fulfill the wishes of the children. Instance information visible to all live stream viewers. Friendly reminder, this instance is live streamed throughout. Fu Yan finished reading the instance information, and Hishuyang and his sister logged in one after another. Hishuyang had just been slashing monsters outside the castle, and the next second he was teleported into the instance. At the moment he logged in, he was still desperately swinging his knife. When Hishuyue logged in, she maintained a seated posture. Her hands were pressed together, her expression solemn, and she murmured, "I can't see you, can't see you, can't see you." Her expression was devout as if she were chanting a Buddhist verse. Fu Yan silently stepped back a bit. He pretended as if he didn't know them at all. In Fu Yan's livestream room, there were already over 15,000 fans. The moment he entered the instance, the livestream room posted a notification. More than 7,000 people surged into the livestream room at once. Great, God Fu is live again. Without God Fu exploding brains, I can't even enjoy my meals. Is the person above suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? Wow. God Fu's luck is incredible this time, he actually drew the orphanage instance. This is just a free upgrade instance, the death count is even less than 1%. I watched a live stream before, as long as you take care of the kids and play some games with them, you can pass. It's incredibly heartwarming. This instance has a total of 13 players. After all the players arrived, a middle-aged nun appeared, her face serious as she walked out of the orphanage. My name is Anna, and I am a teacher at Changchun Orphanage. You are the new volunteers, right? Please follow me. Everyone followed Anna into the orphanage. Lin Xiao walked at the back, she tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve and whispered, "This nun is so fierce." Yen Yu gently touched his girlfriend's head and said, "Don't be afraid, this instance is very simple." Lin Xiao nodded, "Yes, with you here, I'm not afraid." Anna led everyone to the 3rd floor and entered a room across the hallway. The room was large, with more than 20 bunk beds inside. "This is your dormitory, please follow the dormitory rules strictly, dear volunteers." Anna pointed to the A4 paper posted on the wall and continued, "You have 15 minutes to tidy up your belongings, we will gather in the hall in 15 minutes. After finishing her words, Anna turned and left. After Anna left, the players crowded to the wall to look at the dormitory rules. Although this is a free instance, some rules still need to be followed. Changchun Orphanage Dormitory Rules. First, do not enter or exit the dormitory after lights out. Second, please check under your bed before sleeping. Third, under no circumstances should you go to the 4th floor. This house only has 3 floors, where does the 4th floor come from? A player muttered softly, making everyone feel a chill run down their spine. 15 minutes later, the players arrived at the hall of the orphanage. Anna was already waiting for the players in the hall, she took them to a classroom on the 1st floor. In the classroom, a nun was leading the children in prayer. The children had their hands clasped together, appearing very devout. Anna turned to the players standing at the door and said, "Your task is to watch over these children and ensure they don't make any strange actions." What is a strange action? Chapter 21, Orphan's Grievance, 2. In the classroom, the children were all praying. Suddenly, a little girl stopped what she was doing, turned her head towards the door, and her gaze landed on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also sensed something and looked at her. The little girl was adorable, with bright eyes curiously looking this way. A burst of thoughts called adorable suddenly surged into Lin Xiao's mind, and she waved at the girl kindly. The girl, however, flinched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and buried her head into her arm in fear. After a long moment, she slowly raised her head, revealing one eye peeking this way. Seeing Lin Xiao still smiling at her, the girl's lips curled up slightly, shyly waving at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was instantly hit by a wave of happiness, clutching her boyfriend's hand, whispering, "That girl is so cute." At this moment, the nun in the classroom also noticed the little girl who was not focused on the prayer. She held a burning silver ruler. He walked up to the girl and gave her palm a hard slap. No strange movements allowed. The sizzling sound of roasting meat filled the classroom, and a burnt smell spread through the air. A charred, gruesome wound appeared in the girl's palm. The girl hid her expression, tears instantly filling her eyes. She gasped in pain, but her face showed no emotion. For some reason, Lin Xiao felt a wave of grievance welling up in her heart. She stepped forward, wanting to confront the nun, but was pulled back by her boyfriend. The nun glanced at Lin Xiao, who looked full of grievance, and then without hesitation, struck the girl's other palm with the ruler. "Don't make strange movements." In the next moment, Lin Xiao suddenly fell silent. She looked at her boyfriend holding her, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Anna slowly turned her head, glaring at Lin Xiao with a threatening look, and warned, "Don't let them make strange movements. If discovered, please notify the teacher immediately." Anna spoke forcefully, her jaw clenched, veins bulging on her forehead, making her look very fierce. The players were startled by her. The supposed warm-hearted scenario didn't seem warm at all. After Anna left, the players stood by the door, starting to whisper among themselves, "What do strange movements refer to? What are the children's wishes?" I've seen this scenario before. It's speculated that the children's wishes must be something like care and companionship. As for strange movements, does waving count? I think it's possible. Just now, the little girl waved her hand and got beaten badly. If the little girl got hit the first time for waving, then why did she get hit the second time? She clearly didn't wave again. Yuan Gu, what do you think? Zhang Yuan was the highest level player in this group, with an overall level of D. To give weight to his words, he had told everyone his level right from the start and organized a self-introduction. Although this was a supposedly warm scenario, his talent told him that this instance was not ordinary. What was even more extraordinary was Fu Yan, who stood behind all the players, yawning nonchalantly. He had seen Fu Yan's livestream. He was a very promising newcomer. But his talent told him that this Fu Yan was very powerful. Zhang Yuan passed through the crowd, fixing his gaze on Fu Yan, hoping he might have some different insights. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Fu Yan. Fu Yan received the gazes from everyone. He lazily glanced at Lin Xiao, then cleared his throat and said in a theatrical tone, "I don't know." The crowd. Everyone looked speechless. A rough-looking player with a scruffy beard scoffed disdainfully, "If you don't know, then just say so, why pretend?" The scruffy man hadn't watched Fu Yan's livestream and didn't know about him. He simply found this delicate, weak-looking pretty boy annoying. Hearing this, Fu Yan turned his head and looked seriously at the scruffy man. "You have poop stuck on your teeth." The scruffy man instinctively wanted to lick his teeth with his tongue, but just as he lifted his tongue, he realized the other was mocking him. The scruffy man was furious. Fu Yan smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "You've managed to survive until now, that's truly impressive." "You." The scruffy man clenched his fists, glaring at Fu Yan. He Shu Yang instinctively blocked in front of Fu Yan. Hearing this as an observer, He Shu Yang felt it was quite subtle. "You little punk, just wait." Seeing that Fu Yan had too many people with him, the scruffy man couldn't gain the upper hand and left behind a harsh word before turning to leave. Fu Yan shrugged indifferently. After the scruffy man left, Fu Yan walked over to the window, looking through the glass at the girl who had been struck twice with the ruler. The little girl's first beating was because she shyly greeted Lin Xiao. During the second beating, she made no movements or expressions at all. Not only that, but even the nun's reaction at that moment was strange. She was clearly hitting the little girl, but her eyes were focused on Lin Xiao. Fu Yan recalled Lin Xiao's expression at that time. At that moment, Lin Xiao looked very aggrieved. She was hitting an NPC, not her, so what was there to feel aggrieved about? Unless that feeling of grievance wasn't hers. If that emotion wasn't hers. Fu Yan's gaze fell back on the little girl. If that emotion wasn't Lin Xiao's, then it must be this little girl's. The nun may have noticed this and therefore hit the little girl with the ruler again. After the second hit, the grievance on Lin Xiao's face instantly vanished, and at the same time, the nun also put away the ruler. Considering the contrast in Lin Zhao's emotions, Fu Yan had reason to suspect that the little girl had the ability to infect others with her emotions. Lin Zhao was just the first target she had set her sights on. The strange behavior the nun mentioned was probably about the children releasing emotions to confuse the players. If one wanted to break this kind of confusion. Fu Yan turned slightly and slowly moved his gaze to the nun in the classroom. At the same time, in the classroom, the nun had finished the prayer with the children. After the prayer, she left the classroom with the ruler, glancing at Fu Yan as she passed the door. Once the nun left, the classroom was filled with the buzz of the children. They were chatting, throwing papers, folding airplanes, looking just like ordinary children, but their movements carried a hint of awkwardness. The players were observing this group of children at the door. Suddenly, a basketball rolled to Fu Yan's feet with a thud. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow. Was it already his turn so soon? He bent down to pick up the basketball, smiling as he gave it a couple of pats. At that moment, a boy in a blue jacket with a chubby face ran out of the classroom. He pointed at the basketball in Fu Yan's hands, timidly saying, "Brother, this is mine." Fu Yan held the basketball and felt it, sensing no unusual emotional transfer at all. Was it that the boy's emotional transfer had no effect on him, or was it that the boy wasn't as timid as he appeared? Or perhaps both were true. Thinking of this, Fu Yan spun the basketball in his hand and casually said, "Just because you say it's yours, does that make it yours? Can you call it, and will it respond?" The little boy looked a bit wronged. The basketball won't talk. He Shuyang sighed. This old mischief-maker was going to increase the difficulty of the instance again. He Shuiwei stood beside her brother, tugging at his shirt, not daring to move an inch. Seeing so many people suddenly made her afraid. She could now expand a defensive shield as large as one person. With the protection of the shield, the influence of the NPCs in the instance on her was no longer as strong. Standing less than a meter away from Fu Yan and the little boy, a sudden wave of greedy desire surged into her mind. Before she could discern its source, the desire suddenly vanished. She looked around in terror. Everyone's faces wore completely normal expressions, as if that greedy desire was just her illusion. At this moment, Fu Yan was squatting in front of the little boy, teasing him with the basketball. "How about this? You smile for me. If you smile, Big Brother will give you the basketball." The little boy pretended to be frightened, shaking his head. No way, the teacher will hit." The players' eyes were all focused on Fu Yan and the little boy at that moment. They did not understand why Fu Yan would entice this little boy. It wasn't that they felt sorry for the boy, mainly, they were afraid of triggering a death condition. The players looked to Zhang Yuan, hoping he could stop Fu Yan. Zhang Yuan saw it but didn't say anything. Although Fu Yan claimed to know nothing, he still felt that Fu Yan's actions held deeper meaning. Fu Yan squatted in front of the boy and continued gently persuading, "I won't tell the teacher. The teacher won't know." The little boy glanced at the basketball, then at Fu Yan, feeling a bit conflicted. He thought for a moment, then reluctantly nodded at Fu Yan, "All right." After saying this, the little boy flashed a shy smile at Fu Yan. His face had a bit of baby fat, and when he smiled, it was adorably awkward, making him very endearing. It made people want to poke his face with their fingers. The players had previously felt nothing towards the little boy, but seeing him smile so cutely, they suddenly felt joy. Fu Yan turned back to look at the mesmerized crowd behind him. The next second, he stood up, raised his hand, and shouted, "Report teacher, someone here is smiling." Little boy. Players. Audience. Chapter 22, Orphan's Grudge, 3. Pfft, ha, this is something Fu Shen would do. Requesting the psychological shadow area of the little boy. Little boy, I may not be human, but you are truly a dog. What is this newbie doing in the beginner's livestream? Now anyone can be called a god. Sigh. How many times must I explain? This god is not that god. Forget it, I'm losing brain cells over this. What does that mean? Why is the person upstairs rambling? He probably ate too much brain food. Let me explain to the new viewers, our Fu Shen's god is not the big god, it refers to a madman. The nun teacher arrived quickly. Almost as soon as Fu Yan raised his hand, she appeared. Quietly, like a ghost. She glanced at the expressions of the crowd, then ordered the little boy to extend his palm with her hot ruler in hand. With a smack, the ruler struck the little boy's palm. Instantly, his palm split open, the smell of burning flesh filling the air. No strange movements allowed. The little boy instantly withdrew his emotions, looking at Fu Yan with eyes full of blame. Fu Yan immediately raised his hand again. "Teacher," he glared at me. Little boy. Damn. Be a person for once. The result of reporting was that during lunch, Fu Yan and his two friends were isolated. Not only were the orphanage kids isolating them, but even the players collectively isolated them. This instance was different from the past. Players needed to address physiological needs like eating and drinking. Eating and drinking were fine as the orphanage provided food. As for relieving themselves, who knows if the livestream would censor it. But even if it didn't, Fu Yan wasn't afraid. After Fu Yan and his friends were full, the players were still busy feeding the kids, earnestly acting like their fathers and mothers. He Shu Yang, don't we need to help take care of the kids? Fu Yan, what a warm scene, you all should not go ruin it. He Shu Yang. It's clearly you ruining it. He Shu Yang didn't really want to take care of the kids, he just remembered that some players had asked about the kids' wishes that morning, and they said they wanted adult companionship. He Shu Yang didn't want to care for the kids but wanted to complete the task, but seeing Fu Yan unwilling, he decided not to bring it up again. Fu Yan took the two away from the cafeteria, moving 3 lounge chairs to the shade of the playground, preparing for a nap. During this time, He Shuiwei told them about the sudden feeling of greed she felt in the morning. He Shu Yang sat up straight upon hearing this. Affected by her empathy talent, his sister had always been very accurate in sensing emotions. Fu Yan smiled indifferently, maybe someone is craving my body. He Shuiwei. He Shu Yang. As long as you're happy. In the afternoon, the children continued their prayers. It seemed they had no other classes that day, just prayers and more prayers. Until 4 in the afternoon, the children ended their day of prayer and came out of the classroom. They gathered on the playground. The orphanage's loudspeaker echoed. A clear children's voice came from the loudspeaker, hide and seek time is up. The moment the announcement sounded, the children's emotionless faces suddenly broke into innocent, bright smiles. The players also, as if affected, showed smiles. The nun teachers stood by, unmoved, as if they didn't see the children releasing their emotions all around. Fu Yan walked beside a nun and found her staring blankly ahead. Fu Yan waved his hand in front of her eyes. No response. The children on the playground had already started urging the players to hide, quick, hide, hide. We are coming to catch you. At this moment, the children's nature was unleashed, and they laughed joyfully. The players were infected by the kids' happy smiles and also became very joyful. The hide-and-seek game officially began. The children lay on the playground, closing their eyes to count. The area for the hide-and-seek game was very vast, players could hide anywhere in the orphanage. Fu Yan and the others remained in the shade of the playground and did not hide. Mainly because Fu Yan didn't hide. The counting went from 1 to 100, and the kids opened their eyes, starting to look for the players. More than a dozen children passed by Fu Yan and the others, but not a single child looked at them. It was as if the children couldn't see them. Or perhaps they simply didn't want to see them. More than 10 minutes later, the announcement rang out again. A crisp and playful child's voice said, "Oh dear, someone has been caught." Soon, a girl with pigtails led a player back to the center of the playground. This player was named Zhao Hong. Fu Yan remembered her. Because she was particularly big. Don't think too much, Fu Yan was talking about her age. The girl with the pigtails held Zhao Hong's hand, tilting her head and said in a sweet voice, "Sister, I caught you, you have to accept my punishment." Zhao Hong patted the girl's hair and smiled, "What do you want to punish me with?" The girl with pigtails said, "I want to eat you." After saying that, she opened her mouth and playfully bit Zhao Hong's arm. The girl's teeth were round and neat, biting her didn't hurt at all. The girl's cute appearance made Zhao Hong laugh, and she pretended, "Oh no, sister got eaten by you." After saying this, she picked the girl up and weighed her in her arms, causing the girl to giggle happily. The other players and children were also very happy, playing and laughing together. He Shu Yang stood by, looking confused, "Is it really that fun?" Fu Yan replied, "I don't know, why don't you give it a try?" He Shu Yang quickly waved his hand, "Forget it, I've lost my childlike heart." In the evening, after the players and teachers settled down the children, they returned to the dormitory. Taking care of the kids all day had wearied them. When they returned to the dormitory, they checked under the beds, and as soon as their heads hit the pillows, they didn't even notice when the lights went out. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hong woke up feeling a strong urge to urinate. She opened her eyes and saw that everything around her was dark. After a while, she remembered that she was in a game instance. She got off the bed, put on her shoes, and prepared to go to the bathroom. When she reached the door, she suddenly remembered the dorm rules. Don't go in or out of the dorm after the lights are out. Zhao Hong hesitated. Even though this was a free game, no one could guarantee that something strange wouldn't happen after going out. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Hong returned to her bed. She closed her eyes and lay on her side, trying to ease her urge to urinate by sleeping. 20 minutes passed, and she tossed and turned in bed. She couldn't feel sleepy at all, yet her urge to go was even stronger. She tried to wake the people around her, asking them to accompany her to the bathroom. But the others were sleeping as soundly as if they were dead. The whole space seemed to be left with just her. 10 more minutes passed, and Zhao Hong could no longer hold it back. A warm and cozy free game, what is there to be afraid of? Zhao Hong put on her shoes, got out of bed, walked to the door, and cautiously pulled open the dormitory door. Zhao Hong gritted her teeth and turned on the flashlight on her phone. She decided to finish this quickly. Zhao Hong stepped out of the dormitory. Just in case, she didn't close the dormitory door. She held the flashlight and walked quickly down the corridor. The quiet corridor echoed with only the sound of her footsteps. Zhao Hong was nervous, every step taken with great caution, her mind racing with frightening thoughts. Until she entered the stall and sat on the toilet. The terrifying thoughts, along with the urge to pee, were finally released. After finishing, Zhao Hong felt refreshed. She pulled up her pants and turned to flush. But out of the corner of her eye, she saw a pair of gray-white feet suddenly appear outside the stall door. The feet were small, painted with bright red nail polish, with blue veins bulging on the tops of the feet, showing a pale, deathly blue. Zhao Hong's breath caught, and her hair stood on end. In a panic, she stuffed her phone into her pocket, hiding the light from the flashlight. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy, slow knocking echoed, each knock striking Zhao Hong's heart. She shrank into the corner of the bathroom, covering her mouth, too afraid to make a sound. Sister, sister. The girl's elongated voice echoed outside the stall, carrying an unspeakable eeriness and coldness. Zhao Hong immediately recognized the voice. It was the little girl with the pigtails from earlier. At this moment, Zhao Hong no longer felt any affection for the girl from earlier. All she felt now was fear, and she didn't dare to even breathe. The girl seemed to have grown tired of knocking and began to bang her body against the door. Bang! 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 The wooden door shook with every hit. Sister, open the door, open the door! The girl's haunting voice grew sharper and more desperate. Zhao Hong crouched in the bathroom, terrified, staring at the door of the stall. She didn't know how much time passed, but suddenly, the sound at the door disappeared. Zhao Hong stood in the corner of the stall, cautious, not daring to leave. After about 5 or 6 minutes, confirming that there was no sound from the door, Zhao Hong slowly exhaled a breath. She leaned against the wooden board, panting silently. Suddenly, a pale, cold hand grabbed her ankle. Then, a bloodied face reached out from the gap under the next stall. Got you, ha ha. The girl with pigtails grinned, showing her pitch-black sharp teeth, her pupils dark and lifeless, staring at Zhao Hong. Before Zhao Hong could scream, she was suddenly pulled down and dragged through the gap in the stall. After a frenzy of gnawing, everything fell silent. The girl with pigtails licked the blood off her lips, dragging a blood-soaked human skin, disappearing around the corner of the third-floor stairs. To protect player privacy, the live stream had frozen at the entrance of the women's restroom. Is this dog live stream just unplayable? Is there anything our esteemed viewers can't see? Does it really take this long just to use the bathroom? When the live stream resumed, Zhao Hong had already returned to her dorm. She walked to her bed, lifted the blanket, and went to sleep. In the dark, Fu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. The next morning, the children went to their morning class. The players finished washing up and went to the cafeteria to eat. Maybe it was because of last night's exhaustion, but everyone, except for Fu Yan and the 3 others, looked sluggish. Today, the players didn't isolate Fu Yan and the others anymore. They even took the initiative to invite the 3 of them to eat together. But Fu Yan didn't sit with them. The 3 of them casually found a spot to sit. Halfway through their meal, Zhang Yuan came over with a tray. He sat next to Fu Yan, his expression conflicted, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Sorry about yesterday, I want to apologize, please don't take it to heart, I didn't mean to isolate you guys, it's just. Zhang Yuan kept repeating just but couldn't explain himself. It seemed he didn't even understand his own actions from yesterday. He knew Fu Yan was strong and wanted to befriend him. But yesterday, it was as if a demon possessed him, suddenly feeling an intense aversion to Fu Yan and the others. Where does this feeling of disgust come from? Sigh. Forget it, it's not worth it anyway. Zhang Yuan irritably brushed his hair. By the way, I heard a clue this morning, let me share it with you. There's a player who has predicted questions for this dungeon. He said this dungeon has refreshed 6 times, and this is our 7th time. There are 13 players each time, and only 9 have died. Zhang Yuan felt confused these days, and he didn't know why he was telling Fu Yan all this. But his intuition told him it was very important. At that moment, the children finished their morning class and streamed into the cafeteria. As the children arrived, the players shook off their earlier lethargy, their faces now lit up with happiness. They eagerly invited the children to sit down, helped them get their meals, and busily took care of everything. Zhang Yuan also forgot what he was going to do and stood up, heading straight towards the kids. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shoot Fu Yan a glare. He Shuyang, don't you think their behavior is strange? No matter how cute these kids are, they are just NPCs in the dungeon. Is it really necessary to care for them like this? One child is missing. He Shuyue also looked up and said softly, the girl with the braids is gone. When they arrived, the orphanage had 29 children, and now there were only 28 left. After Yi Shuyang and his sister finished speaking, they turned to Fu Yan, wanting to hear his opinion. But they saw him staring intently at a female player named Zhao Hong, watching her continuously. Unlike other players, Zhao Hong was not surrounded by children. She sat alone at the dining table, eating quietly, a satisfied smile occasionally appearing on her face. He Shuyang, is there something wrong with that woman? Fu Yan nodded, framing a part of Zhao Hong with his hands, it seems, a bit small. He Shuyang. Great, this old pervert is acting up again. After breakfast, the players returned to the classroom with the children. He Shuyang and his sister asked the nun in charge of teaching the children prayers about the whereabouts of the girl with the braids. The nun, with a wooden expression, said with indifference, not here? She must have been adopted. Must have? He Shuyang felt this nun was talking nonsense. She had no idea where the girl with the braids had gone, she didn't even know she was missing. He Shuyang thought they couldn't find any clues from the nun, so he pulled his sister and prepared to leave. But Fu Yan suddenly spoke, excuse me, teacher, are there many children like her that have been adopted? The nun thought for a moment, from time to time, a group of children is adopted. Fu Yan asked again, how many children were there at first? I don't remember. The nun shook her head and added, the principal's office should have the student records. Fu Yan, where is the principal's office? Nun, 4th floor. This building only has 3 floors, where does a 4th floor come from? He Shuyang asked several nuns in a row. They all didn't know where the office was. After lunch, the children completed a day of prayers. The sweet voices of children rang out from the speakers again, it was time for hide and seek with the players. This time, the first to be found was the guy with the beard. And the one who found him was the little boy who played basketball. The little boy held a basketball under one arm and led the bearded guy to the center of the playground. He repeated words that the girl with the braids had said yesterday. The bearded guy laughed heartily at the little boy's antics. Players and children became a lively crowd. The running under the sunset was their lost youth. At night, the players went to sleep early. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after entering the dungeon, their sleep quality improved. As soon as they hit the pillow, even thunder couldn't wake them. But tonight, the bearded guy couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He lay in bed tossing and turning, listening to the snores around him, growing more and more restless inside. He rubbed his face, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and prepared to go outside to smoke. As he passed by the door, he felt like he had forgotten something important. A bearded man stood in the corridor, lighting a cigarette. He leaned against the wall, exhaling smoke, letting out a satisfied hum. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed above him, like something heavy hitting the ground. It seemed like someone was dribbling a ball upstairs from where he stood. Which little brat is bouncing a ball at this hour? The man grumbled, taking a drag of his cigarette. As if to confirm his words, a basketball rolled down from above. It tumbled and stopped at his feet. The man recognized the basketball as somewhat familiar. In the next moment, a small boy appeared at the corner of the upper floor. It was the little boy who had caught him during the day. The boy stood in the shadow of the corner, tilting his head and looking at him. Uncle, can you pass me the basketball? The man had a good impression of the little boy. He picked up the basketball and walked to the stairway corner, preparing to go upstairs to return it to the boy. Suddenly, he discovered something that sent chills down his spine. The building only had 3 floors, and he was standing on the 3rd. So how could the basketball have rolled down from above? Or was there a 4th floor? A thought flashed through the man's mind, and he suddenly recalled a detail he had forgotten. No entering the dormitory after lights out. Never go to the 4th floor. As he thought of this, his foot that was about to step forward abruptly pulled back. The boy still stood in place, smiling, looking at him. Uncle, what's wrong? The man looked at the boy's half-hidden smiling face in the shadow, and it was no longer as innocent as before, but rather filled with eeriness. Yes. They are NPCs in the scenario. How could he have such a ridiculous thought that NPCs are cute? Recalling his actions over the past 2 days felt like he had been bewitched. He must have been influenced by the NPCs here. Thinking of this, a sudden clarity flashed through his mind. He dropped the basketball and ran towards the dormitory without looking back. The moment he pulled open the door, he froze in place. An unprecedented feeling of fear surged in his heart. Over 20 faces, decayed with rotten features, bulging eyes without whites, staring at him intently. They slowly grinned, revealing sharp, dark teeth. The man's scalp tingled as he turned to run. Turning around, he encountered a little boy with a grotesque face, mouth wide open. Ah! After a scream, the boy dragged the man's mangled skin, staggering up to the 4th floor. In Fu Yan's live stream room. Although Fu Shin is crazy, he is really good looking. Ha! Why is Fu Shin getting up? I find Fu Shin to be quite normal in this game. Those upstairs, please don't jinx it. Ha! That bearded man has been gone for a while, why hasn't he come back? I just came back from the bearded man's stream, his live stream went dark, and the host announced his death. What? Dead? How did he die? Isn't this a cozy little game? The stream went dark when he stepped out for a smoke, and then he was declared dead. There are always troublesome players trying to get themselves killed. Fushin, I'm not talking about you. The bearded man's disappearance did not attract the players' attention. They focused entirely on the children. After breakfast, the players returned to the classroom to pray with the children. They clasped their hands together, praying without emotion. Their behavior was no different from the children in the classroom. Fu Yan and the others stood at the door observing. He Shuyang pointed at the players inside. What are they doing? Fu Yan replied, they've been assimilated. He Shuyang asked, assimilated? By these kids? Why haven't we been assimilated? Fu Yan thought for a moment, maybe it's because they find you tiresome. He Shuyang. It's clearly you who is tiresome. After Fu Yan and the others left the classroom, they went directly to the third floor. They searched every corner of the third floor but found no stairs leading to the fourth floor. He Shuyang said, could the stairs appear at night, like the newspaper in the last scenario? Fu Yan looked at him with appreciation, you've made progress. But I checked last night and found nothing. Last night, Fu Yan had left the door right after the bearded man. There was nothing outside the door, not even the bearded man. Zhao Hong, the girl with the horn braids. The bearded man, the little boy. Fu Yan thought for a moment. I know where the fourth floor is now. Not only that, he also had an interesting guess and was ready to verify it on the fourth floor. In the afternoon, during the hide-and-seek game, the players hid one after another. Fu Yan stood aside and caught sight of the little boy playing basketball. These children had the power to release emotions and sway people's hearts. Once infected by their emotions, players would find only a dead end, unless they could report like he did. Initially, this little boy tried to sway him but was reported by him instead. So the three of them were not fooled by these children. But because of this, the little boy, along with the children here, hated him very much. They even disliked He Shuyang and He Shuyue, who were on his team. So, during hide-and-seek, they would just skip over them. Zhao Hong and the bearded man both died the night they were found during hide-and-seek. But he had gone out with the bearded man before and found nothing unusual. Thus, entering and leaving the dormitory was not the only condition for death. Being found in hide-and-seek was. But these little demons clearly did not want to find them. Since the mountain won't come to me, then I must go to the mountain. Fu Yan's deep gaze lingered on the little boy, not leaving for a long time. The hide-and-seek game officially began. The children scattered to look for their own players. The little boy was full from last night, so he was not enthusiastic about this game. He quietly kicked the basketball to the side. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. He looked up and saw that annoying man with his arms crossed, looking down at him, standing on his basketball. A kid like you, a punch should make you spray a lot of poop, huh? Chapter 25, The Orphan's Grievance, 6. Fu Yan bared his teeth and showed a malicious smile to the little boy. The little boy tilted his head and looked at Fu Yan. The bearded man's skin was chewed up and was no longer usable. He actually quite liked Fu Yan's appearance. But unfortunately, he couldn't move. The little boy lowered his head in regret, pretending not to see Fu Yan, and turned to leave. Hey! Don't you want your ball? Fu Yan's voice rang out behind the little boy. Then, a puff sound came from under Fu Yan's foot. The little boy turned back in disbelief. He saw his basketball lying in pieces at Fu Yan's feet. The things he hid inside the ball were also stomped on and exploded by Fu Yan's foot. Dark red brain matter splattered everywhere, and a broken skull faintly revealed its features. It was the bearded man. The little boy actually had hidden the bearded man's head inside his basketball. So the bearded man was killed by the little boy? This realization made the audience and the livestream shiver in fear. Is this really a warm white gift? This little boy can kill, what about the other children? Can they kill too? Don't the players who interact with these children every day sense something is off? Don't you think the players' actions are becoming more and more like these children? The strangest thing is, why is the livestream covering up the truth about the players' deaths? I've seen the bearded man's livestream, and the screen went black when he was on. The livestream chat was filled with discussions. In the instance, the little boy looked at Fu Yan with a face full of resentment. Fu Yan, sorry, I broke your dessert, you kid, why do you eat and take at the same time? Although Fu Yan said sorry, his face showed an expression of I did it on purpose, what can you do about it? The little boy was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, he bared his teeth at Fu Yan and pounced, I will eat you. Unlike yesterday's jokes, the little boy was serious this time. He bared his round little white teeth and screamed as he lunged at Fu Yan. At that moment, the loudspeaker on the playground rang out, a clear child's voice coming through, someone has been found. Game over. Today, besides Fu Yan and the three others, there is also a girl named Lin Xiao who has been found. This is the third night for the players in the instance. Before lights out, Fu Yan told He Shuyang and his sister that he was going to the fourth floor tonight. He Shuyang, we'll go with you. Fu Yan chuckled, well, let's see if you can get up. This time, He Shuyang didn't feel that Fu Yan was mocking him. He knew that he was affected by the instance and couldn't get out of bed at will, then be careful yourself. Fu Yan, the ones who need to be careful are you guys. I angered those things today, so watch out for them coming to take revenge on you tonight. Let them come. One comes, I'll kill one, two come, I'll chop them up. After He Shuyang finished, he drew out a dagger from his waist and placed it between his and He Shuyue's pillows. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow. The boy is quite brave. At night, the players had just fallen asleep. A series of pattering footsteps came from upstairs. Fu Yan opened his eyes, his expression clear. They found him so quickly, they really couldn't wait for a moment. Fu Yan didn't want to keep the kids waiting, so he got up and went out. He went to the corridor, which was pitch dark, with only a few faint moonbeams at the end of the hallway. The dormitory door was directly facing the staircase. What used to be a staircase you could see to the top now had an extra set of stairs going up. Above the stairs was the fourth floor that Fu Yan wanted to go to. The darkness didn't affect Fu Yan's sight. He strode up the stairs, heading toward the source of the sound that lured him. At the same time, in the dormitory, Lin Xiao slowly opened her eyes. She hadn't slept well today, she kept hearing someone knocking on the door in her dreams. Tap tap tap. That was the sound. She looked up toward the door. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. Lin Xiao felt a bit uneasy, so she patted her boyfriend beside her. She wanted him to hold her. But her boyfriend, who usually slept lightly, seemed completely dead asleep this time, with no reaction. Tap tap tap. The knocking continued. Lin Xiao felt a bit scared. But she thought it might be better to avoid trouble. So she covered her ears and lay in bed, pretending not to hear it. But the knocking grew louder and closer. It seemed to be right under her bed. Under the bed. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered she hadn't checked under her bed before sleeping tonight. Please check under your bed before sleeping. The second rule flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. The tapping sound rang out again. Lin Xiao's back went cold, and the hairs on her arms stood up. This time, she could be sure that the sound was coming from under her bed. Someone was lying under her bed, knocking on her bedboard. No. That might not even be a person. Countless terrifying thoughts spread in her mind. Lin Xiao lay in bed, frantically pushing her boyfriend beside her. Tears of fear ran down her face, she didn't dare make a sound, fearing the thing below would know she was awake. Time passed second by second, and fear and unease continuously amplified in her mind. Until a sound of nails scratching the wooden board echoed from below her. That sound was like a sharp knife, cutting off Lin Xiao's last nerve. She jumped out of bed and crazily ran toward the door. Her talent was speed, she should be able to run out of the dormitory before that thing caught her. Lin Xiao ran quickly to the door, but the sight before her stunned her. The old wooden door had vanished into thin air. In its place was a solid white wall. Lin Xiao banged and hit the white wall. Let me out, please let me out. The thing behind her kept getting closer, and Lin Xiao could even hear its excited hiss sound from its throat. She screamed and helplessly turned her head. She saw the girl who had waved and smiled at her that day now crawling toward her in a very creepy posture, all fours on the ground. Ah! Fu Yan reached the fourth floor, and his footsteps came to an abrupt stop. Bright moonlight filtered through the climbing ivy outside the window, scattering in, and there was not a single shadow in the corridor. Fu Yan casually pushed open a door. The room was dim, with no windows. A pile of all sorts of things filled the room. It was a storage room. Fu Yan closed the door, preparing to leave. At that moment, a round object rolled to his feet, reflecting a sinister white glow in the moonlight. It was a human skull. A suddenly appeared attic, a dark and empty hallway, and a skull rolling in from who knows where. These three elements of death together would scare anyone's wits away. But Fu Yan was not afraid at all, he even stomped on the skull with his foot. Stomping on a dead man's head, Fu Yan grinned, looking fierce, his eyes glancing towards the shadowy corner of the storage room. The threat was unmistakable. The little boy hiding in the shadows could not help but shiver. Ding! Horror value plus 1 inch. Chapter 26, Orphan's Grudge, 7. Ding! Horror value plus 1 inch. It had been a long time since he encountered such a stingy NPC. Fu Yan smacked his lips, slamming the door of the storage room with a bang. Then he swaggered down the hallway. Whenever he came across a door, he pushed it open to take a look. His demeanor was as relaxed as if he were strolling in his own backyard. Asterisk. He Shuyue was awakened by someone shaking her. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Xiao awkwardly and anxiously standing in front of her. He Shuiwei was startled, but still asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao bent over, rubbing her hands, looking embarrassed. "Sister, I want to go to the bathroom. Can you accompany me? I'm scared to go alone." "Sister?" He Shuiwei looked puzzled. Unlike Fu Yan's self-absorption, He Shuiwei was genuinely confused. She was only 18, Lin Xiao looked like she was over 20. Why would she call herself sister? Lin Xiao seemed to realize that the woman in front of her was younger, so she changed her words to younger sister. He Shuiwei pointed to the man on the opposite bed and whispered, "Why not let your boyfriend accompany you?" Lin Xiao replied, "He's sleeping too deeply, I can't wake him." Hearing this, He Shuiwei pushed He Shuyang beside her, only to find that he truly could not be woken. At this moment, Lin Xiao urged, "Younger sister, please. I can't hold it anymore." Seeing Lin Xiao was indeed anxious, He Shuiwei nodded. As they were leaving, He Shuiwei caught a glimpse of something in the dark stairwell and felt as if there were more things there. He Shuiwei and Lin Xiao walked through the dim corridor and arrived at the bathroom door. Lin Xiao went in to use the bathroom while He Shuiwei waited at the door. After Lin Xiao finished, they walked back together. During this time, Lin Xiao took the initiative to talk to He Shuiwei. "Is that Fu Yan your boyfriend? I see he takes special care of you." He Shuiwei felt her face heat up at Lin Xiao's words and bashfully replied, "No, he is my uncle." Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, aha. Is that so? He looks quite young. When they reached the dormitory door, Lin Xiao stood to the side, signaling for He Shuiwei to go in first. Just as He Shuiwei's hand grabbed the doorknob, the first dorm rule flashed quickly in her mind. Don't enter or exit the dormitory after lights out. Entering the dorm. Entering the dorm. Why does it say entering the dorm instead of enter and exit the dorm? Exit the dorm. Enter the dorm. Out. In. So it was like this. He Shuiwei suddenly understood. The first dorm rule was like this. Don't exit the dorm after lights out. Once out, don't return to the dorm. Fu Yan had said, exiting and entering the dorm is not the only death condition. Being found while hiding is. They had not been found by the children before. So they could come and go from the dorm without problems. Today they had been found. So just now, when she stepped out of the dorm, she was no longer in the original space. And the dorm she was about to enter was no longer the original player's dorm. It might be the base camp of these things. Thinking this, He Shuiwei suddenly pulled her hand back from the doorknob. What's wrong? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered as she leaned in feigning curiosity. As Lin Xiao approached, He Shuiwei quickly drew a dagger from her sleeve and slashed at Lin Xiao's face. The skin split open. Lin Xiao's skin was cut from the center of her brow to the back of her ear, revealing the gruesome flesh hidden beneath her skin. Ah! My skin! My skin! Lin Xiao screamed with a distorted face. She wasn't calling out about her face, but rather her skin. He Shuiwei ignored her and turned to run up to the fourth floor. The dagger was secretly tucked into her sleeve when she called out to He Shuyang. Fu Yan had already given them a warning. Thus, when that woman called her sister, she knew she was being targeted. Only those who subconsciously see themselves as children would instinctively call others sister. She couldn't wake He Shuyang, and staying in the room was useless. To avoid accidentally hurting He Shuyang, she decided to come out and confront the woman first. As she stepped outside, she saw the staircase leading to the fourth floor. Fu Yan was on the fourth floor, and if anything happened, she could escape there immediately. At this moment, He Shuiwei had already made it to the stairwell. Just as she was about to go up, she suddenly realized the situation upstairs was unknown. If she went up recklessly, what if she caused trouble for Fu Yan? It's just a female ghost, she's been tormented by ghosts for so many days, what could she possibly fear? Now, she could spread her defensive net, and ghostly illusions couldn't hurt her. As for attacks, she could just dodge them, and if it became too dangerous, she would go upstairs. Thinking this, He Shuiwei pulled back her foot from the step, raised the dagger in her hand, and suddenly turned around fiercely. The ghost, Lin Xiao, had already chased up behind her, caught off guard by He Shuiwei's sudden move. Sizzle! A sound was heard. A new cut appeared on her chest. The ghost, Lin Xiao, became furious, baring her teeth and lunging at He Shuiwei. He Shuiwei dodged to the side. Thus, He Shuiwei and she chased each other in a circle on the third floor. Meanwhile, Fu Yan had already found the principal's office. It was an extremely dilapidated room. Cobwebs hung on the furniture, and there was a thick layer of dust in the room. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a hazy light on the old furniture. Many items related to the cross were placed in the room, such as pendants, stands, and decorative paintings. Even the wall had a huge cross-shaped relief. The relief was intricately carved, depicting a Western god. The figures in the carving were lifelike and vivid. In the center of the relief was a huge crack, which crossed the chest of the Western god, with burnt marks around its edges. Rather than saying it was the principal's office, Fu Yan felt it was more like a priest's studio. Fu Yan walked to the front of the relief. Suddenly, a flash of white light passed, and an image darted into his mind. It was an exorcism ritual. A pair of old, strong hands held a silver-gray cross necklace and slowly approached a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Fu Yan recognized that girl. She was the one who waved at Lin Xiao on the first day in class. At that moment, Fu Yan was watching the scene through the eyes of the exorcist. In the image, those old hands pressed the cross onto the girl's head. The girl fiercely resisted, her throat letting out a hiss roar. Her face was twisted in agony, her eyes were blood red, and her expression full of pain. Clearly, it was the face of a girl, yet a hoarse, low male voice came out, saying, "I want to kill you, ah." After a painful scream, the girl convulsed and fainted. The exorcist wiped the sweat off his face and took a heavy breath. Fu Yan could feel that the exorcist's body could no longer endure another exorcism ritual. The exorcist lifted the girl's eyelid to check that she was okay and then took the cross, turning to head toward the window. He held the cross in his palms, praying devoutly to the bright moonlight. "Oh, great God! I am your most loyal believer. Please grant me your power to eliminate the evil of this world. I am willing to dedicate everything to you, begging you to save these poor children, just as you saved me." Before the exorcist's prayer could finish, a sharp claw suddenly pierced through his heart from behind. The exorcist stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, the sorrowful and devout expression still on his face, and in an instant, he fell silent. A silver light fell from his hand, slipping out of the window. Chapter 27, Orphan's Grievance, 8. The footage ended here. Fu Yan opened his eyes, finding himself still standing in front of the relief sculpture. But in front of him stood a small boy, flesh and blood in a mess, his mouth wide open like a blood basin. The little boy was standing on a bench, staring at him with malicious intent, his face a grotesque sight. A drop of saliva fell from the corner of his gaping mouth. It almost landed on Fu Yan's shoe. Fu Yan took half a step back in disgust. The little boy had followed Fu Yan inside. Seeing Fu Yan lost in thought, he thought it was his chance and immediately wanted to bite him. He moved a bench over and stood in front of Fu Yan. Just as he was about to make his move, Fu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. In the moment their eyes met, the little boy instinctively shivered. His grotesque expression froze on his face. With his mouth wide open, he didn't know whether to keep it that way or close it. If he took a bite, he feared getting hit. If he didn't bite, the atmosphere was already so heated. The little boy was very conflicted, his mind racing. After a while, he pointed to his teeth and said, "Do you see my teeth? Are they straight?" Fu Yan bared his teeth, showing a friendly smile, "Not as straight as mine." After speaking, he grabbed the little boy by the neck and directly yanked his head off. Ding! Horror value plus 50 inch. Fu Yan threw the little boy's head out of the window. The head crashed into the wildly growing ivy outside, disappearing instantly. He casually tossed the boy's body on the floor and continued rummaging through the house. Without his head, the little boy rolled back and forth on the floor. Just like a brat at the mall throwing a tantrum if he can't get a toy. He rolled around for a long time in the room, but no one paid attention to him, so he got up in frustration, brushed his butt, and went to find his head. Fu Yan searched around the room and finally found the student file he needed on the side of a bookshelf. He tucked the student file into his pocket and continued to rummage through the rest of the room. He went to a room on the 4th floor. Through the door, he smelled a strong odor of blood. He opened the door, and a fishy smell rushed at him. His eyes were met with a sea of red, rotting human remains were thrown everywhere, and in the corner lay several incomplete skeletons. Fu Yan instantly lost interest in going in. Too dirty. Livestream audience. How can you criticize others? Since watching Fu God's livestream, my mom doesn't have to worry about me getting grossed out anymore. Fu God, I can be grossed out by others, but others can't gross me out. Fu Yan checked the other rooms and found nothing. At this time, less than half an hour was left until dawn. Fu Yan tucked the file away and strolled downstairs. As he reached the corner on the 3rd floor, he saw a shocking scene. In the hallway, He Shuiwei was disheveled, pressing down on a woman. A sharp knife was constantly stirring the woman's heart. The woman struggled under He Shuiwei but did not die for a long time. Fu Yan couldn't imagine that just 2 days ago, the gentle girl was now pinning down a female ghost and stabbing her. This scene was simply too thrilling. Ding! Horror value plus 0.5 inch. 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 The horror value kept popping up, totaling 10 points. All thanks to Yi Shuiwei helping him create it. What a good child, quietly doing big things. Fu Yan walked up to the two women, cleared his throat, and addressed the pinned female ghost. Need some help, ma'am? He Shuiwei instinctively tried to stab the knife further when she heard someone approaching. Looking up, she was surprised to see it was Fu Yan. He Shuiwei's tense nerves instantly relaxed. Luckily it was Fu Yan who came. If anyone else had, she really wouldn't have been able to handle it. With her nerves relaxed, He Shuiwei suddenly lost strength in her arms. After stabbing for half the night, her hands were already weak. The female ghost beneath Lin Xiao had too strong a recovery ability, if it wasn't for her constantly stirring the ghost's heart with the dagger. It seems unlikely we can last until dawn. The female ghost is trapped in Lin Xiao's skin, her actions are restricted. This is also why He Shuiwei can control the female ghost. As the morning light breaks, the female ghost sees Fu Yan appear, knowing she has no chance to turn things around. Taking advantage of He Shuiwei releasing her grip, she swiftly sheds Lin Xiao's skin and escapes through the window. Fu Yan returns to the dormitory with He Shuiwei. At this moment, daybreak has fully arrived. As everyone comes out to wash up, they see the limp skin lying in the corridor and erupt into horrifying screams. Yan Yu trembles as he walks to his girlfriend, holding Lin Xiao's skin, letting out a painful roar. His mind, muddled for days, feels incredibly clear at this moment. After breakfast, Fu Yan tells He Shuiwei and her brother about what he saw in the illusion last night. Poison ivy? He Shuiwei asks curiously, but there are no poison ivy plants in the orphanage. He Shuiwei responds, there are, I saw them when I went out last night, in that space with 4 floors. Fu Yan nods, taking out a student file from his pocket. The three sit together flipping through the file, which shows that the orphanage originally had 99 orphans. But when they arrived, only 29 children were left. He Shuiwei questions, so, 70 children were adopted? Where did those adopted children go? Fu Yan clarifies, not 70 children, but 69. Do you remember what Jian Yuan said? He mentioned that before us, this game had refreshed 6 times, with 13 players each time, but only 9 people had died. This means a total of 78 people have entered the instance, but 69 of them left alive. He Shuiwei feels chilled by Fu Yan's words. Are you saying that the 69 who left alive are no longer human, but the missing children from this instance? How can that be? He Shuiwei exclaims in shock, this is an instance, NPCs can't leave the instance. Fu Yan glances at the world shocked He Shuiwei and calmly replies, when the heart grows too big, and the instance can't hold it anymore, it's natural to want to go outside. He Shuiwei recalls the last instance, where he became the scapegoat, just so that the female ghost could have a romantic escape with Fu Yan, sending a chill down his spine. If what Fu Yan says is true, who knows if the ones they pass through the instances with later will be people or ghosts. At this moment, He Shuiwei, who had kept silent, suddenly says, counting the missing braids, there are 29 children in the instance, plus the 69 who have escaped, that makes 98. But the file states there were 99 children in this orphanage. Fu Yan replies, I know who the extra one is, tonight we will go find the cross and clear the instance. Chapter 28, The Orphan's Grievance, Part 9. Fu Yan says, I know who the extra one is, tonight we will go find the cross and clear the instance. He Shuiwei asks, clear the instance? But we haven't completed the player mission yet. Fu Yan challenges, do you really think you can complete this mission? The player mission is to fulfill the children's wishes, they say their wish is to have adult companionship. The players have been accompanying them these days, but have you seen anyone completing the task? He Shuiwei replies, so you mean the children's wish is not for adult companionship? What do they wish for then? Fu Yan explains, the players who have fulfilled the children's wishes have all left the instance, and those who left the instance are all NPCs in disguise, so what do you think this group of children's wishes really are? To kill the players and take their place to leave the instance? He Shuiwei guesses in shock. Fu Yan exclaims, bingo! He Shuiwei stutters, then how do we complete this mission? If we don't complete it, we die, if we do complete it, we also die. There's simply no solution. Fu Yan grins, showing a chilling smile, the mission is to fulfill the children's wishes. If there are no children in this orphanage, then naturally there are no wishes. He Shuiwei responds. He Shuiwei nervously bites his lip, are we really playing this big? Fu Yan shrugs. I originally wanted to stay with them for a couple more days, but I can't wait any longer, my personal copy has advanced. Every person must enter the copy twice a month, and Fu Yan felt that his next entry was getting closer. He would not miss any opportunity to dive into the copy. As night fell, He Shuiwei and He Shuyang sat upright on the bed. One was hanging their head, the other was pricking their thigh, afraid to fall asleep. Fu Yan, on the other hand, crossed his arms, leaned back on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. At 9:50, the lights in the dormitory suddenly went out. Fu Yan instantly opened his eyes. The He siblings were leaning on each other, their eyes half closed, struggling against sleepiness. Fu Yan grabbed their heads and shook them vigorously, wake up. After a spinning moment, the siblings fully woke up. The three of them left the dormitory. He Shuyang saw the tightly wrapped ivy outside the window and the dim stairway leading to the fourth floor, whispering, "There really is Fu Yan." With that level of intelligence, they could only count the moons. The three of them navigated in the dark to the first floor and climbed out through the window. Fu Yan led them to the window beneath the dean's office. At that moment, the entire building was covered in ivy, looking like a dense sea of green. He Shuyang, holding a dagger, searched the ground. "With so much ivy, how do we find it?" Fu Yan was already used to He Shuyang's antics. He pulled out a windproof lighter from his pocket and walked straight toward the ivy-covered courtyard wall. The lighter was something he picked up on the fourth floor, and it seemed to belong to a bearded man. Fu Yan tore off a large patch of tender green ivy, revealing the dry branches hidden behind. He ignited the dry branches with the lighter. The dry branches burned extremely quickly, and the flames leaped up wildly the moment they touched the air. Along with the fresh green ivy, they were all engulfed in the fiery blaze. The fire grew larger, enveloping the entire building in flames. The three of them rummaged on the ground. Finally, in a corner by the wall, they discovered the silver-gray cross. He handed the cross to Ishuyue, then took the two of them back through the window. They headed straight for the third floor. Fu Yan unhesitatingly opened the door to the third-floor dormitory. The moment the door swung open, a room full of rotting-faced evil spirits bared their teeth and glared at them. Wait by the door, Fu Yan flexed his wrists and stepped into the room without looking back. The door swung wide open, and the evil spirits lay in all sorts of eerie positions inside the room, on the floor, the walls, and the ceiling. They watched Fu Yan with predatory eyes, and as he entered the room, they wasted no time, baring their sharp teeth, howling as they lunged at him. They were free from human skin restraints, moving with incredible speed. Fu Yan kicked one evil spirit's head away. He turned and tore another evil spirit in half. At that moment, the female ghost hiding in Lin Zhao's body seized the opportunity and crawled onto Fu Yan's back. With sharp teeth, she aimed for Fu Yan's neck, opening her mouth wide to bite. The imagined scene of neck severed and blood flowing did not happen. Fu Yan slightly tilted his head. The female ghost missed her target. The female ghost was preparing to strike again. But Fu Yan took the initiative to reach into her mouth. The female ghost was caught off guard. In the next moment, Fu Yan directly pulled her fangs from behind and swung her to the front. With one hand gripping her upper fangs and the other holding her chin, he directly tore her head in half. The group of evil spirits had a strong healing ability. Fu Yan discarded one he heard out the door. He Shuyang was very familiar with this process. If he encountered a moving one, he would deliver a few finishing blows, and if it was barely alive, he would throw it to Ishuyue. Ishuyue, holding the cross, pressed it against each of those bloodied limbs. The sizzling sound of roasting meat was unending. Countless broken arms and limbs turned to dust under Ishuyue's hands. Ding! Horror value plus 49 inch. Ding! Thrill value plus 90. Ding! Thrill value plus 100. Ding! Thrill value plus 100. After finishing off this group of evil spirits, Fu Yan also gained over 2,000 points of thrill value. He Shuyang, what do we do now? Fu Yan, let's find that extra person. Fu Yan took the two of them to the fourth floor. Outside, flames were shooting to the sky, but the fourth floor was completely quiet. The wall lamps emitted a warm yellow light, and the entire corridor was empty. Fu Yan stood in the middle of the corridor and shouted at the deserted hallway, "Aren't you coming out? I've already taken down your nest, nun teacher." Creak. A door opened. A tall, slender figure stepped out. It was the nun teacher who had taught the children to pray during the day. "Why is it her?" He Shuyang exclaimed in surprise, whispering. The nun clapped her hands and walked closer, asking the typical line all villains ask, "How did you find me?" Unlike her clear and lovely voice during prayer. At this moment, her voice was low and hoarse, clearly a man's voice. Fu Yan had heard this voice in a dream. It was the evil spirit that possessed the little girl. "Since you asked sincerely, then I will generously tell you." Fu Yan never hesitated to show off his cleverness to others. After all, there are no other exceptional people like him. "Long before you said the director's office was on the fourth floor, you exposed yourself. We asked all the nuns, and no one knew where the director's office is. The nuns only appeared to guard the evil spirits after the director died, so they naturally wouldn't know about the office. Only the evil spirit that killed the director would know the location of the office. After the three of us entered the instance, we weren't bewitched by any child. You threw out the clue about the director's office to make us break the rules, wanting to lead us into the trap. But you didn't expect that the clue you threw out would become your biggest flaw. And the reason you did this was solely because you coveted my body." The evil spirit choked for a moment, its expression stiffening before quickly laughing. "I do like your skin very much. You shameless." After Fu Yan finished commenting, he didn't forget to turn back and show off to Ishuyang and his sister. "I told you, someone covets my body." Evil spirit. Evil spirit, I originally wanted to keep your skin, but you are just too annoying, so you all should die together. After the evil spirit finished speaking, it stretched out its arms, mumbling an incomprehensible spell. Is this ghost cursing him? Fu Yan was just about to step forward to teach this rude guy a lesson. Suddenly, a raging fire ignited around the evil spirit. Fu Yan, you don't need to self-immolate just because you can't argue. I will burn you to ashes with the fires of hell. The flames around the evil spirit roared higher. Give me the cross. Fu Yan didn't even look back and stretched out his hand towards He Shuiwei for the cross. He Shuiwei took out the cross from her pocket and was about to hand it to Fu Yan. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from behind. He snatched the cross and flew towards the evil spirit. The person was Yen Yu, Lin Zhao's boyfriend. Yen Yu clutched the cross, enduring the intense pain of the flames burning his body, and directly stabbed the cross into the evil spirit. Die. Chapter 29, Orphan's Grudge, 10. The evil spirit roared and flipped Yen Yu over. A mere ant dares to hurt me. The flames around the evil spirit grew even stronger, as it chanted an ancient spell. In the next moment, countless shadows came flying from afar, being sucked into its body. Meanwhile, in various communities, dozens of players suddenly fell to the ground, transforming into shriveled human skins with flesh missing. Who said this was a warm and free experience? This is practically a total annihilation. So the previous players all died, and the ones coming out were disguised by these evil spirits. No wonder the live stream had to cover up the truth of the deaths. It's truly terrifying upon reflection. Does anyone remember that Zhao Hong? Wasn't she also possessed by the evil spirit? I just came back from Zhao Hong's livestream. In one moment she was hunting players in her dorm, and the next moment, she turned into a piece of human skin. The guild just called me and told me to go identify the bodies. My friend also participated in this dungeon, and at that time, I envied his good luck. I didn't expect. Are there escaping NPCs in other dungeons too? Oh my. The more I say, the more frightened I become. I don't even know if the people entering the dungeon with me are human or ghosts. After the evil spirit absorbed the shadow, its body instantly grew twice its size. It broke through the nun's skin, revealing its true form. That was a decaying skeleton, reduced to just bones, glowing with fire. In its left chest cavity, there was a red object pulsating. It was its heart. That was the source of its life. Fu Yan protected He Shuyang and his sister while stepping back, using his peripheral vision to search for the cross. But the evil spirit didn't give him this chance at all. It leaped and pounced directly in front of Fu Yan. Fu Yan pushed the siblings aside and faced the evil spirit alone. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. During the fight, Fu Yan saw the cross next to the nun's skin. He pretended to go pick it up, actually creating a deliberate opening for the enemy, and the evil spirit indeed took the bait, choking Fu Yan's neck from behind. The evil spirit was surrounded by flames, and anyone who came into contact with the fire would be burned to ashes. But Fu Yan was still perfectly fine at that moment. Evil spirit, how is this possible? Why are you unharmed? Maybe I'm not human, Fu Yan said, still composed even though his neck was being choked. He even took the time to strike back, breaking one of the evil spirit's ribs. You're a bit low on calcium, my friend. The evil spirit let out a muffled grunt, tightening its grip on Fu Yan's neck. Meanwhile, He Shuyang rushed over. He endured the pain of being burned by flames and picked up the cross from under the evil spirit's feet. But before he could get up, the evil spirit spotted him. The evil spirit stepped on his back, pressing him flat against the ground. He Shuyang wanted to resist, but the flames burned his back, causing his life points to drop rapidly. 95, 80, 60, 35, 43. When life points reach 0, the player will die. Players who die in the dungeon will also die in reality. Seeing his life points about to hit 0, He Shuyang looked deeply at his sister. Go. Run fast. He Shuiwei stood still, fists clenched, staring intensely at her brother and Fu Yan. The evil spirit clearly did not intend to spare any of them. It unleashed flames, roaring toward He Shuiwei. The flames instantly engulfed He Shuiwei. He Shuyang screamed in pain, his throat emitting a pained roar. No. At the same time, in the live stream room. It's over, Fu God is done for this time. I didn't expect Fu God to not survive 3 dungeons. This evil spirit is so powerful. What if it escapes using the players' bodies? This pair of siblings is definitely doomed. With such a big fire, the little girl will surely be burned to ashes. This girl is so weak, but she's pretty. What a waste if she dies. Just when everyone thought He Shuiwei was doomed. A petite figure emerged from the flames. She walked through the blazing fire, her expression calm, her gaze determined. A faint white light surrounded her, keeping the fierce flames far away. The white glow around He Shuiwei spread forward, tightly wrapping around He Shuyang and Fu Yan in a solid defensive net. She walked to Yishuyang's side and took the cross from his hand. Then she directly went behind the evil spirit, inserting the cross into its heart through the gap where Fu Yan broke its rib, making a cracking sound. The evil spirit turned its head, and an incredible expression appeared on its skeletal face, you. Without waiting for it to finish speaking, Fu Yan turned back and punched, shattering its skull. The evil spirit screamed, caught between the dual assault of Fu Yan and the cross, and dissolved into a pile of black ash. Ding! Horror value plus 1000. The horror prompt sounded. Fu Yan felt the joy of pulling a hidden card in a blind box. Ding! Game over. The familiar metallic sound echoed again. Player Fu Yan successfully cleared the Orphan's Curse dungeon. Player He Shuyang successfully cleared the Orphan's Grievance dungeon. Player He Shuiwei successfully cleared the Orphan's Grievance dungeon. A series of prompts sounded. Including Fu Yan and others, a total of 9 players cleared the Orphan's Grievance dungeon. The other 6 players were still in the dormitory looking confused. Is this over? I feel like I haven't completed the mission. Hit me, I suspect I'm hearing things. At the same time, a gritting metallic voice sounded in the world channel again. Ding! Players Fu Yan and He Shuiwei killed the dungeon boss, the Hellfire Malevolence. Ding! Players Fu Yan, He Shuyang, and He Shuiwei killed all malevolences in the dungeon. The boss of the Orphan's Grievance dungeon has been killed. This dungeon will pause its refresh and be permanently closed. The live broadcast room cheered again. Oh my! I'm so moved, I could cry. I thought Fu God was going to fail this time. Thank the heavens, thank the earth, thank Fu God for taking down the boss. What talent does that girl He Shuiwei have? So amazing. Who was it who said she was bad just now? As expected, those who can team up with Fu God are not ordinary people. If it weren't for Fu God discovering the trick in this dungeon, who knows how many people would have died. Luckily those hidden malevolences disguised as humans were dealt with all at once, or who knows when someone would be stabbed by a malevolence in the dungeon. I wonder if there are monsters that escaped from other dungeons. This game is getting more and more tightly themed, sob. No survivors? After the dungeon ended, Fu Yan and the others were teleported back to the community. He Shuyang opened his eyes to find a monster with red eyes and bared teeth in front of him. He instinctively threw a punch and smashed the monster's head. As the dawn light shone, the black mist faded, and he focused to see he was still outside the castle fighting monsters. He Shuiwei came out of the dungeon and was teleported back to a room full of mirrors. Compared to dodging left and right before, this time she easily dealt with the female ghost in just a few moves. When the female ghost was pinned to the ground with a dagger by He Shuiwei, confusion shone in her blood-soaked eyes. When Fu Yan opened his eyes, he felt a sensation of weightlessness as if his body was falling. Then, with a flash of white light, he was pulled back into the dungeon again. Chapter 30, Nanchuan Asylum, 1. Nanchuan Asylum. Doctor, where do you feel abnormal? Fu Yan, I often feel out of place because the world isn't perverse enough. The doctor glanced at Fu Yan. His gaze lingered briefly on Fu Yan's dark red historical coat, before arriving at a conclusion. Clear cognition, no illness. Next. Fu Yan nodded and gave the doctor a gentle and polite smile. The next second, a heart-wrenching scream echoed in the office. The screams were heart-wrenching, echoing in the skies. Players outside the door were so frightened they huddled tightly together. Did they really start this big right from the beginning? 5 minutes later, a handsome young man with a tall posture walked out of the office. He thoughtfully closed the office door, smiled at the players at the door, and politely asked, "Excuse me, how do I get to the nurse station?" A player pointed back instinctively. Fu Yan, thank you. After Fu Yan left, the players started to discuss in a flurry. Was that just now? Do you also think it looks like? No way. Until they entered the office and saw the doctor's horrific state with their own eyes. Yes. It was definitely. That person just now was definitely Fu Yan. Fu Yan found the nurse station and showed the nurse his diagnosis report. Paranoia, mania, schizophrenia, emotional disorder? The nurse took the case report, her lips twitching slightly. You have quite a comprehensive collection. Fu Yan nodded and smiled. The nurse felt there was a hint of perversion, a hint of cruelty, and a hint of ruthlessness in his smile. She swallowed and quickly took Fu Yan to the patient room with a tray. Fu Yan was staying in a double room. At this time, there was already someone living inside. The room was furnished with many daily necessities, indicating that this person had been there for some time. As soon as Fu Yan entered the room, the people inside jumped up. That person stared at Fu Yan with bright eyes, filled with disbelief. Bro? How did you get here? What a coincidence, even in a side quest we meet. I said we must be fated. Fu Yan also recognized the person in front of him. It was his newbie guide. What a coincidence. After the nurse left, Cui Hao shamelessly rubbed closer to Fu Yan. Fu bro, what disease did they diagnose you with? Fu Yan pulled out his diagnosis. Paranoia, mania, schizophrenia, emotional disorder. Cui Hao silently gave Fu Yan a thumbs up after reading it. Bro is still bro, even with more illnesses than they have. Cui Hao took out his own diagnosis. They said I have cross-dressing fetish. I swear on my conscience, I'm just a pure man who can't even do the orchid finger. Cui Hao said this while lifting his pinky to show his diagnosis. Fu Yan. Cui Hao, by the way, bro, what's your mission? Mine is accept treatment until recovery, but I don't even have a disease. Cui Hao finished speaking and shyly hummed. Fu Yan held back the sting rising in his eyes and turned his head to ask, does everyone have different tasks? Cui Hao, bro, you really don't watch live streams. In this side quest, every player has a different task. There was even a player whose task was to help the doctor find a urinal. It really made me laugh to death, ha ha ha. As soon as Fu Yan entered the side quest, he found himself in a doctor's office. He hadn't even had time to check the side quest information. Fu Yan opened his control panel. Player name, Fu Yan. Game experience, 3. Mental value, 0. Luck value, 0.01. Life value, 100. Talent, unknown. Weapon, none. Overall level, E. Fragments, 0. Player information is visible to all in the live stream. Skipping personal information, Fu Yan flipped to the side quest information section. Side quest, Nanchuan Asylum. Mode, online. Level, intermediate. Difficulty. Player task, escape from the asylum. Side quest information is visible to all in the live stream. Friendly reminder, this side quest is streamed live throughout. Deliberately promoting the side quest, the doctor said he had no illness, and even the task was to escape from the asylum. The game really did not want him to enter the side quest. Bro, what are you laughing at? Cui Hao blinked and asked. I thought of a silly thing and found it amusing, Fu Yan said before adding, my task is to escape from the asylum. Cui Hao's eyes widened in surprise, envy clearly written on his face. So simple? Fu Yan, simple? It's pretty simple for you. Cui Hao said while pushing open the second floor window, just climb out from here, and the task is done. So simple? Fu Yan first couldn't believe it, then suddenly understood. The side quest wanted to kick him out, fooling him with a simple task is not impossible. Cui Hao thought Fu Yan didn't believe him and explained, at first, I didn't know the task was this easy, until there was a player who couldn't find any clues to get out, nearly broke down, and in frustration jumped out the window. The system directly judged him to have completed the task, and that was when everyone realized the task was actually this simple. Cui Hao opened the window wide, let's go, bro. Even though I'm happy you came, this asylum is really no place for people, hurry leave while it's still bright outside. I haven't had enough fun yet. Fu Yan waved his hand, indicating he had no intention of leaving. What a joke, just leaving like this, where would he find a way to grind his horror value? Fu Yan picked up the patient gown on the bed and went to wash up in the bathroom. This bloody outfit stuck all over him was really uncomfortable. While Fu Yan was washing up, Cui Hao stood at the door chatting with him. He didn't need Fu Yan to respond, he just kept talking at the door. He felt like he hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time. Until Fu Yan finished washing and came out in clean clothes, he was still chattering at the door. Fu Yan, how long have you been in this side quest? Cui Hao thought for a moment, I don't remember, probably over a week. I had just finished watching your last side quest when I was pulled in. Fu Yan, the Campus Horror Stories one? Cui Hao nodded, yeah. Fu Yan, that was the copy before the last one, the College Horror Stories copy was completed by me 5 days ago. By calculation, you have at least stayed in this copy for nearly 4 months. Cui Hao's eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. What? The copy before the last one. I actually missed one of your live streams. Fu Yan. Is this the point? Chapter 31, Nanchuan Asylum, 2. Cui Hao was lying on the bed, beating his chest and muttering to himself. His words were often mixed with accusations against Fu Yan. How could you live stream behind my back? Do you think I deserve the pain I've gone through for you? He spoke as if Fu Yan was a heartless, ungrateful scumbag. Fu Yan sat nearby, choosing to selectively turn a blind eye. At that moment, a hurried ringing sound echoed. Outside, there was a cacophony of footsteps. Soon, a nurse entered with a tray. On the tray were 2 syringes and several pills. She placed the tray down, picked up a syringe, and showed a standard professional smile to Fu Yan and Cui Hao, time for your injection. Her tone was very gentle, but her smile didn't reach her eyes, giving off a sense of being torn apart. Upon seeing her, Cui Hao instantly jumped up, curling up in the corner of the bed, I won't get injected. I'm not sick. I don't want an injection. Go away. Don't come over. Chui Hao covered himself with the quilt, desperately hiding inside, looking extremely paranoid. The nurse still wore a standard smile. Be good. Just get the injection. I won't. I'm not sick. Chui Hao kicked and struggled, refusing to get the injection at all. The nurse suddenly grabbed Chui Hao's foot, forcefully dragging him over. Then she jumped onto the bed, directly pinning Chui Hao down, grabbing his flailing hands and pressing them against his head. Her knees pressed firmly on his, holding his legs down with no chance for resistance. A tall young man, over 1.80 m, was utterly overpowered by a frail nurse on the bed. Like a fish on a cutting board, no matter how he struggled, it was futile. A hint of fierceness revealed on the nurse's formerly smiling face. Why won't you behave? Let go. Let go of me. Chui Hao shook his head, dodging the nurse's needle. Watching the scene, Fu Yan clicking his tongue in amazement, true uniform temptation. As the needle punctured his neck, the nurse slowly pushed the fluid from the syringe, and Chui Hao gradually calmed down. After the injection, the nurse let go of Chui Hao and jumped off him. Chui Hao now appeared dazed, his expression blank. Is that it? Fu Yan smacked his lips, seeming unsatisfied. The nurse then turned her attention towards him, smiling. Now it's your turn. I'll do it myself. Fu Yan cooperatively walked in front of the nurse. The nurse was very pleased with his sensible behavior. She opened the needle, expelling excess air from the syringe, and was about to inject Fu Yan. But Fu Yan suddenly grasped her wrist, snatching the syringe away, and jabbed it into her neck. Ding! Horror value plus 10 inch. Fu Yan pushed all the contents of the syringe into her, then threw the unconscious nurse, along with her tray, out the door. An hour later, Chui Hao slowly regained consciousness and saw someone sitting in front of his bed. His heart skipped a beat. When he realized it was Fu Yan, his racing heart gradually settled down. He pouted slightly, a hint of shyness appearing on his face, tucking his hair behind his ear with his pinky, and squeaked, Bro, why are you looking at me like that? Fu Yan's breath hitched, his strong willpower preventing him from vomiting right there. You don't remember what just happened? Chui Hao looked confused. Just now. What happened? Ah. You live-streamed behind my back. Fu Yan. Fu Yan, a nurse came in just now to give you an injection, and you passed out immediately. You don't remember? Chui Hao, an injection? But I'm not sick, why would I get an injection? Fu Yan observed him, his demeanor didn't seem fake. Combining Chui Hao's behavior before and after the injection, that syringe should lead to confusion and become increasingly close to the label on the diagnosis. Thinking of Chui Hao's label being crossdresser, Fu Yan began to regret treating him as a lab rat for testing the medicine just now. A tall guy, over 1.8 meters, calling him Gigi all day, was truly giving him a headache. Fu Yan pinched his brow, automatically ignoring the flirty looks from Chui Hao, and asked, What do you usually do in the insane asylum? Chui Hao had an expression of, so my brother really cares about me, and happily said, actually, not much, I just like to do some crafts, read books, and keep up with current events. Fu Yan crossed his arms, speak plainly. Chui Hao, tearing newspapers, reading dirty books, eavesdropping. Fu Yan, aren't there doctors or nurses to take care of you and organize activities? Chui Hao shook his head, no. Here, aside from the insane people, I can't see any living souls. I only saw the doctors and nurses on the day I arrived. Besides, I'm not sick, so what do they want with me? Fu Yan listened to Chui Hao's words thoughtfully. It seems that there are no doctors or nurses here, but rather, they are simply not in the player's impression. In the instance, the players enter at different times, and their tasks vary. There is no time limit to complete the tasks. Every day, they are injected with strange medicines. Slowly, the players' minds begin to unravel, and over time, they become real lunatics. And players who turn insane naturally remain in the asylum, continuing to receive treatment. The cycle repeats, waiting for a chance of death. The ultimate purpose of this instance is to keep the players nurtured and slowly kill them. Fu Yan planned to go out for a walk and scout the environment. He had just pulled the door open when he heard Chui Hao's mournful voice calling out to him from behind, Where are you going, brother? Fu Yan did not look back. I'm going to pee. Chui Hao, don't think I don't know, you're going to find that little cheap hoof. I tell you, once you leave this room today, if you want to come back tomorrow, that won't do, humph. That plaintive, sorrowful tone nearly shattered Fu Yan's eardrum. He slammed the door and slipped away without hesitation. Seeing Fu Yan leave determinedly, Chui Hao threw himself onto the bed and pretended to roll around, then got up and scampered after him. Gigi, wait for me. Fu Yan wandered around the building but did not see a single doctor, even the nurse who had just given them injections was nowhere to be found. He encountered quite a few lunatics along the way. Some looked emaciated and blank, some muttered nonsense to the air, and others punched and kicked the walls. No one was there to manage them, they were completely free range. Fu Yan glanced at them, they were all living people, but they wouldn't live long. They must be the players that came in before. The more Fu Yan looked, the more this place resembled a slaughterhouse, and they were like pigs and sheep raised here, ready for slaughter at any time. Cui Hao followed closely behind Fu Yan, seeing him staring at others, couldn't help but sourly say, "What are you looking at them for? Just a bunch of crazy people, why would they catch your eye?" Fu Yan glanced at him in surprise. "You think you're normal?" Cui Hao wore an expression of course, proudly stating, "It rained yesterday, and all those crazy people ran outside to take a bath, but I didn't go." "Fu Yan, why didn't you go?" "Cui Hao, I waited for the water to get warm before going." Fu Yan. Chapter 32, Nanchuan Insane Asylum, 3. The insane asylum has 5 floors. Inside, all the residents are insane people. The office in the morning is now completely empty, and the nurses at the station are also missing. Fu Yan took a stroll and found no clues. But the buttons in the elevator caught his attention. The asylum has a total of 5 floors, but there are 10 stair buttons here. The first 5 are normal floor buttons. The last 5 are unmarked, and can only be pressed with a card. This insane asylum has hidden spaces. Fu Yan didn't find the entrance to the hidden space, so he decided to hold a nurse hostage tomorrow during the injection to take a look. At night, Fu Yan went to bed early. In a daze, he heard a drip sound of water near his ear. Fu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Under the moonlight, Cui Hao stood at the foot of his bed, holding a dining knife, wrapped in a bedsheet, his face pale, with eager light flickering in his pitch-black pupils, as though he had spotted a delicious meal. Clear, translucent saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. The saliva dropped to the ground, making a drip-drip sound. It was the sound of water that Fu Yan had just heard. To say he wasn't disgusted, that would be impossible. But Fu Yan quickly realized something else. Cui Hao's height was wrong. Cui Hao was 1.81 meters tall, about 7 or 8 centimeters shorter than him. But the person standing in front of his bed now was clearly over 2 meters tall. Could it be that killing someone required standing on a stool? Was it really necessary to be this complicated? Fu Yan sat up, and under Cui Hao's puzzled gaze, he yanked the bedsheet off him. Ah! The moment the bedsheet was pulled away, Cui Hao screamed, dropping the dining knife from his hand, and did the classic action of covering his skirt, pressing down on the bedsheet that was about to be pulled off. In that brief moment, Fu Yan saw clearly his lower body. What he saw were not 2 human legs, but 8 thick, sucker-covered tentacles. The tentacles seemed to be startled as they flicked and rubbed back and forth on the ground. "Octopus?" Fu Yan exclaimed. A seafood dish in this instance, he was really starting to like this instance more and more. Cui Hao wrapped his bedsheet tightly and looked up to see Fu Yan staring at his legs intently. "Pervert." After saying that, he screamed and lunged toward Fu Yan. Fu Yan dodged with a sideways movement, rolling off the bed and landing gracefully on his feet. The giant octopus tentacle swiped across his neck, but Fu Yan grabbed it in one swift motion. Fu Yan held the tentacle in his hand, squeezed it tightly, elastic and firm, really fresh. Cui Hao seemed to have been hit in the soft spot, suddenly collapsing on the bed, his eyes wide open, looking utterly violated. "Let go. You old pervert." Cui Hao struggled on the bed, trying to attack Fu Yan with several other tentacles. But he was no match for Fu Yan, and adding more tentacles didn't make a difference. Fu Yan grabbed another few tentacles, tangled them together, and tied them into a beautiful bow. Perfect. Just as Fu Yan finished tidying up Cui Hao, the door to the room was pushed open. An invisible person walked in. "Lu Hua, is that you?" The invisible person didn't respond, walking up to Fu Yan and began making clawing gestures in front of Fu Yan's face. Fu Yan sighed and without any courtesy, threw a punch right at the invisible person's face. The invisible person was knocked to the ground, letting out an incredulous scream. "How could you find me?" Fu Yan pointed to the shadow of the invisible person on the ground. Under the moonlight, the invisible person's shadow was clearly reflected on the ground. How could he not see such a big shadow? Is he blind or something? The invisible person whimpered a few times and then slunk out of the room, finding an empty corner to draw circles. At that moment, countless pairs of green, oily eyes gathered outside Fu Yan's room. They stared at Fu Yan, their types extremely varied. Fu Yan felt like he had entered a zoo. Fighting was fine, but dirtying his bed was not. Fu Yan walked out of the hospital room and casually closed the door behind him. In the dimly lit corridor, hundreds of strange and odd creatures were glaring at Fu Yan. Fu Yan crossed his arms, standing tall, one-on-one or all together. Perhaps it was the beast's instincts, they felt this person wasn't easy to mess with, and for a moment, no one dared to move forward. "Fu Yan, then I'll choose." After saying that, Fu Yan instantly moved to stand in front of a woman with a snake body and human upper half. The snake woman didn't have time to dodge and was lifted up by Fu Yan, her neck firmly gripped. She instinctively wrapped her tail around Fu Yan, but Fu Yan stepped on her snake belly with force. Fu Yan stepped hard, and she felt like her snake tail was about to explode. She wriggled her tail in struggle, but Fu Yan slammed her upper body hard onto the ground. Fu Yan dragged her tail, searching for his next target. Hiding behind that green rabbit, yes, I'm talking to you. Fu Yan dragged the snake woman and then set his sights on a green snake. Stop hiding, I can already see your big tail. 10 minutes later, all the cold-blooded reptiles were tied by their tails by Fu Yan, bundled together, and hung outside the window. Those with soft fur were stomped underfoot, used as a carpet. As for those sea creatures, if he didn't know they were players, he would have truly wanted to try a few to taste. As for the cockroaches, spiders, centipedes, it's a good thing they ran fast, or else. Otherwise, Fu Yan wouldn't have left them alone. Too unhygienic. The next day, when the first rays of morning light shone on Cui Hao, he felt a discomfort all over his body. Especially his legs, which were sore, numb, and a bit stiff. He lifted the blanket and saw that his legs were crossed, twisted like a twisted dough. What terrified him the most was that he had actually slept in Fu Yan's bed. Ah! Fu Yan woke up to a scream. He turned his head and propped his face up, looking towards the source of the noise. He saw Cui Hao, on his bed, screaming while holding the blanket, covering his chest, his ears red, tears in his eyes as he looked at him. You, how could you, do such a thing to me? How am I ever going to face anyone again after this? Cui Hao spoke while whining, making full use of his squeaky voice. Fu Yan calmly watched him make a scene. You really have no face to face anyone now, how about you just die here? I'm afraid going outside would be worse for you. Upon hearing this, Cui Hao immediately stopped his tears, his face full of accusations. Of course you want me to die here, that way you can go find your little slut. I won't let you get what you want with that little slut, humph. Fu Yan shrugged, whatever. This kid's illness was getting worse. At this point, the players outside were gradually waking up, some of them fully mutated, and others, like Cui Hao, only partially mutated. The degree of player mutation is linked to their health points. The more health points left, the fewer the mutated parts. Fu Yan hadn't used heavy hands last night, so it wouldn't affect their health points. After a bit of chaos, the insane asylum returned to its usual calm. Chapter 33, South River Asylum, 4. Fu Yan hadn't used heavy hands last night, so he just gave everyone a few kicks that completely disfigured their faces. Kicks so strong, even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. At lunch, he purposely sat next to the green snake from yesterday with Cui Hao. The green snake had been complaining about the tasteless food in the cafeteria, but when it saw Fu Yan coming, it couldn't help but shrink back, even dropping its chopsticks to the floor. It didn't know why, but its body told it that this person was very scary. Fu Yan sat next to it, smiling very friendly. Fu Yan had noticed yesterday that the height and appearance of this person were very similar to his own. That's why he kicked it a few more times last night. After a night of fermentation, now this person really looked completely different. Like a snake with a pig's head, or a pig with a snake's tail. Fu Yan sat next to it, kindly handing it a mask. Are you a player? The green snake hadn't completely mutated and could still communicate. The green snake hesitated and nodded. A player? It had almost forgotten the word. It had almost forgotten that it wasn't originally from here. Fu Yan asked again, what's your mission? The green snake awkwardly opened its control panel, fumbled around for a long time before finally finding the quest. Help the doctor find a urinal? Put. Cui Hao opposite couldn't hold it in, spitting his soy milk into the green snake's bowl. Fu Yan glared at Cui Hao. Cui Hao pouted, pointing at the soy milk in the bowl, arguing, it doesn't have any taste. The green snake had no reaction. Instead, it kept staring at the control panel in a daze, as if wondering what kind of thing this was. Fu Yan had heard Cui Hao mention the green snake's mission yesterday. It seemed that the green snake had entered the dungeon before Cui Hao. Help the doctor find a urinal? There wasn't even a doctor here, where would the urinal come from? This was clearly an impossible mission. Including Cui Hao's recovery. The purpose of these tasks is to keep the players in the dungeon. After lunch, the patients are free to move around. There are still quite a few patients in the canteen. Fu Yan and Cui Hao have been guarding beside Green Snake. Suddenly, a bell rang urgently, just like yesterday. All the patients almost reflexively dropped what they were holding and rushed madly back to their wards. Green Snake also stopped being dazed, as if receiving some kind of command, and stood up quickly, turning to run towards the ward. Fu Yan gave Cui Hao a glance. Cui Hao, reluctantly, got up and pressed down on Green Snake's back, leading her into his ward. Fu Yan also put on a mask and stood up, turning to run towards Green Snake's ward. After a chaotic flurry, all the patients returned to their respective wards. Except for Fu Yan and Green Snake. Green Snake was lured back to Fu Yan's ward by Cui Hao. Fu Yan pretended to be Green Snake, entering Green Snake's ward. This dungeon has repeatedly tried to squeeze him out of the game, and plus, after he gave the nurse a shot yesterday, it's likely she is on guard. So today, while getting the shot, she might skip his ward. That's why Fu Yan devised this clever switcheroo. In the panic, everyone bowed their heads and ran to the wards. Who would notice if someone ran to the wrong room? Green Snake's ward was behind Fu Yan. This means the nurse would enter Fu Yan's ward first, and then go to Green Snake's ward. Green Snake lives in a single room, without any roommates. Fu Yan stood at the door, listening to the sounds outside. He was always ready, poised to charge out to subdue the nurse in case of any surprises. The sound of the cart rolling closer became more distinct. The nurse pushed the cart to the outside of Fu Yan and Cui Hao's ward. She stood at the door, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately did not go in. Perhaps yesterday's encounter left her with psychological trauma. She skipped Fu Yan's ward, pushing the cart to keep going, straight to Green Snake's ward. She opened the door and entered, a professional fake smile on her pale face. It's time for the injection. At this moment, Fu Yan had already burrowed under the covers, with just his head sticking out. The nurse smiled and stepped forward, suddenly pulling back the covers. Underneath, Fu Yan had both hands behind his head, smiling brightly at her. Unlike the nurse's fake smile, Fu Yan's smile was radiant. The nurse suddenly realized she had been fooled and turned to run out the door. Before she could take a step, Fu Yan flipped off the bed in a swift motion. His hand, like a blade, struck towards the back of the nurse's neck. Perhaps this nurse was tougher than expected. Fu Yan failed to knock her out at once. He sighed, I really didn't want to be this violent. After saying that, he grabbed the nurse's neck and swiftly removed her head. Ding! Horror value plus 90 inch. From this moment on, the nurse had completely met her end at Fu Yan's hands. Strangely, there wasn't much blood from the nurse's body. Her skin was pale and stiff, the severed neck looking grayish and wrinkled. Fu Yan sniffed the air with his nose. There was no smell at all. He took the nurse's work ID and stuffed her under the bed. Wearing the mask, he pushed the cart straight to the elevator. During this time, he considered whether to change into the nurse's uniform. But after all, he wasn't someone like Cui Hao, who had a cross-dressing obsession. He thought about it and gave up. He still cared about his face. Fu Yan pushed the cart into the elevator, flashing the nurse's ID to light up one of the buttons. The other 4 buttons remained gray, presumably indicating no access rights. No matter, anywhere is fine to start. After all, he would have to go to all of them in the end. Fu Yan pressed the button, and for safety's sake, he even cut off the nurse's fingers. Right now, he was using the nurse's finger to press the elevator button. Fingerprint recognition complete, identity confirmed. After a robotic voice, the elevator slowly descended. Fu Yan felt a bit disappointed. Shouldn't it check for iris or something? To avoid any unexpected situations, he even carried the nurse's head with him. At this moment, that head was sitting properly on the cart. His eyes widened in anger, refusing to close even in death. The elevator descended for more than 10 seconds, and then with a ding, the doors opened. What met the eye was a cramped, small room. The room had metal walls, and a row of spotlights hung from the ceiling. Welcome to my world, esteemed guest, an excited, aged voice echoed inside the elevator. Let me introduce myself. My name is Darren Davis, and you can kindly call me Dr. Darren. You are the first guest to arrive here. Let me think about what reward to give you. Candy, biscuits, or cheese? Well, none of those are available. But I can take you to visit my underground kingdom, provided you can survive this high-temperature sterilization room. Good luck, dear child. After finishing, Darren pressed a button, and a countdown began in the elevator. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Fu Yan stepped into the metal sterilization chamber on the last second, calm and unhurried. In the next moment, the elevator behind him plummeted. Dear child, forget to tell you, this sterilization room can release temperatures of up to 3,000 degrees Celsius, enough to kill all snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Oh, by the way. Lisa asked me to tell you that she hates it when people twist her head, and you even cut off her finger, which was newly done last week. Though I don't know what purpose that thing serves, she seems to like it a lot. Alright, that's all Lisa wanted me to tell you. Now let's get started. Chapter 34, Nanchuan Asylum, 5. Alright, that's all Lisa wanted me to tell you. Now let's get started. After Darren spoke, he pressed the control panel. In the next second, flames erupted from the walls of the metallic room, and the spotlights above emitted colorless electromagnetic waves. Meanwhile, in Fu Yan's live streaming room. Oh my! Fu God is live streaming again, didn't he just finish one? While others enter dungeons nervously, Fu God enters as if he's just attending an event. Isn't this dungeon called the Endless Nanchuan Asylum? Fu God has leveled up to a mid-level dungeon so quickly. Fu God's leveling speed is too fast. I need to work hard, or else when Fu God reaches a high-level dungeon, I won't be able to see him. Wait, isn't anyone worried that with such a big fire, Fu God might get burned? You fake fans. Relax, relax. The fire last time was much bigger, but old dog was fine. Physical attacks and magical attacks are not the same. Put. Old dog. Foo old dog. How fitting. How dare you call Foo God old dog, you're done for. I was hitting on my husband. What dog? A moron. This dungeon's livestream usually doesn't get much attention, it's like a long serialized novel that never ends, making it painful whether you watch it or not. So it's better not to watch. But today, due to Fuyan's large audience of random viewers, this dungeon's livestream quickly topped the mid-level district charts. Many bewildered veteran players clicked into the livestream. Fuyan previously cleared a beginner dungeon, and those players who had already leveled up to mid and high levels generally wouldn't click on beginner livestreams. Unless the guild particularly requested it, players would only watch dungeons of the same or one level higher. So despite Fuyan being well known among new players, veteran players basically hadn't seen his streams. Oh my! Isn't this the foot-binding lady dungeon? Why are there so many viewers today? Why are there so many people in this livestream? Is the host a star? The host is called Fuyan, that sounds a bit familiar. I remember now, he's that new guy who blew up the dungeon. I heard the world announcement, didn't expect him to level up so quickly. Mid-level dungeons and beginner dungeons are not the same, they are not that easy. Wait, am I seeing things? This is the Asylum dungeon. But isn't this a consumption dungeon? Why is it so aggressive with fire? What you said above makes me want to eat donkey meat stuffed buns. This newcomer must have opened a hidden space, he's got some skills. But what's the use of opening it? It just makes dying faster. His task is to escape the insane asylum, such a simple task, yet he has to stir things up. Now look, he's got himself killed. Compared to the enthusiasm of the newcomer, these old players have seen much more and are clearly more indifferent. 3,000 degrees. No one can survive in such high temperatures. The old players are waiting for Fuyan to be burned to ashes, to prove their foresight. The fierce, burning flames recklessly devour the metal room, dyeing the livestream screen orange-red. The fire raged for a full 10 minutes. No one can survive such a fierce blaze. Just when everyone thought Fuyan had perished in the flames, a deep, thick voice, with Fuyan's characteristic odd tone, rang out in the metal room. Cough cough, what a piece of lousy fuel, what a thick smoke. Darren. Old players. Livestream fans, haha, that's definitely our Fu God. At this moment, the metal wall slowly descended, revealing a pure white laboratory filled with futuristic technology, slowly appearing before Fuyan. An old foreign man, wearing a white coat and sharp as a whip, walked towards Fuyan with a smile, holding a scalpel in his hand. Oh. God bless. You are truly a lucky boy. I can't wait to open up your body, dig out your insides, and explore your uniqueness, darling. Fuyan tilted his head, what a coincidence, so do I. Darren didn't take his words to heart, in his eyes, Fuyan was just a slightly better experimental subject. Who would care about what an experimental subject says? Darren's smile remained warm, but as the first guest to arrive here alive, I can show you my inventions, or would you prefer to lie on my operating table first? Darren smiled, waiting for Fuyan's response. Fuyan smiled and nodded, it's my honor to visit your inventions. Hearing Fuyan's answer, Darren looked somewhat disappointed. If this experimental subject had agreed to lie on the operating table first, he could have dissected him right now. Though a moment of disappointment struck, Darren quickly gathered his emotions. Talking about inventions always made his blood boil with excitement. He led Fuyan through a long corridor, with glass walls formed by 2 rows of fish tanks taller than a person on either side. Each fish tank was filled with a body, some were doctors, some were nurses. They floated in a light green goo, as if they were asleep. A layer of thumb-sized white worm-like creatures floated on the surface of the goo. They densely covered the entire tank surface, numbering in the tens of thousands. That green goo is their secretion. Darren walked ahead, not turning back as he pointed at the bodies in the tank, proudly declaring, aren't they beautiful pieces of art? When these nematodes enter the human body, they will come to life. They have beautiful appearances, hard shells, eternal lives, they will become my most devout followers. Fuyan chuckled, a bunch of dung beetles driven by a mother worm dare to claim to be works of art? They are just piles of soulless stinky bugs. Fuyan's expression was prouder than his attitude full of disdain. Is this Fuyan crazy? Provoking the NPC like this, isn't he afraid the NPC will get angry and let the corpses eat him? I have to admit, Fuyan is asking for a good death. How has this kind of player survived until now? The intermediate players disagreed with Fuyan's actions, thinking he was courting death. But the fans were quite calm. This is just the beginning, if we provoke our Fu God, these worms will all show off for you. After showing off, they will also have some goo to slide around, slurp slurp. Fu God, it's a blessing to have you all. This didn't make God Fu vomit, but it did make you all feel really messy. Chapter 35, South River Asylum, 6. Although Darren didn't want to admit it, he knew that Fu Yan was right. This really is a group of puppets controlled by the mother bug. This experiment subject is really annoying, Darren thought to himself. Darren continued to lead Fu Yan inside, passing by an empty glass display case when he suddenly spoke up. This used to be Lisa's room, but since you broke her neck, I forgive your rude action for the sake of your beautiful appearance. From now on, you can live here, my dear experiment subject 368. You should know that only the most perfect people qualify to be my experiment subject. Fu Yan nodded, thank you, I really am perfect. The two walked through the long glass display case and arrived at a sterile chemical laboratory. Inside the lab were more than 10 researchers dressed in white coats. They sat in front of machines, absorbed in their experiments without looking up. Without a doubt, they were also a group of dung beetles. Darren brought Fu Yan to a constant temperature cabinet, pointed at the neatly stacked capsules inside, and asked, do you know what this is? Fu Yan, I don't know. Darren sneered, pulled out a controller from his pocket, this is a capsule bomb I invented. Just press the start button, and it will explode with a bang. Its power is enough to destroy a skyscraper or even kill a dinosaur, the explosion range is entirely under my control. After saying this, Darren looked proudly at Fu Yan, trying to find a look of shock on his face. But he was disappointed. Fu Yan's expression was calm, his handsome face showing no waves, really? I don't believe you. Darren was provoked by his unshaken expression, picked up a capsule, and took Fu Yan to another elevator. The elevator went down, and suddenly the metal walls of the elevator disappeared. A bright blue sky appeared before them, with birds circling in the air. Fu Yan and the others stood on a metal platform surrounded by clouds within reach. They were still in the elevator, but the interior walls changed from metal to another transparent material. The elevator continued to descend, gradually lowering them to the ground. The whole process felt as if they were really falling from the sky. Before long, a chaotic, primitive forest appeared before Fu Yan's eyes. It was called chaotic because it had not only tropical animals but even creatures from the Ice Age. It could be described as a hodgepodge zoo. Fu Yan asked, are these patients from the hospital? Fu Yan could see that some of these were NPCs that had died before, and some were players that had perished. After players mutated completely, they would die, and the dead players were thrown into the zoo by this madman. Darren proudly nodded, this is my ecological kingdom, isn't it spectacular? Here you can see all the ancient creatures left behind, they have complete genes that adapt to all environments. To bring these historical species back, all it takes is a little remaining gene and an extremely modest cost. Compared to the insignificant humans, these species clearly have more research value. While Darren was speaking with Fu Yan, a pterosaur flew over. It landed in front of the transparent elevator, roaring with its mouth open, its conical teeth gleaming with a sharp cold light. Darren wasn't afraid, he smiled and touched the outside wall of the transparent elevator. In the next second, the transparent outer wall slowly opened. The enormous pterosaur head suddenly poked in. It opened its mouth to bite Fu Yan, but was stopped by Dr. Darren, good child, that's not for you to eat. After saying this, Darren took out the small capsule from his pocket and tossed it into the pterosaur's mouth. The pterosaur shook its head and swallowed the capsule, then rubbed affectionately against Darren's palm. Darren also rewarded it by patting its head, good child, go play now. The pterosaur seemed to understand Darren's words and spread its wings, flying away. Darren looked proudly at Fu Yan, aren't they obedient? Fu Yan nodded, his expression very sincere, like a dung beetle happily rolling a ball of poop, you truly enjoy yourself. Darren glared angrily at Fu Yan. If he didn't need him as a test subject, Darren would have killed him long ago. With hatred, Darren pressed the button on the controller, detonating the bomb inside the pterosaur. With a boom, the pterosaur was instantly blown into nothing but scattered bones. The power of the bomb, just like Darren said, was completely under his control. Not even an extra ant was hurt. Feeling he had regained control, Darren smiled warmly again. Next, Darren took Fu Yan to visit his aquarium. Looking at the delicious seafood swimming back and forth in front of him, Fu Yan couldn't help but feel very hungry. Seeing Fu Yan widen his eyes, Darren thought he was shocked and said proudly, the depth of this ocean reaches over 10,000 meters. The variety of species here is even greater than that of normal oceans. Fu Yan nodded in agreement, so, boss, how much is your king crab? Darren. At last, Darren brought Fu Yan to the bottommost laboratory. This is my workshop, and that is my operating table. Darren pointed at a large metal table and introduced, lie down quickly, my dear test subject. I will cut open your belly, take out your organs, and give you the heart I have carefully prepared. Don't worry, I will stitch you up very nicely. I will soak you in a glass tank. Until the day you wake again, you will become my perfect follower. After speaking, Darren stabbed a syringe into Fu Yan. The moment the metal needle touched his skin, it suddenly broke off. Darren was shocked, how can this be? This is my specially made metal, its hardness far exceeds all metals in the world. How could it break so easily? What exactly are you? Fu Yan didn't give him a chance to ask again. He tore off a wire, quickly tied Darren up like a pig's hoof, pressed him onto the chair, and pointed a scalpel at his heart. You've shown off for so long. Now it's finally my turn. Fu Yan patted Darren's balding head. Now call over all your dung beetles for me. Darren stared at Fu Yan's blade in terror. What are you going to do? Fu Yan, let you see what perfection really means. 5 minutes later, Darren's dung beetles arrived at the bottommost laboratory. Their skin was pale and their bodies stiff. Some even had green slime on them. Fu Yan asked those with slime to go into the ocean and catch some seafood for him. He himself found a beautiful foreign nurse with golden wavy hair. Come, beautiful nurse lady, I need a tiny bit of help from you. After speaking, Fu Yan ignored her resistance and forcefully tied her to the operating table. Chapter 36, Nanchuan Mental Asylum, 7. The nurse lay on the cold operating table, staring at Fu Yan in horror. What are you going to do? Fu Yan smiled, put on protective glasses, picked up a pair of scissors, and cut open the nurse's dress from the middle, revealing her pale and stiff waist. God Fu, this seems kind of wrong. We're in a proper livestream here. Sneakypeek.jpg. God Fu seems kind of like a pervert. Please remove the word kind of. Hiss. After pretending for so many episodes, this beast is finally showing his true colors. The fans were nervous and excited about what was coming next, each one eagerly waiting. Old players didn't understand Fu Yan's actions at all. He already captured Darren, why not kill him right away? Doing all this useless stuff, is he just trying to grab attention? This guy must be doing some erotic stream, no wonder he has so many fans. So low class. You above, you can insult God Fu. You cannot insult us. Fu Shen's actions, please do not bring the fans into this, thank you. In the operating room, Fu Yan tore off the cloth from the nurse's waist, and the cold surgical knife slowly sliced across her abdomen. The nurse shuddered. Although she couldn't feel temperature, a strange chill inexplicably rose in her heart. Fu Yan looked down at the nurse and smiled gently. It's just a small operation, I won't give you anesthesia, just bear with it. Fu Yan was handsome, his smile like the warm sun in winter. His deep eyes were filled with tenderness, making it impossible for anyone to escape his gaze. The nurse's eyes gradually became confused, until the cold surgical knife cut through her skin, and blood slowly flowed from the wound. She began to struggle wildly on the operating table. Let me go. Let me go. Don't move. Fu Yan scolded her coldly, as if the tenderness from before was all a lie. The nurse had little blood left in her body, which saved Fu Yan the trouble of stopping the bleeding. He cut open her entire waist, carefully took out her intestines and organs, which were infested with maggots. He placed the organs in disinfectant water to clean them and threw away the useless lower limbs along with her lower abdomen into the incinerator. In order to smoothly amputate her lower half, Fu Yan thoughtfully broke her spine. The nurse's agonized screams echoed in the operating room, making the dung beetles below shiver in terror. At this point, the nurse was left with only her torso above the waist, lying on the operating table. Other than her heart still beating, all her other organs had been taken out and soaked in disinfectant water. The nurse's face was pale, her body, no, half of her body was hanging by a thread, with only the steadily rising horror value proving she was still alive. Ding! Horror value plus 1 inch. Ding! Horror value plus 1 inch. Ding! Horror value plus 1 inch. Not long after, the nurse's horror value had risen to over 90 points. Fu Yan was in a great mood and worked even more enthusiastically. After finishing with the nurse, he selected a 3-meter-long Siamese fighting fish from the seafood he had fished out. Fu Yan brought the Siamese fish to the operating table and laid it next to the nurse. With his medical-gloved hands, he gently stroked the nurse's face. Do you like this tail? From now on, it's yours. Fu Yan used the same method to cut off the Siamese fish's tail and hollowed out its organs. He stuffed the clean nurse's organs into the fish's tail and connected the other end to her body. Then, using surgical thread, he sewed the fish's tail to the nurse's waist. To make it look natural, Fu Yan purposely left a piece of fish skin and fixed it to the nurse's waist with sulfuric acid and a flamethrower, covering the boundary line. Once the surgery was finished, he used a water gun to wash off the nurse's blood. A blonde mermaid with a red-tailed fish was born. As for whether this mermaid could survive, that was no longer Fu Yan's concern. He picked up the mermaid and threw her on the ground, slowly speaking, "Next, who's up?" Throughout the process, Darren had not spoken a word, but his eyes were always shining with eager light. Although Fu Yan's methods seemed somewhat rough to him, he seemed to have found a like-minded soul. Crazy, so you're a crazy one too. Good, I like it, ha 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 ha. Fu Yan didn't look at him. He continued to pick the next target. In the end, he chose the doctor who had given him a diagnosis the day before. This time, let's do a simple craniotomy. Fu Yan also tied him to the operating table and shaved his head. Ha! How come it's a wig? What an dishonest child. Fu Yan took off his wig and cleaned his head briefly. Then he slowly cut open his scalp. Fu Yan didn't need any other tools, just a surgical knife was enough to cut through his skull. The top of his skull was removed, and the dark red brain matter was exposed to everyone's view. What is Fu Yan doing? Ugh! Is he doing this just to disgust everyone? Yuck! This man is a psychopath. Don't let him out of the copy, he is really sick. Old players looked at Fu Yan as if he were a madman. Fans expressed, "Whoa! Fu God actually scored twice. I'm so nostalgic. Isn't that right? My grandson told me, Grandma, Fu God is live streaming digging up brains. I said, don't believe the rumors, don't spread the rumors. Fu God's memorable scene, let's take a photo for keepsake." Fu Yan hollowed out the doctor's brain, completely removed the wild boar's brain, and put it in. After sewing it up, he put the wig back on. Caring for the patient's idle image, he was truly kind. At noon the next day, Fu Yan finished surgery on the last dung beetle. At this moment, he had gained over 30,000 horror points in this copy. The dung beetles under his hands were now lively and jumping around, except they were very afraid of him. Fu Yan stretched his bones, it was time to send everyone off to the west. He cleared his throat gently and issued the first and final order to this group of transformed dung beetles, eat Dr. Darren. Darren had calmed down from his ecstasy, looking at Fu Yan in disbelief. What did you say? Fu Yan smiled at him. I said, this absurd dream should end. After speaking, he strode out of the operating room, casually pocketing Darren's controller on the way. Fu Yan stepped into the elevator in the lab and pressed the button for the first floor of the lunatic asylum. The elevator slowly ascended, a chilling alert sound ringing in his head. Ding! Horror value plus 500. It was that crazy old man's doing. Fu Yan took out the capsule bomb's controller and pressed the button for an explosion beyond the range. During the surgery, he had planted a capsule bomb inside every experimental subject's body. Explosion sounds erupted one after the other, even affecting the lunatic asylum. The fire spread rapidly, directly burning the lunatic asylum. Players in the asylum were startled by the sudden fire. After Darren's death, they lost the Queen's control and regained their clear minds. They screamed in terror and rushed upstairs. Fu Yan also picked up a few dazed players to take upstairs. At this moment, the fire had spread to the 4th floor and could flare up at any time. The players in the copy were as anxious as ants on a hot stove. In the live broadcast room, intermediate old players were scolding Fu Yan. What the hell? Is Fu Yan sick? He is still in the copy. Fine if he wants to die, but why drag everyone down with him? Damn it! My wife is still inside. Boo-hoo! When I saw him take out NPCs, I thought he was impressive, I didn't realize he was insane. This Fu Yan must have antisocial personality disorder. Chapter 37, Lunatic Asylum in Nanchuan, 8. Outside the copy, old players cursed Fu Yan wildly. Inside the copy, Fu Yan led a group of players to the rooftop of the lunatic asylum. What do we do now? How could it catch fire all of a sudden? I don't want to die. The fire was about to spread to the rooftop, and players anxiously gathered together. The scene was very chaotic. At this moment, Chui Hao also regained consciousness, feeling around for Fu Yan. Brother Fu, what should we do now? The players felt like ants on a hot pot, with no way to deal with the crisis before them. They were especially eager for a leader to guide them. So when Chui Hao asked this question, all the players perked up their ears and looked at Fu Yan. They hoped he could offer a solution. Under the gaze of everyone, Fu Yan calmly walked to the edge of the rooftop. Looking at the sea of flames below, he said calmly, jump down. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to reach every player's ears. Are you kidding? The fire is so huge below, if we jump down, even if we don't die from the fall, we'll be burned to death. My task isn't complete, even if I jump down, it won't help, I still can't exit the copy. The players clamored and debated. Suddenly one harsh voice said. Fu Yan, right? I just watched your livestream before entering the copy. Your mission is escape from the lunatic asylum. And this task was originally to jump off the building. If you jump down, you can exit the copy, but if we jump down, we will definitely die. Ding Hu entered the copy 2 hours later than Fu Yan. He happened to see Fu Yan's livestream at that time. After Ding Hu finished speaking, he looked at the other players. You may not know, but this fire is burning up from the basement. There is a secret laboratory in the basement. Before I entered the copy, I saw Fu Yan performing surgery on those NPCs in the basement. I suspect this fire was started by him. He is in cahoots with those NPCs, they might have reached some shady agreement aimed at taking our lives. Ding Hu pointed directly at Fu Yan. The players looked suspiciously at Fu Yan. Is what he said true? Did you really start the fire? You believe anything others say, don't you have brains of your own? My brother is still in the copy. Why would he start a fire? Chui Hao said while pointing at several people who were just saved by Fu Yan. It was my brother who saved you just now. If he wanted to harm you, wouldn't it be easier to let you burn to death downstairs? Why bother saving you? Has your conscience been eaten by NPCs? The players were stunned by Chui Hao's chatter. The players saved by Fu Yan also lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, Fu Yan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. His tone was calm and his demeanor relaxed. I started the fire. Chui Hao, you see, I said it wasn't my brother. Wait, what did you say, brother? You started the fire? Chui Hao looked at Fu Yan in disbelief. Was the idol blown silly? Why would he start a fire? Even if he did start a fire, why admit it? GG. It really was you who started it. How can you be so vicious? If you didn't want to save us, that's one thing, but why start a fire to burn us alive? We have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this? Are you in cahoots with those monster NPCs? Since we can't exit the copy, you can't leave either. We'll kill you here today, no one gets to live. Chui Hao also looked dumbfounded. Could it be that the idol was really taken over by that group of monsters? The players furiously denounced Fu Yan, urging him to explain himself, otherwise, they would all die together. Fu Yan's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. He smirked slightly. Let me be blunt, none of you here are capable. Fu Yan's expression was calm, and his tone sincere, but his words infuriated the players present to the brink of outrage. The invisible mockery was the deadliest. Fu Yan, the fire was indeed started by me, because this copy is, from beginning to end, a dream. To escape the copy, you must wake up from the dream. Jumping off the building is a very good choice. The reason you couldn't escape before was that the NPCs were still here, but now that the NPCs are dead, if you just wake up from the dream, you can escape the copy. Ding Hu found this utterly ridiculous. You say it's a dream, so it's a dream? Who knows if you're just making this up to deceive us? Don't believe him, he just wants to kill us in the copy. Fu Yan, the food in the cafeteria has no taste. The way to complete the escape the asylum task is to jump off the building, and the seemingly normal yet illogical ecological environment in the underground laboratory, all of these point to a single clue, dream. Only when in a dream do things taste bland and seem logical. The reason jumping off can help you escape the asylum is that the feeling of weightlessness can help you wake up quickly from the dream. That said, believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying this, Fu Yan stretched out his arms and fell backward. Fu Yan fell from the rooftop, instantly disappearing into the sea of flames. Everyone leaned on the guardrail of the rooftop to look down. None dared to believe Fu Yan's words. Even if Fu Yan jumped down and was fine, that didn't mean they wouldn't die if they jumped down. The fire was getting bigger, and it was clearly about to reach the rooftop. Chui Hao glanced at the hesitant crowd, then looked at the blazing fire beneath him. Forget it, if I have to die, then let it be. Falling to my death is better than burning alive. Brother Fu, I'm coming. After Chui Hao spoke, he gripped the railing with one hand and flipped downwards. Move quickly, be cool in style. This jump by Chui Hao seemed to press the jump-off button for the players. A burly player also stepped up, walked to the railing, and shouted loudly, rather than burn to death, I might as well jump. I'm jumping. After he finished speaking, he leaped forward in a plunge. The other players, seeing this, scrambled up to the railing, too. Damn. If we're jumping, let's jump. Who's afraid of whom? I'm jumping too. Damn it. If I die, I won't let Fu Yan go even as a ghost. If we're going to jump, better do it early. If more people fall, we might end up dying from the fire if we jump later. Are those in front jumping or not? If you're not jumping, step aside. I'm in a hurry to reincarnate. At first, it was just one jumping at a time, but soon everyone jumped together. For those hesitating, people from behind simply gave them a push. Ding Hu, seeing everyone jump, thought about it and jumped down too. Until the last player leaped down, the entire asylum instantly turned to dust, vanishing into the air. Ding. Game over. Player Fu Yan successfully cleared the Nanchuan Asylum instance. Player Chui Hao successfully cleared the Nanchuan Asylum instance. Player Yushi successfully cleared the Nanchuan Asylum instance. Player Ding Hu successfully cleared the Nanchuan Asylum instance. Chapter 38, Eye of Rules. The system's alert sound rang for a long time. Over 700 players cleared the Nanchuan Asylum instance. Some had just entered the instance, while others had been trapped inside for months. At the moment they escaped the instance, they could hardly believe they were truly out. At the same time, the familiar metallic sound echoed again. Unlike the past with gritted teeth, this time it carried a numb acceptance of fate. Ding. Player Fu Yan killed the instance boss Dr. Darren. Ding. Player Fu Yan killed all experimental subjects in the instance. Ding. player Fu Yan shattered the Nanchuan Asylum dream. The instance boss of Nanchuan Asylum has been killed, the dream has been shattered, and this instance will cease to refresh and permanently close. The expressions of the veteran players who had previously cursed Fu Yan were now quite subtle. They had to admit, this newcomer named Fu Yan was truly crazy, and his skills were truly powerful. Yet, a rare few dark-hearted players continued to mock him in the livestream with sarcasm. Just lucky, sheer coincidence. A 1-star intermediate instance doesn't prove anything. He has potential, but it's better to be humble in life. Does he really think breaking an instance is a great achievement? The game system has surely set its eyes on you, good luck with that. Fu Yan was now a male streamer with 50,000 devoted fans. They immediately began to argue with those nagging players. Fu God is lucky? Are you blind? Want 0.01 of that luck? Breaking an instance doesn't mean anything, you try breaking one too. Been pressured by the game for so long that you can't stand up anymore? Then kneel down and call the game daddy. Let's see if it can send you out of the instance. Fool. Fu Yan, unaware of the drama outside the game, checked his horror value the moment he landed. Horror value, 46396. He found himself loving this game more and more. Once his horror value reached 10,000, he could draw his first skill card. Fu Yan opened the horror value panel and found that among the originally dim 3 cards, one was glowing faintly with golden light. Fu Yan clicked on the card. Drawing this card requires 10,000 horror value. Would you like to draw? Without hesitation, Fu Yan clicked confirm. Card drawing in progress, please wait. Card drawing completed. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, Eye of Rules. Eye of Rules, your eyes can see through all rules you can perceive, under the rules, you will be invincible. Seeing through rules that can be perceived? So, some rules can't be seen through? He couldn't understand it at all now? Fu Yan lowered his head and looked at the floor. Name, floor. Rule, stepping on it, of course, there are a few people who like to hold it on their heads. Fu Yan stood up and walked to the window. It was now 8 in the morning, the black mist in the community had dissipated, turning into white mist retreating to the edge of the community. Fu Yan looked up at the white mist. Name, dense fog. Rule, choking. It seems this eye of the rule can only identify the current state of objects. Just like the black mist could not be recognized during the day. Fu Yan turned around, his gaze sweeping over his luxury 5-person bed fully wrapped in golden nanma wood with dragon and phoenix carvings. Name, coffin. Rule, to place a corpse, some people prefer to use it as a bed, possibly due to some special preference. Fu Yan. At #UN #UN % at n asterisk. He Shuyang and his sister heard the clanging sound coming from upstairs. They came up to check and found Fu Yan frantically beating his coffin. The brutality was unprecedented. Seeing this, He Shuyang kindly closed the door for him and said to his sister behind him, the pressure is too much, the pressure is too much. He Shuyuan nodded, showing her understanding. In the Orphan's Grudge dungeon, the two of them also gained a lot of points. They originally wanted to give the points to Fu Yan, as handing in points was an unwritten rule in every community. But Fu Yan smiled and said that even his leftovers were more than theirs, so they should buy some weapons for themselves and not hold him back. So the siblings upgraded their equipment respectively. He Shuyang replaced his dagger with a long knife. He Shuyue bought herself a particle gun with unlimited bullets and a short knife. Though she had a defense net, it could only defend against magical attacks, she was not good in close combat, so firearms were more suitable for her. After venting, Fu Yan came out of the room, and it was already afternoon. His gaze passed over the two siblings. The eye of the rule showed nothing. It's clear that it does not work on living people. At that moment, a line of black text suddenly appeared in the sky above every community. The Battle Royale dungeon is about to open. Players participating in the Battle Royale dungeon can sign up by communities, each community can send 5 to 10 players, and the victorious players may receive mysterious prizes from the game. This time, there will be 100 players in the dungeon. Everyone is welcome to participate. If the number of participants does not reach the required amount, the system will randomly select players to fill in. Countdown for the Battle Royale dungeon opening, 3 days. Although Fu Yan would not miss any dungeon, he did not understand the meaning of this dungeon, mutual slaughter. He Shuyang explained, this dungeon will toss all players into the same dungeon, players compete against each other, in addition to defending against NPCs, players also need to guard against players from other communities. In short, danger is doubled. Though it's very dangerous, the rewards are also very enticing. I heard that previously a player obtained 81 fragments and left the game directly. Fu Yan, are the rewards the same each time? He Shuyang, not necessarily, it's like gambling, no one knows what the reward is until the end. Gambling has its patterns too. Fu Yan used the eye of the rule to look at the black text in the sky again. Name, Battle Royale Dungeon. Rule, the first team to crack the dungeon will receive an unlimited dungeon experience card. Run the dungeon without fear. Wherever you want to run, run there. Mom no longer needs to worry about me not being able to run the dungeon. Fu Yan's eyes lit up. This reward might not be useful for others, but for him, it was simply a treasure reward. After drawing skill cards, his horror value was 36,396 points. Drawing the second skill card required 100,000 horror points, and he was worried about where to get horror points. Now this unlimited card came knocking at his door, truly a pillow coming just as he was nodding off. Fu Yan prepared to sign up. He had to get this card. Seeing Fu Yan sign up, the brother and sister decided to join him in the team. Fu Yan opened his control panel, clicking on the sign-up page for the Battle Royale. Just as he was about to register, the system prompted him that he did not meet the eligibility requirements. Damn! The system indicated that applicants needed to participate as a community, and each community must have at least 5 people taking part in the Battle Royale instance. Ha! None of them qualify. Chapter 39, Main City. Since the mysterious deaths of players in Death District 13, this community had disbanded. Although Fu Yan and the others lived in Death District 13, they were still guildless free agents. To rebuild a guild and community, they needed to register at an NPC in the main city. He Shiyang said, but it takes at least 2 days to go back and forth from here to the main city. Even for speedsters, it would take a whole day, and we still need to pick people in the rookie hall. We only have 3 days left, it's not enough. Fu Yan knew that time was a bit tight. But that was an infinite instance card. He really wanted it. Yay! Fu Yan thought for a moment, and suddenly a scene flashed through his mind. He grabbed He Shuyang and turned to leave. Xiaoyu, guard the house. He Shuyue replied, oh, okay. Fu Yan brought He Shuyang to a dry well at the edge of the community. He brushed aside the dense wild grass around, revealing a moss-covered dry well beneath. He Shuyang asked, aren't we in a hurry to get to the main city? Why did you bring me here? Jump into the well. After Fu Yan finished speaking, he grabbed He Shuyang's shoulder and jumped into the well. He Shuyang screamed, ah! Damn! The moment they jumped in, a pale green rune flashed from the bottom of the well. When He Shuyang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing perfectly in the thick fog at the edge of the community. He turned to look at Fu Yan, who had his arms crossed, gazing upward at something. Following Fu Yan's gaze, he saw a highly technological metallic building standing not far ahead, with colorful neon lights that made it almost blinding. Blue and purple spotlights illuminated the metallic building, forming 3 colorful big characters in the air main city. He Shuyang stared blankly at the scene before him. I have a sentence to say, but I don't know if I should. Then don't say it. Fu Yan entered the main city without looking back. Wait for me. He Shuyang hurriedly chased after him, unable to contain his curiosity. How did you know there was a teleportation array at the bottom of the well? The array belongs to personal talent. Currently, only high-level guilds have array masters. Could the array at the bottom of the well have been left by a former array master? But in the game, once a player dies, everything related to the player gets erased. Just like after the mysterious deaths of players in Death District 13, everything they bought with points, like houses and buildings, would be wiped out. This is also why everyone concluded that the players of this community died collectively. But now, the array at the bottom of the well still exists. Could it be that the person who set it up is still alive? Where could he be now? He Shuyang's gaze slowly turned towards Fu Yan. Fu Yan saw right through his thoughts. Don't look at me, I didn't set up that array. He Shuyang was skeptical. Then how did you know there was an array if it was hidden so well? Fu Yan recalled the scene that had flashed in his mind earlier. It was the silhouette of a woman. That woman stood with her back to Fu Yan, raising her hand to cast an array at the bottom of the well. I'll hide the teleportation array in the well, those little bunnies won't expect it, making sure they can't sneak out to play. The image flickered past, and Fu Yan didn't have time to see her face clearly. Unlike the illusion in the orphan's curse instance, Fu Yan was sure this woman had been speaking to him. But there was no memory of the woman in his mind at all. Forget it, there's no need to torture himself. Fu Yan simply said, man's intuition. He Shuyang nodded, looking serious as if he really believed him. Entering the main city, each person needs to pay 100 points. Due to the high entry fee, ordinary people would not enter without a reason. Fu Yan and the others paid the city entry fee. When the machine scanned Fu Yan's points, the long string of numbers nearly blinded the city guard NPC's eyes. If it were any longer, the machine wouldn't be able to handle it. The NPC nervously crossed off points, afraid that if he shook his hand, he would press 1 extra 0. The NPC was extremely anxious, and Fu Yan deliberately scared him. Don't mess around, I'm watching. If you deduct too much, I'll have your head. Ding. Horror value plus 5 inch. Fu Yan's eyes lit up, and he began to consider the possibility of slaughtering the main city. He Shuyang saw Fu Yan acting up again and quickly pushed him into the city. Fu Yan was pushed far away, but his voice broke through the heavy surroundings and firmly rang in the city guard NPC's ear. I will definitely come back. The NPC felt a chill down his spine, nearly stumbling onto his companion's sword. Fu Yan entered the main city. Here, it was filled with bright lights and decorated with metal structure buildings and blue and purple neon lights, exuding a strong cyberpunk vibe. The two had no intention to explore and headed straight for the office building in the main city. The office building was suspended in the central sky of the main city, shaped like a floating iron ring, surrounded by a circle of blue and white neon lights, looking very extravagant. He Shuyang, it's so high, how do we get up there? As soon as He Shuyang finished speaking, a giant dragon with wings, made entirely of steel, landed in front of the two. The iron dragon raised its head high, letting out a puff of steam from its nose, signaling the two to climb onto its back. The iron dragon flapped its wings and took the two soaring into the sky, doing a 360-degree spin in the air. When He Shuyang landed, his legs were weak. He clung to Fu Yan's arm, his eyes filled with stars. We're rich, we're rich. Fu Yan also expressed, that was a great flight, but let's not do it again next time. After getting their money's worth, the two headed straight for the community registration office upon landing. Hello, sir, how can I help you? The community NPC politely inquired. Fu Yan, I want to rebuild the guild. NPC, okay, please tell me your name and address. Fu Yan, Death District 13, Fu Yan. Okay, please wait a moment. The NPC retrieved the Death District 13 guild files, and upon seeing a certain page, her expression suddenly became strange. She looked up at Fu Yan and then at the computer. Fu Yan clearly sensed the NPC's change. What's wrong? It's nothing, it shows that there is currently no guild in your community. Do you want to rebuild the guild in your existing community? Fu Yan nodded and then unexpectedly leaned over to take a look at the NPC's computer. A bunch of mosaics? The NPC smiled, Sir, our files are encrypted, and only authorized system personnel can see them. Fu Yan, caught sneaking a peek, didn't feel embarrassed, very cautious. NPC, Sir, the system shows that your community does not meet the requirements to establish a guild. Please complete the necessary conditions before applying. Fu Yan took the long list the NPC gave him and returned to the community through the teleportation array. The teleportation array returned them to the community amidst the thick fog, saving them the trouble of climbing through the well. Brother, Mr. Fu, how did it go? He Shuyu welcomed them at the door. Fu Yan handed the dense list of requirements to her. Building complexes, sun and moon disks, green space area, landmark buildings. Chapter 40, Fairy Tale Town. Question, how did Fu Yan go from a horror movie NPC to a contractor? Answer, this story starts with a brain-dead game. Fu Yan bought a scenic tour car from the Points Mall and brought He Shuyang and his sister to the outskirts of the community. He had He Shuyang drive along the community's edge while he sat in the back seat, crazily shopping. He Shuyu looked at the things he bought, feeling shocked and scared. Mr. Fu, are you buying so many sun and moon discs for? Wholesale, perhaps? He Shuyu glanced over and saw at least 30 of them. These cost 100 million points each, this must at least total over 3 billion. Just tossing them for fun, Fu Yan said as he threw one into the sky. The sun and moon discs could automatically adjust their angle and position according to the user's will. Every community has at least one, and those with better conditions might have 2 to 3. People like Fu Yan, who can hang more than 30 at once, are truly unseen. Even the top-tier luxury communities probably can't achieve that. Generally, communities hang the sun and moon wheel in the center, letting its shining side face down to illuminate the entire community. But Fu Yan does it differently. He casually tosses one every 100 meters, circling the area. While others have the sun and moon wheel shining down on the ground to dispel the surrounding fog, he faces the glowing side outward, brightening the fog. He has turned a defense tool into a machine gun. With Fu Yan's current wealth, saying he spends without limits is no exaggeration. After hanging the sun and moon wheel, Fu Yan had He Shuyang take him around the community. As they passed through open areas, he casually tossed a building. From Ihong Courtyard to the Red Light District, from forest cottages to haunted islands, and all kinds of haunted houses, ancient mansions, wax museums, graveyards, mazes, amusement parks. The color tones were mainly bloody, dark, and cold. Just looking at it sends chills down your spine. He Shuyang remarked, even the dungeons aren't this scary. Fu Yan's eyes sparkled, it must be you, little he. You reminded me, I was just thinking, how can there be no NPCs in a haunted house? He Shuyang responded. Look at that mouth of his. After finishing with the buildings, Fu Yan began to work on the land. Compared to beautiful but useless flowers and plants, he preferred the carnivorous plant, one that destroys if it cannot have. Let's get it done. When Fu Yan covered the community with carnivorous plants, He Shuyang was completely numb. Forget it, whatever will be, will be. After building the community, the two hurried into the main city. The NPC guarding the gate saw him and panicked, running away in a hurry. After paying the entry fee, the two rushed to the community office. The NPC lady welcomed them with a smile once again. Sir, your community meets the requirements for forming a guild. May I ask if you wish to continue using the name Death District 13? Fu Yan shook his head in disdain. No, that name is unlucky. Hearing this, the NPC's mouth twitched in a very human-like manner, but she quickly returned to her professional fake smile. Then please name your guild and community. Fu Yan rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Let's call it Fairy Tale Town. Fairy Tale Town? The NPC looked at the real scene of the community sent back by the system, her expression somewhat stiff. Where's the fairy tale in this? Even she, as an NPC, felt chills on her back. It's a pity the dungeons don't provide a setting for you. Noticing the NPC's typing hand was a bit stiff, Fu Yan kindly asked, what's wrong? The NPC trembled. May I ask if this fairy tale is based on Hans Christian Andersen or the Brothers Grimm? Fu Yan thought for a while. It should be a horror fairy tale. After leaving the office building, Fu Yan and He Shuyang arrived at the beginner's hall located in the main city. At this time, the beginner's hall was filled with many players, including new players just entering the game and veteran players representing guilds to recruit. In the beginner's hall, there was a giant LED screen displaying the level rankings of various guilds. The rankings were based on community construction, total number of players, and players' overall levels. Although their community was fully constructed, the total number of players didn't even match a fraction of other communities, let alone the E rank with 2 F ranks in overall level. If they weren't at the bottom, who would be? At that moment, a well-built man with defined features walked up to them and politely greeted, Hello, are you here for recruitment? Fu Yan was silent, but He Shuyang hurriedly nodded, Yes, yes. Seeing this, the man took out a document from his pocket and spoke more passionately, Please take a look at this, it's my resume. My name is Sun Hao, male, 29 years old. Before entering the game, I worked in the auto repair industry. The dungeon I entered this time is called Blue Skeleton, and here are my highlights. After saying that, Sun Hao pointed at his resume. He Shuyang quickly bent down to read. Sun Hao seized the opportunity to chat with Fu Yan, saying, Both of you teachers look impressive, may I ask which guild you belong to? As soon as they entered the room, Sun Hao fixated on them. In the whole room, they were the cleanest and most well-dressed, clearly having some background, perhaps internal members of a high-ranking guild. He had to seize this chance and leap to become someone important. He Shuyang flipped through resumes while saying, We are from the... He Shuyang suddenly recalled the last-ranked guild and hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed to say it out loud. We are from the Fairy Tale Town Guild, Fu Yan stated bluntly. Fairy Tale Town? Sun Hao looked puzzled. In the past 2 days, he had never heard of this guild. It used to be called Death District 13. Fu Yan kindly clarified for him. Death District 13. Isn't that the place where even birds won't shit, worse than a low-level guild, the absolute last community? Sun Hao's eyes widened as he glanced at the big screen. He saw that the name at the bottom had changed from Death District 13 to Fairy Tale Town. Fu Yan sighed, looking helpless as he explained, Who spread these rumors? So? Sun Hao looked at Fu Yan with hope, not wanting to believe he could be mistaken. Fu Yan cleared his throat and said seriously, Don't listen to what others say, actually, our community's birds really do shit. Sun Hao. Sun Hao rolled his eyes and snatched back the resume from He Shuyang's hand. He Shuyang looked confused, I haven't finished looking. Look. You grandpa. Dressed all nicely, and here you are lying about resumes. Do you even have any shame? In this world, really, all kinds of people. Sun Hao cursed and walked away. He Shuyang looked eagerly at Fu Yan. Fu Yan shrugged, looking innocent, It's not my fault, he chose to leave. Chapter 41 New Members. Fu Yan and He Shuyang wandered around the novice hall, but they couldn't recruit anyone. As soon as players heard they were from Fairy Tale Town, they immediately distanced themselves, almost shouting, Don't come near me. He Shuyang was anxious, but Fu Yan remained calm as ever. His eyes landed on a scruffy man. The man looked to be around 40, in ragged clothes, with a scruffy beard, lazily slumping in the center of the hall, surrounded by a dozen empty bottles. He squinted, reeking of alcohol, continuously rubbing a necklace around his neck. A player, annoyed that he was in the way, kicked him. The man was knocked to the ground but didn't get angry, instead, he smiled and asked, Got any booze? Then he received a few more kicks and the reply, Bah. Crazy psycho. This is really too much. He Shuyang frowned, wanting to confront the player who bullied him. But Fu Yan pulled him back, No need to pity him, he can fight better than you. He Shuyang looked at Fu Yan with a face of disbelief, What are you saying? Impossible. Fu Yan, count how many bottles are on the ground. He Shuyang counted seriously, 16. Fu Yan, this kind of wine is 5 points each, he drank 16, which means on his first dungeon run, he at least earned 80 points. Can you do that? He Shuyang recalled his first experience in a dungeon. Combined with Xiaoye, they only earned 70 points. He Shuyang shook his head decisively but still couldn't see this person as a martial arts master. What if the booze was given to him by someone else? Fu Yan, look at his right hand, his thumb, index finger, mouth, and palm all have a thick layer of callus. Know what that means? He Shuyan's face flushed, uncertain. Does it mean that he is a five-finger girl? What the hell? I'm saying he's a master rogue. You must be asking for a slap. Fu Yan lifted his hand, pretending to hit He Shuyang. He Shuyang got scared and covered his head, muttering, I was just following your line of thought. Who knew you'd suddenly act serious today? What are you mumbling about over there? He Shuyang quickly shook his head, afraid that Fu Yan would get too excited and throw him a big surprise. Fu Yan didn't argue with him and continued the previous topic. These parts have calluses, which proves this person must have been using knives and guns for years. His skills must be impressive. After saying this, Fu Yan walked towards the man. He sat cross-legged opposite the man, looking him straight in the eye and said bluntly, Friend, are you interested in joining our guild? The man didn't even lift his head, his fingers rubbing the necklace while he occasionally let out a hum of laughter. He Shuyan looked at Fu Yan in confusion. What does he mean by this? Fu Yan replied, what else could it mean? He isn't interested in you. He Shuyan, what should we do then? Fu Yan stood up, pressing down on He Shuyan's shoulder, forget it. A fruit that is forced to ripen isn't sweet. Fu Yan left the man's little territory and went straight to the corner of the hall. In the corner, curled up was a bloody boy in tattered clothes. The boy had his back to the hall, burying his head in his knees, curling up like a ball, hiding in the corner as if reflecting on his mistakes. Even when someone walked past him, he would tremble in fear. Fu Yan had his eyes on him at first sight. This timid child had always been his favorite, he. Fu Yan walked up behind the boy, and as expected, the boy shivered. Ding! Horror value plus 1 inch. Fu Yan instantly broke into a warm smile, squatting behind the boy, gently patting his back. The boy trembled again, pressing his knees tightly against the wall, inching his bottom further inside, wishing he could fold himself smaller. Don't come over. Fu Yan, don't be afraid, we are not bad people. My name is Fu Yan, I am from the Fairy Tale Town Guild. I see that you have a unique bone structure, making you a rare talent in martial arts, so I want to invite you to join our guild and help protect world peace. Fu Yan spoke passionately, but the boy buried his head even deeper. No. I'm not going. Although the boy's voice trembled, his refusal was very firm. Since you don't recognize the situation, then don't blame me for using harsh methods. Fu Yan forcibly turned the boy's head, making him look up at him, pretending to be fierce and said, No. You must go. Ding. Horror value plus 5 inch. The boy looked at Fu Yan, his delicate face full of terror, sweat beads rolling down his cheeks, his eyes brimming with tears, stuttering, I will go. Can you not stare at me? After speaking, the boy slowly turned his head towards the wall, looking at the sky and the ground, just not looking at Fu Yan. Fu Yan. For the first time in his life, he saw a living social anxiety. Things started to develop in an interesting direction. He Shuyang, as an observer, felt that this boy was indeed too weak, almost crying after just a few words. He couldn't understand why Fu Yan had picked him. He Shuyang, what do you see in him? Fu Yan rubbed his chin, he caught my eye. He Shuyang, so your standard for picking is based on what you like? Fu Yan, pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. He Shuyang. But he's too weak. How can he participate in a survival game? He Shuyang wasn't rejecting the boy, he just feared that this kid would lose his life in such a dangerous game. Fu Yan sneered at him, you think you're strong? He Shuyang thought for a moment, that's true. At half a gene, how could he have the nerve to say someone was 8 tails? Their conversation didn't hide from the boy, but he didn't care, as long as they didn't look at him or talk to him. He even inched aside, kindly making space for them. Fu Yan, in a bit, you take him and leave. He Shuyang, what about you? Fu Yan, I'm going to knock out that homeless man and carry him away. What? Knocking someone out and carrying them away in the beginner's hall? What kind of bandit behavior was this? He Shuyang looked at him with a mad expression. Didn't you say a fruit that is forced to ripen isn't sweet? I'm having sauce. After Fu Yan said this, he picked up the boy in the corner and tossed him onto He Shuyang. Just as he was about to go for the homeless man, he saw that the homeless man had already come over to block them. He was reeking of alcohol, anxiously looking at Fu Yan. He Shuyang gripped the boy with one hand and subtly touched the knife handle with the other. After a brief standoff, the homeless man slowly spoke, Are you Fu Yan? Yes. Are you the one who broke the Nanchuan asylum? Yes. After Fu Yan finished speaking, the homeless man fell silent for a long time. What do you think of this game? The homeless man nervously looked at Fu Yan, not knowing what answer he wanted from him. Fu Yan was silent for a moment and stated calmly, an existence that should not exist. The homeless man lowered his head, lost in thought. After a while, he lifted his head and asked, "Does your community have alcohol?" Fu Yan replied, "There's plenty." Chapter 42, A Night of Fright. With the group gathered, Fu Yan asked the names of the 2 new members and registered for this battle royale as a squad. Both new members were very cooperative. The homeless man was named Wu Zhengyang. As long as there was alcohol, he would do anything. The socially anxious Jian Lan didn't want to participate in such a group event, but his words didn't count, and he could only let Fu Yan manipulate him. When the 4 returned to the community, the sky had already darkened. The thick fog surrounding the community was slowly turning black. Standing in the fog, one could faintly hear a woman singing. Jian Lan felt his mouth dry, his throat rolling up and down, his face tense. The fog. There are people in the fog. Is this socially anxious person afraid of people or ghosts? Fu Yan thoughtfully replied, "Those are not people, those are ghosts." Jian Lan thought, "It's fine if they are not people." Wait, what did he say? Those are ghosts. Jian Lan choked on his breath, the corners of his mouth drooping, his brows knitting together, looking like he was about to cry. For a moment, he didn't know whether people were scarier or ghosts were scarier. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. The black mist on the edge of the community was stirring, wanting to surge into the community, but was repelled by Fu Yan's sun and moon wheel. Fu Yan looked at the black mist with his rule eye. Name, Ghost Mist. Rule, the eerie ghost mist conceals a wronged female ghost who has died. Her greatest hobby is to kill recklessly, each appearance accompanied by a spine-chilling BGM. She comes without a shadow and leaves without a trace, spreading her brainwaves through water. Thus, people affectionately call her Teacher Chu, Old Corpse Chu, Old Wet Chu. Old Wet Chu. Let's catch a few for a taste tonight. Fu Yan led everyone to the central area of the community. He Shuyang and He Shuyue had already moved out of his castle. He Shuyang chose a small cabin in the forest. He Shuyue lived in a haunted wax museum, taking those 4 haunting mirrors with her as well. Although the ghosts inside were no longer willing to play with her, once a teacher, forever a father, she still respected them. Fu Yan praised her, appreciating her unwavering spirit. Jian Lan walked at the back of the group, nervously observing the surroundings. He didn't know how other communities were, but this community was scarier than the copies. Sinister buildings, grinning plants, and a man scarier than any NPC. He felt as if he had never left the copy. Perhaps the novice lobby was just his illusion, and he might have already died in the copy. The more Jiang Lan thought, the more scared he became, the more anxious he felt. So much so that when Fu Yan talked to him, he nearly sat down in fright. Most of the houses here are empty, feel free to choose any. Fu Yan said, patting Wu Zhengyang on the shoulder, "Old Wu, you can stay with me, I have a whole wine cellar downstairs." In the end, Wu Zhengyang returned to the castle with Fu Yan. Jian Lan chose a relatively secluded, less frightening-looking old house. As night fell, nearly everyone was resting. Fu Yan reminded Wu Zhengyang not to drink himself to death. Then, dressed in the night, he hurriedly left the community, disappearing into the thick black ghost mist. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Jian Lan felt the temperature in the room drop suddenly, instinctively wrapping himself tighter in the blanket. A woman's haunting singing echoed in the air. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the room. The sound was sharp and piercing, tinged with a hint of familiarity. In the empty room, it felt particularly eerie. Jian Lan tightened the blanket and slowly opened his eyes. He saw that the door had been opened to a narrow crack at some unknown time. A hand, with black nails and pale skin, slowly reached in. It gradually pushed the door open, revealing a female ghost in a dark blue robe, with long hair flowing down her back, bending at the waist at the doorway. Her head hung low, her waist-length hair covering her face, and through the gaps, one could vaguely see her pale skin. She stood at the door, singing a chilling opera that could make one's scalp tingle. Jian Lan suddenly sat up. In the next instant, the female ghost suddenly moved from the doorway to the center of the room. Just a few steps away, the ghost was about to reach Jian Lan's bed. Jian Lan slowly closed his eyes, turned his body 90 degrees, facing the wall, sitting on the bed with his knees up, leaving only a socially anxious back to the ghost. No matter how the ghost danced behind him, Jian Lan stayed immovable. Gradually, the chilling melody faded, and the female ghost fell silent behind him. Jian Lan maintained his closed-eye position, carefully feeling for the blanket and slowly burrowing into it. As long as he didn't open his eyes, he could pretend no one was in the room. He lay in bed, wrapping himself tighter in the blanket. Suddenly, his hand touched something damp and sticky. He instinctively opened his eyes and saw the female ghost lying in bed, face to face with him. The ghost's face was pale, her eyeballs bulging, and from her wide-open mouth flowed a black, sticky liquid. The liquid was pitch black and foul-smelling, giving off a nauseating scent of decay. The ghost's grayish-white eyes stared at him unblinkingly. Jian Lan stared in terror, his eyes wide, stammering, You don't, roll your eyes. After saying this, Jianlan suddenly flipped over and jumped off the bed, sprinting away. He couldn't tell whether he felt more social anxiety or more fear. Jianlan ran into the courtyard, where a wisp of white smoke slowly rose from the dry well. A female ghost in white clothes and disheveled hair climbed out from the well in a strange posture. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Jianlan, grabbing his neck and making a weird hissing sound. The ghost was immensely strong, lifting Jianlan with one hand. With a twist, she broke Jianlan's neck. With a crack, his cervical bone snapped, and he fell silent. The ghost tossed Jianlan to the ground and walked straight towards the house. In the next second, the Jianlan lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. Taking advantage of the two ghostly figures fighting, he rolled and crawled out of the old house. As soon as he exited, he saw a tall figure wearing a mask made of human skin, holding a bloody chainsaw, chasing and hacking at someone. The person being chased was He Shuyang, whom he had met earlier that day. Seeing Jianlan, He Shuyang grabbed his hand without saying a word and ran together. The murderer wielding the chainsaw chased relentlessly, and the two finally ran into He Shuyue's wax museum. Upon entering, they saw He Shuyue crushing a wax figure to the ground, smashing its head with a vase. Blood splattered, and wax shards went flying. After finishing with one wax figure, He Shuyue brushed off her skirt and stood up. "Brother, why are you both here?" Before He Shuyang could speak, Jianlan suddenly pointed behind He Shuyang and said in terror, "People, people, so many people." He Shuyang turned around and saw that every wax figure in the room had twisted its head, staring at them with eerie eyes. They let out a creepy keek-keek laugh. Chapter 43, The Great Escape of the Apocalypse, 1. Jianlan's experience that night could be summed up as, he escapes, they chase, he has nowhere to fly. Is this really not a dungeon? Jianlan questioned, feeling his soul cry out. He Shuyang patted his shoulder, "This is how it is here, just get used to it." He Shuyue kindly offered to teach him a method to overcome fear. "Next time you feel scared, just quietly repeat in your mind, 'You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me.'" Jianlan asked, "So the ghost won't see me then?" He Shuyue replied, "That way, you can just deceive yourself." Jianlan. The next morning. The black fog dispersed, the thin white mist drifted scatteredly in the community. With the sun and moon circling around the community, the white mist could not merge with the thick fog outside, only able to be trapped in this community, waiting to transform again at night. Everything seemed to return to its original form. Jianlan held the short knife given by He Shuyang in his arms, his mind filled with He Shuyue's teachings, leaving the wax figure museum in a daze. After such a thrilling night, his social anxiety seemed much better, but his nerves might be on the verge of breaking. What kind of pirate ship has he boarded? There are still 2 days until the battle royale begins. In these 2 days, he hadn't seen Fu Yan, but the NPCs in the community were increasing. They disappeared during the day, appeared at night, constantly grinding Jianlan's fragile nerves. At first, he would scream and run out. Now, he was able to coexist peacefully with Teacher Chu and Sister Jinzi. This is probably a progress for a coward, he thought. 2 days passed quickly, the battle royale was about to begin. A line of black text appeared in the sky again. The battle royale instance is about to start, all participating players, please prepare. Countdown to the start of the battle royale instance, 10 seconds. Countdown to the start of the battle royale instance, 9 seconds. Countdown to the start of the battle royale instance, 8 seconds. The second hand kept moving until the last second counted down. All players' vision went black, officially entering the battle royale instance. When Fu Yan opened his eyes, he found themselves in the center of a city with broken walls and ruins. The sky was gray, the sun invisible, the entire city lifeless, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. The surrounding buildings showed a grayish color, there were no pedestrians on the road, and the streets were full of abandoned cars. It was like an apocalypse. Fu Yan opened his control panel, starting to check the instance information. Player name, Fu Yan. Game experience, 4. Mental value, 0. Luck value, 0.01. Health value, 100. Talent, unknown. Weapon, none. Overall level, E. Fragments, 3. Player information is visible only to the player. Fragments? If it didn't appear soon, Fu Yan would forget about it. Fu Yan opened his equipment bar and indeed saw 3 shining puzzle pieces inside. He continued to scroll, starting to check the relevant information of the Battle Royale instance. Instance, Apocalypse Battle Royale. Mode, Multiplayer. Level, Unknown. Difficulty, Random. Instance background, it is now the 3rd year of the apocalypse, the majority of humanity has turned into zombies, even plants and animals have been unable to escape, energy resources are almost exhausted. The disaster of this apocalypse was created by a mad scientist codenamed X. And this madman is currently hiding among you. His goal is to exterminate humanity. At the same time, a scientist named Su Hongnan is on his way to the only survivor base city S with a newly discovered virus strain antibody from Research Lab B. A battle between good and evil has already begun. Player mission. Instance settings. 1. Player's talents can be infinitely amplified in this instance. 2. Anyone bitten by a zombie will turn into a zombie. 3. The instance ends once any player's mission is completed. 4. Points will be calculated at the end of the instance, and the player squad with the highest score can win a mysterious prize from the game. 5. Scoring points. 1 point for killing a zombie, 5 points for killing a player, and can nullify all their points. But instance information is visible to all viewers, but not between players. Friendly reminder, this instance will be live-streamed throughout. After everyone finished reading the instance information, a metallic prompt sound echoed in their heads. Please players draw their identity cards. Player missions will be updated after drawing identity cards. As the prompt sound fell, a black pattern card appeared in players' minds. Clicking to draw, the card flipped. Players' identity information and personal missions appeared on the card. Fu Yan also pressed the draw button. He could already foresee the nature of this game. As expected. Identity information, X. Player mission, exterminate humanity. Completing the mission grants 1000 points. Warm reminder, players who fail their mission will be trapped in the instance forever. Fu Yan opened the control panel and found that the player mission section had been updated. In his gear slot, there was an extra vial of potion. Name, a drop of C virus solution. Rule, an important item in the human extermination plan, a drop of diluted C virus solution is enough to wipe out an entire city. Below the instance information, a positioning map appeared. The map marked his current location. At the same time, 2 strings of numbers appeared in Fu Yan's mind. Number of players, 100. Survivor count, 5362. Whether it was Fu Yan's illusion or not, he always felt that this game was strange. It felt like raising a poisonous insect. On one hand, it wanted to make him very strong, while on the other hand, it feared backlash, almost wishing for him to die right away. For example, right now. Not only did everyone know his mission, but he was also placed in a circle of divine punishment. Fu Yan and the others were currently in C province, at the edge of the map. To reach S City, they had to cross at least one entire map. By the time they got to S City, the instance might be over. Identity cards have all been drawn, the Apocalypse Battle Royale officially begins. As the familiar metallic sound echoed, the Battle Royale instance was activated. Members of Fu Yan's team crawled out of the ruins and gathered around him. He Shu Yang, brother Fu, what should we do now? Everyone looked to Fu Yan, there was no doubt he was their backbone, and they joined the Battle Royale because of him. Fu Yan glanced at the 4, let's discuss your tasks first. Everyone was a bit puzzled, wasn't the mission the same for all? He Shuiwei reacted first, Mr. Fu, you shouldn't mean? Fu Yan nodded at her, confirming her guess. He Shuiwei bit her lip. Though, she actually felt very excited. He Shuiwei first revealed the content on her identity card. Identity information, agent. Player mission, 1, kill X, completing the mission grants 500 points, 2. Escort Dr. Su Hongnan safely to S City. Completing the mission grants 500 points. Warm reminder, players who fail their mission will be trapped in the instance forever. Chapter 44, Apocalypse Battle Royale, 2. While the tasks among players were invisible, they could be discussed. But in the instance, human words were less trustworthy than ghostly whispers. This note was entirely meant to make players suspicious of each other, leading to self-destructive behavior. Otherwise, why would everyone openly display their control panels when they could just kill each other? Fu Yan asked the other 3, and their tasks were the same as He Shuyue's. He Shuyang suddenly had a bad feeling, you wouldn't be X, right? Fu Yan showed a chilling smile, congratulations, you guessed right. Then what's your task? Exterminate humanity, isn't that exciting? He Shuyang nodded, seems pretty fitting for you. At this moment, He Shuiwei also opened the control panel, she looked at the terrain map on the panel and said, we are currently in C province. To reach S City, it will take at least 10 days, and we have to sneak into the survivor base without arousing suspicion, this is too difficult. Especially since Mr. Fu has so many fans. He Shuiwei swallowed the words enemies that almost slipped out. Although Fu Yan had 50,000 loyal fans, there were indeed quite a few people who despised him. Moreover, given Fu Yan's great strength, in such a self-serving instance, the possibility of them joining forces to plot against him was very high. He Shuyang felt that his sister made a good point, he scratched his head, so what do we do now? Fu Yan adjusted his tie and said lightly, who says I want to blend in? I want them to invite us in openly. Let's go. Find a car to B City. Although they were far from S City, they were close to B City. Now they set off along the main road, hoping to intercept Su Hongnan before he leaves the city. Fu Yan divided the 5 people into 3 groups, quickly gathering usable supplies in the city. Half an hour later, the 5 returned to the ruins to assemble. Jianlan and Wu Zhangyang found a few bottles of pills and 2 packs of expired biscuits. He Shuyang and his sister drove back a rugged vehicle with an almost empty tank. It could still run about 30 to 50 kilometers. This was the only working vehicle they could find. For this vehicle, He Shuyang almost got scratched by a zombie inside the car. But thanks to the 3 zombies in the car, otherwise this vehicle would have been taken by someone else. After the group split up, Fu Yan wandered around the street, casually taking out a few zombies. He reached into a zombie's brain and stirred for a long time, but found nothing. Where are the zombie crystals? This is not how TV shows it. A bunch of empty-headed useless people. Fu Yan shook his hand in disdain. The 5 got into the rugged vehicle, with He Shuyang driving and He Shuyue sitting in the front passenger seat. Fu Yan and Wu Zhangyang sat in the second row, while Jianglan curled up in the corner of the last row, sitting in a position most comfortable for a social phobic, turning her back to everyone. The vehicle entered the main road. There were no pedestrians. Mutated plant roots intertwined and climbed onto the road, and when the vehicle rolled over them, a pop sound could be heard. When they encountered obstructing vehicles, He Shuyang got out and easily lifted them away with one punch. After the buff of the instance, he now felt full of power. He Shuyang's talent was immense strength, He Shuyue's was spell defense and empathy, while the socially anxious Jianglan's should be healing. Fu Yan turned to Wu Zhangyang. Old Wu, what's your talent? Wu Zhangyang took a sip from his military water bottle, which contained alcohol he brought from outside the instance. My talent is disguise. Disguise? Fu Yan became interested. Show me. In the next second, he watched as Wu Zhangyang's face slowly twisted and morphed into his own likeness. Not only his face changed, but his whole figure became just like him. Fu Yan clapped in admiration. Your talent is quite interesting. Can you turn someone else into your likeness? Wu Zhangyang, originally, I couldn't, but this instance enhances talents. I can give it a try. After saying that, Wu Zhangyang focused intently on Fu Yan's face. Under his gaze, Fu Yan's face slowly twisted and warped. At that moment, He Shuyang returned after clearing the obstacles. He opened the car door, and as soon as he got in, he saw Fu Yan's face twisted and his features out of place greeting him. Damn! A ghost! He Shuyang jumped up, creating a hole in the roof of the car. Wu Zhangyang was startled by He Shuyang's scream, losing his concentration. He intended to change Fu Yan's face into his own, but accidentally turned it into He Shuyang's. Fu Yan looked in the rearview mirror for a long time, clicking his tongue in amazement. Even with such an ordinary appearance, it still can't hide my outstanding aura. He Shuyang. Why is it always him getting hurt? Halfway through their drive, they completely ran out of fuel, and the vehicle stalled. He Shuyang pulled the handbrake. The car is out of gas. They were now more than 60 kilometers away from City B. Fu Yan glanced at the map, observing the surrounding environment. They were at a main road junction, although they were a distance from City B. But if Su Hongnan and the players wanted to go from City B to City S, they must pass this way. This place was sparsely populated and densely vegetated, very suitable for a zero-cost purchase or something like that. Fu Yan instructed He Shuyang to push the car another 100 meters forward, then sat alone in the car waiting for the others. The remaining few were arranged by him to ambush in the bushes. Time passed second by second. Just as He Shuyang was about to fall asleep, a white sedan smoothly drove into the main road from the junction of City B. Wu Zhangyang heard the sound first. He tapped the guys beside him. Wake up, action is coming. He Shuyang, Wu Ge, you make us really seem like bandits. Wu Zhangyang declared with righteous indignation. Nonsense, old Fu said we call this zero-cost purchase. He Shuyang. As the only normal person in the organization who hasn't been brainwashed, He Shuyang felt he was really trying hard. Inside the car, the driver turned the steering wheel and saw a SUV not far ahead. Dr. Su, there's a car ahead, it must be here to pick us up. The military said they would send agents to pick them up, but Su Hongnan had a bad feeling in his heart. The car gradually approached, and the driver honked the horn to urge them, but the SUV had no intention of giving way. Driver, doctor, what should we do? Su Hongnan, crash right through. The driver tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, aiming directly at the SUV. Their car had been specially modified, its shell as hard as a heavy tank. When Fu Yan saw they were trying to force their way through, he immediately opened the door and got out. Su Hongnan thought Fu Yan was going to abandon the car and escape, and was about to tell the driver to run him over. Then he saw the tall man, like a ghost, silently standing in front of their car. He tilted his head and smiled wickedly. Is this Dr. Su? I want to borrow your head for a moment. Chapter 45, The Apocalypse Survival Game, 3. The driver didn't have time to react, and the car rushed straight toward Fu Yan. Su Hongnan realized it was bad, and he seized the driver's steering wheel, trying to turn away. But due to the speed, the car's center of gravity shifted. The car flipped over less than a meter away from Fu Yan. It must be said that this modified car was good quality. People died, but the car was fine. When Fu Yan and the others pulled the people out, only Su Hongnan was left alive in the entire vehicle. He Shuyang laid Su Hongnan flat on the ground and quietly asked, "Is this your plan? To save him, then pretend to be agents and sneak into the survivor base with him?" Fu Yan looked at him with admiration. "Not bad, you've started to think." After Fu Yan finished speaking, he walked step by step towards Su Hongnan. Su Hongnan, bloodied and barely conscious on the ground, said, "Who are you?" Fu Yan squatted in front of him with a gentle smile. "Dr. Su, have you heard of X?" Su Hongnan looked terrified. You. Seeing Su Hongnan's expression, Fu Yan thought he had indeed heard of it. This meant that in this scenario, not only players wanted to kill him, but even NPCs did too. The commotion just now might have attracted nearby players' attention. He had to resolve the situation quickly. With a smile, Fu Yan reached out his hand, and in Su Hongnan's terrified gaze, with a click, he twisted his neck. Ding! Horror value plus 100 inch. He Shuyang was shocked. "Why did you kill him? Aren't we relying on him to get into the survivor base?" Fu Yan ignored He Shuyang's panic and turned to the others. "Check if there's any change in your player tasks." He Shuyue, the task escort Dr. Su Hongnan, has turned gray. Fu Yan guessed it, shaking his head in regret. It seemed this old man couldn't be killed yet. "Xiao Ya, you go with your brother to lure a few zombies over quickly. Little social phobic, come here and revive this old man." "Jian Lan. Wasn't this old man killed by you with your own hands?" 2 minutes later, Su Hongnan was revived by Jiang Lan, and the player's second task returned to normal. The first thing Su Hongnan did when he woke up was to curse at Fu Yan. "You madman, I will never give you the antibodies. If you can, just kill me." Cough cough. Su Hongnan was certain he hadn't handed over the antibodies, and Fu Yan wouldn't dare to kill him, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to save him just now. With this thought, Su Hongnan felt a little more confident and glared at Fu Yan. He saw Fu Yan with his hands in his pockets, silently approaching. "What do you want?" Su Hongnan instinctively stepped back. Fu Yan chuckled, "Just borrowing a little something from you." Saying this, he lunged forward to Su Hongnan, reaching out to rip off his clothes. Su Hongnan! Su Hongnan, no, help, let go of me. When He Shuyang returned with the zombies, he saw this scene. Fu Yan had pinned an old man with a head full of gray hair to the ground. He tore at his clothes madly. The old man underneath clutched at his clothes, crying out for help. He Shuyang instinctively covered his sister's eyes. Don't look, there are needle marks." The old man was no match for Fu Yan, and in the end, he was stripped bare. Fu Yan rummaged through the discarded clothes, picking a white coat to wear, and hung the old man's work badge around his neck. He Shuyang, what are you doing? Fu Yan, old Wu, disguise me as that old man. Wu Zhangyang seemed to guess what Fu Yan wanted to do. He used his talent to alter Fu Yan's face and body. Fu Yan looked in the mirror, very satisfied. At first, he wanted old Wu or Jiang Lan to impersonate Su Hongnan. They were newcomers, unfamiliar faces, not easy to be recognized. But since old Wu's talent could change faces, he decided to do it himself. When Su Hongnan saw Fu Yan wearing his face, an unsettling feeling surged in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, he was thrown into a crowd of zombies by Fu Yan. Before completely losing consciousness, all that remained in Su Hongnan's mind was the pain of being bitten by zombies. Before Su Hongnan was eaten alive, Fu Yan intervened and saved him. At this point, Su Hongnan was no longer the renowned scientist known worldwide, he had completely turned into a mindless zombie. When Fu Yan asked Jiang Lan to treat him again, Jiang Lan was in despair. He couldn't tell whether Fu Yan was tormenting Su Hongnan or tormenting him. But as a mere tool, what could he say? Jiang Lan treated Su Hongnan again. This time he healed Su Hongnan's physical injuries, but he couldn't fix his mind. He still acted like a zombie, biting everything around. Jiang Lan looked at Fu Yan helplessly. Fu Yan had anticipated this outcome. He had Jiang Lan treat Su Hongnan to test his guess. Jiang Lan could revive the dead Su Hongnan, but could not heal the zombie Su Hongnan. The difference lay in the physical and the mental. If it were to be represented by data, one was life value, and the other was mental value. Jiang Lan's treatment could restore a person's life value but couldn't restore mental value. And the zombie virus attacked exactly the mental value of a person. Yet Fu Yan's mental value was originally 0. Fu Yan let out a strange laugh, and he had an exciting plan. Xiaoyang, Xiaoyu, old Wu, you three change into the clothes of those people in the car, and change your faces too. Xiaojiang, you stick by my side and be my test subject. My plan is like this. No way. After Fu Yan finished, He Shuyang was the first to disagree. What if you can't control yourself later? Fu Yan shrugged, that would be your bad luck. He Shuyue pulled her brother reassuringly, she knew her brother feared nothing but hurting her. I think we can give it a try. Our mission with Mr. Fu is inherently opposing, whichever side succeeds, the other will be trapped in the instance. Rather than sticking to the norm, why not take a different path? Old Wu didn't care, just went along with it. Jian Lan had no objections, as long as he didn't die, he would continue to survive. Everyone getting ready, Fu Yan pulled out that bottle of C-virus solution from the equipment box. He opened the cap and drank it all in one gulp. The others stared at him nervously, fearing he would erupt violently and start a killing spree. Even Jian Lan, who always crouched in the corner, stretched his neck to see. He Shuyang shielded his sister behind him and asked nervously, "How do you feel?" Fu Yan opened his eyes, smacked his lips, a bit sweet. Chapter 46, The Apocalypse Escape, 4. The few confirmed that Fu Yan wouldn't suddenly turn violent and gradually relaxed. They handled the bodies of several NPCs. Fu Yan yanked off Su Hongnan's hair and scratched his face. He threw the former zombie into the slopes by the roadside. So he would not cause trouble for Fu Yan, and the player's mission would not change. This greatly reduced their risk of exposure. Fu Yan pushed the off-road vehicle into the ravine, and the few of them drove on in Su Hongnan's small car. Wait. He Shuyang was about to drive when Fu Yan suddenly raised his hand to stop. What's wrong? He Shuyang asked. Fu Yan didn't know either. He opened the door and got out, walking to the back of the car. A strong sixth sense urged him to open the trunk. The moment he opened the trunk, a foul smell hit him. The scene inside made Fu Yan feel extremely thrilling. 3 zombie babies, with bodies bruised and blackened eyes, were tearing at a boy in his 20s, his hands and feet securely tied. Blood was flowing in the trunk, and despite being gnawed on for who knows how long, the boy still managed to breathe. When the 3 babies saw someone open the trunk, they let out a roar towards Fu Yan. They bared their teeth, ready to leap out and bite Fu Yan's neck, but then they caught the scent of something familiar on him, so they crouched back down and continued to devour the boy in the car. He Shuyang noticed Fu Yan had not returned for a long time, so he followed him. Upon seeing the scene in the trunk, he was so angry that he cursed. Of course, he was cursing Su Hongnan's mother. Damn! This old bastard is really crazy. He actually uses a living person to feed zombies, and even puts them in the trunk. That's truly inhumane. The trunk was also equipped with a soundproof device. If Fu Yan hadn't discovered it early, they might not have known until the zombies were on their necks. The 3 babies smelled the scent of a living person and instantly became aggressive. But they were no match for He Shuyang, who swiftly took them down with a knife. He Shuyang pointed his knife at the boy in the trunk. What should we do with him? He has been bitten by a zombie and will turn into one soon. Fu Yan looked at the curled-up boy and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It wasn't the person he recognized, but the feeling this person gave him. Fu Yan reached out and pulled the boy out of the trunk. He's not dead yet, let Jiang Lan come over and help him. Jiang, the tool, Lan was back in action. When the boy woke up, he looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Fu Yan. Thank you. Fu Yan was also observing the boy. Do you know me? The boy shook his head. He Shuyang pointed at the boy and asked, why hasn't he turned into a zombie? Fu Yan replied, he should be the antibody to the virus. He Shuyang, a living person. The boy understood that Fu Yan was not the bad old man who experimented on him. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he felt something. Though these people looked like those bad people, he could sense the kindness they radiated. Especially the one who looked like the bad old man, he felt an inexplicable affinity towards him, as if they had known each other for a long time. The boy said, my name is Zhou Yufeng. I was captured for experiments. Can I join you? Bringing the boy along meant Jiang Lan actively requested to sit in the trunk. Of course, his wish did not come true. Between sitting on Fu Yan's lap or old Wu's lap, he chose Zhou Yufeng. Fu Yan said, young people should make more friends. He Shuyang drove fast, completing 1/3 of the map before dark. It was still a 2-day journey to City S. Traveling at night was not safe, so Fu Yan decided to set up camp here. Fu Yan mainly felt that since the side task required escorting him, he had to give the players a sense of participation. At night, the few of them huddled in the car, and Fu Yan half laid on the car roof, gazing at the night sky. With a small sound of a door closing, Zhou Yufeng crawled out of the car. He stood by the car, looking at Fu Yan, hesitantly said, what are you doing? Fu Yan replied, counting the moons. Zhou Yufeng asked, counted, did you count them all? Fu Yan turned to the side, resting his head on one hand. Hasn't anyone told you your opening lines are cliché? Zhou Yufeng smiled. Fu Yan, if you have something to ask, just go ahead. Zhou Yufeng, during the day, why did you ask me if I know you? Fu Yan thought for a moment, because, you feel very familiar to me, but I can't remember meeting you. Zhou Yufeng pressed his lips together, actually. I feel the same way. I feel like we've known each other for a long time, so long that, it's before I was born. The evening breeze blew, a young man in his 20s quietly gazed at the old man with gray hair. The old man also looked deeply at the young man. After a moment of silence, the old man said, "Kid, you wouldn't want to say you're my long-lost son, would you? Don't judge me by my old appearance, I'm only 26 this year. Though I am exceptionally talented, I couldn't have given birth to you at 6. Besides, looking at your appearance, you have a delicate look but are not handsome enough, you don't resemble me at all, stop dreaming." Zhou Yufeng. At this moment, distant roars like wild beasts came from the woods. Fu Yan's expression stiffened. There are zombies. Zhou Yufeng closed his eyes and felt for a moment, not just that, there are people as well. Fu Yan raised his eyebrow and glanced at him, then got off the car. The two of them woke their companions in the car. 5 minutes later, a group of zombies surrounded the car. They banged on the windows, making low growls of gok-gok. Fu Yan stood nearby on an open space with Old Wu. Several zombies caught the scent of the living from Old Wu and limped toward him. Seeing the zombies take the bait, Fu Yan shouted loudly, "Someone help me, is there anyone, help?" Fu Yan shouted with all his might, occasionally panting heavily, acting out the role of an old man who hadn't exercised and stayed in the lab for years. He shouted while pulling Old Wu, running towards the forest. "Help, help!" In the forest, Zhao Chen hurriedly walked with his team members. Among the 5 of them, 3 were speedsters. Besides Zhao Chen, the other 2 carried a teammate on their backs. They were assigned to City D at the start and were very close to City B, where Dr. Su Hongnan was. So they decided to complete the second task first. The 5 took a shortcut, walking in the forest for a day, just about to turn onto the main road when they heard cries for help ahead. Lin Xiao Tian alerted, "Brother Chen, there are people ahead." Zhao Chen also heard it. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to hide, be careful of ambushes. Shortly after, an old man in a white lab coat, with gray hair and a small frame, ran over as if fleeing with the help of another person in a white coat. The old man was aged, needing to catch his breath after just a few steps. He leaned against a tree trunk, panting heavily, "No. I can't run anymore." The younger man in the white coat looked anxious. "No, doctor, we can't stop, the zombies will catch up soon." After saying that, the white coat pulled the old man to run forward. But disaster struck. Not long after, the old man fell down suddenly. The young man in the white coat hurriedly crawled back to help him. The old man pushed the younger man away. "Quick, run, don't mind me, notify the military in City S, let them come for the virus antibody, hurry." The young man in the white coat was in tears. "I can't leave you, doctor." At this moment, the zombies had caught up from behind, howling as they pounced on the two. Chapter 47, The Great Escape and the Apocalypse, 5. In a critical moment, Zhao Chen acted. He pulled out a gun and bang shot 2 zombies behind him. His team members also joined the fight. 5 zombies were quickly eliminated by them. Zhao Chen approached Fu Yan, kindly asking, "Are you Dr. Su Hongnan?" From their previous conversation, Zhao Chen had already confirmed the identity of the old man before him, or else he wouldn't have stepped in to save him. Fu Yan grabbed Zhao Chen's hand, slowly standing up, appearing flustered, cough, "Thank you, young man, if it weren't for you, an Old Wu today, oh." Fu Yan clapped his thigh as if suddenly remembering something, panicked, "I still have a colleague in the car. Can you help me save them?" Hearing that Fu Yan had a car, Lin Xiaotian's eyes flashed with greed, and he exchanged a look with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen subtly nodded to him. Their silent conversation did not escape Fu Yan and Old Wu's watchful eyes. The two helped each other while leading Zhao Chen's team members toward the car. On the way, Zhao Chen and the others repeatedly inquired about their situation, and Fu Yan responded like a diligent NPC, answering them responsibly like he was issuing a quest. He answered chaotically what he knew, and spoke nonsense about what he did not, wrapping them up in a cloud of confusion yet managing to sound coherent. Zhao Chen was left stunned by his vague responses. "Do you know X?" Zhao Chen casually probed. "Don't mention that madman to me," Fu Yan ground his teeth, speaking harshly. "If not for him, how would the world have turned into this? He is simply a disgrace, a scum, a pest in the science community." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, as if he wished to tear that person into pieces. Zhao Chen exchanged glances with his teammates. Even this world's NPC knew about X. Zhao Chen asked again, "Do you know where X is?" Fu Yan scoffed, displaying a scientist's arrogance thoroughly, hiding in which gutter, waiting for judgment from God. The more Wu Zhanyang listened, the lower his head sank, desperately pressing his lips together, afraid others would see him smiling too happily. The 7 of them quickly arrived near the car, where zombies were still surrounding it, roaring and unwilling to leave. Zhou Yufeng sensed someone approaching and patted He Shui Yang's shoulder. "They are coming." He Shui Yang flexed his facial muscles in the rearview mirror, making a panicked expression. He Shui Yu curled up on the seat, covering her face and whimpering. As for Jian Lan, he didn't need to act, he just played himself. Seeing the outsiders getting closer, Zhou Yufeng found the most comfortable position and lay down, pretending to be dead. Outside, Fu Yan pointed to the car not far away, panicking. "That's it, quickly help me save them, there are my experiment subjects." Zhao Chen comfortingly patted Fu Yan's shoulder. "Don't worry, Dr. Su. Zhao Chen directed his team members, planning to surround the zombies from 5 directions. Unlike the powerful zombies in movies, these were just a group of lowly, mindless beasts. For ordinary people, dealing with them might be a bit challenging, but for gifted players, cutting them down was as easy as slicing watermelon. In less than 10 minutes, this group of zombies was completely eliminated by Zhao Chen and his team. Zhao Chen rescued the 4 trapped in the car. Fu Yan made a simple self-introduction for both sides. It was already early morning, and no one was prepared to move forward any longer. Zhao Chen also contacted Dr. Su and decided to rest here for the night. They took out 3 tents from their storage space and quickly set them up. They also took out some water and jerky to replenish their strength. Lin Xiaotian's talent was spatial storage. These items were all bought at a high price from the Points Mall and brought in. Once entering the instance, the Points Mall could no longer be used, and they originally prepared this for emergencies, not expecting it to come in handy this time. Fu Yan looked at the food and tents they produced out of nowhere, feeling a strong sense of premonition. He sensed that his zero-cost purchase business was about to grow stronger. Zhao Chen noticed Fu Yan staring at the food in their hands, thinking he wanted to eat, so he broke off a small piece of jerky and offered it to him. "Dr. Su, do you want some?" Fu Yan shook his head, looking at them with a loving gaze. You eat, you eat." Zhao Chen felt a chill from Fu Yan's gaze, turning around reluctantly. As for the others, he didn't want to give them anything. A bunch of dying people didn't deserve to waste food. Lin Xiaotian, however, sat beside He Shuiyu holding a bottle of water. He Shuiyu had also changed to an NPC face. Her current identity was Fu Yan's secretary. Although this face wasn't as beautiful as her original, it was still a charming beauty. Lin Xiaotian was a glutton in the realm of lust. It was hard to come across such a gentle and fragile NPC. Naturally, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Since she's going to die anyway, he might as well enjoy himself first. With that in mind, Lin Xiaotian grinned slyly, his gaze on He Shuiyu becoming increasingly bold. He Shuiyu naturally knew what he was thinking. She had seen that kind of look many times in Floating Life Dreaming Who. At that time, she could only cry and scream, which brought her repeated harm and even worse humiliation. Now, she had learned how to make others scream. He Shuiyu took the water Lin Xiaotian handed her, showing him a harmless smile. "Thank you." He Shuiyu originally had a sweet appearance, but since she didn't like talking, she carried a cold, detached aura that made her hard to approach. At this moment, she smiled at Lin Xiaotian, her smile carrying a hint of flattery, almost taking his breath away. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotian's heart raced, wishing he could act on his desires right then and there. Lin Xiaotian's fans in the live streaming room were also eager with anticipation. How come I've never encountered such a stunning NPC? What a good NPC, soon to be ruined by Lin Xiaotian. Just thinking about it is a bit exciting. Come on, host, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Dude upstairs, I suspect you are cursing people. After the orphan's grievance instance, He Shuiyu also gained a small group of dedicated viewers. Unlike Lin Xiaotian's fans, they were not worried about He Shuiyu. In fact, they quietly rooted for Lin Xiaotian in their hearts. This guy is in danger. This is a woman who can team up with Fu Yan. The scene where she stabbed the female ghost has caused me serious psychological trauma. I've turned it into a meme. I can't sleep without watching it a few times a day. Dude upstairs is quite ill. If you have that video, send it to me when you can. Paid. Hiss. Don't you think she's becoming more like Fu Yan? Not in looks, but in aura, especially that smile earlier. In the instance, after everyone finished organizing, it was already deep night. Zhao Chen redistributed their sleeping arrangements. He and Fu Yan, along with 2 experimental subjects, slept in the car. He Shuiyu shared a tent with Wu Zhangyang. Being a girl, He Shuiyu had her own tent. Lin Xiaotian and the other 3 team members squeezed into one. Zhao Chen's plan was to wait until these NPCs were asleep, then kill them and steal their car to go to S City. And those 2 experimental subjects would also be disposed of. After all, their mission was to escort Su Hongnan. Whether they could research an antidote without the experimental subjects was none of their concern. Zhao Chen initially planned to sleep in the car himself, but Fu Yan insisted on sleeping with his experimental subjects. This was good. It saved the trouble of accidentally killing this defenseless old man during a scuffle. The night was deep, and the tent was filled with even breathing sounds. Lin Xiaotian sneakily approached He Shuyu's tent. As he was about to pull back the tent, He Shuiyu unexpectedly stepped out. When He Shuiyu saw Lin Xiaotian, she seemed quite surprised. "Brother Lin, what are you doing here?" Caught off guard, Lin Xiaotian became a little flustered. I was worried you might be cold at night, so I came to ask if you wanted an extra blanket." "It's pretty late, where are you heading?" He Shuiyu looked down, embarrassed. I wanted to go to the woods to use the restroom, but I'm scared to go alone. I was hoping to call a companion to accompany me." Lin Xiaotian was overjoyed to hear this. "No need to call anyone, Brother Lin will accompany you." He Shuiyu, would that be too troublesome? Lin Xiaotian rubbed his hands, his gaze on He Shuiyu becoming increasingly lewd. Not troublesome, not troublesome. He Shuiwei led Lin Xiaotian into the small woods, finding a relatively secluded spot. Brother Lin, I'll just be by this big tree, you go ahead and watch for me, don't let anyone come over, okay? Lin Xiaotian nodded excitedly, okay, you go ahead. Then don't peek. Don't worry, your brother Lin isn't that kind of person. After Lin Xiaotian said this, he turned his back to Yi Shuiwei and walked further away. Once he was sure Yi Shuiwei couldn't see him, he immediately turned and sneaked back from another direction. He circled around the big tree. He leaned against the tree trunk, peeking forward sneakily, a lewd smile on his lips. He stretched his neck out long but still didn't see the figure that should have been crouching beneath the tree. Ha! Where is the person? Lin Xiaotian came out from behind the tree, circled around the big tree, but still didn't see anyone. Right now, his mind was filled with Yi Shuiwei, and he couldn't think of anything else. Just as he was about to call out for someone, a chilling voice suddenly sounded behind him. Are you looking for me? Chapter 48, The Great Escape in the Apocalypse, 6. Are you looking for me? Lin Xiaotian turned around and saw Yi Shuiwei standing behind him with a cold face, expressionless, holding a sharp knife. Whether it was Yi Shuiwei's terrifying expression at that moment or Lin Xiaotian's fear of NPCs carved deep into his bones, his first reaction was not to fight back, but to scream and run away. Yi Shuiwei naturally wouldn't give him that chance. She kicked Lin Xiaotian hard in the groin, and while he was bent over, stabbed him in the kidney with a knife. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiaotian didn't even have time to scream before Yi Shuiwei knocked his jaw off with a particle gun. Yi Shuiwei stuffed the gun into Lin Xiaotian's mouth, her tone flat, "Don't scream, or I'll blow your head off." Lin Xiaotian covered his kidney and nodded in terror, "MMMMMM. Now take off your clothes." Yi Shuiwei pointed the gun at Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian could only endure the pain and slowly took off his clothes. Yi Shuiwei took the clothes Lin Xiaotian had removed and stuffed them into his mouth, then cut his tendons in his hands and feet. MMMMMMMM. The pain of broken tendons and bones made Lin Xiaotian wish for death, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he lay on the ground, writhing in agony like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Yi Shuiwei stepped on his chest, her expression gloomy. "If it weren't for you still being useful, I would have killed you long ago." After saying that, she grabbed his hair and dragged him out of the woods. At the same time, the three in the tent had also snuck into Yi Shuyang and Old Wu's tent. After 2 screams, everything returned to silence. In the car, Fu Yan was awakened by the screams. He looked at Zhao Chen in fear. What happened? Are the zombies coming again? Zhao Chen tapped his finger on the steering wheel, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Sorry, Dr. Su, your companions are already dead and can't accompany you to City S." Fu Yan was shocked, his eyes angry as he glared at Zhao Chen. What did you do to them?" Zhao Chen drew the pistol from his waist, spinning it in his hand. "Actually, I didn't have to kill them, but you know this is the apocalypse. Survival resources are so tight, I can't possibly carry a few deadweights with me, so I had to send them on their way first. Of course, there are also you 2 experimental subjects." "Fu Yan, are you crazy? Without experimental subjects, how can I research the antidote?" Zhao Chen sneered. "What does that have to do with me? Blame that X." After saying that, Zhao Chen raised his gun towards the 2 experimental subjects in the back seat. Bang bang, 2 shots fired. The experimental subjects were unharmed. "What? How is this possible?" Zhao Chen, disbelieving, prepared to shoot a few more times. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. That old guy, he didn't know when, actually grabbed hold of his wrist. He was a speedster, and in this instance, his speed talent was even elevated to the level of an A-class player. This old man in front of him was just an ordinary NPC, his movements couldn't possibly be faster than his. What was even more unbelievable was that he couldn't break free from the old man's grip. The old man's bony arm actually concealed such terrifying power. Zhao Chen felt like his wrist was about to be crushed. The gun in his hand fell as well. Fu Yan released his hand, caught Zhao Chen's gun, loaded it, and shot 2 rounds into his thigh. Ouch! Accidental discharge. Ah! Zhao Chen let out a terrible scream, gripping his thigh, his expression twisted. "Old man, how dare you shoot at me? When my brothers come over, you will be dead." Fu Yan fell into deep thought after hearing this. Zhao Chen thought he was scared, covering the wound and gasping heavily. "Give me the gun, considering it's a mission, I won't kill you." Fu Yan nodded, as if he had listened, and raised his hand to pass the gun over. Just as Zhao Chen reached out to take it, Fu Yan shot him in the arm twice with a bang bang. Fu Yan skillfully toyed with the gun in his hand, spinning it even more flamboyantly than Zhao Chen had just done. "Aren't you worried about your brother? He hasn't come out for so long. This is what you call a plastic brotherhood?" Prompted by Fu Yan's words, Zhao Chen finally remembered that they had been inside for a long time. Why hadn't they come out yet? A terrible premonition surged in Zhao Chen's heart. Forgetting Fu Yan was present, he shouted directly, "Xiao Tian, Lao Lu, Jian. The tent was silent as death. Can't you shout out? Let me help you shout. After Fu Yan spoke, he imitated Zhao Chen's manner, shouting, Xiao Yang, Lao Wu, Xiao Yu. Here. In the next moment, Shu Yang's voice came from inside the tent. He dragged out 2 players who had passed out, while Lao Wu slowly dragged one, making his way towards the vehicle. At that time, Fu Yan also grabbed Zhao Chen by the hair and yanked him off the vehicle. Where's Xiao Yu? Fu Yan scanned the area but didn't see Shu Yang pointed towards the woods. She went to the grove with that guy. Fu Yan understood and turned to Zhao Chen, saying, that girl is going crazy now, your brother is in for a treat. Shu Yang secretly shot Fu Yan a glance for that remark. Still daring to say, isn't it all you're teaching? Soon, Shu returned, dragging Lin Xiaotian like a dead dog. She threw Lin Xiaotian onto Zhao Chen, complaining, this thing is so heavy. Shu Yang hurriedly helped his sister massage her shoulders and offered her water. Fu Yan said, now that everyone is here, let's have a meeting. At that moment, Zhao Chen finally reacted, you are not Su Hongnan, who exactly are you? Fu Yan did not beat around the bush, I am X, the one you are looking for. Zhao Chen was taken aback, you are X? He looked at the work badge belonging to Dr. Su Hongnan hanging on Fu Yan's chest, and angrily said, what did you do to Su Hongnan? Fu Yan replied, you care about him so much. Don't worry, you will soon become just like him. But before that, we need to do a little experiment. Zhao Chen looked at Fu Yan in terror, what do you want to do? Fu Yan picked up a stone the size of an eyeball, aimed it at Zhao Chen's left eye, and ordered, now open your control panel, switch to the player task section, and loudly read out your mission. Don't play tricks, or I will press this stone into your eyeball. Zhao Chen felt deeply humiliated, but under Fu Yan's tyranny, he didn't dare disobey. Player task 1, kill X. After saying this, Zhao Chen glanced at Fu Yan, and seeing his expression was normal and not furious at the task, he continued, task 2, escort Dr. Su Hongnan safely to City S. You actually follow orders that well. Fu Yan said with a hint of regret. Zhao Chen, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat on his back. This person clearly knows the player tasks and deliberately came to test him. Fortunately, he hadn't harbored any ill intentions earlier, otherwise. Zhao Chen stared at the stone that was so close, sweat soaking his back. Just as he was relieved to have passed the test, Fu Yan suddenly clawed at his belly with 5 fingers. Immediately afterwards, a chilling yet seductive voice echoed in his ear, tell me, what is your mission now? Zhao Chen's mouth surged with blood. He stared at the control panel, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ha, protect X ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Chen's body twitched violently. His eyes rolled back, his skin gradually turned a grayish hue, and he made incoherent ha sounds from his throat, veins bulging at his neck, turning into a mindless zombie. Perhaps it was the change in the player task, or maybe Fu Yan caused his transformation. After becoming a zombie, even though he had no consciousness, he could understand Fu Yan's words. Fu Yan did not allow him to attack Shu Yang and the others, so he obediently left. Zhao Chen, who had become a zombie, still had his talent. He instantly moved over 100 meters away, disappearing into the forest. Fu Yan conducted the same experiment on Zhao Chen's companions. Once they turned into zombies, their mission also changed. From originally kill X to protect X. Fu Yan had already been thinking about the possibility of changing player missions when he saw the dungeon settings. Dungeon settings, the dungeon ends when any player's mission is completed. Fu Yan's role in the dungeon was in opposition to all the players. If he completed his mission, his team members would die in the dungeon. He was equivalent to the final boss in this dungeon. Players had to defeat him to clear the game. What if he turned all the players into small bosses? He observed that zombies here would not attack their kind. If he and the players all turned into zombies, then they would be on the same side. If the players' alignment changed, would their missions also change? To verify whether player missions were fixed or fluid, Fu Yan specifically strangled Su Hongnan. The results proved that this method was effective. Su Hongnan's death indeed affected the players' missions. Of course, to ensure everything was foolproof, he still needed to experiment with other players. If he guessed right, these players could follow him out of the dungeon. If he guessed wrong, then those players would just be unlucky. In any case, whether they lived or died was their own business. Fu Yan would have no psychological burden. He had no hero complex, he simply wanted to discuss the game. After transforming 5 people, Fu Yan confiscated all their equipment. Shu gave Lin Xiaotian another kidney, creating a symmetrical aesthetic. At dawn, the group continued on their way in a small car. Suddenly, the number of players in Fu Yan's mind changed. Number of players, 94. Some people had already grown impatient and made their move. Shu Yang and the others also saw the change in the number of players. This cannibalistic war had finally begun. Perhaps this was the terrifying aspect of the game. Turning people into soulless monsters. The expressions of the crowd grew heavy, fearing that they might unknowingly become such bloodthirsty monsters. Fu Yan sighed and comforted them, think positively, perhaps you are the ones being killed. The crowd. Thank you, we feel comforted. The group drove along the main road for most of the day. At the same time, the number of players in the dungeon had already dropped to 82. In just one morning, 12 players had been killed. Even the NPCs found themselves at a loss. Humans are indeed the most ruthless creatures in this world. The vehicle continued on, and suddenly, a large rock appeared at the intersection ahead. The massive rock blocked their only path completely. This familiar highway robbery tactic made everyone's hearts brighten. They had stumbled upon yet another easy target. Fu Yan left Zhou Yufeng and Jiang Lan to watch the car. The rest of the group got out with him, pretending to push the giant rock. Suddenly, a low male voice echoed behind them, "Don't move, raise your hands." Fu Yan and the others pretended to panic and turned around. They saw 4 men holding rifles standing behind them, their clothes stained with dark red blood. They were obviously players. Fu Yan instantly turned into a dramatic actor, exclaiming, "Why you, who are you?" The leader of the men pointed a gun at them and asked, "And who are you?" "Fu Yan, I am Su Hongnan, a scientist, these are my assistants. We are heading to City S to save humanity." The 4 men exchanged glances. "You are Su Hongnan?" Fu Yan honestly nodded. The man said, "Throw your ID badge over here." They were quite suspicious. Fu Yan took off his ID badge and tossed it to them. The man compared the photo to the old man in front of him. After confirming it was the same person, he put away the gun. The man shouted to his companion hiding behind the boulder, "Cui Hao, did Zhuang move the stone?" "Cui Hao." Fu Yan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The boulder was moved, revealing the 2 men hiding behind it. One was fat, and the other was thin. The fat one was the De Zhuang the man mentioned, and he was lifting the boulder to smash it into the opposite lane. The thin and tall one was Cui Hao, who had entered the instance with Fu Yan last time. At this moment, Fu Yan was wearing Su Hongnan's face, and Cui Hao did not recognize him at all. Cui Hao smiled and greeted the man in the lead, "Brother Sunday." The man named Brother Sun nodded and said to Cui Hao, "This old man claims he is Su Hongnan, go ask him a few questions." Cui Hao replied, "All right." Cui Hao and De Zhuang took Fu Yan and the others to the side. The rest of the group searched Fu Yan and their car carelessly, and Zhou Yufeng and Jiang Lan were also forced out of the car. The 4 men checked the car inside and out. Seeing the things in the trunk, suspicion appeared on their faces. They pulled Jiang Lan and Zhou Yufeng over and questioned, "Speak. What's going on? How do you have these things?" At the same time, Cui Hao began questioning Fu Yan. "Are you Su Hongnan?" "Yes." Cui Hao frowned and glanced at him again, then asked, "What are you doing in City S?" "Researching the antidote for the zombie virus." Cui Hao's frown deepened. "There is only a day and a half left to reach City S, you all arrived here safely?" "Did you encounter zombies on the way?" "We did." Fu Yan sighed and pretended to be heartbroken. "Not only did we encounter zombies, but we also ran into X and his cohorts. He wanted to kill me and steal the experimental subjects. Thanks to a few agents protecting us, we just barely escaped with our lives. But that beast X was too brutal, the agents were no match for them and all sacrificed, leaving only a timid child that we were entrusted to take away." Fu Yan pointed to the not-so-far-away Jiang Lan, surrounded by men, almost dying of social embarrassment. Cui Hao listened but didn't believe a word. His talent was discernment, he could tell the truth from the lies of NPCs. But he couldn't discern even a single word from this old man's speech. So, this old man must be a player. Chapter 50, The Great Escape in the Apocalypse, 8. Cui Hao discreetly moved closer to De Zhuang, preparing to call for help. But Fu Yan suddenly grabbed his hand. "This young man, it's truly fate that we meet in this godforsaken place, we should swear brotherhood out of gratitude for the heaven's grace." Cui Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Fu." Fu Yan tightened his grip on his hand and nodded subtly. At the same time, Zhou Yufeng was also being interrogated. The leader, Brother Sun, aimed a gun at Zhou Yufeng and questioned, "Where did these tents and food come from? Why do you have these things?" "These things were sold in the point store, since they weren't players, how could they have these things?" The others also aimed their guns at Fu Yan in the distance. Zhou Yufeng kept an eye on Fu Yan's movements. At this moment, he crouched on the ground, holding his head, looking utterly scared. Don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I was just captured for experiments." Zhou Yufeng wailed, pointing at Jiang Lan, "If you want to kill someone, kill him, people were killed by that group of agents." Jiang Lan, on the verge of tears from being surrounded, hugged his knees and squatted on the ground, starting to curl up. Don't look at me." Brother Sun kicked Jiang Lan, then grabbed Zhou Yufeng by the collar, lifting him up and pressing the gun against his chin. "Tell me, who did they kill? What did you see?" Zhou Yufeng, with a sorrowful face and stumbling words, replied, "It seems, it was some X-team, they wanted to kill that old man, then another group claiming to be agents, fought with them, and then I didn't know anymore." Brother Sun's expression turned serious. "Did you encounter X?" Zhou Yufeng nodded slightly. "Brother Sun, what does he look like?" Zhou Yufeng shook his head. "It was too far, I couldn't see his face clearly, but he was tall and thin." Zhou Yufeng was repeating the answer Fu Yan gave to Cui Hao. Before long, Cui Hao returned with Fu Yan and the others. "Brother Sun," I asked, "there's no problem." Brother Sun compared the answers from both sides and found they were similar, so he lowered his guard. He had Fu Yan and Zhou Yufeng sit in their military jeep, and also dispatched a team member to ride in Fu Yan's car. The group of 12 people set off towards City S with great momentum. At this time, only 75 players remained. Subtracting the 5 mutated by Fu Yan, there were still 70 normal players left in this instance. Brother Sun and the others pressed on day and night to complete the second task, finally arriving at the woods in the suburbs of City S by noon the next day. Everyone was already very exhausted, so Brother Sun ordered a rest on the spot. He also sent 2 team members ahead to scout the road. At this moment, it was even more necessary to keep a high level of alertness. You never know what other players might be hiding, ready for a surprise attack. Fu Yan also found it strange. Previously in Province C, he could encounter several batches of zombies, but in City S, not even the shadow of a zombie could be seen. Were they cleared out by someone? Just as he was thinking, the scouts he had sent out returned. "Brother Sun, everything is normal ahead. In another 2 hours, we will reach the base." Brother Sun nodded. "Let's go." The vehicle moved forward for less than 3 kilometers when suddenly the area filled with mist. Then, with a puff, the tire burst. The entire vehicle slid sideways. Not good. It's an ambush. Brother Sun jumped out of the car immediately, searching for cover. The other players also scattered on guard. Fu Yan and Zhou Yufeng took advantage of the chaos to get out of the car, lest they get hurt. No joke. He was currently a weak, helpless NPC. Fu Yan signaled He Shuyang and the others not to come out. Brother Sun and his group looked around with vigilant expressions. Cui Hao quietly crept to Fu Yan's side and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Idol, what's going on?" Fu Yan mimicked him and whispered back, "Your boss must have offended someone." Cui Hao pointed at Fu Yan's outfit. "I'm asking what's going on with you." Fu Yan looked down and replied calmly, "Oh. I have a cross-dressing fetish." Cui Hao, at hashtag UN% asterisk and hashtag %. Memories that should have been dead attacked him wildly. Just when Cui Hao wanted to say something back, a powerful force surged from a distance. Fu Yan pushed Cui Hao and Zhou. "It's them." If it weren't for the last bit of sanity controlling her, she really wanted to rush out and bite them to pieces. He Shuyang's eyes were also red, but he still comfortingly held his sister's hand. Over here, Sun Xingzhou also knew they were no match for Chen Shang and the others, so he spoke up, "We don't want the rewards from this instance. I can give you Su Hongnan, just pretend we never came." Chen Shang lowered his head and chuckled lightly. "What do I want that old man for?" Sun Xingzhou frowned. "Then what do you want?" "Chen Shang, I want the power user from your team." Sun Xingzhou glanced at Da Zhuang and asked, "What do you mean? Will you give it, or will you not?" After Chen Shang finished speaking, he slowly raised his right arm hidden under his cloak. As soon as he saw Chen Shang's arm, Sun Xingzhou couldn't help but show a look of fear. What is this?" The previously broken right arm was now gone. In its place was a thin, long, blackened, monstrous hand with sharp claws. Chapter 51, The Great Escape in the Apocalypse, 9. Chen Shang raised his hand and pulled through the air. Sun Xingzhou was immediately pulled towards him. He didn't even have time to react before Chen Shang's monstrous hand had grabbed his neck. "If you don't give it to me, then I'll just take it myself." Chen Shang slowly closed his fingers, looking thoroughly pleased. He could crush Sun Xingzhou to death easily, but he enjoyed the thrill of watching his prey struggle in his grip. Feeling someone else's life slowly fading away in his hands was such a pleasurable thing. Sun Xingzhou struggled constantly in Chen Shang's grip, his face turning a pig's liver color, veins bulging on his forehead, and he looked like he was about to suffocate. Cui Hao couldn't watch any longer. He drew his waist knife and rushed in to fight, but he was pulled back by Fu Yan. "Are you looking for death? If I'm going to die, then I can't just watch them kill my teammate." Cui Hao said angrily, "Besides, aren't you here, brother? Can you bear to see me die without saving me?" For his brothers who had fought alongside him, Cui Hao couldn't care about his pride anymore and immediately threw a tantrum at Fu Yan. Fu Yan looked at him with a "you're so strange" expression. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just a weak, pitiful, and helpless NPC." After saying this, Fu Yan clutched his heart and pretended to be weak, leaning against a big tree nearby. "Cui Hao. Defeating magic with magic? Because I disgusted you, you want to double the disgust back? An idol's sense of revenge is incredibly heavy. Over here, with Fu Yan stopping Cui Hao, Sun Xingzhou was almost being choked to death. He desperately slapped at Chen Shang's hand, mumbling incoherently, give. I'll give it. Chen Shang chuckled upon hearing this and casually tossed Sun Xingzhou away. Chen Shang's slightest movement sent Sun Xingzhou flying several meters away. He only stopped when he collided with a thick tree trunk, falling to the ground. Sun Xingzhou lay on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and took a long time to get back up. Cui Hao and the other teammates rushed over to help him. Dazhuang also stood in front of Sun Xingzhou, glaring angrily at Chen Shang, bad person. Though Dazhuang had the appearance of an adult, his mental age was only 7 or 8. Cui Hao heard the conversation between Chen Shang and the others and knew Chen Shang's target was Dazhuang. He pulled Dazhuang behind him and guardedly looked at Chen Shang. However, Chen Shang was completely unconcerned, staring at Dazhuang as he walked step by step towards them. Cui Hao blocked Dazhuang, warning, don't even think about it. Chen Shang tilted his head, revealing a malicious smile at Sun Xingzhou, your teammate doesn't listen very well. Sun Xingzhou propped himself up with difficulty and tugged on Cui Hao's arm, signaling him to prioritize the big picture. Then, with one push, he shoved Dazhuang out. Dazhuang looked at Sun Xingzhou in confusion, not understanding why he was being pushed to a bad person. Sun Xingzhou forced out a smile that looked more like a cry, Dazhuang, don't be afraid, brother is not a bad person, brother just wants to play with Dazhuang. Hearing this from Sun Xingzhou, Dazhuang instantly revealed a happy smile, and he took the initiative to hook his arm around Chen Shang's, brother, let's play. Cui Hao rushed out to stop them, but he was held back by Sun Xingzhou and 3 other teammates. Cui Hao looked at the 4 in disbelief, Dazhuang is our teammate. Sun Xingzhou lowered his head with guilt, I know, but... Cui Hao angrily interrupted him, he saved our lives. He called you brother yesterday, and today you push him to die. What can I do? Only this way can everyone survive. I don't want Dazhuang to die either, but can you fight against them? Sun Xingzhou also became angrier as he spoke. He was doing this to save everyone, playing the villain for them, but they not only failed to understand but also blamed him. Did they think he felt good inside? Sun Xingzhou's words calmed Cui Hao down. He broke free from the teammates' hands, coldly saying, you're right, I can't fight them. Seeing he was listening, Sun Xingzhou was about to pat him on the shoulder for comfort when Cui Hao spoke again. But some things, even if it's like striking a stone with an egg, I must do. With that, Cui Hao drew his knife and, at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, slashed towards Chen Shang. Just as he was about to reach Chen Shang, a shadow rushed over. The shadow met Cui Hao's blade with its own knife. When the 2 blades clashed, there was a sound of ding. Cui Hao felt a bit numb in his palms from the impact, the other side was not better off. Both were speedsters, and within a few seconds, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Onlookers were dazzled, but only Fu Yan could see their moves clearly. Though Chen Shang's subordinates struck fiercely, their speed was not as fast as Cui Hao's, and their moves were not as nimble, they were already showing signs of defeat. At that moment, Cui Hao seized on the opponent's flaw, he swung his knife, aiming to sever the opponent's wrist. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, as if pierced by thousands of steel needles. His blade faltered, and the opponent seized this chance, swinging a knife toward his neck. Cui Hao endured the headache, raised his knife to block, narrowly dodging this fatal strike, but he was still knocked to the ground. As he lay on the ground, the severe pain in his head nearly crushed him. He leaned against his knife, propping himself up, carefully trying to discern the source of the pain. After a moment, he locked his gaze onto a man with a sinister face. This man was also one of Chen Shang's subordinates, and he was intensely focused on Cui Hao at that moment. A mentalist? Cui Hao's head throbbed, and his thoughts were chaotic. He braced his head and groggily lifted his knife, preparing to slash at the mentalist, but was kicked down to the ground by the previous speedster. Cui Hao collapsed on the ground, the pain in his head doubled. The speedster grabbed his collar, lifting him up disdainfully, little trash. If grandpa is trash, then you're the waste. Pa. Cui Hao endured the headache and retaliated. You're asking for death. The speedster wiped the spittle off his face, raised his sharp knife, ready to finish off Cui Hao. But in the next second, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Bright red blood flowed down his arm, a small hole had been pierced through his wrist. Ah, he screamed in agony as the sharp knife fell instantly. He ignored Cui Hao, clutching his wrist while looking towards the direction from which the bullet came. He saw a sweet-faced girl smiling at him with a gun in hand. Her smile did not reach her eyes, revealing a strange and eerie quality. Oops. Missed, I meant to aim for the head. He's Shu Yue. A hint of disbelief surfaced in the man's eyes. The girl looked sweet, with a light smile on her face. The sunshine shone behind the girl, draping her in a soft glow. The air seemed to become sweet with the girl's arrival. Cui Hao stared blankly at Shu Yue, not even realizing when his headache disappeared. Shu Yue approached step by step, and the speedster moved back in fright. He turned back and shouted at his companions in anger, "Are you just going to watch? Come help me already. Letting a woman take you down, how embarrassing. His companions laughed, but they wouldn't just leave the speedster to his fate. Two men on the right wanted to step forward but were shot back by Lao Wu's gun. Lao Wu was very accurate, each shot landed 1 centimeter in front of their toes. Cui Hao stood in front of He Shuiwei, taking on the role of a protector. He Shuiwei ignored everyone else and directly squatted down beside the speedster. She pulled out a dagger from her waist, aimed at the man's heart, and wore an innocent smile. The man wanted to resist, but his arm was pinned to the ground by He Shuiwei's foot. Want to hear the sound of a dagger piercing a heart? He Shuiwei asked in a gentle voice. No, please don't kill me. The man felt an overwhelming fear, he thought this woman was a lunatic. With a thud, the dagger pierced his heart, warm blood splattering onto He Shuiwei's face. She gripped tightly, constantly stirring the man's heart until he breathed his last. Everything happened in an instant. By the time the man's companions arrived, he had already become a warm corpse. But they didn't really care about the speedster's death. Instead, they were more interested in He Shuiwei now. Compared to the past, when she would only cry for help, this madwoman He Shuiwei was far more intriguing. Long time no see, little sister. Did you miss your big brothers? You specially came to play with us today. The mental controller said with a lewd smile, attacking He Shuiwei with his mind power. Yes. I came to play with you properly. He Shuiwei walked up to him, unaffected by his mental attack. At the same time, He Shuyang also initiated his attack on Chen Shang. Chen Shang had been leveling up by absorbing power users' abilities. Before he was injured by Fu Yan, he already possessed the strength of an A-level player. Now with the help of the Ghost Hand, and after continuously absorbing power users, his power had reached S-level peak. He only needed to absorb 3 more power users to break through again. Thinking of this, Chen Shang pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a creepy smile. I remember you are also a power user, right? Since you are here, Fu Yan must be here too. That's good, it saves me the trouble of looking for him. Today, you all will die here together. After saying this, Chen Shang waved his ghost hand and attacked He Shuyang. Although He Shuyang's ability had been upgraded to A level, there was still a huge gap between him and the S-level Chen Shang. He dodged back and forth behind a big tree, playing a game of hide-and-seek with Chen Shang. The battle was deadlocked on both sides. However, the enchanting woman by Chen Shang's side gradually distanced herself from the battlefield. Unlike Chen Shang's confidence, she had personally experienced Fu Yan's terrifying power. Moreover, she was currently stuck in this body, hampering her movements. If she were to fight, she would definitely be no match for Fu Yan. And she had finally swapped into this beautiful woman's skin, she couldn't bear to ruin it. Before, when she was in the body of the yellow-haired man, she was almost disgusted to death, nearly throwing up every time she looked in the mirror. The woman kept an eye on the movements toward Chen Shang while quietly retreating. Suddenly, she bumped into a solid chest. The woman slowly turned her head, seeing a tall, handsome man standing behind her with a smile. Just as the woman was about to jump away, the man pulled her waist tight, burying his head in her ear, whispering, "Where are you trying to escape to, Guling classmate?" The woman was taken aback, and after a moment, she showed a confused expression. Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Please let me go, I have a boyfriend. Fu Yan did not let her go, instead, he tightened his grip around her waist. Didn't we agree to be together forever? How could you turn around and find someone else? Are you monsters so fickle? Fu Yan lowered his head, his voice muffled and sounding somewhat wronged. The woman was almost overcome with disbelief. Who was the one that punched her boyfriend into the fiery pit back then? He still has the nerve to say this now, isn't he afraid of tripping over his own words? Gu Ling did not want to entangle with Fu Yan any longer. She opened her mouth to shout for Chen Shang. Chen Shang was already trapped in a mental haze to defeat Fu Yan. If he knew Fu Yan was here, he would definitely come over to kill him without a second thought. At that point, she could slip away. But Fu Yan had already seen through her intention. As soon as she opened her mouth, Fu Yan covered her mouth and said, "If you shout for another man in front of me, I will get angry." Gu Ling. Damn it, it's you who got too deep into the act, but end up alone. When I get angry, I feel like tearing things apart, like right now. You want to. Gu Ling didn't finish her words when Fu Yan literally tore her in half. Blood spurted, and intestines flew everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. But the horror value did not register. Fu Yan remembered that he needed to burn them to completely kill them. He held the torn monster and slowly walked towards the center of the battle. As he passed by Sun Xingzhou, he borrowed a flame from him. With a boom, flames erupted into the air. The half-torn Gu Ling screamed in agony within the flames, "Fu Yan, I curse you to never die a good death." Fu Yan chuckled, "Bounce back, bounce back, bounce back. Gu Ling. I am not a real person, but you are a real dog." Ding. Horror value plus 100 inch. The moment the horror value registered, Fu Yan felt completely relieved. It was a joy akin to curing years of constipation. After dealing with Gu Ling, Fu Yan walked toward the few people who were in the middle of a fierce fight. He Shuyu, Cui Hao, and Old Wu were currently locked in an intense battle with Chen Shang's 6 or 7 subordinates. As Fu Yan passed by, he was just about to ask, "Do you need help?" when He Shuyu shoved him away and said, "Get out of the way, don't hinder me." Fu Yan. The child does not belong to the father, he has rebelled. At that moment, He Shu Yang's voice came from the woods, "Damn. Big brother, can you look at me first? I'm about to get beaten to death." Hearing this, Fu Yan turned to look at He Shu Yang. Who is that pig-faced guy? He Shu Yang felt like his time was almost up, and Fu Yan was still just staring at him. He barely dodged a punch from Chen Shang. As soon as he turned his head, another punch came straight for his face. This punch came too fast for him to evade. From several meters away, he could already feel the chilling murderous aura from the opponent. The punch was upon him in the blink of an eye. Fu Yan, several dozen meters away, could not rescue him in time. With this punch, he would surely die. Seeing this, Chen Shang increased his strength, revealing a smile determined to succeed. Die. Chapter 53, Castle Horror, 1. Just when He Shu Yang thought he would be smashed in the head by Chen Shang's punch, a figure quietly approached. He suddenly pulled He Shu Yang aside and met the incoming fist with his own. The opponent's punch was fierce, like breaking bamboo. Fu Yan remained expressionless, simply sidestepping and grabbing the opponent's wrist. Before the opponent could react, Fu Yan's other hand already locked onto his shoulder. Fu Yan pulled hard. In the next second, a sharp pain shot through Chen Shang's arm. Fu Yan had literally ripped off his monstrous hand. Fu Yan stepped on his chest and looked down, declaring, "You think you can kill me? I can crush you like stepping on an ant." After finishing his words, Fu Yan stomped down and exploded Chen Shang's head. Brain matter splattered everywhere, and until the last moment, Chen Shang still wore a face of disbelief. After dealing with Chen Shang's subordinates, Fu Yan piled their bodies together, along with that monstrous hand, and set them ablaze. Though Cui Hao understood Sun Xingzhou's choice, but did not agree with his actions. He decided to leave the guild with De Zhuang after completing the dungeon. Sun Xingzhou did not keep them back. Before leaving, Fu Yan cut their arms, causing Sun Xingzhou and the others to undergo mutations as well. The points for the mutated players all became Fu Yan's. Fu Yan and the others did not move forward, they waited in the forest for their prey. They were waiting for players to come one by one to deliver themselves. By the time Fu Yan had converted most of the players, his total score had reached over 3,000. The scores other players earned from desperately killing zombies were wiped clean with a simple stroke of his hand. The speed was faster than swiping a card, and there was no need to enter a password. After completing the mutations on the players, Fu Yan arranged for them to stand by nearby. Then he disguised himself as Su Hongnan and had Cui Hao and He Shu Yang escort them into the city. Everything went smoothly, it was just one last step left to turn all the survivors into zombies. At night, Fu Yan and his group quietly left their residence, arriving at the city gates and killing the guarding NPCs, swinging the gates wide open. Countless dark shadows flashed by, rushing into the survivor base. They carried out a massive slaughter of the surviving NPCs inside the base. Fu Yan stood on the city wall, listening to the screams from within and feeling the numbers representing the survivors in his mind decreasing rapidly. Number of survivors, 5. Number of survivors, 4. Number of survivors, 3. Until the last human was turned into a zombie. The number of survivors was completely reduced to 0. A familiar metallic sound echoed in the dungeon. Beep. Game over. Player Fu Yan successfully cleared the Apocalypse Survival Dungeon. Player He Shu Yang successfully cleared the Apocalypse Survival Dungeon. Player Cui Hao successfully cleared the Apocalypse Survival Dungeon. A series of prompt sounds rang out. A total of over 70 players survived this elimination round. Beep. Dungeon ends, calculating scores. Player Fu Yan score 13562. Player He Shu Yang score 0. Player Cui Hao score 0. Player Lu Fangfang score 0. For over 70 players, their scores were all 0. The system could only reluctantly distribute the rewards to Fu Yan. Congratulations, player Fu Yan received the elimination round reward, unlimited dungeon experience card. The viewers in the live stream were relieved when they saw this reward. Thank goodness I didn't participate in this damn elimination round, 2 times a month is already annoying, only a madman would keep doing it. Fu Yan has truly taken a hit this time, the dungeon must have been deliberately set up to mess with him. Feel sorry for the players who participated in the elimination round, they tried to steal but lost instead. For these confusing statements, the horror game just wanted to say, you know nothing of Fu Yan's terror. After the dungeon ended, Fu Yan was teleported back to the ancient castle. As soon as he landed, he opened his equipment bar to check his loot. A black card with gold embellishments lay quietly in his equipment bar. Name, Unlimited Dungeon Experience Card. Rules, the card holder can enter the dungeon unlimited times. This card can also be used on nearby people. After checking the dungeon card, Fu Yan found another glowing blue egg in his equipment bar. Name. Rules, cannot be comprehended. You might try hatching it, perhaps you can hatch a good son. Fu Yan. Go to hell. I won't be an effortless father. Fu Yan checked his horror value again, including the 10,000 points gained from this round. He now had a total of 46,407 points of horror value. Still a long way from 100,000 points. After finishing the guild matters, Cui Hao brought De Zhuang to join the Fairy Tale Town Guild. Fu Yan's faith value increased by 2 points. He now had 4 followers, He Shuyang, He Shuiwe, Cui Hao, and De Zhuang. They could handle normal dungeons without issues, so Fu Yan decided not to team up with them. After so much teaching, it was time to test their progress. He let the 4 of them form 2 teams and selected 10 beginner dungeons for them. Go! Pikachu. Do not spare them just because they are NPCs. Kill them cruelly. Earn him horror points. Watching the 4 enter the dungeon, Fu Yan also brought Lao Wu and Zhang Lan into the dungeon. Although Lao Wu was a newcomer, his fighting ability and combat awareness were very strong. Zhang Lan was timid and socially anxious, but his talent was enough to ensure his own safety. Fu Yan used a binding card, dragging both of them into the dungeon. Player name, Fu Yan. Game experience, 5. Mental value, 0. Luck value, 0.01. Life value, 100. Talent, unknown. Weapon, none. Overall level, E. Fragments, 10. Player information is only visible to the player. Those 7 fragments were dropped from Chen Shang's pocket. Fu Yan quickly flipped to the dungeon information. Dungeon, Castle of Horror. Mode, Multiplayer. Level, Intermediate. Difficulty. Player task, to be refreshed. Dungeon information visible to the entire livestream. Friendly reminder, this dungeon is live streamed the entire time. At this moment, Fu Yan was standing in a foggy forest, with no other players in sight. Even Zhang Lan and Lao Wu had disappeared. Lao Wu, Zhang Lan. Fu Yan called out twice, but heard no response from the 2. Suddenly, a dada sound of footsteps came from ahead. Fu Yan took 2 steps towards the source of the sound. The footsteps also moved forward 2 steps. Fu Yan stopped in place, and the footsteps stood in place stomping dada dada, as if urging Fu Yan to hurry up. Such a low-level tempting method is rare to see. Fu Yan followed the sound and walked forward. After walking for about half an hour, the thick fog dispersed, and a Baroque-style castle stood before him. The sound of footsteps also disappeared. This journey was smooth, not even encountering a ghostly shadow. Fu Yan, next time, please bring something spooky. Chapter 54, Castle of Horror, 2. When Fu Yan arrived at the castle, more than 10 players had already gathered here. What surprised Fu Yan the most was that Zhang Lan had also arrived. He was squatting alone by the castle wall, isolating everyone present by himself. Seeing Fu Yan arrive, he stood up and walked over to Fu Yan with small steps. At this moment, the players were discussing how they were chased by NPCs, how thrilling it was, and how fierce the NPCs were. One player recognized Fu Yan and asked, Fu Yan? Were you chased by the NPCs too? Fu Yan looked up at a 45-degree angle. How could it not be? Player. What's there to be proud of? Fu Yan turned his head to Zhang Lan, actually more curious about how Zhang Lan got here. Zhang Lan, I don't know, I opened my eyes and found that you and Brother Wu were not there, so I thought about waiting for you, and then I heard a sound of footsteps coming from somewhere. I thought someone was coming, so... And then you got knocked out. Fu Yan naturally added. Zhang Lan nodded, then something seemed to bump into me, and when I opened my eyes again, I was here. The crowd, having traveled a long way, shed tears of envy. Before long, Wu Zhangyang and several other players also arrived. This dungeon had a total of 25 players. With everyone present, the castle gates slowly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed as a butler welcomed them in. Dear guests, good afternoon, welcome to Heidel Castle. I hope you will have an unforgettable vacation for the next 7 days. The specific task for this dungeon was still unknown, but from the butler's words, it seemed they needed to stay here for 7 days. The butler looked at the serious-looking crowd and continued, Don't be so nervous, guests, we have prepared welcome gifts for each guest, you will definitely like them. Now please follow me to choose your gifts. After saying this, the butler led everyone through the hall to a corridor on the right side of the hall. The corridor was long and narrow, only enough for one person to pass through, and the walls on both sides of the corridor were filled with mirrors of various sizes. The players lined up, passing through the corridor one by one. As they walked past the mirrors, players would unconsciously take a look at themselves. The first mirror they passed, it was okay not to look. There is always the next one waiting for you. After all, who can resist the temptation of a mirror? The butler saw everyone looking into the mirror and explained, the previous owner of the castle loved mirrors, so this castle is filled with them. The castle owner is quite confident about his face, Fu Yan said while looking at himself in the mirror. The last time he saw someone this confident, it was himself. They walked through a corridor lined with mirrors, and at the end of the corridor was a wooden door with a beautifully patterned round lock. The lock looked somewhat old. The butler took a key out of his pocket and opened the wooden door. Behind the door was a pitch-black basement. The butler picked up an oil lamp hanging on the left wall, illuminating the basement stairs. Guests, please watch your step. The basement was so dark that one could not see a hand in front of them, only the faint flickering light from the butler's oil lamp. Xu Wenwen grabbed her boyfriend's hand and whispered, "What kind of gift do we need to grab from the basement? Can we just skip it?" A few timid players echoed her sentiments. It was so dark in the basement, who knew what demons or monsters were hiding inside? The butler heard their words and wasn't angry. Instead, he said cheerfully, "No, my dear guests, the gift has to be personally collected for it to be sincere." The butler's body seemed to blend into the darkness, with only his old, pale face shining dimly in the firelight. "Are you really not going to come down with me?" He was clearly smiling, but the players felt an overwhelming eeriness, and no one dared to say no again. Everyone followed the butler down the stairs. The stairs were long, with stone walls on both sides. The butler held the oil lamp, lighting the sconces on the stone walls as he walked. The flickering candlelight lit up the dark basement, easing the fear in everyone's hearts. The stairs went on without any turns. Fu Yan and the others walked for a long time, at least the height of 10 floors. The stairs in front grew narrower, and the stone walls seemed to press in like two great mountains. The players didn't dare to look up, it would give them a suffocating feeling as if they were about to be crushed. "How much longer do we have to walk?" a player asked softly. "Soon, my dear guests," the butler replied. After passing the narrowest steps, the players finally arrived at the bottom of the basement. Holy crap! There's a ghost. Ah! Where is it? Where is it? Who is grabbing my shoulder? I am the 83rd descendant of the Heavenly Master, and by the command of the Supreme Lao Jun, demons and ghosts get away from me, boo-hoo. It was unclear who shouted first, triggering a chain reaction of panic among the players. The players showed their skills in a flurry of movements, only to find a mirror facing them on the other side. Fu Yan. Experts, please put away your tricks. In front of the basement stairs, there stood a full-length mirror as tall as a person. The leading player was startled to see someone who looked exactly like him. "Sorry, did I scare you all?" the butler said, and continued to lead everyone forward with the lamp. They finally arrived in front of a row of wooden racks. He pulled down the black cloth covering the rack. On the rack sat a row of bizarre-looking dolls. Some had no eyes, others were covered in bloodstains, and some were nothing but skeletons. Even the dolls with intact faces displayed hideous, eerie expressions. The butler stood in front of the rack, smiling. "Please pick a doll you like and take it with you." Players. Like it? Not being scared would be good enough. Who would want to take this creepy bunch home? The butler saw what was on their minds and added, "If there isn't a doll you fancy, then you must stay here and wait for the next batch to arrive." That meant there was no choice at all. Since they had to take one, they would surely choose one that looked less scary. Everyone held this thought, and for a moment, they scrambled to compete. When it was finally Fu Yan and the other two's turn, there were only 3 horrifying dolls left on the shelf. One was a flower doll, one was a chrysanthemum doll, and one was a bone doll. Fu Yan, with no hesitation, chose the bone doll. There was no other choice, he had a little fear of a ghost living a good life. After picking the dolls, the butler led everyone back to the castle's hall. He instructed the maid to assign rooms to everyone. "Oh. Dear guests, I forgot to tell you, the dolls love human companionship. If you leave them alone, they will be very unhappy. So please always keep your dolls with you." Chapter 55, Terrifying Castle, 3. 25 players were taken to their respective bedrooms by the maids. Before leaving, the maid reminded everyone, "Guests, during non-activity hours, please stay in your own rooms and do not visit each other." Xu Wenwen wanted to stay in the same room as her boyfriend, but was ruthlessly refused by the maid. Fu Yan's bedroom was at the end of the 2nd floor. Jiang Lan lived next door to him, and Old Wu lived next to Jiang Lan. The room was spacious, and directly opposite the entrance was a wide balcony separated by a glass sliding door. On the right side as you entered was the bathroom, and on the left side was a big wardrobe, which was right next to the bed. Inside the room was a large dressing mirror facing the bed. Fu Yan walked around his bedroom but found no useful clues. Just as he was about to check the next room, he turned around and saw the skeleton doll he had tossed casually on the dressing table, now lying in the center of the table, facing the mirror. It looked as if it was admiring itself. Fu Yan picked up the doll and observed it. To be honest, if you weren't ugly, you'd actually look quite good. Skeleton doll. All of your words are nonsense. Fu Yan flicked the doll onto the sofa and turned around, climbing through the balcony into Jiang Lan's bedroom. After entering the bedroom, Jiang Lan curled up in the corner by the door. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he always felt like someone was watching him, even though he was alone. He squeezed himself into the gap between the wardrobe and the door. Only this angle made him feel a little safer. Suddenly, he heard a thud from the balcony. Jiang Lan was so scared that he hugged his knees, curling up tightly, muttering the spell Li Shuiwei taught him, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." When Fu Yan found Jiang Lan in the corner, Jiang Lan was curled up like a ball, eyes closed, muttering unknown words in a strange manner. Fu Yan kicked him gently. "Hey, wake up, it's dawn." Jiang Lan opened his eyes as soon as he heard Fu Yan's voice. Seeing it was Fu Yan, he sighed in relief. "Brother Fu, why are you here? Aren't we not allowed to visit each other?" Fu Yan pointed at the balcony. "I came through the window." Jiang Lan hugged Fu Yan's thigh, looking very pitiful. "Brother Fu, can you stay with me tonight?" Fu Yan shook off his hand, covering his collar, and said modestly, "I'm a serious person." "No." Jiang Lan leaned closer to Fu Yan's ear, speaking in a nervous whisper, "There is someone in this room." Fu Yan looked at Jiang Lan and then at himself. "That's quite obvious." "Jiang Lan, I'm not talking about us." Before Jiang Lan could finish, another thud came from the window. Jiang Lan shivered and quickly curled back into the corner, softly mumbling, it's coming, that thing is coming." Moments later, Old Wu pushed open the balcony door and sneaked in. Fu Yan. Jiang Lan. After a while, the three of them sat on the sofa together. Jiang Lan still hugged his knees, but at least he could show them his face now. "Did you find any clues?" Fu Yan's you mainly referred to Old Wu. Jiang Lan could only provide them with a place. Old Wu, upon hearing this, took a crumpled note out of his pocket. It had a few big characters written in blood, "Do not look in the mirror." The note was new, and the bloodstains had dried to a dark red color. Fu Yan and Old Wu searched Jiang Lan's room again but did not find the same note. At that moment, a light tap of footsteps sounded outside the door, just like the noise Fu Yan had heard in the forest. Then, a heavy sound of footsteps going upstairs followed. Fu Yan patted Old Wu. "Let's go." The two quickly turned back. Passing by the mirror in Jiang Lan's room, Fu Yan felt that something was strange. The next second, Jiang Lan's door opened, and a maid walked in. Jiang Lan screamed and clutched her chest. "Maid. No need for that." Seeing that there were no extra people in the room, the maid turned to leave, not forgetting to glare at Jiang Lan as she left. "Jiang Lan. You can glare at me, but can you glare at them too?" When Fu Yan returned to the room, he found the doll that should have been on the sofa lying by the bedroom door. It looked a bit flustered. Fu Yan sneered and said to the air, "Do you know how traitors were dealt with in ancient times? We would dig out their eyes, cut out their tongues, chop off their limbs, and even if they died, we would dig up their bodies and grind their bones to dust." As he spoke, Fu Yan picked up the doll, feigning surprise. "Oh. Where did this go? The soles are so dirty." Skeleton doll. Where would a skeleton have soles? A bad premonition quietly rose in the skeleton doll's heart. The next second, there were two crunch sounds. A sharp pain shot through its ankle. Fu Yan had actually twisted off its ankle. The skeleton doll, having lost its feet, had to bite its lips hard to avoid making a sound. Oh. It forgot it didn't even have lips. Whoa whoa. Fu Yan, why are you shivering? Does it hurt? The doll didn't dare to make a sound or answer, it could only pretend to be dead while enduring the pain. At this moment, in its eyes, Fu Yan was as terrifying as the neighbor's troublesome child. He would twist heads for a disagreement. Extremely vicious. At dinner, the players gathered in the restaurant. Other players also received that bloody note. Although the handwriting on the note was different, they all surprisingly said the same thing, "Do not look in the mirror." But we looked in the mirror during the day, and nothing happened. Yeah. And there are so many mirrors in the castle, we can't avoid looking at them. Who knows if this note is true or not? Who do you think left this note? Was it the last batch of players? The players buzzed about the note. The player who claimed to be the 83rd generation of the Heavenly Master sect happened to be sitting next to Fu Yan. He whispered to Fu Yan, "Fu Xin, hello, I've watched your live streams, I think you are amazing." Fu Yan politely nodded to him, "Thank you." "What do you think about this note?" Zhang Wang asked eagerly. To be honest, he did have some insights about this note. Seeing his eager expression, Fu Yan generously said, "If the note was left by the last batch of players, it can only mean one thing." Zhang Wang leaned in closer, his eyes wide open, eagerly asking, "What thing?" "Fu Yan, that maid didn't clean well, you can complain about her." Zhang Wang was stunned for a moment, then immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brilliant." Fu Yan looked at the person next to him in astonishment. If it weren't for the person's sincere expression, he would have thought the other was mocking him. Zhang Wang continued, "So Fushin, you mean this definitely wasn't left by the last batch of players? It might be a trap set by the NPC in the quest, or it could be a hidden clue. If it's a trap, then its meaning is not wanting us to look in the mirror. But we looked in the mirror during the day, so what's the point of this note? So this should be a clue that could trigger the death condition." Zhang Wang spoke with conviction. Chapter 56, Horror in the Castle, 4. Dinner ended, players returned to their own bedrooms to rest. Lu Yanyan showered and prepared to sleep. They said to wear the doll at all times, but who would dare put such a thing next to their pillow? Turning over at night could easily scare someone to death. Lu Yanyan thought for a moment and placed the doll on the dressing table. She didn't know if it was because of the note, but now when she looked at the mirror, something felt strange, though she couldn't quite say what. She recalled the note that said, "Don't look in the mirror." Lu Yanyan hesitated, then took a cloth and covered the mirror. Whether what the note said was true or false, having the mirror facing the bed was indeed quite frightening. Lu Yanyan tidied up, lay on the bed, and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, she felt a liquid drop onto her face, with a disgusting smell. The next moment, a choking sensation came from her neck. She instinctively opened her eyes. Suddenly, she saw a doll with a twisted expression and hollow eye sockets, sitting on her chest, hands squeezing her neck. The doll's empty eye sockets leaked a putrid blood, dripping onto her face. "MMM." She screamed in terror, tugging at the doll's arm, trying to pull it off her. But the doll was very strong, its hands tightened around Lu Yanyan's neck, a strange curve at its mouth, and its expression grew more twisted. The air in her lungs gradually disappeared, and Lu Yanyan felt she could no longer breathe. Ah. In the next second, Lu Yanyan sat up with a scream. At the moment she opened her eyes, she faced her reflection in the mirror. She realized her hands were gripping her own neck tightly. Lu Yanyan quickly let go of her hands, gasping for fresh air. Huff. It was just a dream. Lu Yanyan was about to sigh in relief when she suddenly remembered she had covered the mirror with cloth before sleeping. She had covered it carefully, and that cloth could not have fallen. A chill ran down Lu Yanyan's back as she slowly raised her head to look into the mirror. The mirror reflected her own face, but that face wore a strange smile at that moment. Even more chilling was that the doll, which should have been on the dressing table, was now slowly sitting up beside her. The doll's pale face appeared in the mirror at the same time, its hollow eye socket staring intensely at her. Lu Yanyan turned in fear to look beside her. But the version of her in the mirror remained still, that strange smile still on her lips. Ah. The next day, during breakfast, everyone noticed Lu Yanyan was missing. Worried that something had happened to her, they asked the maid to take a key and open Lu Yanyan's room. As the door opened, a player in the front row let out a heart-wrenching scream. They saw Lu Yanyan's face twisted, covered in blood, her eyes missing, lying dead in the bedroom. The players wanted to enter but were stopped by the maid outside the door. Fu Yan passed by Lu Yanyan's door and caught a glimpse of the doll sitting upright on the dressing table. The doll, which had hollow eye sockets last night, now had a pair of bright, glistening eyes. It was easy to guess whom they belonged to. Not only Fu Yan noticed this, but also Lu Yanyan's friend, Li Yuan. Li Yuan stared in terror at the doll sitting on the dressing table. She had a strong impression of this doll, it was originally her choice yesterday. But Lu Yanyan said she wanted the doll, so Li Yuan switched with her. Li Yuan stared at the doll with intensity. Suddenly, it was as if she saw something horrifying and she screamed wildly. She pulled out her own doll and frantically threw it into Lu Yanyan's room. It's it. Fushin truly is Fushin, analyzing such an important clue from just a piece of paper. Fu Yan? I didn't say anything, these were all your words. Don't blame me. It is it. It is this doll that killed her. It also stole her eyes, it is it. It is the devil. I'm next, it's going to be my turn, and you all, none of you can escape, haha. No. I want to get out. Let me out. Let me out. Li Yuan cried one moment, laughed the next, and finally ran madly into the woods outside the castle, disappearing in the blink of an eye. All morning, everyone felt very heavy, except for Fu Yan. He ate as he liked, drank as he pleased, and after having his fill, he strolled around the castle. His demeanor was as relaxed as if he were at home. Lu Yanyan's body was not handled, locked in the room where she lived. Old Wu felt it was a pity and asked Jian Lan'er, can't you cure her? Can you bring that woman back to life? If Jian Lan could save her, he would go and pry the lock. Without the instance boost, I can only save myself. For irreversible deaths like this. Jian Lan shook his head regretfully. Old Wu sighed, a hint of anger in his tone, the suicidal ghost game. At dinner, as everyone still did not see Li Yuan return, someone guessed that her situation was dire. Players had gone into the woods to look for her during the day but found nothing. At this time, the butler pushed a food cart over. He served everyone their meals and then presented a delicate serving platter. Seeing that platter, everyone felt a bad premonition. The butler smiled as he lifted the lid from the platter. There lay Li Yuan's head, perfectly placed on top. Her face was pale, blood flowing from her 7 orifices, eyes wide open, a look of unwillingness to die. At the same time, players' tasks refreshed. Instance, Castle of Horror. Player task, survive for 7 days, January 7th. As soon as the players checked the task, the butler spoke. His gaze swept over everyone present, and he said lightly, "Dear guests, due to this young lady having done something very unreasonable, we have decided to impose a small penalty on her. We hope all guests can take it as a warning. Alright, I wish you all a pleasant meal, good night." Everyone knew what the unreasonable thing was. Thus, they looked at the dolls with even more fear in their eyes. The task required them to survive for 7 days, but until now, they didn't even know how to trigger conditions for death. Old Wu sipped a glass of red wine, leaned closer to Fu Yan, and quietly asked, "Old Fu, do you know?" Li Yuan's addition to their meal did not affect Fu Yan's appetite. He cut a piece of steak and elegantly placed it in his mouth, smiling as he said, "Of course." Fu Yan did not deliberately lower his voice. The players who heard their conversation all looked over with curiosity. Fu Yan picked up his napkin, wiped his mouth, and said lightly, "Even if I say it, it won't matter because I believe most people have triggered this death condition, including me." The players listened with disbelief. "Impossible. I didn't do anything after entering the castle." "Yeah, how could so many people trigger the death condition at the same time?" "Don't scare people. If we all triggered it, wouldn't we have died long ago? How could we still be alive now?" "Shut up. Let Fu God finish speaking. You guys keep interrupting, it's annoying." Zhang Wang stood up and shouted. "Fu God, please continue." Zhang Wang, having restored order, spoke modestly. Although some players did not believe Fu Yan, they all quieted down. Fu Yan cleared his throat and continued, "The death condition is to look in the mirror with the dolls." After Fu Yan finished speaking, he began to observe the players' expressions. They first contemplated, then panicked, and finally, they thought it was impossible. Zhang Wang was also confused. "Fu God, please explain." "Fu Yan, just like you analyzed before, that bloody paper might be the clue left for us by the instance. Assuming the paper is a clue, it means, do not let us look in the mirror, but this paper appeared only after everyone had looked in the mirror. This explains one thing. Before the note appeared, we could look in the mirror." Zhang Wang guessed. "Smart." Fu Yan praised Zhang Wang with a glance, then said, "After everyone looked in the mirror, what happened before the note appeared? Or, what changes occurred around us?" This time, Old Wu was the first to answer, "The doll. There's a doll around us now." After the group entered the castle, they followed the butler through a hallway full of mirrors to the basement to get the doll, and upon returning to their room, they discovered the bloody note inside. In this process, the only thing that changed was the doll in their hands. But Old Wu felt like he was still overlooking something important. "Fu Yan, exactly, it's the doll. Before the doll appeared, we could look in the mirror, and after the doll appeared, a hint of 'don't look in the mirror' showed up in the instance, so I have 2 guesses. 1. The doll shouldn't look in the mirror. 2. Don't look in the mirror with the doll. I believe each of you here has triggered one of these, because the doll will look in the mirror by itself." As soon as Fu Yan finished speaking, everyone got goosebumps. A player seemed to suddenly remember something and shouted, "I remember now. Yesterday after I went into the room, I casually threw the doll onto the bed. I remember it was lying on its stomach, but when I came out of the bathroom, it was lying sideways on the bed, facing the mirror. I thought I was just too nervous to remember correctly. I felt a bit drowsy last night and also thought I saw the doll sitting in front of the mirror looking at itself. I thought I was dreaming." Players chimed in, each sharing that they had seen the doll looking in the mirror to some extent. And they had been with the doll at all times, so when they looked at the doll, they inevitably found themselves in the reflection too. Doesn't that mean they all might die? Thinking of this, the players suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Xian Sanjin scoffed, sneering, "Stop with the scare tactics. If we all triggered the death condition, why did only Lu Yanyan die?" Fu Yan didn't care for the sarcasm in his words, calmly saying, "Perhaps she did something to anger the doll." Fu Yan quickly thought of the black cloth on Lu Yanyan's vanity. Xian Sanjin snorted disdainfully, he thought Fu Yan was just trying to show off and was frightening these fools who were buying into it. "If you say the mirror is dangerous, then I'll go smash the mirror right now and see how it continues to play tricks." Xian Sanjin was talking about the mirror, but his eyes were on Fu Yan. "Fu Yan, I advise you not to touch that mirror." Still thinking of playing tricks. Qian Sanjin rolled his eyes dismissively and turned to go up the stairs. Old Wu looked at Qian Sanjin and worried. He wouldn't really go smash the mirror, would he? Fu Yan shrugged. Even gods can't save someone bent on self-destruction. Let him go. Old Wu sighed. I hope he goes peacefully and doesn't disturb my sleep. Fu Yan. After Qian Sanjin left, the players fell into silence. Some of them believed Fu Yan, while others thought he was just trying to scare them, but they were not as impulsive as Qian Sanjin. At this moment, the discipline committee member Zhang Wang spoke up again. Fu God, do you have a solution? I still don't want to die. Fu Yan pondered for a moment, and awkwardly said, I do have one, but I advise you not to try it easily. Everyone was puzzled and confused. What method? Just say it. Stop keeping it a secret. How would we know we can't do it if you don't tell us? Yeah, hurry up and tell us. Fu Yan looked at the anxious faces of the crowd and reluctantly took out his own doll. When they saw Fu Yan take out the doll, everyone felt confused. But when they saw the doll's tragic state, shock appeared in everyone's eyes. What happened to its legs? Where did its clothes go? They clearly remembered. This doll initially had a complete skeleton frame from head to toe, and was draped in a very flashy robe. But after sleeping with Fu Yan for a night, its legs were gone and its clothes disappeared too? Everyone's gaze swept back and forth between Fu Yan and the skeleton, their expressions gradually becoming subtle. This guy looks all good and proper, but who would have thought he had such a weird hobby? Fu Yan. I didn't, stop thinking nonsense. Because this thing kept moving around, I broke its legs and took off its clothes, and surprisingly, after undressing it, it stopped moving. Skeleton doll. Damn it. Breaking its legs and taking off its clothes is one thing, but now it has to be brought out for public humiliation. This child is truly wicked to the extreme. Wah wah wah. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the players seem to see a hint of human humiliation on this doll's face. Fu Yan, if you can defeat this thing, then congratulations, you won't die for now. If you can't, then I advise you not to provoke it or the mirror inside the house. After Fu Yan finished speaking, he turned to Old Wu and Jian Lan. You two too, don't provoke these two things, try to treat them as if they don't exist. Old Wu nodded, don't worry. Jian Lan looked at Fu Yan, then at Old Wu, hesitated for a while, and finally timidly said, I haven't looked in a mirror. Fu Yan, ? Old Wu, ? Players, ? Chapter 58, Castle of Horrors, 6. Jian Lan then took out his Haka doll and quietly said, it hasn't looked in a mirror either. The Japanese doll's face was wrapped in layer upon layer of gauze by Jian Lan. It truly transformed from the ghost doll Haka into a mummy. Jian Lan felt everyone was looking at him, lowered his head to avoid the crowd's gaze, and explained softly, I'm afraid of this doll, it always feels like she's looking at me. Players. So you wrapped its head up? I also don't dare to look in the mirror, always feeling like someone's inside. Then where did you sleep last night? Zhang Wang asked curiously. After all, the mirror faced the bed directly, if he didn't look in the mirror, he definitely didn't go to bed. Jian Lan quietly said, I slept on the floor, in the gap between the cabinet and the door, felt like that was safer. Players fell into silence after hearing this. Because of social anxiety, he wrapped the doll's head. Because of social anxiety, he didn't dare to look in the mirror. Because of social anxiety, when everyone else triggered the death condition, he remained safe. They want to report this dungeon. Someone is using the social anxiety card to exploit a bug. Fu Yan also looked at Jiang Lan with slight surprise. After a moment, in a voice only the two could hear, he asked sourly, your luck value can't be 100, right? Jiang Lan was stunned for a moment and then shook his head vigorously. Fu Yan was about to say that's good. But he heard Jiang Lan lower his voice and lean close to his ear, whispering, 99.99. Fu Yan. I at hashtag UN% and asterisk hashtag UN% system you at hashtag $% and you and you big dumb at hashtag UN%. Qian Sanjin calmed down after returning to his room. Though he said he would smash the mirror, if it really came down to it, he wouldn't dare do it. Anyway, others can't enter his room, tomorrow he would just say he smashed it and nothing happened, then go down and slap Fu Yan's face, making that guy show off everywhere. That night, all players were asleep. Before sleeping, they recalled Jiang Lan's words at dinner. Sleep on the floor, in the gap between the cabinet and the door, felt like that was safer. Players looked at that dark, narrow place. It did seem quite safe. That night, other than Fu Yan and Qian Sanjin, all the players coincidentally laid out their sleeping bags on the floor. In the night, a piercing scream pierced Qian Sanjin's eardrum. The sound was both familiar and strange, startling him awake from his sleep. He opened his eyes, but didn't immediately get up. Because he saw his doll sitting on the dressing table, looking in the mirror. It looked very happy, its eyeballs rolling around, mouth opening and closing, but not making any sound. In the dead of night, a doll sat in front of the mirror. Seeing this scene made Qian Sanjin's scalp tingle. But those who could persist to the intermediate level were all veteran players. He forced himself to calm down. He slowly pulled out the knife that was pressed beneath him. The doll in front of the mirror seemed to realize he was awake and slowly turned its head. Its neck made a creaking sound, like a rusty axle. Its head turned 180 degrees, facing Qian Sanjin on the bed, its eyes spinning wildly, its mouth slowly opening. To his shock, the wooden doll had no tongue in its mouth. Seeing this, Qian Sanjin stopped pretending and immediately leaped up, swinging his machete at the doll. The sharp knife didn't hit the doll but instead plunged into the mirror. The mirror shattered into pieces. And the reflection of him in the mirror let out a piercing scream. The eyes of the person in the mirror glared at him ominously, and the face began to twist and deform, with features falling away, leaving only a gaping mouth shrieking in horror. Qian Sanjin wanted to escape immediately but was grabbed by the neck by the person in the mirror. Then, a wooden doll slowly appeared before his eyes. The doll pinched his mouth and slowly reached its hand into his mouth. A chilling scream echoed in the room. It turned out that the familiar yet strange scream was actually his own. The next day, everyone discovered Qian Sanjin's corpse. He died in front of the mirror, his face filled with shards of glass, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, but he had no tongue inside. The players reflexively looked at the doll. They saw the wooden doll also had its mouth wide open, with a bloody tongue stuck in its throat. Its eyes were full of pride as it looked at everyone. Another person died in the instance, and everyone felt heavy-hearted, unsure if they would be next. After finishing breakfast, Fu Yan took Lao Wu and Zhang Lan outside the castle. They wandered around the woods outside the castle for a long time. Lao Wu, do you think this forest has changed since you came here? Lao Wu observed the surrounding environment. When I came here, it was all fog, I didn't really look closely. After speaking, Lao Wu looked up in the direction of the castle. The bright sunlight made him squint. Sunlight? Lao Wu looked at the woods and then at the castle. I thought of something. Sunlight, yes, sunlight. Lao Wu exclaimed, I remember when I came to the castle, I was walking straight ahead, the sunlight shining on my back, but now it shines in front of us. Clearly, it's about the same time, it's still morning, how could the position of the sun change so much? Fu Yan also pondered, he hadn't seen the sun when he came. Why is it that in the same forest, different people see things, and their paths have such a huge difference? Seeing Fu Yan silent for a long time, Lao Wu whispered, Lao Fu, did you think of something? Let's go back to the castle. Fu Yan led the two directly to the mirror corridor of the castle. His gaze swept over each mirror, then headed straight for the entrance to the basement. Lao Wu pushed Zhang Lan through the corridor. He always felt something was strange here but couldn't pinpoint what exactly was odd. Until Fu Yan stood before the entrance to the basement. Lao Wu, Lao Fu, you're not thinking of going down, are you? Fu Yan, dare I? Lao Wu, hey, what is there to be afraid of? But we don't have the key, right? The next second, Fu Yan kicked open the locked wooden door. Lao Wu. Lao Wu, it still has to be you. Fu Yan picked up the oil lamp hanging on the right side of the door. At the moment Fu Yan picked up the lamp, Lao Wu suddenly realized something was off. Wasn't this lamp hanging on the left before we arrived? And this door, I remember it also opened to the left, how come everything is reversed now? Fu Yan nodded, his gaze turning to the mirrors in the corridor. Not only that, even the positions of the mirrors in the corridor have reversed, like the mirror surface has flipped. Lao Wu fell silent for a moment, unable to believe. You mean, we are now inside the mirror? Fu Yan, yes, but not entirely. Chapter 59, The Terrifying Castle, 7. Entering the basement, Fu Yan walked ahead, handing the lantern to Old Wu. The darkness did not affect his sight. Old Wu and Zhang Lan held the lantern carefully, following closely behind Fu Yan. After passing through a narrow space, the three arrived at the very bottom of the basement. Old Wu, huh? Where's the mirror? Why is the mirror gone? He remembered that last time they were here, there was a tall full-length mirror. Several players had been startled then, why was it missing now? It's not gone, it's turned transparent. Fu Yan walked to the spot where the mirror used to be and gently knocked. Bang bang, two sounds confirmed that there was indeed something there. Old Wu brought the lantern closer and discovered that the vintage mirror frame, which should have held a mirror, now contained a sheet of transparent glass. What is going on? Old Wu asked with uncertainty. Fu Yan, we entered the mirror world from here. We went into the mirror, and what was in the mirror came out to replace us. Old Wu vaguely guessed what Fu Yan meant, but this theory sent chills down his spine. He couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Fu Yan walked behind the glass and looked at Old Wu. My current perspective is that of the mirrored person, and you are the one who was about to be replaced by me. From the moment you saw me in the mirror, you have already entered the mirrored world. Fu Yan suddenly reached out, pulling Old Wu behind the glass, then walked to the front of the glass, exchanging places with Old Wu. He looked at Old Wu behind the glass with a terrifying gaze and said, "And I will come out from this mirror to replace you." Old Wu was so frightened by Fu Yan's eerie expression that he instinctively took a half step back. He swallowed hard. "You mean, we are already replaced? The space we are in is fake, and the world outside the mirror is the real one? We thought we were looking in the mirror for the past 2 days, but actually, what was in the mirror was looking at us." Fu Yan paused. "That's about the idea, but we haven't been completely replaced, at least not for 7 days. 7 days? Old Wu suddenly recalled the player's task. "So, the task of surviving for 7 days is just a facade. Even if we survive 7 days, we can't exit the dungeon." "Fu Yan, the task is real, it's intended for the players, but we are no longer players, we are now the people inside the mirror." After hearing this, Old Wu felt a chill run down his spine. "So what do we do now? 3 people have already died in the dungeon, and no one knows who will be next. In any case, the task is to survive for 7 days, and the players have lost their desire to explore the castle. They each took their dolls and found a mirrorless spot, sitting there for an entire day. Not actively seeking death had become their greatest contribution to themselves. At dinner time, the players gathered in the dining room. Looking at the empty dining table, the players suddenly felt unusually anxious. "No way. Why is there no food today? Not even letting us die full, huh?" Soon they noticed that not only was there no food on the table, but even the butler and maids were missing. "Where did everyone go? Have you not noticed that 3 people are missing from us?" Hearing someone say this, the players immediately started counting. "Yeah. Where are Fu Yan and the other 2? Could it be?" Before the player could finish, someone suddenly walked in at the door. The person hurriedly walked in, adjusting the bow tie around his neck as he appeared a bit nervous. Everyone was not unfamiliar with the newcomer. He was the butler of this castle. The butler stepped in front of the crowd, forcing a stiff smile. "Dear players, before dinner starts, please move to the basement, we have gifts for everyone." "What? Another gift? 1 doll isn't enough, huh? Do we really need to assign a female ghost to each of us? Can we not?" The players grumbled, but suddenly, the butler's face turned cold. "Players who don't obey will be punished." The butler led the players into the mirror hallway, making sure each one passed through. He himself stood at the back, preventing anyone from escaping. The last player in line was Zhang Wang. Taking advantage of the other players not paying attention, he quietly walked up to the butler and whispered, "You're not the butler." The butler had a brief moment of panic, but quickly regained composure. He pushed Zhang Wang, feigning anger. "It's your turn." Zhang Wang chuckled softly. "The real butler wouldn't call us players. Let me guess, you are Old Wu?" The butler gave him a look and said nothing. The players walked through the long corridor and reached the entrance of the basement. They stared at the door to the basement, violently kicked open, exchanging uncertain glances. "Please enter the basement, dear guests." The butler spoke and gave Zhang Wang a push. "Go ahead and hold the lamp." At this point, the players started to sense something was wrong. The butler had the keys. Why did he need to break the door? "You're not the butler. Who are you really?" The butler sighed, helpless, and shouted into the basement, "Old Fu, it's blown. Didn't you say these idiots were easy to fool? Players." Soon, a tall, thin figure walked out of the basement. He stepped into the light, a faint smile on his handsome face, his sharp suit splattered with dark red blood. He smiled at the players at the door and said coldly, "Do you want to go down yourselves, or should I send you down?" "Players." With a crash, the players tumbled down the stairs like dumplings, rolling and crawling. Before they reached the bottom, Fu Yan snatched their dolls. Fu Yan didn't offer any explanations. He simply twisted the dolls' heads off and tossed them down the hallway. When they reached the lowest floor of the basement, the players were stunned by the horrific sight. The basement was dimly lit by candles, and broken bodies were piled into a mound of corpses. Some had their heads blown off, others torn in half at the waist. The scene was incredibly bloody. At the top of the mound lay the butler, his head half gone, and his clothes ripped off, exposed for display. The players silently held their clothes tightly. All the players had gathered. Fu Yan, holding a lamp, stood before the transparent glass. "Old Wu, Zhang Lan, you 2 go first, wait for me over there." He then pointed at the players. "If any of them misbehave, don't hesitate, kill them on the spot." "What do you mean?" A strong male player suddenly stepped forward. "First, you tricked us here, then you've been bossing us around, and now you want to kill us. Who do you think you are, you?" Before the burly man could finish, Fu Yan punched him in the mouth. The man groaned, blood pouring from his mouth as his face rapidly swelled. He opened his mouth to scream but spat out a mouthful of large teeth. "Anyone else have a problem?" Fu Yan said coldly. The players covered their mouths, shaking their heads vigorously. No problem. Good, once you go in, walk toward the candlelight, and do not speak. Fu Yan reminded again. The players nodded and quickly formed a line, holding their glass-crashing number tags. Old Wu and Zhang Lan led the way. They had already been in with Fu Yan earlier that afternoon, so they were familiar with the route. The players saw the glass really could be passed through and followed them in groups. No matter what was inside, it surely wouldn't be scarier than Fu Yan. With this thought, everyone rushed in, afraid that if they were slow, they would be left behind to partner with Fu Yan. The players passed through the glass and entered a completely dark space. The space was eerily quiet, so dark that they couldn't see the person next to them. Only a faint candlelight in the distance, flickering, indicated the direction to move forward. Zhu Wenwen also supported her boyfriend, whose mouth was full of blood, entering the dark space. Unlike others who were blind in the dark, her talent was supervision. Even in a place where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face, it didn't affect her sight. She could see the subtle expressions on everyone's faces, as well as the monsters hiding in the darkness. Zhu Wenwen looked at the monsters in the dark, then glanced at Fu Yan, a vicious plan forming in her mind. This Fu Yan actually dared to beat her boyfriend, she had to teach him a lesson. Zhu Wenwen purposely slowed her steps while supporting her boyfriend, writing her plan on his hand. The other players passed them one by one, until only Fu Yan and Zhang Wang were left behind, and then she continued moving forward with her boyfriend. The space was large, the players walked in the dark for over 20 minutes, finally reaching another piece of glass. Everyone passed through the glass and discovered they were back in the basement. But upon closer observation, this basement was different from the previous one. The most obvious difference was the mirror behind them. When they entered, a vintage frame held a piece of glass, but now it had turned into a pitch-black mirror that could not reflect a person. On the ground in front of the mirror was an oil lamp, the flames flickering. It was the same candlelight that had guided them in the darkness before. No kidding, Old Fu's method really works. Old Wu pointed to the oil lamp on the ground and said to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan shrugged her shoulders and nodded in agreement. In the mirror, all the players had safely exited, leaving only Fu Yan, Zhang Wang, Zhu Wenwen, and her boyfriend. As the four of them approached the glass mirror, Zhu Wenwen and her boyfriend suddenly quickened their pace and began to run. They shouted as they ran, "Ah ah ah! Help! Help!" Their voices were uncontrolled, the high notes soaring straight to the sky. They looked like they wouldn't stop until they woke up the monsters. Their target was Fu Yan. As for Zhang Wang, he could only blame his bad luck for wanting to walk with Fu Yan. The exit was getting closer, and Zhu Wenwen and her boyfriend ran with all their might. The two of them almost simultaneously fell out of the mirror. In the moment they came out, Zhu Wenwen saw countless monsters in the pitch-black space opening their blood-red eyes. She roughly estimated that there were at least hundreds, enough to tear Fu Yan and the others into pieces. Once they came out, Zhu Wenwen was flung to the ground by inertia, and instead of helping her up, her boyfriend quickly ran over to blow out the candle on the ground. Darkness instantly engulfed both inside and outside the mirror. The players looked on with confused expressions. Old Wu pushed through the crowd, feeling around to grab Zhu Wenwen's boyfriend and questioned, "What the hell do you mean?" "Monsters! Monsters everywhere!" The man had lost his teeth in a fight with Fu Yan, so when he spoke, air escaped from his mouth, leaving everyone puzzled. Zhu Wenwen got up from the ground and rushed to her boyfriend, desperately slapping Old Wu's hand and even biting it. "Let go! Let him go! The monsters in the mirror are awake. If we don't put out the light, are we just going to let them come out and eat us all?" Zhu Wenwen shouted, pulling at Old Wu's fingers. "But if you do that, how will Fu Yan get out?" A conscientious player immediately wanted to find fire to light the lamp. Zhu Wenwen snatched the oil lamp from her hand. "Are we going to sacrifice everyone's lives just for those two? If you're so great, then you go in and save them." The other players who were considering helping to find fire fell silent upon hearing Zhu Wenwen's words. If the monsters were released, they would all die. People are selfish, they couldn't sacrifice their lives for Fu Yan. Damn! If it weren't for Old Fu saving you, you guys would have been dead by now. Old Wu kicked the man in his hands away, and then gave Zhu Wenwen a big slap on the face. "Pa! Ungrateful thing!" Zhang Lan also walked around the crowd, angrily scolding the two, shameless. Feeling even more irritated, Zhang Lan imitated Old Wu's actions and spat at them several times. Then, Zhang Lan took Old Wu's arm. This was his first time looking someone in the eye voluntarily, even though it was pitch dark and no one could see. "Wu Ge, I'm going in to save Fu Ge, don't worry, I'll risk my life to get him out. If you ever get a chance to leave the game, please tell my mom, just say the son is unfilial, cannot give the Zhang family descendants, so I'm here to accompany her." Woo woo woo. Old Wu. Damn. You little brat, I suspect you are cursing me. Old Wu forced a smile and chuckled, "It's better if you say that yourself." Zhang Lan, woo woo woo, I don't dare. In the end, Old Wu stopped Zhang Lan, who wanted to rush in to sacrifice himself. He walked over to Zhu Wenwen and her companion, sneering, "I won't kill you too, I'll let old Fu deal with you when he comes out." Zhu Wenwen stared at old Wu, a cunning smile creeping up the corners of her mouth. Come out? He probably won't even have that chance. In the mirror, the chaotic actions of Zhu Wenwen and her partner left Zhang Wang utterly confused. He forgot the rule of not being able to speak and looked at Fu Yan, bewildered. What are they? Fu Yan patted Zhang Wang's shoulder with sympathy. Silly child, they are trying to take your life. Zhang Wang. What? Have they found out about me eavesdropping on them? Just as Zhang Wang was deep in thought, countless blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. Those eyes were densely packed together, each the size of his head. Chapter 61, Terror in the Castle, 9. In the pitch-black space, thousands and thousands of crimson eyeballs suddenly appeared, tightly clustered together, each the size of Zhang Wang's head. The eyeballs were filled with red blood vessels, and the scarlet pupils stared at Zhang Wang with ill intent, as strange swallowing sounds echoed through the space. Although Zhang Wang could not see the shape of the monster, he could imagine the fierce faces that longed for his flesh in the darkness. He felt his scalp tingling, cold sweat soaking his clothes, and a dry heave rose in his throat. Zhang Wang thought. This is bad. He had a phobia of clusters of large objects. Ugh. In the next moment, he held onto Fu Yan's arm and bent over to throw up. Zhang Wang vomited until the world spun around him, the diversity of the contents rivaling a trash bin from a restaurant kitchen. Fu Yan rubbed his throbbing temples, hating for the first time that his vision was so good. The monsters were also stimulated by this mess, roaring with their mouths wide open as they lunged towards Zhang Wang. As the big eyeballs approached, Zhang Wang could already smell the foul breath coming from the monsters' mouths. That smell wafted for miles, invigorating him as if he might explode from excitement. He turned his head away, held his breath, clinging to Fu Yan's arm, and spoke seriously, "Brother, if nothing unexpected happens, we're about to have an accident. Do you have anything to say to me? You just wiped your mouth and didn't wash your hands." At this moment, the monsters had already rushed forward, baring their teeth as they fiercely lunged at Zhang Wang's head. Just as the sharp teeth were about to touch Zhang Wang, Fu Yan raised his hand and punched the monster on the head. Eat, eat, eat. Always thinking about eating. Haven't you had enough of the beating this afternoon? Dare to eat again? You remember eating but not getting beaten, huh? Fu Yan stood with his hands on his hips, scolding the group of monsters with a sharp, sarcastic tone, as if he were rebuking his own grandchildren. And that group of monsters just lowered their heads, allowing Fu Yan to scold them, not daring to let out a single sound. A few timid ones even had tears in their eyes from being scolded, hanging their heads and letting out whimpers of remorse. Zhang Wang watched all of this in shock, with astonishment evident on his face. What a magical world this is. Fu Yan scolded his grandson. Oh no, he scolded the monster, and proudly walked out of the mirror with Zhang Wang. The monsters smacked their lips and returned to squinting. When Zhu Wenwen saw Fu Yan come out of the mirror unscathed, her face was full of disbelief. How is that possible? Why is he not dead? There were so many monsters in the mirror, how could he possibly come out alive? Her boyfriend beside her also looked shocked. Fu Yan actually came out alive. He won't take revenge on them, right? After all, they were the ones who woke those monsters up. Old Wu lit his oil lamp at that time. Just kidding, he wasn't worried at all. He had seen the miserable state of those monsters crying for their parents earlier in the afternoon. Otherwise, why did these people think they could safely pass through the mirror? The other players sighed in relief when they saw Fu Yan and the others come out. Although they had not helped, it was a matter of urgency. They didn't really want Fu Yan to die. Now that both of them had come out alive, they felt no psychological burden. The players tacitly avoided discussing what had just happened and urged, "Since everyone is out now, let's hurry and leave." Wait a moment. Fu Yan spoke calmly. "Before leaving, let's settle some personal issues." Fu Yan walked straight towards Zhu Wenwen and her boyfriend, who were in the corner. Zhu Wenwen pulled her boyfriend back subtly until her back hit the stone wall. What do you want to do?" Fu Yan smiled at the two without saying a word. The man stood in the corner, desperately trying to hide behind Zhu Wenwen, hoping to use her to shield his tall frame. For some reason, he felt that Fu Yan at this moment was even more terrifying than when he had knocked out his teeth. Zhu Wenwen stood in front of her boyfriend and scrambled. "What are you doing? Are you going to hit someone again? Just because we blew out the candles? How can you be so selfish? We blew out the candles to prevent the monsters from coming out, and you can't just sacrifice everyone for yourself." Zhu Wenwen tried to morally bind Fu Yan and placed all the players in opposition to him. At that moment, Zhang Wang suddenly walked over. He stood beside Fu Yan and spat at the two of them. "Shut your damn mouth. You are the most vicious. It was you two who screamed in the mirror and woke the monsters, and now you're pretending to be nice. You're both stupid and poisonous." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Zhu Wenwen with a strange gaze. So it was them who intentionally woke the monsters. They said not to shout, but they did. How could they be so stupid? I don't think it's stupidity, it's poison. Shu Wenwen had sharp eyesight. She saw all the disdainful looks from the crowd clearly. No, we didn't mean to shout it's because the monsters woke up. Yes, it's because we were too scared that we screamed. Shu Wenwen spoke firmly enough that she almost believed herself. Zhang Wang was speechless. How could there be such shameless people? He wanted to say more, but Fu Yan raised his hand to stop him. This endless argument was meaningless. Fu Yan reached out, grabbed the two by their hair, and directly dragged them to the front of the mirror. The man was so scared that he almost wet himself. Instinctively, he covered his face and let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Zhu Wenwen stumbled as she was pulled, frantically beating Fu Yan's arm. How dare you touch me? Do you know who my dad is? That's for you to ask your mom. Fu Yan then pressed their heads against the mirror and cheerfully said, all right, now we have a choice. You two, I plan to kill one and let one go. He gripped the man's neck, forcing him to look up, smiling. Who do I kill? Who do I let go? The choice is yours. I'll count to 5, tell me your answer. 1. Fu Yan, you don't have to stir up our feelings, we want to live together or die together. Zhu Wenwen struggled under Fu Yan's hands. One side shouted in rage. Fu Yan ignored her and continued counting. 2. Fu Yan's voice was like the death knell, ringing slowly in the man's ears. 3. The two faces were only a few millimeters from the mirror, the man's ears already brushing against it. He could even hear the monsters roar inside the mirror. At that moment, his mind went blank. He looked at the mirror, then at his girlfriend. Just as Fu Yan was about to speak and count the 4th number, the man yelled first, kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her, let me go. Fu Yan chuckled, I thought you could hold on until the last number. Zhu Wenwen looked at her boyfriend in disbelief. What did you say? She couldn't believe her ears, she must have misheard. Her boyfriend loved her so much, how could he let her die? Zhu Wenwen could not accept reality. But Fu Yan cruelly repeated in her ear, he is letting you die to save himself. Chapter 62, The Castle Terror, 10. No, it's impossible, ah. Before Zhu Wenwen could finish contemplating life, Fu Yan directly shoved her into the mirror. The monster in the mirror immediately recognized the woman who had awakened them, making them suffer a second trauma. They all excitedly flicked their tongues. Zhu Wenwen looked at the giant creatures before her and let out a tragic scream. The monsters were completely black, with only one eye the size of a human head on their huge heads. Beneath it was a gaping mouth split to the back of the ears. Zhu Wenwen screamed and tried to run out. Help me. Let me out. I don't want to die. Save me, ah. After her scream, Zhu Wenwen's hot blood splattered onto the mirror with a poo sound. It was quickly licked clean by the monsters in the mirror, leaving no trace at all. The man who witnessed the whole death experience only felt a warmth spreading in his pants as a liquid flowed down his leg. Before he could react, Fu Yan's eerie voice whispered in his ear, all right, next is you. The man looked at Fu Yan in terror. Didn't you say if she dies, you would let me go? I was lying to her. Who knew you really believed it? Fu Yan smiled at the man. Okay, hurry up, if you're late, your girlfriend will be digested. As he was pushed in front of the mirror, the only thing left in the man's mind was Fu Yan's twisted laughter. Say hi to your girlfriend for me. Fu Yan actually didn't like killing. Most of the time, he just watched without helping. Strictly speaking, these two should be counted as his first and second kills. Fu Yan felt honored for them. After processing the two, Fu Yan turned to the remaining players and lightly said, my limited morality stopped me from throwing you in to feed the monsters, so don't try to provoke me, okay? Oh. Okay. Very good. Fu Yan nodded in satisfaction and walked to the back of the mirror, kicking it until it shattered. Ding. Horror value plus 5,000. The belated notification soothed all of Fu Yan's inner wounds. Comfortable. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill the monsters in the mirror, otherwise, he could instantly fill up 100,000 horror points. With a hint of regret, Fu Yan left the basement with the others. As soon as the door opened, they bumped into a group of mirror people who looked exactly like them. Except for Fu Yan and the 3 others, the rest of the players looked confused. This is. Fu Yan wouldn't pay them any mind. Old Wu and Jian Lan also couldn't be bothered with this group of players. The players could only turn their gaze to Zhang Wang, who had a better relationship with Fu Yan. Zhang Wang shrugged, go back and watch the replay. In the next moment, Fu Yan casually walked out of the basement while the players looked on in bewilderment, then slammed the basement door with a bang. In the eyes of everyone, Fu Yan's back was surprisingly heroic. In Fu Yan's eyes, this was a group of shining horror points. He stretched his neck, and in a quick movement, he lunged into the crowd of monsters. Dragon claw hand, lotus floating, scorpion palm, kangaroo hop, twin winds through the ears, head smash like a walnut. With a series of moves, chaos erupted everywhere. Ding. Horror value plus 300. Ding. Horror value plus 300. Ding. Horror value plus 300. A total of 7,500 points of horror value was deposited. The air was filled with the scent of horror value. Is the NPC in the intermediate quest really that fragrant? Fu Yan dealt with the mirror person, taking Lao Wu, Jiang Lan, and Zhang Wang out of the basement. The four of them arrived at Lao Wu's bedroom on the second floor. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Fu Yan spotted a note on the table. This was the blood-stained note Lao Wu found in the mirror world. Before leaving, he specifically told Lao Wu to place it in front of the mirror. Sure enough, whatever was in the mirror world existed here as well. Fu Yan opened the note. Shock appeared on the faces of Lao Wu and the others. How could this happen? The note was still the same, but the words had disappeared, replaced by blood-red ghostly symbols. Fu Yan unfolded the note, placing it in front of the mirror, pointing at the note in the mirror, saying, "Look, the words are here." In the mirror, 5 blood-red characters appeared. "Do not look in the mirror." Why did the note here turn into a mirror image? Didn't we just come out of the mirror world? Zhang Wang asked, puzzled. Fu Yan, what we just came out of was not the mirror world, but the mirror world of the mirror world. From the moment we entered that misty forest, we were already led into the mirror world by those puppets. The distance players travel to reach the castle, and what they see along the way all depend on where the puppets placed the mirror. The farther away the mirror, the farther the player walks, the closer the mirror, the nearer the player goes. That's why some people can reach the castle without taking a step, while others have to walk for half a day. Zhang Wang, so that means when we first met, we were actually already in the mirror world? When we entered the basement and saw that mirror, we entered the mirror world of the mirror world. Fu Yan, yes, that's why the text appeared normal in that world, but became mirrored when we got to this world. Zhang Wang suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Fu God, how do we get out now? You have 2 choices now. 1, come with us to the forest to find a way out through the mirror. 2, stay here for 4 days and wait for the game to end. No need to say, I choose the first one. Who wants to stay in this haunted place? The other players followed Fu Yan and the others up to the second floor. They stood at the door, overhearing a few people's conversation. Fu Yan was not prepared to pay attention to them. He had already done his utmost by bringing them out of the mirror world. As for the rest, their lives or deaths were none of his business. As Fu Yan and the others walked into the misty forest, a metallic sound suddenly echoed. Ding! The game is over. Player Fu Yan has successfully cleared the Castle of Horrors instance. Player Wu Zhangyang has successfully cleared the Castle of Horrors instance. Player Jiang Lan has successfully cleared the Castle of Horrors instance. Player Zhang Wang has successfully cleared the Castle of Horrors instance. Immediately after, a reckless metallic sound echoed in the world channel. Ding! Player Fu Yan has killed the instance boss, the mirror person. Ding! Player Fu Yan has shattered the Castle of Horrors mysterious realm. Ding! Players Fu Yan, Wu Zhangyang, Jiang Lan, and Zhang Wang have crossed through the Castle of Horrors mirror world. The boss of the Castle of Horrors instance has been killed, and the mysterious realm has been shattered. This instance will pause, refresh, and permanently close in 4 days. Chapter 63, The Curse of the River God, 1. As Fu Yan and the others were teleported back to the community, He Shu Yang and the others had not yet emerged from the chained instances. But the horror value they had given him had already been deposited. A total of 561 points, counting this instance's horror value. He now had 59,468 points in total. He still needed 40,532 more points of horror value to draw the second skill card. Fu Yan looked at his horror value panel, filled with malice. Horror value system, I advise you to be smart and quickly give me a 50% discount, don't make me beg you. The next second, the horror value panel went completely black and stopped working. Ha! Do you think I'm that useless horror game? Fu Yan sneered, ha! So, there's nothing more to discuss, right? Fine, just you wait. Fu Yan finished his harsh words, then turned to Lao Wu and Jiang Lan, shouting, what are you all resting for? It's broad daylight, how can we still be resting? Hurry up and get into the dungeon. Lao Wu nodded and replied, okay. Coming right now. Jiang Lan stood next to Lao Wu and secretly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Brother Wu, who was Fu Ge talking to just now? He looked left and right, seeing no ghosts in broad daylight. Lao Wu patted Jiang Lan's head, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Fu Yan. Your Fu Ge is under too much pressure. As a dungeon killer, you don't know the heavy burden he carries. I heard Yang Gu say that your Fu Ge often gets up at midnight to dig up people's ancestors' graves, violently attacking the coffin board for relief of his hatred towards this game. Ah. Your Fu Ge is really struggling. I'm telling you all this just to let you know. I understand, you want me to chat with Fu Ge more often, guide him a bit, and help him relieve his pressure so he can get out of the gloom sooner. For the first time saying such a long sentence, Jiang Lan felt he had made great progress. Lao Wu. Lao Wu, I damn well meant to tell you to stay away from your Fu Gu and ignore any strange behavior you see from him. If one day his beastly nature flares up and he beats you to death, don't blame us for not giving you a heads up. Jianlan, huh? What? Let a socially anxious person guide someone with an explosive temperament. Have I lost my mind, or do I just want you to die faster? Lao Wu put away the gun he had just bought in the points shop, murmuring as he walked. Fu Yan used the unlimited dungeon card to open a room, taking Lao Wu and Jiang Lan with him, entering the dungeon once more. Player name, Fu Yan. Game experience, 6. Mental value, 0. Luck value, 0.01. Life value, 100. Talent, unknown. Weapon, none. Overall level, E. Fragments, 18. Player information, visible only to player. Player information doesn't matter. Fu Yan quickly skimmed over to the dungeon information. Dungeon, Curse of the River God. Mode, Mixed Multiplayer Dungeon. Level, Intermediate. Difficulty. Player task, kill the player posing as the Ghost Bride before the dungeon resets to leave the game. Dungeon setting, each time the Ghost Bride dies, the dungeon can reset once. Dungeon information, visible to all in the livestream. Warm reminder, this dungeon is live streamed, who knows if there's a code. After reading the dungeon information, Fu Yan began to observe his surroundings. All around was a dense white mist, hiding another patch of white mist. Even Fu Yan's extraordinary vision couldn't see what was inside the mist. At this moment, Lao Wu's rough voice suddenly came from afar. Old Fu, little Lan, where are you guys? I think I might be getting cataracts. Following that, a tiny voice sounded at Fu Yan's feet. Wu. Brother Wu. I think I might be too. Lao Wu, Lanner. Where are you? Why can't I see you? I can't see you either. Jian Lan replied, and began to randomly grope with his eyes closed. Suddenly he touched something hard, and he exclaimed with joy, Brother Wu, I have a stick next to me. Fu Yan. Fu Yan, that's your grandpa's leg. Hearing the stick speak, Jian Lan quickly released his hand and, after realizing that the voice belonged to Fu Yan, he not only didn't hug Fu Yan's leg but also stepped back cautiously, afraid Fu Yan might treat him like a coffin board to hit. After a while, Jiang Lan tentatively called out, Fu Gu. Fu Yan, he. Once all the players had gathered, the white mist gradually dispersed, revealing an ancient, dilapidated village before everyone's eyes. Before long, a man wearing a coarse linen robe, with a regular face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes quickly walked out from the village. You all must be the explorers here for the Chansho Lake adventure, welcome. I am the village chief, Zhao Daba. Don't just stand here, hurry up and come into the village with me. Zhao Daba warmly welcomed the players inside. The village wasn't large, only about a dozen households, every yard had their doors wide open. The women in the village were sitting in the courtyard sewing clothes, while the men and children were nearby airing fishing nets and drying grains. Zhao Debao took everyone on a tour around the village. Here, we have simple folk customs, and the neighbors get along very harmoniously. You all can stay here with peace of mind these days. If you need anything, just tell the villagers, or come find me. Now I'll arrange everyone's accommodations, and then you can have some free time. After Zhao Debao finished speaking, he arranged the players to stay at different villagers' homes. Fu Yan and the 3 others stayed at the village chief's house with 2 women who looked like mother and daughter. The village chief hadn't planned to keep Fu Yan and the others, but he couldn't resist Fu Yan's strong request. Fu Yan wanted to stay at the village chief's house for a simple reason: it was clean. Zhao Debao brought Fu Yan and the others back home, and as soon as they entered the courtyard, the village chief's wife greeted them warmly. Oh my, these are the new guests. They are really handsome. The village chief's wife kept her eyes on the daughter and the mother-daughter pair while saying this. The young girl, seeing this, was frightened and hid closer to her mother. The mother pressed the girl's head down against herself, blocking the gaze of the village chief's wife, and coldly said, Where are we staying? The village chief's wife withdrew her gaze and awkwardly laughed. Come, I'll take you. She then loudly called into the house, Xiao Bao, come out quickly, we have guests. Not long after, a 7 or 8-year-old boy came out, and the village chief's wife grabbed the boy and introduced, This is my son, Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, take this auntie and sister to the south room, it's sunny over there. After giving her son instructions, she turned to Fu Yan and the others, You all can come with me to the north room. After saying this, she turned and led Fu Yan and the 3 directly to the north room. Fu Yan gazed at the village chief's wife's back, lost in thought. Old Wu saw this and hurriedly leaned close to Fu Yan's ear, whispering, What's wrong? Is there something off about this woman? Fu Yan nodded. There is something off. A big problem. For such a tall and handsome guy like me to appear before her, and she doesn't even look at me properly, it's not normal. She is definitely not normal. Chapter 64, The Curse of the River God, 2. Wow. Fu God is live streaming again. This time I will watch closely. Last time, I didn't even know what happened before it ended. Exactly. I just saw the player wandering around the castle, then the screen went black, and it suddenly ended. Really? I hadn't even taken off my pants, and it was over. My boyfriend's girlfriend's friend entered that dungeon, and it's said to be super dangerous. The players inside are all. What are they? The one above, clear it up. They are all. Damn. The system doesn't allow it, just be careful when entering the dungeon. If the system doesn't allow it, that's fine. But could you elaborate on the boyfriend's girlfriend part? I have a friend who wants to know. Inside the dungeon, Fu Yan and the three entered the north room. This room faced the sea, messy and dirty. As soon as they opened the window, a foul smell rushed out, even worse than the stinky tofu rolled pancakes made by Uncle Air downstairs. Shut it! Quickly shut it! Fu Yan covered his nose, looking disgusted. After a flurry of actions, the three of them finally managed to sit down calmly and chat. Fu Yan, you all have seen the dungeon information, right? Let's have a little quiz to check your mental state. Old Wu and Jiang Lan sat up straight, tense and ready. Fu Yan, first question, am I handsome? Old Wu. Jiang Lan. This was really unexpected. The two were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly nodded. Fu Yan, you hesitated, you two hesitated. No, it's not. Old Wu and Jiang Lan were just about to explain when Fu Yan continued, second question, what do you think about player tasks? Jiang Lan, you answer. Player task, players who kill the ghost bride before the dungeon resets can leave the game. Jiang Lan, called upon, instantly sat up straight, placing her hands on her knees, looking like a well-behaved elementary school student. I think this task means that only the players who kill the ghost bride can leave the game, which means only one player can leave the game. Fu Yan nodded, very good. Lao Wu, do you have anything to add? Under the influence of Jiang Lan, Lao Wu sat up straight as well. I think this should be viewed in context. In context, this is a multiplayer dungeon. In the next part, the setup of this dungeon is every time the ghost bride dies, the dungeon can reset once. This means that the dungeon refresh time is not certain. If one player can kill the ghost bride on the first day, after the dungeon resets, players who come in again are very likely to run into the previous group of players. So it's very possible that the last group of players exists in this village. After hearing this, Fu Yan quickly raised his hand to applaud the two. Not bad, being able to understand the questioner's intention proves your minds are already quite twisted. Good, I am very satisfied. As long as he became his follower, he could enter the dungeon to earn him some fear points. But here's a problem, what if no one can ever kill the ghost bride? Then wouldn't this dungeon be unable to reset? Lao Wu thought for a moment and said again. Fu Yan nodded, so at a specific time, someone will definitely tell us how to kill the ghost bride. Lao Wu, when is this specific time? Fu Yan, how would I know? I'm not a pervert. Lao Wu. Jiang Lan? Aren't you? The test ended, and the three began to loudly plot their next tourist spot in the room. Was it the stinky ditch behind the house, or the little widow across the street? At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. Lao Wu opened the door and saw that the visitor was the village chief, Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao held a tray in his hands, which contained 3 bowls of steaming meat soup. He brought the tray into the room, cheerfully greeting Fu Yan and the others. You three are all here. My wife just simmered some meat soup. I brought it over to warm you up. It's quite windy by the sea here. If you've been out all day and don't drink something hot, it's easy to catch a cold. Fu Yan smiled as he took the tray from Zhao Debao, leaned down to smell it, and praised, this soup smells amazing. Your wife's cooking is really good. Zhao Gu, you are truly lucky. Fu Yan's sincere expression left Lao Wu and Jiang Lan stunned. Just a moment ago, they were saying he was abnormal. Now even the sister-in-law is being called out? Is it a decline in morals or a distortion of human nature? Zhao Debao was also touched by Fu Yan's sincere expression. He rubbed his hands together, nodded with a simple smile, hee, if it's tasty, you all drink more, if it's not enough, there's more. Fu Yan placed the tray on the table in the room, picked up a bowl of meat soup, and, under Zhao Debao's expectant gaze, brought it to his mouth. Just as the bowl was about to touch his lips, Fu Yan suddenly lifted his head and asked, Hey, Zhao Gu, do the 2 ladies across the street have some? They've also been outside all day. Ah. Zhao Debao was taken aback for a moment and quickly put away his regretful expression, saying with a smile, Ah. Yes, my wife has already sent it over to them. Ah, that's good. Fu Yan nodded with a smile and picked up the soup bowl once again. Zhao Debao held his breath, staring at Fu Yan's actions, his lips pressed tightly together, every muscle in his mouth straining. Fu Yan brought the soup bowl to his face, lowered his head to blow on the floating grease on the soup, and was just about to slurp it when he seemed to suddenly remember something and lifted his head again. Zhao Gu, this soup smells so good, it's obviously made with freshly killed pork bones, right? Zhao Debao sighed heavily, so close. Just so close. After several times, his patience was wearing thin, and he had no mood to listen to what Fu Yan was prattling on about. He waved his hand dismissively. Yes, freshly killed, very fresh, hurry up and drink it before it gets cold. Hearing this, Fu Yan awkwardly put down the soup bowl, with a regretful expression said, Zhao Gu, you might not know, we three are all Muslims, we can't eat pork. Lao Wu. Jian Lan. Zhao De Bao. At hashtag Yuan% and $hashtag at Yuan. Damn it. Are you playing with us? You can't bite me and then waste my time like this. Zhao De Bao nearly drew his knife, but Fu Yan sincerely said, it's alright, Zhao Gu, don't blame yourself, ignorance is no crime. It's just a pity about the soup your wife made, she will definitely be unhappy if we take it back. Why don't you drink it? Zhao De Bao was almost choked with anger. This is still his fault now. Look at this strong tea flavor, did he drink several pots of Westlake Longjing before coming out? Was he just chewing on it without swallowing? Chapter 65, The Curse of the River God, 3. There is no way I'm drinking that. Zhao De Bao cursed Fu Yan in his heart, but had to keep a smile on his face, feeling incredibly frustrated. How did those 3 bowls of soup end up here, and how will they go back? After Zhao De Bao left, old Wu closed the door and whispered, is there something wrong with that soup? Fu Yan nodded. I asked him if it was from a freshly killed pig, and without thinking, he agreed, but there isn't a pigsty in this village. Old Wu thought back after hearing Fu Yan. When Zhao De Bao took them around the village, it seemed like they really didn't see a single pigsty. Old Wu, then what kind of meat did he bring over just now? It can't be human flesh, can it? Jiang Lan sitting by the Kong said weakly. Hearing Jiang Lan say this, old Wu recalled the oil floating in the meat soup, his stomach churning. So what do we do now? Just stay here? Fu Yan leaned on his hand, tilted his head to look at old Wu, and smiled mischievously. Let's go, I'll take you to see the little wife across the street. Old Wu's face turned red, stuttering, what nonsense are you talking about? You were peeking at her just now, and now you put on a serious face with me. You're not going, huh? All right. After saying this, Fu Yan stood up and opened the door. Come on, Xiaojiang, let's go. Jiang Lan glanced at old Wu and grinned widely, showing her small white teeth. Here we come. Old Wu. Damn. Useless at everything, but the first to watch a show. Don't laugh too hard, I saw your teeth. Old Wu scolded while getting up and patting his butt. Hey. You two wait for me. The 3 of them arrived at the room to the south. Fu Yan stood in front and knocked on the door. Who? A woman's voice asked cautiously. Fu Yan, sister, we are from across the street, we have something to discuss with you. After Fu Yan spoke, sounds of moving tables and chairs came from inside. Before long, the door opened. A woman in her late 30s, with regular features and an impressive appearance, stood at the door, coldly asking, what do you want to say? Fu Yan looked at the woman and put on an innocent smile. Sister, aren't you going to invite us in? The woman turned back to glance at the girl shrinking in the corner of the Kong, and seeing she wasn't resisting, she stepped aside. Come in. The woman's room was about the same size as theirs, capable of accommodating 4 or 5 people. The room faced the sun, filled with sunlight and a fresh smell of air. Aside from the messily stacked tables and chairs at the entrance, the entire room was very tidy. The tables and chairs must have been moved by the woman to block the door. Her allowing them to enter indicated she wasn't guarding against them. The woman saw the 3 entering and casually closed the door. Speak. Fu Yan's gaze swept across the soup bowls on the Kong and smiled. We actually wanted to warn you that this soup isn't safe to drink, but it looks like that's no longer necessary. The woman picked up a bowl of clear soup with green vegetables, puzzled. What's wrong with this soup? Fu Yan glanced at old Wu, signaling him to speak. Old Wu's ears turned red, feeling at a loss as he walked up to the woman, awkward as a child being asked to perform in front of their parents during the new year. He swallowed hard, stumbling over his words. The meat soup can't be consumed. Huh? The woman looked confused. Oh. Old Wu sighed, nudged closer to Fu Yan, bumped him softly, and whispered, you come, you say it. Fu Yan wore an expression of, how are you so useless, and replied mildly, sister, just now the village head brought us 3 bowls of meat soup, and we felt that the meat didn't seem normal, so we came to tell you. But it seems you don't need to worry. Upon hearing this, the woman. Looking at the vegetable soup in his hand, he fell into thought. After a moment, he looked up and said, okay, I understand. Thank you. The woman's expression was neither humble nor arrogant throughout, but her attitude was very sincere. Fu Yan waved his hand. Alright, then there's nothing else. We'll head back first. Just as the 3 were about to leave, the woman suddenly called out to them, handing 2 bowls of vegetable soup to old Wu. We didn't intend to drink this soup anyway, if you don't mind, take it with you. Old Wu blushed and took the soup bowl. Thank you. The woman said, you're welcome. My name is Jiang Suelan, and this is my sister Lu Zihan. We are also unfamiliar with this place, so let's help each other out if anything comes up. Oh, sure. We live right across, if you need anything, just call out and we can come over right away. Old Wu's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Suilan's face. He stood at the door, reluctant to leave, until Jiang Suilan closed the door. Fu Yan waved his hand in front of his eyes. Hey! Get your head back in the game, look at you all starry-eyed. As the three carried the vegetable soup back, they happened to run into Zhao Xiaobao, who had just come out of the kitchen. Zhao Xiaobao was covering his arm, his face pale, and when he saw the three of them, he clearly froze for a moment. After confirming they had just come from the south room, he slowly let out a sigh of relief. He ignored the three and walked straight towards his room. Although he tried very hard to act normal, Fu Yan could still see from his uneven steps that he was having difficulty moving. He seemed fine in the morning, and now he was limping? The three watched as Zhao Xiaobao walked past them. Just as he was about to brush past Fu Yan suddenly stuck out his leg and tripped him. Joking around, if they bullied the elder, how could they let the younger off the hook? Zhao Xiaobao immediately fell flat on his face. Fu Yan hurriedly pretended to be concerned and squatted down to help him. Oh no! How could you be so careless, tripping on flat ground? Zhao Xiaobao, who had been expressionless the whole time, finally showed some emotion on his face at this moment. His face turned bright red, clearly furious as he glared at Fu Yan. This guy tripped him, and now he was pretending to be the good guy. How shameless could he be? Zhao Xiaobao wanted to criticize Fu Yan, but before he could even say you, Fu Yan cut him off. Come on, let me help you up, kid. Why make such a big deal over nothing? It's not like I have red envelopes to give you. While speaking, he took the opportunity to mess around on Zhao Xiaobao's arm and leg. Zhao Xiaobao felt extremely uncomfortable from the touch, pushed Fu Yan away with one hand, stood up, and hurriedly crawled back to his room. Fu Yan stood there, savoring the touch he just felt under the clothing. It seems like something was missing. After bullying both Xiaobao and Daba, Fu Yan felt quite pleased. Back in the room, old Wu found another bowl. He planned to divide the soup a bit so all three could share it. Though it wasn't enough to fill them up, it could last for a while. Upon hearing this, Fu Yan scrunched his face in disdain. It's not Buddha jumps over the wall, I'm not drinking it. Old Wu. The two bowls of soup finally ended up in Old Wu and Jiang Lan's stomachs. Old Wu smacked his lips in appetite. Old Fu, why is it that what we get is just vegetable soup, but what they got is that other thing? Chapter 66, The Curse of the River God, 4. Fu Yan didn't answer Old Wu's question but instead threw him a question of his own. Guess what I felt on that kid just now? What? Bones. Isn't that obvious? Isn't it normal? Old Wu quickly swallowed the words that were about to slip out, pointing to his own arm and saying, aren't there bones under this flesh? But Fu Yan shook his head. It's bone without flesh, his left forearm and right ankle have no flesh, only bone. Weren't you all not paying attention? When he walked, he was having trouble with his right foot, but this morning he seemed just fine while coming out to greet people. So the flesh on his ankle must have been lost after he finished greeting people? After Old Wu said this, he immediately thought of what Zhao Daba brought over. The bowl of oily meat soup. I can't believe it. He actually used his son's meat to make soup for us, ugh. Old Wu retched once and continued, I don't know if I should praise him as great or scold him as perverse. That meat on the boy's arm. Fu Yan, dinner. Ugh. Fu Yan, now let's get back to your earlier question, why are women drinking vegetable soup while we are drinking human meat soup? Old Wu, why? Fu Yan, because there has to be a death trigger condition here, and I lean towards the idea that those who eat the villagers' meat will die. In the afternoon, Fu Yan and the others, led by Zhao Debao, went to the ancestral hall located east of the village. The walls of the ancestral hall were made of cement, looking quite simple on the outside. Fu Yan, brother Zhao, your ancestral hall has been here for a while, hasn't it? Zhao Debao gently pushed open the wooden door of the hall and sighed, yes. Our ancestral hall has a history of over 400 years. Fu Yan nodded and replied, that's indeed a long time, it has been here since your ancestors, right? Zhao Debao nodded. After the lesson of the morning, he was now hesitant to answer Fu Yan's questions. The group entered the hall, where a 3-meter-high, more than 1-meter-wide stone statue was placed in the center. The statue had a human torso and a serpent tail. The face was partly unrecognizable, but from its features, it was clear that it was a man. The man was holding a steel fork, and the serpent tail coiled up in a majestic manner. This should be the river god mentioned in the quest. Although Fu Yan knew, he still wanted to hear Zhao Debao's explanation, so he deliberately asked, what is this? Zhao Debao picked up 3 incense sticks to light them, saying, this is the river god worshipped by the village. The villagers pray to him, hoping he blesses our village with good weather. Fu Yan looked at the incense burner, filled with uneven incense sticks that had clearly not been cleaned for a long time, and said softly, so you must really believe in this river god? He is very effective, right? Of course, after all, he is a god. But whether he is effective or not, it depends on belief. Zhao Debao replied, looking at Fu Yan. Fu Yan nodded in agreement. This kind of pointless conversation is really on point. Since the conversation had come this far, Fu Yan didn't mind asking one more question. Do you offer living or dead sacrifices? What do you sacrifice? Pigs? Cattle? Sheep? Or living brides? Zhao Debao's expression changed slightly at this, but he quickly composed himself and forced a smile, saying, "Little brother, what a joke. Who would use a living person for sacrifice?" After that, he avoided Fu Yan and walked to the offering table beside the statue. He began to offer incense on the tablets at the table. Beside the statue were about 40 offering tablets, with red backgrounds and golden characters, arranged very neatly, and the incense burner was also very clean, indicating it was frequently cleaned. After touring the ancestral hall, they walked back along Changshou Lake and happened to see 4 men and 1 woman rowing a boat on the lake. Fu Yan remembered these people, as they had been the ones competing with him for Zhao Debao's allegiance, but were ultimately suppressed by his force. At this moment, Zhao Debao also spotted the 5 people in the center of the lake. He hurried to the lakeshore, waving his hands to the 5, shouting, "Hey! Come back! Hurry back!" On the wooden boat. Wang Fong repeatedly examined a wrinkled piece of paper. "Who do you think left this?" A burly man behind her rowed the boat while saying, "Who cares who left it? As long as we find the ghost bride and kill it, we can leave." "Wang Fong, what if the ghost bride is not here? Then we'll just consider it an outing." A well-dressed man teased from behind. Wang Fong pulled the corners of her mouth, but for some reason, she had a faint bad premonition in her heart. This piece of paper was one she found in the cupboard, crumpled into a ball and stuffed into the corner. It took her a long time to get it out. The note was written in a crooked manner with charcoal, covering 2 lines. "There are ghosts underwater. Villagers are." The last line was unfinished. It was clear that the person who wrote the note was in a hurry at that time, or suddenly encountering some danger. Thinking of this, a chill rose in Wang Fong's heart. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind rushed in. Wang Fong's hand trembled, and the note was blown into the water by the wind. She leaned over the side of the boat, preparing to reach down and pick it up. As she lowered her head, she saw a pale, ghostly face reflected on the water's surface. "Ah!" Wang Fong couldn't help but scream out loud. "What happened? What did you see?" Her companions hurriedly came up to ask. Wang Fong pointed at the water's surface, trembling, and said, "Ghost, ghost, there's a ghost underwater." Each of her companions pulled out their own tools and aimed them at the bottom of the water. "Where? Where? Where is the ghost? Why can't I see it?" A man dressed like a Taoist priest pulled out a compass, but the compass needle didn't move at all. At that moment, a burly man scooped a white handkerchief out of the water, saying, "Just a piece of rag, look how scared you all are." The man tossed the handkerchief aside and wiped the water from his hands. It was a false alarm. Just as everyone was putting away their tools and preparing to move on, the compass in the Taoist priest's hand suddenly began to spin wildly. A red figure flashed past under the boat with a whoosh. Immediately, the boat began to spin uncontrollably. Everyone was thrown around, bumping into each other, and the boat spun faster and faster, gradually forming a small whirlpool around them. They felt something pulling the boat down into the whirlpool. Just as the lake water was about to sink the boat, a shout came from the shore. They saw the village chief on the shore waving at them, along with Fu Yan and his group. "Help! Help us! Please save us!" The 5 cried out desperately for help. Seeing this, Zhao Debao hurriedly turned to Fu Yan and said, "Quick, go find old Lu from their yard." Fu Yan, who? Old Lu. Old who? Old Lu. As the 5 were about to be dragged into the water, Zhao Debao was almost frantic. He shouted to Fu Yan, "Old Lu. Hurry and find old Lu." Zhao Debao shouted so loudly that his voice was hoarse, and finally Fu Yan heard him. He nodded, crossed his arms, and without glancing aside, stared straight at the small boat that was about to be submerged, saying, "Oh, not going." Chapter 67, The River God's Curse, 5. Fu Yan nodded, crossed his arms, and looked straight ahead at the small boat that was about to be submerged. "Oh, not going." His indifferent stance made Zhao Debao unable to tell who the real NPC was. Zhao Debao looked at the 5 struggling on the boat, then glanced back at the disinterested Fu Yan. Finally, he gritted his teeth and waded into the lake. Although Fu Yan acted indifferent to the life and death of the 5, in reality, he truly did not care. He appeared to be watching the small boat, but out of the corner of his eye, he was always watching Zhao Debao. Why was Zhao Debao so concerned about the lives of these players? Fu Yan remembered the old Lu that Zhao Debao mentioned. He was a villager here and the owner of the yard where the 5 stayed. The 5's boat was entangled by something in the lake, and even if old Lu came now, he wouldn't be able to save them. Unless he could fly. Or had some special method. Since old Lu had a way to save people, it was possible that Zhao Debao did too. Zhao Debao asking him to find someone might just be a way to distract him. And the reason Fu Yan pretended to be deaf was to delay time and force Zhao Debao to act and save the people. Of course, all of the above were Fu Yan's guesses. If he guessed wrong, then it was just unfortunate for those players. But if Zhao Debao could save them and took the risk of revealing himself to do so, then it would prove that these players were truly important to these villagers. They could not let the players die, or rather could not let them die now. With good luck, Fu Yan might even be able to determine the conditions for death. Good luck? Thinking of this, Fu Yan subtly moved closer to Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan. From social anxiety to sheer panic, it only takes one warning of a coffin lid. After Zhao Debao entered the water, Fu Yan stopped pretending. From originally being a meter away, watching from the sidelines, he walked right up to them. Up close and personal with the gossip. Fu Yan stood by the lake, arms crossed, tilting his head, his gaze unabashedly fixated on Zhao Daba's every move. Even when Zhao Daba turned to look at him, he offered an encouraging smile. Zhao Daba. Zhao Daba now found himself in a predicament. Help! There's someone eyeing him from behind. Don't help! He was already in the water, getting back on land would be quite embarrassing. Zhao Daba gritted his teeth. Help him! Zhao Daba bent down to feel around in the water, finding several sharp-edged stones. He picked up the stones and held them close to his chest. With his left hand, he raised one high and then brought it down hard towards the small boat. The fist-sized stone completed a perfect backflip in midair, spinning 28.5 times before landing with a graceful dive. The splash it created was so stunning that it reached a level of complete calmness in the water. Even placed in the Tokyo Olympics, it would score full marks. But that distance. Watching the stone enter the water 2 meters in front of Zhao Daba, old Wu fell into deep thought. He realized he could skip stones much farther than that. Even the usually silent Jiang Lan was at a loss for words. But Zhao Daba was oblivious, he continued throwing stones while loudly shouting, "Come back! Hurry back!" Just as Zhao Daba threw the third-to-last stone, he suddenly let go, and the stone splashed loudly into the water. He sprinted desperately toward the shore. At the same time, the small boat in the center of the lake stopped spinning, and a ripple rushed quickly toward the shore from under the boat. It disappeared right where the stone had fallen into the water. The 5 people at the center of the lake quickly paddled toward the nearest shore. By the time they reached the land, all 5 looked utterly disheveled. They supported each other as they walked toward Zhao Daba. Zhao Daba wiped the cut on his hand from the stones and approached them with worry, looking as if they were family. Fu Yan watched the drama unfold and had no plans to linger, he intended to leave with old Wu and Jiang Lan. Suddenly, a male voice called out to him. Hey! Why didn't you save them just now? The speaker was the most refined-looking man among the 5, whose talent was hearing. Though it had been chaotic, Zhao Daba's and Fu Yan's conversation had reached his ears without missing a word. This Fu Yan not only failed to help them but deliberately delayed time, hindering their rescue. What a heartless person! Upon hearing someone call him, Fu Yan took a step back. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, elegantly turned around, and looked at the refined man, coolly saying, "First of all, my name is not He." What? The man felt a strange familiarity with this phrase but couldn't follow Fu Yan's train of thought. Secondly, you're the one who's pathetic. Fu Yan, hands still in his pockets, stepped forward with his long legs and approached the man in just a few strides. The man, forced by the height difference, had to tilt his head up to look at Fu Yan. What do you want? Fu Yan's lips curled slightly as he lifted his long leg and kicked the man's stomach, bang, sending him splashing into the lake. The man was kicked into the deep water by Fu Yan. He couldn't swim and could only flail around on the surface, shouting loudly, "Help! Help! I can't swim! Help! Help!" As the man was about to sink, Fu Yan quickly spoke before he drowned. Lastly, this is what true indifference looks like. The man. Go. Old Wu, who felt completely left out. As long as you're happy. We're indifferent, really indifferent. The man was eventually rescued by his teammates. After confirming the man was okay, Wang Fong walked up to Fu Yan. She glared at Fu Yan, her ears red with anger, and puffed up in indignation as she scolded, "You, how can you be like this? You're committing murder." Fu Yan glanced at her and replied casually, "Oh, then call the police." Wang Fong was taken aback, she didn't expect Fu Yan to be so reckless. I'm just trying to reason with you. If you casually kick someone down like that, what if they can't swim? They'll drown. Fu Yan scratched his chin, looking down at this girl with a flushed face who stuttered and seemed frightened yet still forced herself to admonish him, and loudly said, "I don't give a damn." Wang Fong shuddered. She was startled by Fu Yan's sudden loud voice, tears immediately welling up in her eyes, but she remained stubborn, looking up at Fu Yan with a choked-up voice and accusing him, You are so unreasonable. Fu Yan, I don't give a damn. You're all crafty foxes, what are you pretending with me? You've been in this game long enough and you're still trying to act pure and innocent? How childish and low-level can you be? This sensation of uncovering someone else's facade felt exhilarating, cackling with laughter. Chapter 68, The River God's Curse, 6. In the evening, Zhao Dabayat carried food to deliver to Fu Yan and the others. This time he learned to be smart, asking them if they had any dietary restrictions before cooking, so that these guys wouldn't pull any tricks on him. After receiving a confirmed answer, he felt relieved to leave. All the way, Zhao Dabayat was thinking about how to make Fu Yan and the others writhe in pain, as if he would split his mouth to his ears. Even when knocking on their door, he had a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. Fu Yan greeted him with a smile, then signaled old Wu to close the door. Zhao Dabayat, completely unaware that danger had already arrived, continued to smile as he called Fu Yan and the others to eat. Come try your sister-in-law's cooking, this time it's not pork, but our local specialty fish. Zhao Dabayat placed a small bowl of meat in the center of the table. Yes, just one bowl of meat, not even rice. That stingy appearance made it seem as if he was afraid they would eat too full. The meat in the bowl was a bit dark, clearly fried and then stewed. Just looking at the outside, it was hard to tell what kind of meat it was. Fu Yan sat at the table, picked up chopsticks and rummaged through the meat bowl, until he found a few pieces with skin inside. Fu Yan scraped off the sauce on top, revealing the dark-colored skin underneath. Although the meat skin had lost its original color, one could still vaguely see the quadrilateral patterns resembling a honeycomb on it. Linny. Alright, you dog, you are quite tough. I see you've never encountered my methods of torture before. Old Wu pressed down on Zhao Dabayao, a fierce look on his face. Zhao Dabayao. Damn it. I only cursed you in my heart, yet you actually said it out loud. And which one of your eyes saw me being tough? Even traitors give way when caught. Are you saying I can't take a breather for a bit? Although Zhao Dabayao thought this way in his heart, he didn't dare to delay a moment, saying, I will talk. I will talk. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dabayao softened so quickly. Fu Yan still wanted to see old Wu's torture methods. Fu Yan clicked his tongue in regret and straightforwardly asked, who is the ghost bride? Zhao Dabayao was stunned for a moment, not expecting they would ask this. He thought they had discovered the secret about the human flesh. Zhao Dabayao swallowed saliva, squirmed under old Wu's hand, signaling that he was uncomfortable and wanted old Wu to let go. Old Wu glanced at Fu Yan. Fu Yan nodded at him. Only then did old Wu loosen his grip. Zhao Dabayao sat up, wiped his mouth that had been stuffed with oily, twisted dough, and then said, actually, this story is long. Just as Zhao Dabayao was about to show off, Fu Yan shot him a glare. He awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and said reluctantly, I'll try to be brief. You saw during the day, it was actually the ghost bride who trapped that boat. There was indeed a river god in our village before, the one you saw in the ancestral hall. We used to believe in this river god a lot, and during festivals, we would offer incense to pray for good weather. And this ghost bride was a girl from our village. Because she was beautiful, she was chosen by the river god to be his bride. On the day of the wedding, a red rain fell from the sky. The river god transformed into a handsome young man to marry his bride. The river god is a deity, an immortal being, while the girl was just an ordinary mortal. To be with her forever, he dug out his own heart. He exchanged his heart with hers, she got the heart of a god, and his chest now held the heart of a mortal girl. Everything seemed perfect, but just as the river god was about to take the girl to the bottom of the water, she suddenly stabbed him with a peachwood sword from behind, piercing the heart of that mortal. The river god died on the day of the wedding, while the girl turned into an immortal being. We thought the story ended there, but 7 days later, on a stormy night, the river god returned full of resentment. Different from his former divine brightness, he was surrounded by black mist, his face twisted. He came to the girl's home, gouged out her eyes, pulled out her tongue, donned her wedding dress, and dragged her into the water. Heavy with resentment, the girl transformed into the ghost bride, coming out every night to slaughter. And that deity vanished without a trace. The ghost bride was born from the deity, she slaughtered the villagers, so we no longer offer sacrifices. Fu Yan, what can kill the ghost bride? The player's mission is to kill the ghost bride, they can leave the dungeon once the task is completed. Zhao Dabayao took a deep breath, there's a hole in the back of the statue in the ancestral hall, where there is the mortal heart that the ghost bride gave to the river god. A peachwood sword is stabbed into the heart. As long as we find the ghost bride's real body and stab the peachwood sword into her heart, we can kill her. Zhao Dabayao originally didn't want Fu Yan to leave, but seeing the current situation, perhaps sending this living llama away was the best choice, so he spilled everything out. Fu Yan nodded and asked, do you know where the ghost bride lived when she was alive? Zhao Dabayao didn't know why he asked this but still instinctively nodded. Chapter 69, The Curse of the River God, 7. After Zhao Dabayao explained the ghost bride's residence, Fu Yan let him go. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to make him pack the fish and meat into his stomach to take away. Zhao de Beos dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak, and after leaving, he rushed straight to the bathroom to throw up wildly. After Zhao de Beos left, Old Wu closed the door, and the three sat at the table. Old Wu, can Zhao de Beos' words be trusted? Fu Yan thought for a moment, some of it can be trusted. Old Wu, which part? Fu Yan rested his chin on his hand and said seriously, from the story he just told, we can hear that this river god. Old Wu listened intently, what about it? Fu Yan, he indeed has something going on with the ghost bride. Old Wu. No, the two of them have 4 legs. Jian Lan. If the evolution is not good, it could also be 2 legs and a tail. Fu Yan, did you notice anything strange when you went to the ancestral hall this afternoon? Strange places. Old Wu thought for a moment, I found the incense burner worshipping the river god was a mess, but the incense burner for the ancestral tablets was very clean. It seems Zhao de Beos didn't lie, they really haven't worshipped this river god for a long time. Fu Yan nodded, agreeing with Old Wu's words, but there is one thing you didn't notice. What? Old Wu asked curiously. Fu Yan, the number of ancestral tablets. I roughly counted at the time, there were only about 40 ancestral tablets on the offering table, left and right combined. But Zhao de Beos said that this ancestral hall has a history of over 400 years. What? Did only over 40 people die in this village in 400 years? Old Wu, perhaps the villagers here live a long time, and besides, isn't this the longevity lake? Fu Yan, but when you entered the village, did you see any old people here? After Fu Yan finished speaking, Old Wu began to think carefully. It seemed that he really hadn't seen an old person since entering the village. Old Wu, so what you mean is? Fu Yan, the ones who were once immortal may not have been the ghost bride, but these villagers. Old Wu hadn't fully digested this yet when Fu Yan continued, and this immortality is not true immortality, it's conditional. Old Wu, what do you mean? Fu Yan, do you remember the statue in the ancestral hall? Old Wu nodded, a human body with a snake tail. Fu Yan, the meat that Zhao de Beos brought just now had patterns on the skin that looked very much like snakeskin. Old Wu suddenly understood, so you mean, he gave us the flesh of the river god to eat? Fu Yan. How did you come to such a wrong conclusion with so many known conditions? Fu Yan, which meat can be preserved after 200 or 300 years and still be eaten? What are you thinking? Didn't we say this morning that it was his son's flesh? Old Wu, how could his son, in good health, grow snake skin? Fu Yan, what if they ate the flesh of the river god? Old Wu's mouth twitched, half throwing up and half looking at Fu Yan, you mean? Fu Yan, the villagers ate the flesh of the river god, so they can achieve immortality, but they will grow snake skin. Old Wu continued, and then they cut off the parts that grow snake skin and gave it to us to eat? For what? Fu Yan, do you remember what happened at Longevity Lake during the day? I saw Zhao de Beos intentionally cut his finger when he threw the last stone, smearing his blood on that stone. At the moment that bloodstained stone hit the water, the ghost bride quickly swam over from the bottom of the boat, and Zhao de Beos also ran desperately to the shore, which shows he knew the ghost bride was interested in his blood. I think Zhao de Beos was right about one thing, the ghost bride comes out at night to kill, and the ones she kills are those who have eaten the flesh of the river god. The villagers wanted to give us the flesh to make us replace them in death. Old Wu sorted through the logic, so Zhao de Beos desperately saved the players on the boat this afternoon to let them die for the villagers at night? Fu Yan, no, the one Zhao de Beos wanted to save was just the woman on the boat. The man I kicked into the water, who was almost drowning, he didn't seem anxious to save him. Old Wu exclaimed, ah. It seemed as if he suddenly understood something, so you kicked him in just to see if Zhao de Beos would save him? I thought you really wanted to kill him. Fu Yan wore an expression of, how could you think that, and said lightly, no, I really wanted to kill him. Old Wu. After Fu Yan finished speaking, he propped his head up and stared out the window, deep in thought. The current situation was already very clear, the villagers wanted to use the ghost bride's hands to kill the player. But there was one thing he was still unsure about, if every time a piece of snakeskin grew, the villagers cut it to feed to the player, then how did they achieve immortality? Jian Lan, who was slacking off yet had a directed mission quota, followed the direction of Fu Yan's gaze to look outside. Brother Fu, what are you thinking about again? Fu Yan, look at this window, it faces the lake, and there are no curtains. Jian Lan nodded. Not knowing what it meant, but nodding was the right thing to do. When I sleep at night, what if someone spies on me? Wouldn't I be in danger? Jian Lan, ah. That can't be. You should be safe, but the other party is hard to say. In the middle of the night, the scholarly man lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. The things of the day were becoming more and more suffocating as he thought about them. That man named Fu actually embarrassed him in front of Wang Feng. He had to find a chance to deal with him. Thinking about Wang Feng, she seemed very unhappy since returning from the lakeside today, definitely upset by that bastard Fu Yan. The scholarly man rested his arm on his pillow, pondering how to cheer her up tomorrow. As he thought more and more, his eyelids grew heavier. Just as his upper eyelid was about to meet his lower eyelid, a sudden thump came from the window. The scholarly man was startled and sat up straight. At this moment, another thump sounded on the window. He was sleeping next to the window, and the sound felt like it was right in his ear. He instinctively turned his head. Under the moonlight, a dark red shadow slowly appeared on the pitch-black surface of the lake. The scholarly man thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes hard. When he opened his eyes again, the figure had indeed disappeared. Just as he was about to lie back down and continue sleeping, suddenly, a pale ghostly face pressed tightly against the window before him. The female ghost was wearing a red dress, her long hair wet and stuck to her face, her lips black, empty eye sockets with no eyeballs. The female ghost pressed against the glass, right in front of the scholarly man. Startled, the scholarly man's heart contracted sharply. He pretended not to see and looked out the window, but his hands were tightly tugging at his companion behind him. Before long, his companion woke up, sat up, and leaned over to the scholarly man. Before the scholarly man could tell his companion, "Look outside," the ghost outside suddenly vanished. Seeing the ghost disappear, the scholarly man let out a heavy breath. Just as he was getting ready to turn his head and speak to his companion, suddenly, he felt a chill by his neck. A drop of water fell on his shoulder. He mechanically turned his head. There, the female ghost who had just been outside was now eerily appearing beside him. The female ghost was soaked, her pale and sinister face quietly resting on his shoulder, 2 streams of blood tears flowing from her dark eye sockets. Chapter 70, The Curse of the River God, 8. Wang Fong was awakened by a piercing scream. She opened her eyes and found that the sky was still dark. So she turned over, ready to go back to sleep. As for that scream, she didn't plan to pay it any mind. Having made it to the intermediate level, besides playing the innocent flower, she was mostly not curious about anything. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed on the door. Wang Fong glanced at the door, not planning to open it, nor to respond. "Are you sleeping, little girl?" Wang Fong instantly recognized this voice. It was old Lu's wife. What could she want at this late hour? Wang Fong looked warily at the door but remained silent. "I know you're awake, open the door quickly." Old Lu's wife kept banging on the door, her voice gradually becoming sharp and piercing. "Open the door. I want you to open the door." The wooden door was shaking violently from her relentless knocks. Wang Fong curled up in the corner of the bed, holding a quilt. Moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating her thin silhouette. Wang Fong's mind raced quickly. With such a big commotion, why was there no sound from the people next door? Could something have happened to them? This thought sent a chill down Wang Fong's spine. She pulled her knees to her chest and sat on the bed, her eyes fixed on the shadow cast on the bed, thinking of various escape plans. Suddenly, a dark figure holding a sickle-shaped object appeared beside her shadow. Wang Fong jumped in fright and turned to look. It was old Lu's son, about 8 or 9 years old, standing outside her window with a hoe in his hands. He smiled at Wang Fong, but there was no innocence in his eyes. Instead, they revealed the cunning and slyness of an adult. But what frightened Wang Fong the most was his face and the skin exposed. Half of his face was devoid of flesh, with only a few scraps of meat dangling from his white skull. And there was a big hole in his throat. Wang Fong could even see the desolate moonlight behind the boy through that hole. The boy tilted his head, staring at Wang Fong, with a creepy smile stretching across his lips. He raised the hoe high and swung it down. With a crunch, the glass shattered. A woman's heart-wrenching scream immediately echoed in the room. The next day, Fu Yan, along with old Wu and Jian Lan, woke up early to watch the excitement at the yard gate. Before long, 5 bodies covered with white cloth were carried out from old Lu's house by villagers. The other players also saw this, their expressions grave as they gazed at the 5 bodies draped in white. Death had begun. Fu Yan pushed through the crowd, swaggering towards the bodies. He squatted down and lifted the white cloth from each body, one by one. He saw that the 5 men had gray faces and wide-open mouths, their expressions twisted in agony. They had all been gouged in the eyes and had their tongues pulled out. But curiously, all 5 were men, and one of them looked very familiar. Ha! Where did that little ghost go? How could a family be so disorganized? Fu Yan stepped over the 5 bodies and walked straight into old Lu's yard. Before he could enter the house, he was stopped by old Lu and his wife. They had just intended to persuade Fu Yan to go back, when Fu Yan kicked them both to the ground with 1 kick each. Fu Yan searched the house recklessly and then strode towards the southern house. Old Lu's house faced the same direction as Zhao Debo's, so Wang Fong must also be living in the southern house. Fu Yan kicked open the door, and his vision was met with a sea of red. The room was empty, but everywhere on the bed, walls, floor, and even the canopy was sprayed dry blood. Seeing this, Fu Yan understood. He realized the little ghost had not had a good night, and he felt relieved. Fu Yan casually closed the door and found that old Lu and his wife were still sitting on the ground. Meanwhile, old Wu stood in front of them, aiming his gun threateningly at their heads. Fu Yan quickly stepped forward, pushing aside old Wu's gun and saying with reproach, "Look at you, why so fierce? You've scared the villagers." After saying this, Fu Yan personally helped the couple who had fallen to the ground. "Oh dear. Why are you still sitting on the ground? Get up, it's so cold down here." The couple. "If you were a decent person, you wouldn't be so heartless." After watching the excitement, Fu Yan, along with old Wu and Jian Lan, headed to the place where the ghost bride used to live. This place was upstream from the lake, quite a distance from the village. When the three arrived, they happened to run into Jiang Suilan, her roommate from the next dorm. "Sister Lan, what a coincidence, you're here too." Jiang Suilan politely greeted the three of them. Old Wu had improved this time. Although his ears were still a bit red, he no longer stared at her. Everyone tactfully avoided questioning how they found this place. Fu Yan and old Wu were the first to enter the house to search around. Jiang Suilan held Lu Zihan's hand and brought her to the wall, telling her to wait here. Lu Zihan obediently nodded her head. Then she stood at the door, looking down at her shoe tips. Jian Lan stood next to her, although the two did not exchange a word throughout. But there was an inexplicable feeling of mutual understanding. Fu Yan, Lao Wu, and Jiang Suilan searched through the ghost bride's room. They found a few men's cloth clothes and a wedding dress in the cupboard. Jiang Suilan took out the wedding dress and compared it with the cloth clothes, realizing they were about the same size. Lao Wu also found an unfinished red veil on the bed. Not understanding what it was, he blushed and handed it to Jiang Suilan. Jiang Suilan compared the veil with the embroidery on the wedding dress. The wedding dress and the veil are made by the same person. Jiang Suilan pointed to the stitches on the wedding dress and the veil, and if they can embroider mandarin ducks to look like a duck, there surely wouldn't be a second person. Lao Wu stood beside Jiang Suilan, nodded, and blushed as he said, You are really impressive." Jiang Suilan was unsure if he was praising her, but still politely nodded, "Thank you." Lao Wu, did you used to do this?" Jiang Suilan, are you asking about my profession? Lao Wu instinctively nodded, but halfway through felt it was a bit abrupt and immediately shook his head. "I'm a pig butcher and part-time veterinarian. If you have a headache or fever, you can come to me," Jiang Suilan said as she pulled out a shiny pig slaughtering knife from her waist. Chapter 71, Curse of the River God, 9. Fu Yan wandered around the room, feeling that something was missing. Fu Yan looked out the window. Outside was a blue lake. The sunlight shone on the lake's surface, the waves gently rippling, sparkling. Shining? Fu Yan suddenly realized what it was. He turned around and quickly scanned the room. Yes, it was a mirror. There were no mirrors in this room. Fu Yan shared his thoughts with everyone. Lao Wu quickly responded, "I know, this ghost bride is either too ugly or disfigured, so she doesn't dare to keep a mirror in the room." Fu Yan clapped his hands, appreciating Lao Wu. "How did you know?" Lao Wu chuckled, "It's how they portray it in dramas." Fu Yan, what dramas have you been watching? Don't watch them anymore. Lao Wu was happy for only 2 seconds. Ah? Fu Yan, didn't Zhao Dabei say yesterday that the ghost bride was the prettiest girl in the village? At this moment, Jiang Suilan, standing aside, suddenly said, "Do you mean this ghost bride is blind?" Fu Yan nodded, and then turned to Lao Wu. "See, learn from Sister Lan. A blind person wouldn't need a mirror." Fu Yan continued, pointing to the ugly half-embroidered veil on the table, "And I think she used to be blind, but later got treated." Fu Yan recounted the story he heard from Zhao Daba about the river god marrying, but left out the method of killing the ghost bride. Jiang Suilan fell into silence after listening and, after some thought, looked up and said, "I think the credibility of this story is low." Fu Yan, why do you say that? If a woman does not love a man, why would she go to such trouble to sew a wedding dress for him? After Jiang Suilan finished speaking, she picked up the corner of the wedding dress. "I thought the embroidery here was of a dragon and phoenix, but because her sewing skills are poor, it turned into a snake. But hearing you say this, maybe she was actually sewing a snake." Jiang Suilan put down the wedding dress and raised the red veil on the table. If she really had no expectations for this wedding and just wanted to deceive the river god for his heart, then she wouldn't need to make a veil for herself. So, the ghost bride must like the river god. Fu Yan felt what Jiang Suilan said made a lot of sense. Sure enough, women understand women best. Fu Yan, and this veil is unfinished. The river god did not change into a wedding gown, so they very likely met with disaster before the wedding, or perhaps it was the bride who met her end. Jiang Suilan nodded. "The size of this wedding gown is about the same as the men's clothes in the cupboard. I believe this ghost bride knows the river god from before." Fu Yan said, "In this room, besides these men's clothes, there are no signs of anyone else living here. A beautiful woman without sight, living alone so far from the village, yet managing to live safely to this age, it is clear she must have someone protecting her." Fu Yan and Jiang Suilan sat at the table, piecing together the general direction of the story with a few comments. The ghost bride was named Yueya, and she was born without sight. The village children bullied her, throwing stones and calling her Little Blind One. Although Yueya was naturally optimistic and didn't mind, her parents moved the whole family to the upper reaches of the lake to protect her. Understanding the intentions of her parents, Yueya obediently stayed at home and never ran around. Yueya's home was by the lake, and one day, as usual, she opened the window to let the breeze in. As she pushed open the window, she felt something falling into the lake, bumped by her. Yueya thought she had knocked into someone, and groped her way outside to check. She reached the lake's edge and shouted, "Hey, did someone fall in?" After shouting for a long time with no response, she felt around to go back. Just as she turned around, her feet slipped, and she fell into the water with a splash. "Be careful." At the same time, a young boy's voice rang out from the lake. Yueya was finally rescued by the boy, who introduced himself as Changsheng. When Yueya was 14, her parents unexpectedly passed away. The villagers came to Yueya's home to pay their respects. At this time, Yueya had grown into a graceful beauty. Some villagers, seeing that she was alone and a blind girl, began to have sinister thoughts. That night, Yueya sat at home keeping vigil for her parents. A drunken man suddenly broke in. He pinned Yueya down in front of the altar, disregarding her resistance and tearing at her clothes. Just as the man was about to succeed, a chilling wind swept through the room, causing the tables and chairs to shake violently. Besides the tablets of Yueya's parents, everything else flew toward the man as if it had a life of its own. Seeing this, the man sobered up immediately, pulled up his pants, and fled in panic. Yueya huddled alone in front of her parents' altar, crying silently. Yueya cried herself to sleep, soon feeling a cold embrace gently wrap around her. After that night, Changsheng came ashore every night to keep Yueya company. He sat by Yueya's window, keeping watch all night, teaching her how to deal with those who wanted to bully her. Over time, the villagers began to feel Yueya was somewhat cursed, and no longer dared to approach her. 2 years later, on a night of heavy rain, a boy of 17 or 18 collapsed at Yueya's doorstep. Yueya brought the boy inside to nurse him back to health. When the boy woke up, he nervously told Yueya, "My name is Changsheng." Hearing this, Yueya silently pulled back the kitchen knife she had hidden behind her. Changsheng, she remembered Changsheng. Yueya took in Changsheng, and the two lived in a thatched cottage, relying on each other for support. Suddenly one day, there were huge waves in the lake, and Changsheng told Yueya, "I have to go." Yueya asked, "Can you take me with you?" Changsheng looked at Yueya, wanting to say something but hesitating. "You don't know, I know. You. When you saved me the first time, I knew that no matter if you are a human, a demon, or a ghost, I want to be with you." In the end, Changsheng made a promise to Yueya, "If I am still alive in 10 days, I will come to marry you." Yueya replied, "Okay, if you don't come, I will come to find you." As Changsheng was leaving, he exchanged hearts with Yueya. This was a custom of the River God clan, representing an unchanging love until death. "Perhaps one day, the gods will take this heart back, but I will always be with you." Changsheng bowed his head and kissed the crescent moon's forehead, then resolutely jumped into the lake. He was the river god, worshipped by the villagers, and protecting the village was his mission. But what he didn't expect was 10 days later, when he dragged himself ashore covered in wounds. His crescent moon was being gouged of her eyes, stripped of her clothes, hanging on the gallows. Surrounded by villagers, they held weapons in hand, the tips of their knives pointed at him. "So there really is a river god. My father didn't lie to me." Zhao Debao exclaimed, excitement barely contained in his voice as he saw him come ashore. Changsheng forced the blood in his throat down, glaring at the group. "What do you want?" Crescent Moon heard his voice and frantically shook her head, opening her mouth to let out a garbled scream. "Ah! Ah ah!" Blood mixed with saliva surged from Crescent Moon's mouth, her tongue had long been cut off at the root. That night, red rain fell from the sky, and the river god was devoured by the villagers. Crescent Moon cradled the soil soaked with the river god's blood and jumped into the icy lake. From that day on, strange things began to happen in the village, and many villagers started to grow snakeskin. When the area of snakeskin reached a certain extent, the person would be gouged of their eyes and have their tongue pulled out, resulting in death. Chapter 72, The Curse of the River God, 10. Old Wu listened to the two, organizing his thoughts. "So, this river god and the ghost bride are in love. The villagers ate the river god, so they could achieve immortality, but they would grow snakeskin, and the ghost bride would kill anyone with snakeskin. The villagers cut off meat from those who grew snakeskin to feed the players. If players eat the meat with snakeskin, they essentially take on the villagers' hatred and will be killed by the ghost bride. That's also why the ghost bride is interested in Zhao Debao's blood, because it carries some of the river god's blood." Old Wu pondered for a moment and said, "Then, since the villagers all ate the river god's meat, why did only Zhao Xiaobao grow snakeskin? And this village has existed for over 400 years, which means these villagers are at least 200 to 300 years old. Every time the dungeon resets, so many players enter. Logically, these villagers should have shed their snakeskin long ago and become normal people. Fu Yan nodded appreciatively, showing that the questions meant he was thinking hard. What if the time for the snakeskin to grow has a cycle? Old Wu scratched his head. What do you mean? Zhang Suilan explained, suppose I am a villager and I grow 10 patches of snakeskin in 5 days, I cut them off and feed them to players. After they eat, if they are killed by the ghost bride, she won't kill me again. But half a month later, I grow 10 more patches of snakeskin, and I have to cut them off again and feed them to the next batch of players. This keeps repeating. Although I'm not sure about the cycle and the amount of snakeskin, that's basically what it means. After Zhang Suilan spoke, Old Wu suddenly realized, his ears slightly flushed, oh. So that's what it means. You're really amazing. Fu Yan. He. Look at your worthless expression. Zhang Suilan, but I have a question. If this continues, won't the villagers become nothing but skeletons? Fu Yan understood Zhang Suilan's point. This was also the question he thought about last night. How do the villagers here achieve immortality? Until today when he went to Old Lu's courtyard and saw Old Lu's son missing with Xiaoliao. He had a rough guess. Fu Yan turned to Old Wu. Do you remember the bodies we saw this morning? Old Wu nodded. Fu Yan said, one of those 5 bodies was a player from the last batch. As soon as Fu Yan finished speaking, Old Wu instantly locked onto the unfamiliar face among the corpses. You mean, those players were controlled by the villagers? Yes. Fu Yan nodded to Old Wu and then looked at Zhang Suilan. Sister Lan, I have a way to let everyone live, but the premise is that you all must trust me. Although Fu Yan and the others were very friendly, sometimes in the dungeon, you can't even trust your teammates, let alone an outsider. Zhang Suilan thought for a moment, then turned back to look at Lu Zihan, who was standing at the door. Lu Zihan seemed to sense something and looked up. She hesitated for a second, then nodded firmly. Zhang Suilan, all right, we trust you. Fu Yan smiled and nodded, then Lao Wu, you and Lan Jia will follow me in a bit. Xiao Jiang, go behind the statue in the ancestral hall and help me find something. As for Lu Zihan, the socially anxious girl, Fu Yan decided to just pretend he didn't see her. Respecting the corporate culture of social anxiety, Fu Yan stretched his wrist. All right, let the disputes begin. Of course, adhering to the principle of leaving no trace behind. When Fu Yan left the thatched cottage, he didn't forget to take the wedding clothes and veil along with him. After returning to the village, Fu Yan's first stop was Old Lu's house. Old Lu didn't expect to be visited by this plague again. When he saw Fu Yan walking towards him, he instinctively closed the courtyard door tightly. But to his surprise, the once sturdy wooden door was no match for Fu Yan's steps. Old Lu kept retreating. Just as he was about to say something, Fu Yan grabbed his head and yanked it off. Hand it over. Ding. Horror value plus 100 inch. Old Lu's wife saw this, lifted her leg to escape, but was kicked to the ground by Fu Yan. Fu Yan grabbed her hair and forced her to lift her head. Tell me. Where did you take that woman? Old Lu's wife glared at Fu Yan. Don't even think about me. Before she could finish, Fu Yan yanked her hair so hard that her scalp tore off completely. Ah. In the basement, in the basement. After she gave the location of the basement, Fu Yan crushed her neck with one kick. Ding. Horror value plus 100 inch. Fu Yan, following the directions of Old Lu's wife, found the basement in their son's room. When he opened the iron door of the basement, a terrible stench rushed out. Inside the dark basement, there were 3 men and 1 woman crouching. 4 players. The 3 men had pale faces, looking unfamiliar, probably from the last batch of players. The woman was Wang Fong, the one who had sprayed blood all over the room before. They all turned nervous as soon as they heard the door open, looking towards the door. When they saw it wasn't Old Lu and his wife, they slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Yan slowly walked down the steps into the basement. He glanced at the 3 men and coldly said, if you're not dead, go up by yourselves. Are you waiting for me to collect your bodies here? The men exchanged glances, scrambling and rolling upstairs. Fu Yan slowly walked up to Wang Fong. At this point, Wang Fong was disheveled, pale, and covered in dried blood. Her originally thin belly was now so swollen it had ripped her clothes, looking as though she had been pregnant for 3 years. Her exposed belly was covered in hideous, jagged scars. When she saw Fu Yan, she slowly stretched out her blood-stained hand. Save me. Fu Yan was silent for a moment, then said, sorry, I can't save you. This woman had already died last night. What remained inside her body was just her survival instinct. Fu Yan shook his head, then with one hand, he pierced through Wang Fong's belly. He pulled out the thing curled up inside her belly. It wasn't anything else, but Old Lu's 8 or 9-year-old son. He was curled up inside Wang Fong's belly in a strange position. The exposed bones were covered with a thin layer of reddish flesh. The muscle tissue was very slowly regenerating and reorganizing on the flesh membrane. These villagers were actually reshaping their bodies inside the woman's belly to achieve immortality. When Fu Yan pulled the boy out, the flesh on his face had fully regenerated, still with a slight pinkish hue, and the color differed from the other half of his face. The hole in his throat hadn't fully healed, but a thin, translucent membrane had already grown over it. The rest of the bones were also wrapped in flesh membranes, and the flesh and tissue were slowly growing on them. The moment he was pulled out by Fu Yan, his nails kept scratching Fu Yan's arm, the force just like lice hopping in anger. Fu Yan grabbed his head with one hand, and with the other hand, he dug into his throat's flesh membrane, tearing him apart alive from the throat. Ding! Horror value plus 100. When Wang Feng's villagers in her stomach were torn out, they completely stopped breathing. Her pupils dilated, her eyes wide open, with a grotesque expression, her pale face filled with terror. Fu Yan raised his hand and slowly closed her eyes that could not rest in peace. Fu Yan laid Wang Feng's body flat and was about to burn it with fire. Suddenly, he felt an unusually protruding bone on her back. Fu Yan flipped the body over and lifted Wang Feng's clothes. He found that on her back, there was actually a light golden spine. The spine was twice as wide as a normal person's, and it was clearly not Wang Feng's. At this moment, the spine was sewn onto Wang Feng's back with thick threads, and Wang Feng's spine had long been opened and dug out. It seemed that this little story of the strange had been even more miserable than he had imagined. At this moment, Fu Yan's rule eye suddenly reacted. Name, the skeleton of the river god. Rule, through the maternal medium, the bones can be fleshed, gather a complete set of bones, and maybe you can summon a ghost bride. Fu Yan. Since that's the case, he wouldn't be polite. The community happened to need a marriage NPC for the dead. Fu Yan carried the river god's skeleton with his left hand and 3 bloody human heads with his right hand, stepping out of Old Lu's house with a lofty, dismissive stride. Old Wu and Jiang Suilan followed behind him, one on the left, one on the right. Jiang Suilan had her long hair tied up, her chin slightly raised, holding a butcher's knife, exuding a murderous aura, as if she could kill anyone in her way. Old Wu had a stick in his mouth and a new 92F pistol slung over his shoulder, making the small gun feel like a rocket launcher. The three moved like the wind, with an overwhelming momentum. Wherever they passed, arms and legs flew, and heads rolled. Ding! Horror value plus 100. Ding! Horror value plus 100. Ding! Horror value plus 100. Fu Yan discovered that every household in the village had a basement. In the basement were players who had entered earlier, all of them pale and thin, looking like they could die at any moment. Fu Yan swept through each villager's house, and when he opened one of the basements, he happened to see a villager, about 50 years old, with flesh-pink skin, tearing open a female player's stomach and crawling out. The female player had already lost her breath, and the villager was crouching in front of her corpse, frantically gnawing on it. An hour later, when Fu Yan and the others arrived at Zhao Debao's house, Zhao Debao was completely stunned. Damn it! Didn't I tell you how to clear the level? Why the hell are you still not leaving? Fu Yan smiled faintly. Where's the river god's head? Most of the river god's bones had been collected by Fu Yan, leaving only the skull missing. Without a doubt, it must have been hidden by Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. 3 minutes later, after Old Wu inserted another hair into Zhao Debao's eyeball, used chopsticks to cut off his uvula, and stabbed dozens of steel needles into his Yongquan point, Zhao Debao finally confessed. Pull it out from the east room, under the Kong. He had wanted to confess long ago, but Old Wu had blocked his mouth, not letting him speak. The reason? Fu Yan hadn't seen enough yet. He. Jiang Suilan took Zhao Debao to the east room to look for it, while Fu Yan, in his happiness, had Old Wu pour 10 kilograms of chili water into Zhao Debao. 5 minutes later, Jiang Suilan came back, carrying a large bag with the river god's bones inside. Old Wu was dragging 2 giant sacks, each packed densely with villagers' heads. Fu Yan walked ahead with one hand in his pocket, holding onto a rope, the other end tied around Zhao Debao's neck. Zhao Debao's clothes were stripped by Fu Yan, and he was dragged along the ground by him. The villagers' bodies lay scattered on the ground. Now, in the entire Changshu village, only Zhao Debao's remains alive. Fu Yan stepped over the villagers' bodies, a hint of indifference on his lips. Longevity? Ha! When Fu Yan dragged Zhao Debao's to the lake, Zhang Lan and Lu Zihan had already been waiting there for a long time. They leaned against the same big tree, facing different directions, sitting by the lake with their knees hugged. Their shapes resembled the logo of a certain classic brand. Zhang Lan handed a package to Fu Yan. This was the heart Fu Yan had just asked him to get from the ancestral hall. Fu Yan opened the package, and the heart was already shriveled and dried, with a peachwood sword covered in runes stuck into it. Fu Yan pulled out the peachwood sword and tucked it behind him. Then he squatted down and opened the sack filled with villagers' heads. Fu Yan picked up a head, tilted his body, and aimed toward the center of the lake with one eye. Then, with a standard stone skipping motion, he threw the head out. The head rolled on the surface of the lake, ultimately achieving a stunning result of 123 skips before successfully submerging. Head. It had never been this speechless in its life. The head floated on the water for a moment, then promptly sank beneath the surface with a plop. Fu Yan quickly pulled out the next one and threw it in using the same method, but from a different angle. The positions of the two heads were far apart. The instant the head hit the water, a ripple quickly traveled from where the first head sank towards the second. By the time Fu Yan finished throwing all the heads, whatever was at the bottom was completely disoriented from his tossing. After throwing the heads, Fu Yan dragged Zhao Debeo's over, forcing him down to the lake's edge. Zhao Debeo's face was full of terror. What are you going to do? Fu Yan looked at him with an expression of, how could you be so stupid? Of course, I'm going to finish you off. Zhao Debeo screamed and struggled, but Fu Yan knelt on his back, pressing his head and neck directly into the water. Fu Yan had no knife, so he could only use his fingers to slowly tear open Zhao Debeo's neck. Fu Yan carefully controlled his strength, afraid to press too hard and accidentally kill him. Zhao Debeo struggled under Fu Yan's grip. He looked like a bloodletting turtle. Shortly after, a wave of water came along with the spreading blood. Seeing the wave approach, Fu Yan swiftly pulled Zhao Debeo's up. Immediately, a shadow appeared underneath the surface of the water. She wore a red dress, her black hair spread out in the water, a pale face quietly floating below the surface, with two dark holes where her eyes used to be. Fu Yan stood by the shore, bending down to look at the ghost bride beneath the water. Fortunately, it was daytime, with so many eyes watching. If it were midnight, in this position, even if she jumped into the Yellow River, it couldn't be cleared up. Fu Yan looked at the ghost in the water and said flatly, "Aren't you coming up?" Ghost bride. Seeing that she hadn't scared Fu Yan, the ghost bride suddenly opened her big blood-filled mouth at the bottom of the water. Her toothy grin seemed ready to swallow Fu Yan alive. Fu Yan crossed his arms, pondered for a moment, then couldn't help but say, "Hasn't anyone told you that drinking cold water in the morning is heavy on humidity, which can cause indigestion, leading to loose stools?" After saying this, Fu Yan pointed at the ghost in the water, turned to Lao Wu and Jian Lan, and said, "The stench in the back courtyard's ditch, I suspect it's all her doing." Jian Lan. Lao Wu. Ghost. Is this really the time to discuss this? You're telling me this now? Without caring about Jian Lan and Lao Wu's faces full of constipation, Fu Yan turned back and continued to say to the ghost bride. "Also, your posture is completely wrong. Have you seen the Divine Eagle from the early 2000s? At that moment, Enimo Ping and Xiao. Forget it, this position is just too lame, not scary at all. Do you know your identity? You are a ghost, a female ghost. Even if you don't crawl out of the well, at least give yourself some background music. If nothing else, show your face. You think hiding underwater is going to scare anyone? What a shame for your own potential." Fu Yan rambled on to the female ghost, and if it weren't for being in the water, he would have gladly swapped places with her to demonstrate himself. There was nothing to be done, he just loved to be a mentor. As soon as he saw a promising candidate, he easily fell into his professional habits. The female ghost. Damn. Can you believe it? I'm a female ghost, and I'm actually being guided by a player. Fu Yan finished and summed up, "Finally, there's your look. You might not know this, but floating in water gives you buoyancy. Lying like that makes the fat on either side of your cheeks float up, and it just makes your face look really big. Of course, that can't all be blamed on you since you're blind." Upon hearing this, the female ghost could finally not hold it in. She flipped over and shrieked as she crawled out of the water. Her gray-white hands revealed bulging veins, and her dark, sharp nails glinted with a chilling light. Her face was hideous as she howled and lunged at Fu Yan. Fu Yan stood up straight, grabbing Zhao Debeo to block in front of him, still praising, "Yes, just like that, keep that expression, very good." Fu Yan pushed Zhao Debeo into the female ghost's embrace. Zhao Debeo let out a scream of despair. The ghost bride immediately recognized that voice. She opened her mouth and howled, releasing a painful and eerie scream. She then pounced on Zhao Debeo, crazily tearing into his flesh. It wasn't until his bones were all that remained that Zhao Debeo finally died in anger. The brutality of her methods made Fu Yan involuntarily want to exclaim, "How about you join me?" After the ghost bride finished with Zhao Debeo, she had no plans to let Fu Yan and the others go. Just as she was about to lunge at Fu Yan, he pulled out the river god's skeleton wrapped in wedding attire, along with the mortal heart hidden behind the statue. The ghost bride seemed to sense something. Her trembling hands reached for the river god's skeleton and hugged it tightly to her chest. Bowing her head, she wept silently, two streams of blood tears winding down from the corners of her eyes. Hugging the skeleton, the ghost bride gradually reverted to her former self. A beautiful and graceful woman. Fu Yan looked on in amazement. "Look at you, you have two faces." The ghost bride. The crowd. The ghost bride cried over the corpse, heartbroken. Fu Yan timely interrupted, "Just let out a few howls to show it, there are so many people waiting, if you have any last words, hurry and say them." We still have the next session to attend. The ghost bride, whoa, hick. The ghost bride stopped crying, wiped her tears, and deeply bowed to Fu Yan and the others, saying softly, "My name is Yueya, and I was from this village." Stop. Fu Yan raised his hand to halt the ghost bride's long speech, turning back to the crowd behind him. Does anyone want to hear it? Jiang Suilan shrugged indifferently. Old Wu shook his head. Even Lu Zihan lowered his head and waved his hand. As for Jianlan, Fu Yan completely skipped over him. Fu Yan turned back to the ghost bride, spreading his hands, and said helplessly, "You see, they don't want to listen." Jianlan. He actually wanted to listen quite a bit. The ghost bride choked. The story hadn't even started before it ended. "Alright, do you have any last words? Say them, and then I'll send you two back together." Fu Yan hurriedly cued the process. The ghost bride. The ghost bride, this place was born from my resentment. Each time I die, the resentment becomes stronger. You helped me take revenge today and retrieved my husband's bones. My obsession is gone. This place will soon disappear with me, and you can leave at that time. After saying this, the ghost bride looked back at Fu Yan. A moment later, she clawed her hand and plunged it into her own heart. Fu Yan. It was just because she looked at him a bit longer in the crowd. There's no need to commit suicide. Fu Yan was confused, but deeply shocked. Before long, the ghost bride took out a glowing crystal ball from her chest. She handed the crystal ball to Fu Yan. As a token of gratitude, I give this to you. I have a feeling you will definitely need it in the future. Fu Yan immediately put away his carefree expression and enthusiastically approached. Look at you, child, if you come, just come, why bring a gift? No gifts next time. Ghost bride. Fu Yan kept the crystal ball safe and casually drew out the peachwood sword tucked at his waist. Well, since it's our first meeting, I don't have much to give you either, so here's a peachwood sword, just to ward off evil. Ghost bride. I thank you. The ghost bride ultimately did not accept Fu Yan's peachwood sword. She embraced the remains of the river god and slowly sank into the lake. In a daze, everyone seemed to see a man in wedding attire walking with her. Ding. Horror value plus 5,000 inch. Wow. How impressive. Aside from the players this time, Fu Yan inadvertently saved quite a few from the previous batch of players. After recovering their strength, they all came to thank Fu Yan. Fu Yan waved his hand generously. The gratitude for saving a life is nothing to mention, so let's get something practical instead. Chapter 75, Bounty? After receiving genuine thanks from the players, a familiar metallic voice rang out. Ding. Game over. Player Fu Yan successfully cleared the curse of the river god instance. Player Wu Zhangyang successfully cleared the curse of the river god instance. Player Jiang Suilan successfully cleared the curse of the river god instance. Then a line of small black text began to scroll across the world channel. The system no longer wished to report any information related to this guy, it had nothing left to lose. Ding. Player Fu Yan killed the instance villager. Ding. Player Fu Yan dispelled the ghost bride's resentment. Curse of the river god instance boss disappears, villagers killed, this instance will pause, refresh and permanently close. Although the system was very restrained, using the smallest font and placing this message in a corner of the world announcement. It was still spotted by sharp-eyed players, who took screenshots and uploaded them to the live broadcast room, where the viewers incessantly mocked it. Game, you trying to hide is really ugly. Ha, the system must be regretting it now. Of all people to mess with, it had to be you, God Fu. You guys upstairs, even this terrible game dares to mock now, they're getting bolder and bolder. Hey. Can we say this? To be honest, ever since I watched God Fu's livestream, I'm not so scared when I go into instances anymore. Seriously. In my last instance, I actually killed a female ghost, can you believe it? Me too, in the instance before last, an NPC ate a human brain right in front of me, and I felt absolutely no wave in my heart, I even thought of giving it a bowl of rice. When the three were teleported back to the community, it was already dark. The monsters and ghosts in the community revealed their true forms at this time, bustling around their theme parks, but they all kept a respectful distance from Fu Yan. In the past, they had also held iron rice bowls, but now they had to be on high alert every day, facing continuous attacks. Wah wah wah. Jianlan was startled by the sudden sound of crying and shivered. He leaned closer to old Wu, tugging at his sleeve, and said softly, Wu good, don't you think the ghostly cries in this community are getting creepier? Old Wu, really? Did you hear it wrong? Stop being so superstitious. Jianlan pressed close to old Wu's arm, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Did you really not hear it? Alright, let's hurry up, old Wu said, grabbing Jianlan's arm and marching him towards the castle. Jianlan followed behind old Wu, murmuring, there was definitely something, very loud too. Unknowingly, perhaps it was Jianlan's delusion, he actually detected a hint of empathy in that ghostly wail. The three arrived at the castle's main gate, where the man-eating flowers on the castle walls were struggling with the zombies that had wandered in. A fierce man-eating flower was seen, biting the zombie's head. The giant petals wrapped around the zombie's skull, constantly writhing. And the zombie refused to back down, stretching its neck, starting to chew on the flower's heart from the inside. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, evenly matched. Despite this, before Fu Yan entered the room, the man-eating flower pulled out a leaf and politely bowed to Fu Yan. Fu Yan nodded appreciatively. Not bad, it knows how to be a flower. After hearing Fu Yan's praise, the man-eating flower became even more enthusiastic. At this moment, the zombie was not satisfied, burying its head within the petals, continuously tearing and roaring, ha ha ha. Shameless flatterer. Seeing this, the man-eating flower also began to woo-ah-ah in chaos. Blind little fool. Ha 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 ha. Woo-ah-ah-ah-ah. When Fu Yan and the others entered the room, He Shu Yang and his three companions had already come out of the instance. They were sitting in the castle's living room waiting for Fu Yan. Not only that, but also in the corner of the living room were 5 unfamiliar players, huddled together, trembling. The moment the castle's door swung open, the 5 players shrank back together. They looked just like 5 quails with ruffled feathers. Old Wu, walking behind Fu Yan, had a puzzled look on his face. What is this? Before He Shu Yang and the others could speak, Fu Yan reproachfully said, "You guys are fine eating people in the instance, but why did you bring them back with you this time?" He Shu Yang. Cui Hao. De Zhuang shook his head in confusion. Huh? He Shu Yue, sitting on the sofa, wiped her dagger and said lightly, "Late night snack." The 4 players. We almost peed our pants at that moment. Another player. I'm different from them, I actually already peed my pants. Finally, it was He Shu Yang who explained, "We just came out of the instance, and as soon as we got back to the community, we saw these guys being chased by ghosts outside. After asking more, we found out they were unwanted newbies, so they were assigned to us." Hearing this, Fu Yan opened his control panel. He was now the president of the Fairy Tale Town Guild, and all guild members had records with him. He opened the panel and found that the number of guild members column had changed from 7 to 12. There were also basic profiles of 5 new players in the records. But Fu Yan didn't look at the data. Names and such can be discussed later. What if we can't survive tonight? Fu Yan, you guys see how to divide these 5, 1 for each, don't fight over them. Huh? Seems one is missing. Just as Fu Yan was about to suggest splitting someone up, Jiang Lan weakly spoke up, can I not? Fu Yan nodded and immediately decided, then Xiaoya, you don't need one, you have a bunch of wax figures in your room, that's enough to keep you busy. He Shu Yue thought of those fragile figures in her room and curled her lips, but that bunch of useless things can't take a hit. Cui Hao quickly jumped in, Xiaoya, I'll give you mine. He Shu Yue looked at Cui Hao and tilted her head with a smile, thank you. Cui Hao scratched his head, grinning foolishly. The newbie who wanted to follow Cui Hao. You're amazing. You're so proud. You're risking my life to fawn over him. After Fu Yan arranged for these newbies, he said to Jiang Lan and Old Wu, tomorrow, you two team up, I'll choose some beginner instances for you to play. Their faith points would be credited once the instance ended. Old Wu and Jiang Lan had no objections. Even though they had only been in 4 instances, the last 3 were truly better than a dozen. Fu Yan, alright, if you have something to report, do so, if not, kneel and be at peace. Upon hearing this, Cui Hao suddenly remembered why they were waiting for Fu Yan. Fu Gu, Sun Xingzhou contacted me today. He said that Lin Xingyun from Floating Life Dream and Zhu Haotian from the Dragon Slayer Guild have jointly issued a kill order, ordering guild members to eliminate anyone they find from Fairy Tale Town. Furthermore, they even put a bounty of 100,000 points on the World Channel for your head. He also mentioned that last time he was thankful for your help, so let's be careful lately. Cui Hao finished speaking and saw Fu Yan with his head down, not knowing what he was mumbling. It looked like he was looking at the control panel. Brother Fu? Cui Hao tentatively called out. After a while, Fu Yan raised his head. How much did you just say they offered for my head? Chapter 76, 7 Days, 1. 5 minutes later, 100,000 system broadcasts started playing one after another in the World Channel. The content was just one. Fairy Tale Town President Fu Yan rewarded 0.1 points for taking Lin Xingyun and Zhu Haotian's lives. When the first broadcast sounded, players thought this was just Fu Yan's declaration of war. After all, everyone knew about Lin Xingyun and Zhu Haotian posting on the World Channel. When the 10th broadcast rang out, players couldn't hold back their gossiping spirits any longer. What the hell? A voice broadcast costing 10,000 points each, and Fu Yan actually bought 10 at once. What kind of family is this? Spending 10,000 for a broadcast, but offering only 0.1 for the bounty. Who is Fu Yan trying to disgust? Ha! I have to say, this move from Fu Shen is really cruel. Those two must be green with rage now. Lin Xingyun, I spent 100,000 for your head, only to secretly post. You are using 0.1 points for my life and making it public. Correction upstairs, Lin Qingyun is only worth 0.05, the other 0.05 belongs to our Zhu zone, so don't raise your worth. Of course, there were also those who couldn't stand Fu Yan and thought he was showing off. A low-level guild competing with two medium-level guilds in financial power, it's laughable. Their foundation speaks for itself. Puffing up like a toad, only he knows who suffers. They offered 100,000 because they think you're worth 100,000, do you really think those two guilds are broke? What the upstairs said is right, my Fushan offering 0.1 is also because he thinks they are worth it. Everyone stop, the one upstairs is an ally. 10 minutes later, when the 1200th voice played. Shocking. The invisible rich man madly brushed 2 million points, just to insult two dogs? Looking at Lin Qingyun and the two now, I really find it so funny. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Fushan is not puffing up, he's my dad. My real dad. Nonsense. Dad said he only has one son. Whose dad upstairs doesn't matter, anyway I'm the grandson, I'm related to Fu Xin from the previous generation. He. 1 hour later, when the 7222nd voice played in the world channel. Lightly touch the jade but, I'll enter the dungeon first, you all count how many times I've been kicked. I can't hold on anymore, I'm going to sleep first. The next day, when the system finished playing the last voice, the entire system let out a sigh of relief. Its two metal wheels were nearly worn out. It was just a single explosive report, this person named Fu just retaliated against it. Punishment. Just wait for me. In a fit of rage, the system deleted Lin Qingyun and Zhu Haotian's bounty posts. Damn. 100,000 broadcasts. That's 100,000. I counted them, ha ha ha. That's right. I counted too, exactly 100,000. Wow. 10,000 each, doesn't that mean 1 billion points? Breaking news. Lin Qingyun and Zhu Haotian deleted the bounty post, probably because they found it humiliating, ha ha ha. Floating life dreaming. Lin Qingyun sat in his office chair, his expression serious as he messaged Zhu Haotian. Old Zhu, my bounty post can't be sent out. Mine too. The system says I'm muted. Asterisk. Dot. Mine too. Asterisk. What are you talking about? Asterisk if your mother. System. If your mother. The one named Zhu, if your mother too. Damn it. Fu Yan woke up feeling refreshed. When he went downstairs, Jian Lan and Old Wu were sitting in the living room. Fu Yan told them to bring a newcomer in and selected 5 beginner dungeons for them. Fu Yan now had 6 belief points. He Shu Yang and the others had again created 1267 horror points for him. Adding in the River Gods dungeon, he now had a total of 68,835 horror points. Fu Yan asked again about He Shu Yang and the others' progress. Shui Hao's level was currently the highest. Fu Yan let him take He Shu Yu and a newcomer into the intermediate dungeon. He Shu Yang, on the other hand, took De Zhuang to continue farming the beginner dungeon. Fu Yan had just one request for them, kill for me. After arranging everyone, Fu Yan instructed the remaining 3 newcomers in the community to guard the house. The newcomers trembled in response. Guard the house? The flowers outside this castle are stronger than they can fight. Everyone had their roles, and Fu Yan took out his golden brushed weapon for slaughtering dungeons. Cackling. Player name, Fu Yan. Game experience, 7. Spirit value, 0. Luck value, 0.01. Health value, 100. Talent, unknown. Weapon, none. Overall level, E. Fragments, 20. Player information, visible only to player. Fu Yan flipped to the dungeon information. Dungeon, head 7. Mode, online. Level, intermediate. Difficulty. Player mission, unknown. Dungeon information, visible to the entire livestream. Friendly reminder, this dungeon is live streamed throughout. The dungeon information was getting more and more detailed. After reading the information, Fu Yan began to observe the environment around him. At this moment, the dungeon was shrouded in darkness, a thick black fog surrounding the area. Only a small path in front, the fog was thin, and faint lights could be seen. Looking at this situation, it seemed he had to walk there himself. Fu Yan shrugged his hands into his pockets and casually walked along the small path. The path was winding, the surroundings dark and gloomy, shadows of trees swaying. The pitch-black sky had no stars, it seemed like a whole piece of black cloth covered it. Fu Yan walked alone, when suddenly a figure in white appeared ahead. She lowered her head, her black hair blocking her face. Seeing Fu Yan approach, she slowly raised her hand, using her skeletal white back hand to wave at him. It is said only the dead wave with the back of the hand. Could it be? Fu Yan stepped closer until he stood in front of the woman. The woman slowly lifted her head, revealing a colorless face, her grayish-white eyeballs only having black pupils the size of grains. She looked at Fu Yan, her mouth slowly curling into a strange arc. Do you think I'm beautiful? Fu Yan paused for a moment. In terms of species diversity, you are definitely the most unique existence. The female ghost tilted her head, a big question mark appearing on her face. Half a minute later, the female ghost raised her arms high, bringing her hands together, leaning against her dark eye circles, reluctantly nodding while shaking her flower hand. And Fu Yan was standing a meter away, playing music with his phone while recording a video. If I let you do it all over again, would you love me? Yes, that's right, follow the rhythm. Very good friend, your backhands are quite flexible. Female ghost. What a joke. Chapter 77 Head 7, 2. Fu Yan bid farewell to the female ghost and continued walking down the small path. From time to time, he looked back to check if the female ghost was slacking off. The female ghost watched him leave, her face dazed as she waved her flower hand, humming an off-key tune, If I Let You Do It All Over Again. The whole ghost seemed to be drained of its soul. Fu Yan strolled forward, encountering a mischievous little ghost hiding underground, trying to trip him up. On the dark path, a pitch-black ghost hand suddenly appeared. Fortunately, Fu Yan had sharp eyes, otherwise, he would have missed it. As Fu Yan approached, that ghost hand suddenly reached out from underground, ready to grab Fu Yan's pant leg. Fu Yan unceremoniously stepped on the other's claw. Ah ha 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 wee wee wee. A miserable cry of pain echoed from underground. Fu Yan stood on the ghost hand, looking around. Who's farting? The heel of his leather shoe twisted on the ghost hand. The little ghost below gritted its teeth in pain. By the time Fu Yan had stepped enough and left, the little ghost's claws had already merged with the muddy ground, unable to be pulled up. The wild ghost ahead, ready to block the path, saw his brothers looking miserable and quickly fled. Fu Yan smoothly arrived at the marked location of the dungeon. It was an ancient house with blue bricks and green tiles, grand in appearance, with a wooden plaque hanging on it reading Zhou Mansion. The door of the old house was made of peach wood, coated with black paint, looking ancient and heavy. On the door, there was a pair of bronze beast head knocker rings, looking somewhat aged. On either side of the door, 2 lanterns with white backgrounds and black characters were hanging. The lanterns displayed the large character Dian. Inside the lanterns, the flames flickered, revealing an ominous bluish-green light. At this moment, the big door was tightly closed, and through the cracks in the wooden door, one could barely see that the inside was pitch black. Fu Yan raised his hand and pushed the door. It did not budge. Is it locked? Fu Yan glanced at the pair of rusty door rings on the door. In the end, he silently lifted his foot. With a loud bang, the wooden door was kicked open by Fu Yan, and the wooden bolt blocking the door broke apart at once. As the big door was kicked open, the old house was instantly illuminated. Countless pale lanterns suddenly lit up, brightening the entire old house. At this moment, Fu Yan also saw the whole appearance of the house clearly. This was a house with 3 entrances and 3 exits. The grand door faced a courtyard, and behind the courtyard was the hall of the old house. At this moment, the hall was arranged in the style of a morning hall. In the center of the hall stood 14 coffins. Fu Yan walked into the hall and approached the coffins, pushing them open one by one to inspect. Inside the 14 coffins lay 13 unfamiliar faces. The only familiar face was his own. Fu God has entered the instance again, even a donkey in the production team isn't this tired. Oh. I remember this instance was previously banned, why is it streaming now? Probably want to leave a posthumous photo, huh? I counted broadcasts all night last night. Just as I was about to catch up on sleep, I received a notification of Fu God's livestream. I'm now relying on 2 matchsticks to hold on. Aren't instances twice a month? Why is Fu God back in so quickly? This started with an unlimited instance experience card. Hiss. Fu God is brushing instances like some high-level guild's inner circle, rolling alive and dead. By the way, is Fu God about to level up? I'm done for. As a beginner player, I'm soon going to miss Fu God's live broadcasts. Woo woo. In the evening. Today, the sky darkened unusually fast. Zhou Yufeng calculated the days and realized it was the day those guys would appear again. He couldn't remember since when, but a group of strange people would appear at his home every once in a while. And apart from him, it seemed that no one else could see those people. At first, Zhou Yufeng thought they were just wandering ghosts. But later he discovered that was not the case, they had the smell of living people. He tried moving houses, but those things seemed to attach to him. Wherever he went, those things would follow. Once, he returned late from cleaning up, and those things directly showed up at his school. Paper ash and ghost money filled the air, with several coffins randomly arranged in his classroom. He even had to pretend not to see and dodge around the coffins. The whole process was indescribably difficult. After that, whenever those things appeared, he would take leave and stay at home, trying to avoid going out. He calculated the day, knowing that tonight those things would come again. After school, Zhou Yufeng shouldered his backpack and hurried home. The teacher had held class for a bit longer today, so he had to run faster, hoping those things wouldn't cause any trouble. His route home inevitably passed through a dark little path. That path was just a bit dark for others, but for him, each time he passed through, he was filled with dread. Because there were ghosts on that road. And his eyes could see ghosts. Before long, Zhou Yufeng arrived at the entrance of that little road. That path was dark and shadowy, with dappled tree silhouettes, often blocked by strange things. Every time Zhou Yufeng entered, he needed to build up his courage for a long time before daring to go in. But today, there wasn't enough time, so he could only grit his teeth and walk in. After just a few steps, he saw that familiar white figure. This female ghost stands on this path every day, waving to him with the back of her hand, then asking him, "Am I beautiful?" No matter if he answers beautiful or not beautiful, or if he pretends not to see her and runs away. The female ghost reveals her ferocious face with blue skin and sharp teeth, madly chasing him to bite, until blood is drawn. Today, Zhou Yufeng has little time, so he simply rolls up his sleeve, ready to let the ghost take a bite. He exposes his arm and carefully approaches the ghost as usual. Until he walks up to the ghost, she has no plans to bite him. Today, the ghost seems particularly strange. She raises her hands high, palms facing each other, mumbling spells, her body twisting chaotically. The whole ghost seems as if she has been cursed by someone. Female ghost. Female ghost, what are you looking at? Never seen a female ghost dancing like this? Keep staring and I'll rip out your eyeballs. Zhou Yufeng. Sorry, I interrupted. Zhou Yufeng puts down his sleeves and quickly walks back. Not knowing if it was the impact of female ghost dancing that was too great for him, he made it back home without encountering a single ghost. Even the little ghosts who usually loved to trip him up were nowhere to be seen. Little ghost. Damn it! My hand that I just recovered was trampled flat again by someone. Chapter 78, The Seventh Day, 3. When Zhou Yufeng arrived at his doorstep, he noticed that his front door was wide open, the lanterns in the courtyard had turned black with white characters, and the door latch had been broken into 2 pieces. Butler Wang Bo was standing at the door with a new latch, cursing, "Which little brat is making trouble? Always coming to my house to cause destruction, no upbringing, how did your parents teach you?" "Alright, Wang Bo, stop cursing, calm down." Zhou Yufeng knew this wasn't just a child's prank, but that group had come. He comforted Wang Bo, took the latch from his hands, and said, "It's dark now, Wang Bo, you should go rest. Leave this to me." Seeing Zhou Yufeng back, Wang Bo asked a few concerned questions about his situation at school. He also told him that there was food in the pot and advised him to rest early before returning to his room. After Wang Bo left, Zhou Yufeng did not lock the door immediately. He placed the latch aside and left the Zhou family's gate wide open, so if anyone came later, he wouldn't have to open the door. After taking care of these matters, Zhou Yufeng slowly walked into the house. Sure enough, the originally clean and bright hall had turned into a funeral parlor again. In the funeral parlor, there lay 14 dark coffins. Unlike before, the lids of these 14 coffins had all been thrown on the ground, but surprisingly, there was not a single person in the hall. Strange, someone obviously came in, but where are they? Zhou Yufeng quietly observed the environment in the room. Suddenly, a voice came from one of the coffins, filled with both familiarity and distaste. "Eh? What kind of garbage is this?" The next moment, a person covered in blood jumped out from one of the coffins. He was tall, handsome, with furrowed brows and eyes showing undisguised disdain. When the man looked up at Zhou Yufeng immediately averted his gaze. Pretending not to see anyone here, he sat down on a chair in the funeral parlor. Asterisk. Fu Yan also never expected that one day he would actually have the chance to attend his own funeral. And it was a collective one. This feeling is truly indescribable. Excited, Fu Yan inspected each body in the coffins carefully, especially his own. Just in terms of looks, none of the others lion. In front of him, someone waved, but the other person didn't even blink their eyelashes. Fu Yan turned his head to look at him, muttering softly, "Can you really not see me?" Zhou Yufeng still looked like he had been blind for years, with no signs of healing. Seeing this, Fu Yan began to carefully observe the person in front of him. The appearance was not much different from Zhou Yufeng he had seen before, but he looked a bit younger and had an air of studiousness about him, resembling a student. Fu Yan then noticed his school uniform and backpack. "Oh, you really are a student. You have indeed regressed with your studies." Zhou Yufeng ignored whatever Fu Yan said, pretending not to see. To prevent Fu Yan from gesturing in front of him, he even took out his homework notebook and started doing his assignments. "Since you really can't see," Fu Yan stretched out his blood-soaked hands, secretly trying to wipe them on Zhou Yufeng's white shirt. Just as his bloodied hands were about to touch the white shirt, Zhou Yufeng suddenly slammed his homework notebook shut and coldly said, "Restroom, turn left when you go out, walk to the end, then the second room on the right." Fu Yan let out a small laugh, humming a little tune as he turned to leave. Although he said nothing, Zhou Yufeng felt that the other person was mocking him. Zhou Yufeng looked up at Fu Yan's retreating figure. This person knew his name and seemed to be quite familiar with him. But he didn't recognize this person at all. However, it was undeniable that he indeed felt a strange sense of familiarity towards this person. Before Zhou Yufeng could think further, a bulky man walked in through the door. He swaggered over to Zhou Yufeng and spoke unkindly, "Hey. Are you a player too?" Zhou Yufeng ignored him, pretending not to hear. The bulky man seemed very angry at his attitude and directly pushed him. But Zhou Yufeng was not knocked down. The man's hand passed through his body and grabbed at nothing. At that moment, Zhou Yufeng suddenly remembered that he could touch these people, but they couldn't touch him. Damn! He was just startled by that guy earlier. At that time, more than 10 people came in one after another. Not counting Fu Yan who had just gone out, there were exactly 13 people in the room. This matched the number of coffins. Zhou Yufeng knew that no one else would come tonight. But to complete the act, he didn't plan to close the door now. Instead, he opened his homework notebook and began to write his assignments leisurely. The 13 players in the room, having confirmed that Zhou Yufeng couldn't see them and they couldn't touch him either, finally noticed the coffins placed in the room. They walked to the coffins and found that the corpses inside were unmistakably their own. But those pale corpses had their bellies cut open by someone. Entrails, lungs, kidneys spilled all over the coffin. Damn! Who the hell cut open my belly? Who is so vicious? Not even leaving me a complete corpse. Where's my kidney? Where did my kidney go? Hey, I have an extra here, is this yours? When Fu Yan returned to the room, this was the scene he saw, where heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were arguing among themselves. And Fu Yan's arrival completely shattered this harmonious scene. Everyone stopped their actions and turned to look at Fu Yan. While there might have been a few people who didn't know Fu Yan before because they didn't like watching live streams. After the broadcast that dominated the night before, basically no one was unaware of Fu Yan now. This person not only had money, was arrogant, but also had a dark heart and ruthless hands. The players looked at the organs in their hands and the incomplete corpses in the coffin, and suddenly seemed to find the culprit. Just as the players were about to collectively question Fu Yan rushed to his own coffin. "What happened to the body? You can't have any problems. Without you, how can I live?" Everyone was left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. They had not yet had time to react. Suddenly, Fu Yan raised his head, his eyes dark and cold as he stared at everyone, speaking with deep anger. "Speak. Who killed my body? Killing him is one thing, but not even leaving him a complete corpse. How could your hearts be so cruel?" Fu Yan extended his hand, pointing at each person present. "Speak. Is it you?" The person pointed at immediately shook their head. Fu Yan then pointed at the next person, his tone ruthless. "Then it must be you?" Everyone raised their hands in surrender. "Big brother, it really wasn't us. It was already like this when we arrived. If you don't believe us, look, even the kidneys from my corpse are missing." Fu Yan leaned forward to take a look, nodding with suspicion, then pointed his finger at Zhou Yufeng, who was bowing his head to do homework. "Since it's not them, then it must be you." Chapter 79, The Seventh Day, 4. Hearing this, Zhou Yufeng didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to write his homework. As if the chaos of the world had nothing to do with him. Fu Yan pointed at Zhou Yufeng, his eyes wide as he looked at everyone. "Do you see what kind of attitude he has?" That furious expression seemed like he was about to spring up and give Zhou Yufeng a hard shove. Seeing this, the crowd quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Big brother, calm down. This guy really can't see us." "Can't see us?" Fu Yan's expression clearly showed he didn't believe it. Another player rushed over and vigorously nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. Not only can he not see us, but we also can't touch him." Fu Yan subtly dodged a few dirty hands reaching for his kidneys and was lightly pulled back by a few clean hands, saying with half belief, "Really? I came in late, you guys better not lie to me." The crowd swore, "No. Really not." If Fu Yan were just a slightly stronger player, they would definitely not be acting like this, lacking experience. But Fu Yan was not just strong, he was wealthy too. What they were doing was called flattery. This was called the ways of the world. Tonight, the sky had darkened, and after calming Fu Yan down, they had no energy left to look for clues. The players' tasks had not yet appeared, and they didn't know where to start, so everyone found a place to rest. Fortunately, there were many empty rooms in the Zhou residence. After the crowd dispersed, Zhou Yufeng sat in the morning hall for a while before slowly standing up and closing the big gate of the courtyard. After closing the door, Zhou Yufeng went to the kitchen. Uncle Wang said he left food for him, and he needed to take it away before the group of people reached the kitchen. Otherwise, he would go hungry tonight. All the while, there had been a sound of footsteps following behind him. Without thinking, he already knew who it was. Zhou Yufeng did not respond. These people would disappear on their own in a few days. He just needed to pretend this group did not exist. Zhou Yufeng placed the food on a plate and carried it towards his room. On his way back, the footsteps that had followed him had already vanished. Zhou Yufeng let out a sigh of relief. Although he had already been exposed in front of that person, he still didn't want to have too much contact with this group of people. After all, they were not people from the same world. Zhou Yufeng returned to his room while holding his dinner. As soon as he opened the door, he froze in place. Damn! Why was this person still haunting him? Fu Yan was sitting at the round wooden table in Zhou Yufeng's room at that moment. He propped his head on his hand, tilting it to look at Zhou Yufeng, casually saying, "Your legs are too slow, the food must be cold by now." Saying this, he stood up to try to take the tray from Zhou Yufeng's hands. Zhou Yufeng stepped aside to avoid his hand, slamming the tray down on the table, coldly saying, "Why are you in my room? I saw this room was locked, so I came in to take a look." Fu Yan innocently tossed a deformed copper lock onto the table. Zhou Yufeng's face turned green with anger. "This is my room, please leave." Fu Yan smacked his lips and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then when I go out, I'll tell my brothers, hey, this little brat can see us, so they can bother you every day. Do you want me to annoy you alone, or should we all do it together?" Zhou Yufeng. He didn't want either. In the end, forced by Fu Yan's shamelessness, he had to let Fu Yan stay in his room. But for Fu Yan, there was only more shamelessness, never the least. After Zhou Yufeng agreed to let Fu Yan stay, Fu Yan set his sights on his dinner. Zhou Yufeng guarded his bowl of rice, looking furious. "Don't even think about it, this isn't enough for me." "It's not enough for you, but it's enough for me. If someone has to starve, it can only be you." 5 minutes later, Fu Yan, full and satisfied, lazily leaned back in the lounge chair, drinking tea while seriously commenting, "The mapo tofu was good, the minced meat eggplant is also fine, but the stir-fried cucumber slices are a bit salty, I don't like it, tell the chef to use less salt next time." Zhou Yufeng. You didn't seem to eat less even if you didn't like it, you finished it all. Zhou Yufeng looked at his empty bowl and then at Fu Yan, who was lounging like a master. "You finished eating, can you leave now?" Zhou Yufeng put on the demeanor of sending a guest off. Fu Yan slowly sat up. "No hurry, let's chat a bit." Zhou Yufeng, "What is there to talk about with you?" Fu Yan, "Let's talk about you, do you really not know me?" "I don't know you." Zhou Yufeng hesitated for a moment after saying this but ultimately confessed, "But I feel you are very familiar." Fu Yan believed he was telling the truth. Fu Yan nodded and then asked, "So, why can you see us?" He had just used going to wash his hands as an excuse to browse through the entire house. Here, besides Zhou Yufeng, there were also plenty of servants living in the backyard. But they couldn't see him, nor could he touch these people. It felt as if their space overlapped with another space. Yet the people of both spaces could touch items within the same space. Strange, really strange. At this moment, Zhou Yufeng spoke calmly, "Because my eyes can see ghosts." Fu Yan raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying I am a ghost?" This conclusion was ridiculous. Even if Zhou Yufeng were beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. But Zhou Yufeng shook his head. "No, at least not now. I smell the scent of living people on you, but after a few days, I can't say for sure." Fu Yan, "What do you mean?" Zhou Yufeng, "You are not the first group of people to come here, many strange people like you have come before. When they first arrived, they all had the scent of living people, but over time, the scent would fade. They won't last more than 7 days, after that, their scent will completely disappear, and then the person will also vanish without a trace." Hearing this, Fu Yan began to think. First of all, the name of this copy is The First 7 Days. This first 7 days does not refer to someone else's first 7 days, but their own. If according to Zhou Yufeng, 7 days is a deadline, then today is the first day of their first 7 days. From Zhou Yufeng's perspective, after 7 days, they would disappear. But from a player's perspective, after 7 days, they either cleared the instance or died in it. In either case, they would vanish in this instance. So the completion time of this instance must be within 7 days. As for the player's task, Zhou Yufeng said each player had the scent of life when they arrived, but after 7 days, it would be gone. This can only indicate 2 possibilities. First, the players killed themselves. Second, the players failed to save themselves. Clearly, the first possibility of the player's task is basically 0. After all, no one wants to complete a task that ends with their own demise. So the player's task must be the second one. Combining with the coffin placed in the morning hall. The player task in this instance might just be to save themselves within 7 days? As Fu Yan thought this through, a metallic prompt sounded in the back of Fu Yan's mind. Ding! Player Fu Yan has successfully cracked the player task, and the player task has now refreshed. Chapter 80, the first 5. The viewers in the live stream all heard this prompt. Damn! Is this how challenging intermediate dungeons have become? Player tasks must be cracked by themselves now. What did I miss? What happened to Fu God? How did he crack the player task? Lord! Am I blind? I just saw Fu God dazing off, and suddenly the live stream announces he cracked the task. My grandfather Fu is just awesome, he never needs to write on scrap paper for answers. In this day and age, there are still people eager to be the grandkid. I'm talking about you upstairs. Have some shame. That's my grandpa. At the same time, Fu Yan also opened the control panel. In the player task section, it had indeed refreshed. Player task, find a way to resurrect yourself within 7 days. He only thought about it in his mind, and the system could sense it. This system can even invade other people's thoughts? I really underestimated it at ordinary times. It's just that I don't know if this invasion can only happen in this dungeon, or if it can happen outside of the dungeon as well? Thinking of this, Fu Yan's expression suddenly turned cold. He took a deep breath, and countless thoughts surged in his mind. System, you at hashtag UN % and $**# hashtag. I'm going to your at %UN hashtag and UN. You big fool asterisk and hashtag UN %. I at hashtag UN % and asterisk UN you hashtag UN % at end. You won't die, you at hashtag UN % and son of a bitch at hashtag UN and your whole family at asterisk n % hashtag. Silly system, I'm cursing you, did you hear me? Fu Yan was afraid the system wouldn't understand, so he specially translated it in his mind. The next second, a sound of grinding gears echoed in Fu Yan's mind. Fu Yan nodded in satisfaction, it seems it hurt him. Fu Yan didn't fear it eavesdropping on his thoughts. But if he found out it was snooping and didn't curse it a bit, that would truly be his loss. Uncertain whether the system heard Fu Yan's thoughts, the already burdensome gears let out a click sound again. Oh, you're still here? After Fu Yan spoke, he unleashed another round of violent output. The concentration of his curses could be described as pure without a drop of water added. As for the filthiness, it was like kicking the system into a cesspool and violently smashing its head with a stick while standing on top. In the first direct confrontation with the system, Fu Yan won decisively. So they say, words have power. The ancients did not deceive me. After finishing off the system, Fu Yan felt great. He left Zhou Yufeng's room and randomly found a clean place to rest. At the same time, the rest of the players also heard the system prompt in their minds. Ding! Player Fu Yan has successfully cracked the player task, and the player task has now refreshed. A few players, immersed in the fear of being controlled by the system, suddenly sat up and quickly checked their dungeon tasks. They found that the tasks had indeed refreshed. Upon seeing that the player task was to resurrect themselves, they fell into deep confusion again. What? Could it be that they are already dead? After coming to this chilling conclusion, they sank into deep anxiety. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Of course, there were a few players with tough minds who, upon hearing that Fu Yan had cracked the player task, only had time to exclaim, awesome. Then they fell back into deep sleep once more. In the middle of the night, Fu Yan was sleeping soundly in his room. Suddenly, a creaking sound arose. The rocking chair in the corner of the room slowly began to sway. Moonlight poured through the window, illuminating the room. There sat a long-haired ghost in red clothing. She was sitting in the rocking chair, slowly rocking back and forth. Her body moved in rhythm with the swaying of the chair, starting to tremble slightly. At first, she was just gently swaying, but unsure if it was because Fu Yan hadn't woken up after rocking for a long time, she began to increase the strength and shook hard. Not just the rocking chair swayed, even her body bent at a 90-degree angle, swaying back and forth, her silky hair whipping around like she was on a roller coaster. The harsh squeak sound echoed urgently in the quiet room. Fu Yan's ears twitched slightly, then he slowly opened his eyes, only to see a female ghost sitting in a rocking chair, playing with him. Fu Yan glanced at her and then fiercely covered his head with the quilt. So annoying. Seeing Fu Yan awake, the ghost seemed very excited. She saw Fu Yan hide under the quilt without saying a word, thinking he was scared by her. So, she instantly floated in front of Fu Yan. She hung her face over Fu Yan's head, looking down to reveal a ghostly face, grayish-blue and leaking blood from 7 holes. Take care of my red wedding dress. Please, don't let me die too early. A chilling and mournful song echoed in the empty room, equipped with a 360-degree surround sound effect. At the center of this vocal assault, Fu Yan couldn't take it anymore and suddenly threw off the quilt. The ghost was startled by Fu Yan's sudden movement and, after reacting, continued to stretch her tongue and wail. She was hanged to death in her lifetime, and after death, her tongue was exceptionally long. Just as her tongue was about to whip across Fu Yan's face, he grabbed her head. The ghost immediately panicked. Hey! Hey! What are you trying to do? Fu Yan yanked her hair and forcibly dragged her outside. 5 minutes later, the ghost was hung by her own tongue from the beam at the door. Her face turned pale, filled with regret. She stammered, Do I really have to sing? Fu Yan nodded impassively. Don't you love to sing? The ghost. She whimpered twice, seeing Fu Yan showing no signs of mercy. She could only sing haltingly. I love taking a shower. My skin is so good. Woohoo! In that moment, her dignity as a female ghost was completely lost, crying and whining. But this was only the start. Fu Yan not only forced her to sing nursery rhymes but also made her loop around the beam. When the first ray of morning sunlight was about to shine on her, Fu Yan finally came out of the room and let her down. Her tongue was already stained with blood and flesh, stiff like a piece of rubber. At this moment, a sound of a door opening came from the next door. The ghost covered her mouth, trembling, thanked Fu Yan, and then, before the person next door could exit, she lifted her tongue and floated away, forgetting that she could disappear on the spot. What a joke! If someone else saw her, how would she have the face to scare anyone in the future? Chapter 81, The First 6. Liu Yang hadn't slept well all night. First, he was awakened by the system's alert sound, realizing the fact that he was dead. Then, a piercing wail of ghostly cries kept him awake for half the night. Finally, as dawn broke, he mustered the courage to step outside. As soon as he opened the door, he encountered Fu Yan next door, stretching. Liu Yang swallowed hard, cautiously asking, Big brother, did you sleep well last night? Fu Yan thought for a moment and nodded, not bad. If it weren't for that ghost causing trouble, he would have slept quite well. Liu Yang looked around to confirm that there were no strange figures nearby and whispered, So, did you hear anything unusual? Like cries? Fu Yan shook his head decisively, no. He didn't hear cries, but there were songs. Upon hearing Fu Yan's words, Liu Yang's face turned ghostly pale. He mindlessly waved his hand at Fu Yan and stumbled back to his room. It's over, it's over. I've been targeted. I must have been targeted. I probably won't survive tonight. Didn't I already die? Oh my. Why did I die without doing anything? Liu Yang muttered to himself, sometimes happy, sometimes downcast, looking very abnormal. Fu Yan watched Liu Yang's retreating figure, pondering for a moment, is this guy suffering from some anxiety disorder? In the morning, after the players tidied themselves up, they rushed to the kitchen first. Unlike Fu Yan, who was full and satisfied, they had gone hungry the entire night. After wandering around the entire house, the players finally found a remote spot in the backyard. They found the kitchen. Along the way, they encountered several servants of the Zhou residence, but without exception, these people were just like Zhou Yufeng, invisible to them. And they could not touch these people either. Although players could not touch these people, they could touch the items inside the house. The players sneaked into the kitchen, taking advantage of the absence of the Zhou residence's servants. Each one stealthily grabbed 2 buns to hide in their arms, then quietly slipped away. Fu Yan also followed behind this group of players, but he did not take any buns. He watched the players sneakily steal and felt quite puzzled. They can't see you, so do you really need to be this sneaky? The leading player rolled his eyes, just about to question where this fool came from, asking such a childish question, when he turned around and met Fu Yan's bewildered gaze. The leading player quickly swallowed back the question that was ready to spill from his lips. It turned out to be a points expert. Then it's nothing to worry about. How could the question from an expert be childish? If it seemed childish, it must be that they didn't explain clearly to the expert. The leading player immediately put on a smiling face, lowered his voice, and explained to Fu Yan, Brother, you don't know, though these people can't see us, we can still touch the items here. So you see, if we borrowed the buns in front of them, they can't see us, they would only see a bun floating in the air. Wouldn't they think they're seeing ghosts in broad daylight? After hearing this, Fu Yan looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to have a sense of public morality. The praised player grinned, happily nodding his head. But halfway through, he felt something was off. At that moment, a man dressed as a chef, wearing a tall white hat, walked in. He was followed by a woman in an apron. The two of them strolled in slowly. At this time, more than 10 players were already standing in the kitchen. Although the kitchen was not small, with over 10 tall figures standing there, it felt a bit crowded. Seeing someone come in, all the players halted their movements. They shrank to the side, not daring to breathe, afraid of being discovered by these people. Knowing well that these two people could not touch them, they still instinctively gave way. Their cautious demeanor resembled frightened cats afraid their tails would be stepped on. But Fu Yan did not care about that. When he saw the chef enter, he immediately thought of the stir-fried cucumber slices from last night. He walked beside the chef, crossed his arms, and said lightly, That plate of cucumber slices last night, it was you who fried it? Jay salty. Everyone gasped in surprise as Fu Yan stepped forward. Then they remembered that these people couldn't see them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the chef directly lifted the pot lid to taste the dish, showing no awareness of Fu Yan, nor had he heard what he said. Just when the players felt the crisis was averted, Fu Yan suddenly grabbed an empty bowl from the stove and smashed it on the ground. Can't hear me talking, huh? I'm telling you, your dish is too salty. Too salty. Too salty. Too salty. As he spoke, he grabbed the empty bowl beside him and smashed it down hard. The ceramic white bowl crashed around the chef's feet. The chef was startled. When he looked up, he saw a kitchen knife pointing right at his face. A ghost. Two screams echoed through the kitchen. In the next second, the maid and the chef screamed and ran out of the kitchen. Then a kitchen knife flew out from the kitchen, narrowly missing the chef's heel, embedding itself in the cobblestone floor. Lenin. He looked at Fu Yan, and after a long while, he nervously said, "BB brother, we are exposed, they will think this place is haunted." Fu Yan crossed his arms and expressionlessly gazed in the direction the chef had run away. Haunted? With so many players having come through, they should have adapted by now. WW what if, they haven't adapted yet? Lu Yang, hiding behind the crowd, whispered. He wasn't trying to argue, it was just his habit, something that could be called thoughtful or, frankly, a worrywart. Then let's give them a chance to adapt properly this time. After saying this, Fu Yan turned around, looked at the stir-fried food on the counter, casually picked up a pair of chopsticks, and said politely, "Since you're not hungry, I'll eat first." Saying that, he grabbed the chopsticks with a whoosh and started eating heartily. The crowd. We are hungry. But we dare not fight you for food. After Fu Yan finished eating, he leisurely left the kitchen. The crowd initially just wanted to grab a couple of buns to go back and eat with water in a hurry. But Fu Yan's words sparked deep thoughts among them. Right. So many players have come through this instance, the NPCs here should be used to seeing ghosts by now. If they haven't adapted, it must be the NPCs' problem. They are merely a group of starving souls who want to eat, what could they possibly do wrong? With this thought, the crowd no longer hid, they picked up their chopsticks and started devouring the food. Hey! This is delicious. Chapter 82 The Seventh Day, 7. When the people from the Zhou mansion received the news and rushed to the kitchen, they saw a scene with clean bowls and empty plates. The Zhou mansion crowd. Butler Wang Bo mysteriously pulled Zhou Yufeng aside and whispered, "Xiao Feng, did that group come back again?" Zhou Yufeng, having no parents, grew up under Wang Bo's care, so Wang Bo was like family to him. Thus, Wang Bo knew about Zhou Yufeng's ability to see ghosts. At this moment, the kitchen was long devoid of players, with only Fu Yan remaining, openly eavesdropping on their conversation. Zhou Yufeng subtly glanced at Fu Yan before nodding to Wang Bo. Ah, did they leave now? Wang Bo looked around, seemingly checking for anything strange nearby. Meanwhile, Fu Yan leaned over right in front of Wang Bo, tilting his head to stare at him. Zhou Yufeng held Wang Bo's hand and stepped aside, saying casually, "They left." It wasn't that he didn't trust Wang Bo, he just didn't want Wang Bo to be frightened by that guy. Hearing Zhou Yufeng say this, Wang Bo immediately sighed in relief, whispering, "That's good, that's good." Why were those things so fierce this time? Wang Bo's murmurs didn't escape Fu Yan's ears. Standing beside Wang Bo, he pointed at the back of Wang Bo's head and said to Zhou Yufeng, "This old fellow is talking bad about me." Zhou Yufeng. After Wang Bo finished his rant, he seemed to suddenly remember something, leaning close to Zhou Yufeng's ear and whispering, "Those things. I don't know if you can." Wang Bo didn't say it outright but made a gesture of look. But before Zhou Yufeng could respond, Fu Yan interjected, "I already know." Zhou Yufeng. Come on. You take it, you say it. In order to avoid worrying Wang Bo, Zhou Yufeng decisively shook his head. He then received Fu Yan's comment, "This kid is too dishonest." Zhou Yufeng. All the words he had in this lifetime seemed to be used up today. After Fu Yan's teachings that morning, the players now showed no shyness at all. They confidently weaved among the people from the Zhou mansion. If they needed anything, they would just sneak in and take it. One player even directly swiped Wang Bo's reading glasses from his nose. My neighbor's old man broke his reading glasses in the last instance. I saw they sell for hundreds in the points shop, and this one is just right to take back to him. Hey, you won't believe it. I just saw a beautiful dress in the room. I was thinking whether to take it back for my girlfriend. Take it. Don't be polite. We are all friends here, just take it. Lu Yang weakly spoke from the side, isn't this not good? The player next to him patted his arm, earnestly saying, "When the damn game drags you in, did it ask for your consent?" Lu Yang shook his head. The player pointed to the coffin in the morning hall, "Did it ask for your opinion when it killed you?" Lu Yang continued to shake his head. The player said, "Did NPCs care about your feelings when they slaughtered your family and friends?" Lu Yang's eyes reddened as he shook his head again. So why bother reasoning with bandits? If you treat them like humans, then you truly aren't one. I'll tell you the truth, my dad was killed by an NPC in a dungeon while trying to protect me, so I will never forgive these damn NPCs. Do you think what we're taking is just an object? No. This is our first step to bravely fight against the darkness. Liu Yang was fired up by his words, he clenched his fists, you're right. Even if I die today, I will take everything from them before I go. This isn't stealing, this is fighting for justice. Huh? What? Die? Then I need to hurry and show off 2 more bowls of rice. The player said, and hurriedly scampered toward the kitchen. Liu Yang was still full of enthusiasm. At that moment, another player walked over and patted Liu Yang on the shoulder. Liu Yang, gripping his fists, nodded vigorously, no need to say more, I understand. Everything is unspoken. Fight for justice. I just wanted to tell you, don't listen to old Wang's nonsense, last time he even told someone that his parents were both dead. Huh? When Fu Yan returned to the morning hall, he saw it filled with large and small bags. Among them, 2 players were moving large items like tables and benches into the morning hall. When they saw Fu Yan come in, they greeted him enthusiastically. This was their enlightening mentor. Fu Yan originally wanted to tell them that these items couldn't be taken out of the dungeon. But he thought they might be preparing for their own funerals, so he didn't say much more. Fu Yan walked into the morning hall, wanting to observe the state of the corpses. As soon as he entered, he saw a burly man struggling in his coffin, and he greeted Fu Yan warmly. Fu Yan walked over to take a look. Wow! This guy was actually stitching his own belly with needle and thread. Not just his, even the stomachs of several other corpses had been sewn up by him. The stitching was so delicate that it would be a shame not to use it on a delicate plant. Fu Yan, is this how you plan to resurrect yourselves? The big man nodded, then shook his head, mainly because waking up with an open belly doesn't look good. A quick-witted player immediately caught the key point from Fu Yan's words, does that mean you have a good solution? Noon. The sun was shining bright, the warmth overwhelming. People from the Zhou residence gathered in small groups, basking in the sunlight. Hey, did you hear about what happened in the kitchen this morning? What's there to hear? I was right there. Quick, tell us. Were those things really that fierce? Not just fierce. It was pure rage, I haven't seen such a furious ghost in many years. The maid recounted the morning's kitchen events, embellishing every detail, leaving everyone stunned. I've heard that the house is haunted, but I didn't know it was this serious. In the past, it was just things moving, food disappearing, a tap of cold wind at night, nothing like the uproar today. Hasn't anyone tried to exorcise the ghosts in the house? Of course. A high monk came once and said this used to be a mass grave, with something big hidden underground. What kind of thing? I don't know, I only heard it from the old folks. And then what? Did the monk say how to break the curse? It said he left behind an ancient book and a formation to suppress the thing below. After that, although strange events continued, nobody was harmed. With such a commotion today, could it be that the thing underground has come out? Where is the ancient book now? The maid pointed west, the Lantern Garden over there. It said that after the monk left, it was sealed off, and everyone suspects he might have left the formation and the book there. After she finished, the maid added, but don't think about going in. That courtyard is really haunted, it can kill and skin you alive. The other 2 felt goosebumps all over, even under the sun, they felt a chilling breeze around them. Oh no! I'm not going, stop talking. Why does my neck feel so cold? Me too. It's as if someone is blowing on my neck, it gives me goosebumps. The 3 of them sat on the stone bench, enjoying the sun while chatting casually. Behind them stood more than 10 players. The players formed a half circle, standing behind the 3 with their arms crossed, cold eyes fixed on them, a trace of indifference on their lips. When they heard the word ghost, the players instinctively lowered their heads, blowing on their necks to enhance their user experience. Hiss. Who ate garlic for lunch? The maid suddenly asked while pinching her nose. The 2 from the residence shook their heads in confusion, not me. I had green onions for lunch. After they spoke, it seemed they too caught a whiff of garlic in the air. Hey! It really smells of garlic. After confirming no one had eaten garlic, the maid covered her nose in disgust, then it must be your bad breath. Ah! I'm done talking to you, I have work to do. With that, the maid stood up, patted her pants, and left. Leaving the 2 behind, they huffed at each other. Huh? It doesn't smell. Yeah, yours doesn't smell either. Then it must be hers. Meanwhile, Fu Yan approached Zhou Yufeng again. It was lunchtime, and Zhou Yufeng was just about to head to the kitchen when he opened the door and bumped into Fu Yan, who was about to knock. Seeing Fu Yan's raised hand, Zhou Yufeng's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Oh. Have you learned to knock? Don't you usually just barge in? After Zhou Yufeng said this, he felt secretly pleased. Who couldn't throw sarcasm? Alright then, since you have this request, I'll fulfill it for you. With that, Fu Yan kicked open the slightly ajar door and swaggered into the room, not forgetting to turn back and say, aren't you going to get food? Hurry up. Zhou Yufeng. Well. He compromised again. 10 minutes later, Fu Yan and Zhou Yufeng sat together at the dining table, eating. Eating together at the same table with someone from a different world felt truly strange to Zhou Yufeng. He could see ghosts with his eyes. So the teachers and classmates around him were unwilling to pay attention to him, sometimes even pretending not to see him when meeting him on the road. Except for Wang Bo, he had never eaten with anyone else like this. Fu Yan was not as melancholic as he was, picking up his chopsticks and starting to eat. The moment the food entered his mouth, Fu Yan nodded with satisfaction and said, did you tell them to put less salt? Zhou Yufeng looked at him in surprise and said, no. Fu Yan replied, so he listened to what was said in the morning, a child's learning is good. Mentioning the morning made Zhou Yufeng angry again. I don't know what you all want to do, but please stop scaring my family, especially Wang Bo who is old and can't bear your scares. Fu Yan laughed and said, you treat them as family, then what do you think they treat you as? Zhou Yufeng asked, what do you mean? Fu Yan did not answer his question but instead placed a piece of fatty meat into his bowl. Here, eat more meat to nourish your brain. After finishing his meal, Fu Yan stood up and left, without any intention to help him clean up the bowls. During this time, he learned from Zhou Yufeng that there was a haunted courtyard west of the Zhou residence, and Wang Bo wouldn't let him go, fearing he would be haunted by ghosts. Apart from that, there was no other useful information. Night fell. The dark clouds covered the moon, and the shadows of the trees danced. The players sneaked out of the room and gathered in the morning hall. Where's the big brother? Why didn't he come? A player whispered. I don't know, he's not in the room, replied Lu Yang. He lived next to Fu Yan and had knocked on Fu Yan's door before leaving, but there was no one inside. It's okay, let's go first. After discussing, the players decided to scout ahead. Affected by some irresistible force, a dozen people each pulled out a handkerchief. Trained, they covered their faces and stealthily made their way to the west side of the Zhou residence. Following the dilapidated wall, they found the abandoned courtyard that the maid mentioned. The courtyard was locked with a rusty copper lock, and the keyhole had been blocked over the years of erosion. The group couldn't open it and decided to climb over the wall instead. This courtyard had been abandoned for a long time, with branches poking out as no one had trimmed them. The players chose a position where the foliage was less dense, stepped on each other's shoulders, and climbed onto the high courtyard wall. Just as they were heaving themselves up and preparing to cross the horizon, a lazy voice suddenly spoke from behind them. What are you doing? The attentive group was startled by the sudden voice. Two of them even fell directly from the wall, landing in the courtyard. The player who fell into the courtyard was about to curse when they heard voices from inside calling out Big Brother one after another. The two immediately fell silent. Chapter 84, The First 7, 9. Fu Yan saw that it was already late at night, so he casually walked to the west courtyard. As soon as he got close, he saw a dozen dark shadows wriggling against the courtyard wall like a giant caterpillar, shouting slogans that were neither uniform nor tidy. 121. 123. 124. What are you doing? Fu Yan said lightly. Ah. Big brother, you're here. Startled, Sun Tian jumped down from a player's shoulder. He walked up to Fu Yan excitedly and greeted him. We heard from the maid at noon that there are ancient books and formations in this courtyard. We just thought we could come over and see if we could find a way to revive someone. Sun Tian was afraid Fu Yan would misunderstand that they didn't bring him, so he quickly explained. We didn't see you in the afternoon, and we went to look for you, but you weren't in the room. Fu Yan asked, then why didn't you come during the day? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Yes. Why didn't they come during the day? Oh. It's all the stereotype of bad things can only be done at night that harm them. And Fu Yan walked to the front of the courtyard gate and said, why don't you just use the door? The players were about to tell Fu Yan that the door was locked. Suddenly, Fu Yan stepped forward and kicked. With a loud bang, the entire wooden door fell to the ground. Fu Yan stepped on the corpse of the door and swaggered into the courtyard. Everyone was left dumbfounded, and then they followed in a line. Unlike the desolation outside, the whole courtyard was full of life. Not at all looking like it had been abandoned for a long time. In the pond, koi were even frolicking. What was most surprising was that there were no fallen leaves in the entire courtyard. Fu Yan led the players over the small bridge to the two-story attic in the courtyard. On both sides of the attic, there was a vast expanse of red spider lilies. The blood-red flowers bloomed eerily under the moonlight, exuding a strange vitality. Fu Yan bent down, plucked one of the flowers, and tucked it into his suit pocket, then turned to ask everyone, does it look good? Everyone. Good, good looking. After receiving the group's affirmative answer, Fu Yan satisfiedly pushed open the attic door. The attic door was not locked, and the furniture inside was as clean and new as ever, without a speck of dust. Even the paper on the windows was pristine white. The environment looked even better than the Yuan's residence. The players turned on their phones to illuminate the room. On the offering table directly opposite the door, there lay an old bamboo scroll. Sun Tian patted Fu Yan on the shoulder. Bro, could it be that one? After receiving Fu Yan's nod, Sun Tian carefully picked up the bamboo scroll from the offering table. He opened the scroll with caution. The moment the scroll unveiled, it emitted a faint, soft light. But it vanished in an instant. Everyone hurried to check the contents of the scroll, and indeed, it recorded the method of being brought back to life. The players were extremely excited. It's an ancient book, it really is an ancient book. Liu Yang also folded his hands in prayer and exclaimed, "Oh my! This is great, I don't have to die." Fu Yan glanced at the characters on the scroll, all written in simplified vernacular. Which family's ancient book is so informal? Are they afraid that players won't understand it? Did they bring their own translation? Thinking this way, Fu Yan wasn't prepared to tell these players. He still needed to use these players for experiments. Fu Yan clapped his hands in agreement. Wow! This is just wonderful. At that moment, somehow a player triggered a mechanism. The wall behind the offering table slowly sank down, revealing a dark, narrow staircase. A foul, rotten smell rushed at them, accompanied by a series of low growls. There's something below. Liu Yang whispered. Fu Yan nodded. Yes, everyone heard it. Sun Tian then directly asked Fu Yan, "Bro, are we going down?" "Fu Yan, I'm going down, you're free to choose." Saying this, he walked straight down the stairs. Sun Tian took a glance at the dark staircase and, gritting his teeth, followed. A few timid players did not follow but remained at the entrance to guard. Sun Tian had a plan. To prevent them from shutting the door behind, he took the scroll down with him. The staircase was narrow and ominous, surrounded by damp rock. Fu Yan walked first, with other players illuminating the way with their phones. After walking about 10 meters, Fu Yan suddenly stopped. Sun Tian, who was behind Fu Yan, hurriedly leaned forward to ask, "What's wrong, bro?" "Fu Yan, there's no way ahead." Sun Tian raised his phone to shine it forward and saw that the end of the staircase was actually a huge, deep pit. The light from the phone disappeared 2 or 3 meters in front of the pit. That is to say, Fu Yan was standing on the last step, and before him was very likely a bottomless abyss. Just as Sun Tian wanted to ask Fu Yan how deep the pit was, Fu Yan pulled out his phone. He turned on the flashlight and casually tossed his phone into the big pit in front of him. As the light from the phone flashed by, Sun Tian saw that the bottom of the pit was filled with sheer cliffs. However, until the flashlight's light disappeared, Sun Tian did not hear the sound of the phone hitting the ground. The depth of this pit was probably over 100 meters. Thinking of this, Sun Tian quickly stepped back a stair and said nervously, "Then let's hurry." Before he could say the words "go back," he saw Fu Yan leap into the deep pit directly. What the hell? Not knowing if it was the strong sense of immersion in that moment, although Fu Yan jumped, it was Sun Tian whose legs went weak. What's wrong? What's wrong? The people behind couldn't see the situation ahead and kept pushing Sun Tian to look forward. Sun Tian lost his balance, stumbled 2 steps, and almost fell in to accompany Fu Yan. Fortunately, Sun Tian quickly steadied himself against the stone walls on both sides. He shouted loudly to the other players behind, "Run! There's a pit ahead!" Facing the bottomless abyss, Sun Tian was eventually dragged out by someone with trembling legs. In the last glance before leaving the deep pit, he still couldn't find Fu Yan's figure. In the room, Sun Tian sat in the middle while the other players formed a circle around him. "Sun Tian, oh Sun Tian! Who would have thought, with your thick brows and big eyes, you would do such a heartless thing? Didn't your big brother treat you badly? He taught you robbery, brought you along to fish in troubled waters, yet in the end, you actually betrayed him, pushing him into the pit. His teachings still linger in your ears, his morning week hasn't passed, his body hasn't grown cold, it doesn't matter if it's cold or not, what matters is how could you do such a reckless thing?" Everyone spat at him one by one, almost drowning Sun Tian. Sun Tian covered his head. "God! How many times do I need to say it? Brother really isn't the one I killed. At that time, you were the one standing behind him, if it's not you, then who could it be?" Sun Tian replied, "It really was him who jumped down by himself." "Is he crazy? Jumping in by himself?" Sun Tian hesitated. Well, that's hard to say. Chapter 85, The Morning Week, 10. The blowing wind rushed past Fu Yan's ears, mixed with a foul smell. This abyss is thousands of meters deep, completely pitch black inside, with steep stone walls surrounding it. Fu Yan fell for a long time in the air before landing on the hard ground. The stench at the bottom of the pit grew stronger, and a chilling howl echoed throughout the deep pit. That sound seemed to come from beneath his feet. Fu Yan looked around. A certain spot at the pit's bottom was flickering with a faint light. The phone he had just thrown down was now quietly lying there. It must be said, while the system game wasn't great, the phone was quite sturdy. Fu Yan wrapped the phone in a handkerchief and tucked it into his pocket. Besides the endless darkness at the bottom of the pit, there was nothing else. Although this game wasn't very smart, Fu Yan didn't think it could be foolish enough to dig a big pit just to wait for someone to jump in. He walked slowly around the steep walls at the bottom of the pit. When arriving at a certain place, he felt a faint flow of air stirring. Fu Yan looked closely and discovered that this stone wall was actually a hidden door. Since the hidden door was here, the mechanism must be nearby. Thinking this, Fu Yan smashed his fist against the stone door. The cracking sound of a ka-ka-cha-cha echoed. The next second, the stone door shattered into pieces, falling to the ground with a crash. Fu Yan stepped on the fragments and leisurely entered another space. Every place Fu Yan stepped on, the broken stones turned to dust. He passed through a dark tunnel and arrived in another space beside the deep pit. This was a semicircular stone cave resembling a burial mound, with a translucent ice coffin placed in the center. Fu Yan stood at the edge of the cave, still feeling the cold air radiating from the ice coffin. Under the ice coffin was an array radiating dazzling light. Name: Rebirth Array, not activated. Rules: it can be activated through a sacrificial ritual. What the sacrificer loses is just a life, while the NPC gains a body. He. But this place didn't only have this array. Fu Yan's rule quickly showed a new change. Name: Soul Gathering Array, activated. Rules: this array contains immense vitality. It can condense all kinds of demons and spirits. Advantage: it can provide a continuous stream of NPCs for the current instance. Disadvantage: it requires a powerful spirit as the eye of the formation. Fu Yan stepped over the formation and walked up to the icy coffin. Inside the coffin lay a handsome corpse with striking features. Just as Fu Yan had imagined earlier. As Fu Yan approached the icy coffin, creepy, bone-chilling growls echoed up from beneath his feet. How to describe that sound? It was probably similar to the groans of a zombie that had its brain eaten. Each growl seemed to warn Fu Yan, telling him not to touch that coffin. Fu Yan squatted down beside the coffin and gently tapped on the ground with his hand. Which coffin are you talking about? Is it this one? After saying this, Fu Yan single-handedly pushed the coffin away from the eye of the formation. A tidal wave of roars surged in, and a foul smell instantly filled the whole stone cave. The banyan flower on Fu Yan's chest withered in an instant. Under the coffin appeared a hole the size of a well. Below the hole, boiling magma churned, with countless skinless, blood-red, long-limbed monsters struggling within. They were howling pitifully in the magma, as if they were being melted away. If one had to describe these monsters with a type of food, Fu Yan thought they resembled peeled tomatoes soaking in curry soup. Just thinking about it was a bit appetizing. Fu Yan reached down and casually pulled up a monster that was only half a body left from the magma. The scalding magma did not harm Fu Yan's body at all. To him, the monster's clawing felt like a chicken pecking at rice. He yanked the monster up and threw it on the ground. The half-bodied monster struggled to crawl a few times on the ground, then quickly turned to a half-rigid stone sculpture. Meanwhile, the body of the servant from the Zhou residence also began to show varying degrees of petrification. Fortunately, it was night, and everyone was asleep in their rooms, so no one noticed. In the stone cave, Fu Yan crushed the monster's petrified head with a kick. But he did not hear the sound of horror points being added. Could it be that he had to activate the rebirth formation to materialize the NPCs? Thinking this, Fu Yan began to rummage through the magma. Finally, he chose the most lively monster, which was baring its teeth and claws. Fu Yan pulled the monster out, casually pushed the icy coffin back to its original spot. In the next moment, the ghostly wails vanished, and the banyan flower on Fu Yan's chest regained its vitality. The monster that Fu Yan had pulled ashore quickly grew back its 4 limbs. It roared and lunged at Fu Yan. 5 minutes later, Fu Yan was riding on the monster's back, one hand gripping its shoulder blade, the other reaching into its body, gripping its rotting apple-like heart. He shouted, "Giddy up!" The monster! The monster rolled its eyes, legs on the ground, unwillingly carrying Fu Yan and climbing up the cliffs surrounding the deep pit. The monster dug its sharp claws into the cliff, using its strength to climb outwards with Fu Yan on its back. As it climbed, the monster muttered curses. Damn it! Who the hell dug this pit so deep? Meanwhile, within the stone cave, ripples glimmered as the rebirth formation quietly underwent changes. Players expressed deep regret for Fu Yan's sacrifice. After Sun Tian swore a curse and suggested, "We'll rewatch the playback after we get out," the players temporarily let him off the hook. Although their big brother had died, they still needed to go on with their lives. The players mourned for 2 seconds before enthusiastically preparing for resurrection. Before leaving, they shouted up the stairs, "Big brother, rest in peace." Don't worry about us, we'll live well with your teachings, and on holidays, we won't come back to see you, so don't think about us, goodbye. After saying that, they kindly closed the hidden door behind the offering table. You see how advanced Big Brother's tomb is? It even has a sliding cover. The players returned to the morning hall, and following the instructions on the bamboo slip, Sun Tian drew a strange rune on the back of his own corpse. A drop of fresh blood dripped into the corpse's mouth. Then he returned to his room and used the blood to draw a dharma array the size of a meditation cushion on the floor. After finishing the array, he lit a white candle at each of the 5 corners as instructed by the bamboo slip. With everything ready, he was left alone in the room. He sat cross-legged on the floor, hands pressed together, eyes closed, silently reciting the incantation from the bamboo slip. The incantations, once incomprehensible, now flowed from his mouth as if he understood them without a teacher. With his eyes shut, the speed of his lips reciting increased rapidly. Inside the room, the flames danced wildly, while outside, a chilling wind howled. The dim candlelight in the lantern flickered ominously, hinting at a sinister green hue. Chapter 86, The 7th Day, 11. After the ritual, Sun Tian's face was pale, his lips colorless. He felt completely drained, as if all life had been sucked out of him. Stumbling, he pushed open the door and staggered out. Players waiting outside hurried forward to support him. Brother, you make it hard not to worry. The group helped Sun Tian and prepared to meet those guarding the morning hall. Just as they reached the door of the morning hall, they encountered Lu Yang, who rushed out in a panic. Lu Yang pointed at the coffin in the hall and exclaimed, "It's alive! It's alive!" Supporting Sun Tian, everyone entered the morning hall together. Lu Yang briefly explained what had just happened in the hall. Not long after Sun Tian returned to his room, a sudden evil wind blew through the morning hall, scattering yellow paper everywhere, and the candles flickered with a greenish flame. In the next moment, the candlelight went out, plunging the entire morning hall into darkness. Just as the crowd was at a loss, a faint breath came from within the coffin. Though weak, the sound drew the attention of all players present. Moments later, the candles relit. Players gathered around Sun Tian's coffin. To their shock, they discovered that Sun Tian's chest was actually rising and falling, clearly breathing. Hearing this, Sun Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. He rushed into the morning hall and headed straight for his coffin. Indeed, just as Lu Yang said, his corpse was really breathing. Not only that, but his complexion was much more flushed. The players conducted a detailed examination of Sun Tian's corpse. They found that aside from the lack of a heartbeat, all other life signs were normal. With breathing restored, how far could the heartbeat be? Maybe after a good night's sleep, it would return too. Sun Tian still felt weak and could only watch as others handled his corpse. For some reason, he felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. At that moment, Lu Yang moved closer to Sun Tian and quietly asked about how he felt. "Brother Sun, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Sun Tian's thoughts were interrupted by Lu Yang's question. He stretched his shoulders and felt his body. "I just feel a bit tired, all my strength is gone, and it feels like my body isn't my own. Maybe the ritual was too exhausting. Lu Yang, is there any other side effect?" Thinking more deeply, Lu Yang liked to ask thorough questions about everything. Sun Tian pondered for a moment, suddenly looking like he was about to cry. Lu Yang was startled by his expression, thinking he was in trouble, and was about to call for help when Sun Tian lamented, "If I really come back to life, then I'll have to live with a belly full of scars. Damn it! I have to go out and see the footage to find out who cut me open." Lu Yang. Everyone desires beauty, he couldn't let himself have a fixed notion just because Brother Sun was big and rough. Lu Yang comforted Sun Tian by patting him on the back, that can be fixed with cosmetic surgery. After checking on Sun Tian and his corpse, and finding everything fine, the crowd returned to their rooms, seeking comfortable spots to prepare for the next ritual. The reason Sun Tian was treated like a guinea pig actually began with his crazy older brother. In this half-night, in the Zhou mansion, a chilling wind blew wildly, and white candles flickered uncertainly. Powerful incantations floated out from the players' rooms. In the morning hall, paper money flew around, and the sounds of breathing echoed in the quiet room. Suddenly, Sun Tian in the coffin fiercely opened his eyes. A pale, sharp hand slowly rested on the edge of the coffin. Rustle! Rustle! In the middle of the night, a strange dragging sound came. Sun Tian drowsily opened his eyes and saw a shadow standing at the bedside. Sun Tian was startled. He hurriedly turned on the bedside lamp. The dim yellow light dispersed the darkness in the room. Sun Tian focused his eyes and found it was the clothes he had hung up before bed. Sun Tian looked up at the window and saw that it was still dark. He picked up his phone from the bedside table to check the time but accidentally dropped it on the floor. Damn! Jumping the ghost is really exhausting. Sun Tian swore, got out of bed to pick up the phone. His bed was an iron bed with nothing underneath. To see if anything was hidden under the bed, he had removed the bedsheet as soon as he arrived. Sun Tian stood barefoot on the floor to pick up the phone. As he bent down, he suddenly saw a pair of grayish-blue legs appearing on the other side of the bed. Sun Tian didn't dare to make a sound. He silently picked up the phone and suddenly looked up. He saw that there was nothing on the other side of the bed. Sun Tian did not look down to check under the bed again. Facts told him that if bizarre things kept happening, then there was no need to hope, it must be a ghost sighting. Sun Tian grabbed his phone and prepared to run. But somehow, his phone had opened the camera function. Sun Tian instinctively looked at the screen and saw a pale ghostly face appearing, with pitch-black eyes staring at him without blinking. Sun Tian held back a scream in his throat, threw the phone towards the ghostly face, and dashed towards the door. As he opened the door, he saw a tall figure standing backlit in front of him. When he saw the person's face clearly, Sun Tian could no longer hold back. With a face full of terror, he screamed, "Ghost!" Half an hour later, players supported each other as they arrived at the morning hall. They saw Fu Yan calmly sitting on the coffin, drinking tea. And the one who had been unseen by them, Zhou Yufeng, was now sitting beside him with a pale face. What terrified them the most was their heads were now scattered on the ground. To be precise, it was the heads of their corpses. Oh! Except for Sun Tian's. At this moment, Sun Tian was staring wide-eyed at his own live corpse. Sun Tian, you're alive? Big brother, are you alive? The players asked cautiously. Who could tell them what was going on? Sun Tian completely gave up on thinking. He walked to Fu Yan's side and explained to everyone, of course, the big brother is alive. Big brother, quickly tell them how you went down, so they won't consider me a suspect. Sun Tian stood next to Fu Yan, pretending to be powerful, looking proudly at the players across from him. Fu Yan, after hearing, spoke lightly, "Oh, he pushed me down." Sun Tian looked proud, "See, I told you all." "What did you say, big brother?" At this moment, Zhou Yufeng, who was sitting beside them, suddenly stood up. He looked at Fu Yan and said coldly, "Enough, I don't want to watch your tricks anymore. Just say, what do you really want?" The players looked confused. Huh? Weren't you unable to see us? Zhou Yufeng ignored them, he only stared intently at Fu Yan. Fu Yan took a sip of tea, leisurely said, "Have you ever thought about the reason why you can see ghosts is not because you have the yin-yang eyes? But because you are originally a ghost." Chapter 87, The Seventh Day, 12. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufeng sneered in disdain. He thought this person was simply ridiculous. A group of dead people came to his house, claiming he was dead. It was truly absurd no matter how he thought about it. After Fu Yan finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Zhou Yufeng. He turned to everyone and explained, "In fact, we are not ghosts at all, the real ghosts are the people from the Zhou residence. So we are definitely not dead." Sun Tian exclaimed in shock. No wonder he always felt that something was off. Fu Yan nodded, "And the people from the Zhou residence, they have been able to see us from the beginning, they have been pretending this whole time." After Fu Yan finished speaking, he turned to Zhou Yufeng, "Of course, that includes you." Zhou Yufeng looked at him with disbelief, "This is absolute nonsense." Fu Yan, adhering to the principle of not taking responsibility after causing trouble, continued to explain to the players, "Although they have pretended not to see us, they still revealed themselves after the ruckus this morning." Upon hearing this, everyone simultaneously recalled the scene of Fu Yan yelling, "Too salty, too salty," while smashing things right next to the chef's ear that morning. It was hard not to remember that vivid scene. Zhou Yufeng also thought of the lunch dishes, which were indeed milder than before. He had not told the chef to use less salt. Could the chef really see them? The players were now so weak they could barely stand, kicking the head of a corpse aside and collapsing on the ground, looking up at Fu Yan on the coffin. "Then why did they pretend for us?" Fu Yan threw the bamboo slip onto the ground and said flatly, "Because they want to lure you into activating the ritual. In the deep pit of the western courtyard, there hides a bunch of monsters, with two magical formations at the bottom. The first formation is the Soul Gathering Formation. This formation has already been activated, and it has gathered the monsters at the bottom of the pit. The second formation is the Rebirth Formation, which can allow the monsters to be reborn through a special sacrificial ritual. When I left, the second formation had not yet been activated." Fu Yan looked at the pale-faced crowd and continued, "But I think the second formation has been activated now." Facing the matter of their own lives, the players reacted quickly. "So what is written on this bamboo slip is not the method of resurrection but the ritual to activate the formation. We sacrificed our lives through the ritual, reviving these monsters?" As soon as this player finished speaking, everyone felt a wave of dizziness. If it wasn't for the environment, they would have wanted to faint right there. Some players immediately opened their control panels. "Oh my! I only have 5 health points left." "Hey! Mine too." "Huh? All of you have 5? Why do I only have 3? After hearing this, the players all felt somewhat reassured. It didn't matter who had the most health points, as long as they weren't at the bottom. The reason they survived this far in the mid-level dungeon was entirely due to their good mindset. The players continued to boast about their health points to each other. Fu Yan gave Sun Tian a look to bring over the corpse tied up in the corner. At this point, there was only this living corpse left in the room. After finding out that this was not his corpse but a body prepared for the monster, Sun Tian really couldn't help but feel it looked quite funny. It simply didn't capture even 1% of his handsomeness. Sun Tian pushed the corpse over to Fu Yan's side. Fu Yan directly tore open the monster's chest in front of everyone. Inside the chest cavity was a heart, rotten like 1,000 holes, showing no signs of beating. Fu Yan wiped the blood on the monster's clothes and said lightly, "Everyone here, including the player tasks from the dungeon, is meant to mislead the players into thinking they are dead. Thus, holding the ritual, sacrificing their lives, reviving the monsters. These monsters will be resurrected in the sea. 7 days later, it will kill the players who are still alive, otherwise, how could there be a death rate in the instance?" After Fu Yan came up from the pit at night, he went straight to the morning hall. At that time, except for his corpse which had not yet awakened, the other 12 players' corpses had already sat up from their coffins. Fu Yan casually exploded a wave of horror value, and then discovered that Sun Tian's corpse was missing. Without thinking, it must have gone to find its living heart cultivation dish. Fu Yan strolled to Sun Tian's door and just happened to see Sun Tian's corpse wandering at the entrance. Thus, the earlier scene of Sun Tian opening the door happened. After Fu Yan finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Yufeng. "The people around you are all monsters from the abyss, their existence is to make you believe you are still alive. Why are there often ghosts in the Zhou mansion? Because this was originally a deserted house. Your presence has compressed the two spaces together. That's also why we can touch objects but cannot touch the people here. Because we are originally people from different spaces." Zhou Yufeng clenched his fists. Although his rationality wavered, he still did not want to believe it deep inside. A Ling, the chef, and Uncle Wang were clearly real, visible, and tangible. How could they possibly be fake? "Impossible, you're lying to me. You're a ghost, you want to confuse me." Fu Yan shrugged indifferently. "Your corpse is hidden in the ice coffin at the bottom of the pit. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see. The existence of this instance relies on the power of Zhou Yufeng's spirit body. Only when Zhou Yufeng realizes clearly that this world is fictional, will this instance completely disappear. Otherwise, Fu Yan would have long since knocked him out with a punch, and wouldn't be talking nonsense with him." "Fu Yan, do you still remember how long you have lived here? Besides the people of the Zhou mansion, has anyone else shown any abnormal behavior towards your existence?" Zhou Yufeng followed Fu Yan's words and began to recall all the bits and pieces of his life here. But the more he thought, the more blurred his memories became. The fragments of his past life were like someone forcibly pouring into his mind. As for others, Zhou Yufeng recalled the teacher who never asked him questions in class and the classmates who pretended not to see him when they met on the road. Could it be that they rejected him not because his eyes could see ghosts, but because they truly could not see him? Zhou Yufeng's thoughts became chaotic, his understanding was gradually being overturned. In the next second, the items in the morning hall slowly shattered into points of light, floating into the air with Zhou Yufeng's swirling thoughts. The chairs and benches, red bricks, and green tiles in the Zhou mansion gradually began to fade. In the blink of an eye, the entire Zhou mansion became old and shabby. Chapter 88, The First 7 Days, 13. Zhou Yufeng looked at the scene before him, completely stunned. At this moment, Sun Tian's corpse was still standing next to Fu Yan, wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Since the monster inside the corpse had a filthy mouth, Fu Yan had blocked it as soon as he caught him. Obviously, Fu Yan wasn't planning to give him a chance to speak now. Fu Yan sat on the coffin and punched the shoulder of the corpse with one hand. In the next second, the corpse broke through the ground under its feet and was directly punched into the ground by Fu Yan. Only its head was left exposed. The corpse's eyes were fixed on Fu Yan. If its eyes were 3D printers, the entire room would surely be filled with dirty words. Fu Yan was very satisfied with its fierce gaze. He jumped down from the coffin, walked to the back of the corpse's head, gently twisted his ankle, and then, in a standard kicking posture, kicked the corpse's head off. At the moment the head separated from the neck, the corpse didn't forget to use its eyes to increase the difficulty of the review. The round head formed a perfect arc in midair and finally flew out of the doorway with a swoosh. Yes. The ball is in. Fu Yan placed 2 fingers against his forehead, pointing in the direction where the head had disappeared. He made a salute gesture. Ding. Terror value plus 500. In this instance, he killed a total of 13 monsters, earning 6,500 terror points. Fu Yan leaned on his coffin, looking at the still body inside that looked just like him, starting to feel troubled. "I really want to revive you, but I don't have any blood to give you. That's 500 terror points. What a waste." Thinking of this, Fu Yan slowly turned his head, shifting his gaze to the players slumped on the ground. For the first time, the players understood Fu Yan's intentions so quickly. They waved their hands in panic. No. No way. Brother. We only have 5 hit points left. We really can't afford to lose anymore. Fu Yan thought for a moment and then shifted his gaze to the dazed Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng shivered, instinctively blurted out, "Don't look at me, I'm dead." Zhou Yufeng, who just found it absurd, instantly accepted the reality. Well then. Fu Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and turned back to sit on the coffin lid. He looked at Zhou Yufeng and said calmly, "Zhou, you've seen the excitement, it's time for you to die. Given that we've known each other for 2 rounds, are you going to go on your own, or shall I send you off?" "Zhou Yufeng, I'll die on my own, no need to send me off, thanks." In the next moment, Zhou Yufeng's body gradually became transparent, then turned into light spots and vanished from the instance. At the same time, the corpse in the ice coffin rapidly decayed and weathered, turning into a pile of fine dust. Meanwhile, the monsters beneath were melted away by the flowing magma. Ding! Terror value plus 10,000. Oh! This is great! Fu Yan sat cross-legged on the coffin lid, counting his terror points. While waiting for the instance to end, the players boldly began to ask Fu Yan questions. "Brother, when did you know we weren't ghosts?" Fu Yan, "Oh, I knew as soon as I arrived." Fu Yan said it casually, but to everyone, it sounded like thunder on a clear day. "You, how did you know?" Fu Yan patted the coffin lid beneath him. "Open up the corpse and you'll know. A person as outstanding as me couldn't possibly have such a garbage body." "So, you mean, the body's belly was opened by you?" Fu Yan nodded nonchalantly. "What? Didn't I tell you? Everyone. Since you knew everyone wasn't dead, why did you want us to hold the ceremony for?" "Oh, I just wanted to see if the corpse would come to life, so I used you all as a little experiment," Fu Yan added. "You won't mind, right? Everyone. We regarded you as our brother, and you actually used us as guinea pigs. Can a person really do such a thing?" They had admired this brother all along, yet he treated them like this. The players felt furious and decided to express their moral outrage against Fu Yan. "Ah ha ha ha. Not at all, completely not a problem. It's fine, really, it's absolutely fine. Brother, you're amazing." Meanwhile, a familiar metallic sound resonated. Beep. Game over. Player Fu Yan successfully cleared the 7-day instance. Player Sun Tian successfully cleared the 7-day instance. Player Lu Yong successfully cleared the 7-day instance. Beep. Player Fu Yan killed all the resurrected beings in the instance. Beep. Player Fu Yan cracked the compressed space and transcended the instance's energy being. The 7-day instance's energy being has disappeared, the resurrected beings have been killed, this instance will cease to refresh and be permanently closed. A total of 14 players participated in this instance, coming in and out the same way. Not to mention that the game system worked hard for nothing and also lost an intermediate instance for free. It vowed never to let Fu Yan team up with the idiots again in the game. Before leaving the game, Fu Yan asked these people to find him in Fairy Tale Town and promised to give each of them a potion to recover. Using system points like this to have people serve him felt really good. The other players couldn't help but laugh at this. The brother truly lived up to his title, giving out recovery potions worth 10,000 points each without hesitation. So what's wrong with being a lickspill? As long as you lick the right person, in the end, you have everything, hee hee. Fu Yan was teleported back to the community, and he Shuiyue and Shui Hao had already returned. Not only had they returned, but they also brought, well, it might be more appropriate to use the word tied. Fu Yan looked at the two strangers, tightly bound like crabs in the castle, and asked in confusion, "What? Is someone voluntarily joining our wealthy gang again?" Shui Hao, seeing Fu Yan back, looking like he found someone to back him up, quickly reported, "These two little beggars are from Lin Xingyun and Zhu Haotian's guild. We matched to a dungeon, but just before we exited, these two idiots plotted against us, almost getting us eaten by a female ghost." Fu Yan hastily asked, "Is the female ghost all right?" Shui Hao shyly shook his head. The female ghost was killed by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu saved him once again, she indeed liked him. Hearing that the female ghost was dead, Fu Yan felt relieved. He kicked the two bound people on the ground. "Where did you get them from?" Shui Hao replied, "The more we thought about it after we got back, the angrier we got. Xiaoyu led me to storm into their guild and directly snatched them away. When Xiaoyu held the gun to the cowardly leader's head, he didn't even dare to make a sound." Fu Yan rubbed his chin and smiled friendly. "In that case, let's drag them into the dungeon and kill them." Chapter 89, Midnight Hotel, 1. As soon as these words came out, the two crabs on the ground struggled desperately. Their necks shook like rattles. They made MHM sounds. Fu Yan crouched in front of them, tilting his head. "Do you have something to say?" The crabs nodded vigorously. Fu Yan picked one up, ripped off the tape on its mouth, and said gently, "Go ahead." Seeing Fu Yan was so easy to talk to, the crab immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother, let me go. I beg you, it was all Lin Xingyun forcing me to do this. I know I was wrong. I'm not human, I will never dare again. Fu Yan lovingly patted its face. Look at what you're saying, if someone didn't know, they'd think I was going to kill you. The crab from Lin Xingyun immediately understood the meaning of Fu Yan's words and started banging its head on the ground towards Shuiwei and Chuihao. I'm sorry, dear lady, I'm sorry, dear sir, I shouldn't have plotted against you, I have eyes but cannot recognize Mount Tai, please spare me. Chuihao and Shuiwei said nothing, just stood to the side, coldly watching them. Their gaze was like looking at the dead. After the crab finished banging its head, Fu Yan pulled it up. How about this? I'll ask you a question, and if you get it right, I'll let you go. The crab nodded quickly. Fu Yan, am I handsome? The crab didn't expect this question to be so simple. It thought Fu Yan would ask about life's dream of splendor. Hastily, the crab nodded without stuttering. Handsome. Handsome. Especially handsome. Fu Yan clicked his tongue, looking at it regretfully. Wrong answer. Chuihao, show him how it's done. Chuihao, standing behind Fu Yan, expressionless, praised, Brother Fu is tall and mighty, super cool, incredibly handsome, strong but not talkative, has a house and a car, is old but still has full hair. Fu Yan, alright, you don't need to add that last part. The crab. Fu Yan casually tossed the bewildered crab to Shuiwei, drag it into the dungeon and kill it. After finishing one, Fu Yan walked towards the other. Now it's your turn. Shu Haotian's crab quickly nodded, opening its mouth to recite the standard answer, but heard Fu Yan softly say. Little Wang went to the supermarket and bought 2 pieces of candy, spending in total 20 degrees times cosine 10 degree plus the square root of 3 times sine 10 degree times tan 70 degree minus twice the cosine 40 degree money. So what supermarket did little Wang go to? Crab number 2. Hearing the first part, it tried to struggle a bit. But hearing the latter part, it could only think, what the hell is this? Don't know? Fu Yan looked at it with a smile, then turned to Shuiwei and said, kill it. Crab number 2, no. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have plotted against you. Please, don't kill me. Fu Yan stood up and smiled at him. What's the use of an apology? Why do we even need the dungeon? Drag him away. Shuiwei closed the dagger, smiling as she grabbed the hair of both people. Just as she was about to drag them into the dungeon, Fu Yan spoke again. Before you kill him, get a few souvenirs for that alternative and the Butcher Guild. Don't forget to attach a card to indicate the intention. Chuihao asked, what should the card say? Fu Yan replied, make it say I go to your at hashtag you and $% at carat hashtag percent as the main line, and the rest is up to your creativity. That night, Lin Xingyun from the Floating Life Dream and Zhu Haotian from the Dragon Slaying Guild received gifts from Fairy Tale Town, a freshly shaved tooth, still dripping with blood, complete with the roots. And a kind greeting from Mr. Fu. After finishing his business, Fu Yan left behind a dozen bottles of restoration potions for those new players and told them someone would come to collect them. New player, who is coming to collect? Fu Yan was momentarily stumped. He truly didn't know what to call those inexperienced players. After thinking for a moment, he said, some people who don't look too bright. Seeing that there was still some time, Fu Yan instructed them and then re-entered the dungeon. Player name, Fu Yan. Game experience, 8. Mental value, 0. Luck value, 0.01. Health value, 100. Talent, unknown. Weapon, none. Overall level, E. Fragments, 25. Player information is visible only to the player. Fu Yan quickly skimmed through and turned to the dungeon information. Dungeon, Midnight Hotel. Mode, online. Level, intermediate. Difficulty. Player mission, kill players possessed by ghosts. Dungeon information broadcasted in real time. Kind reminder, this dungeon is fully live-streamed. Fu Yan glanced at the player mission, kill players possessed by ghosts. This dungeon seemed to want them to turn on each other? As for how to determine if a player was possessed by a ghost. Since there was no way to tell, they could only kill them all. So, this dungeon was essentially a personal battle. Only the last player standing could leave the dungeon. But given the nature of dungeons, would that player really still be a player? Thinking of this, Fu Yan snorted dismissively. After confirming the dungeon mission, Fu Yan began to observe his surroundings. This was a lavishly decorated hotel, and he was currently sitting on a sofa in the lobby. The hotel's decoration primarily used gold, red, and black colors. The lighting in the hotel was very dim, making the overall environment appear murky. At this moment, he was the only person in the lobby. Seeing that the lobby was wide open, Fu Yan thought there was no need to wander around. He sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and lightly tapped his knee with his finger, waiting boredly for the other players to come online. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream opened Fu Yan's stream again. I just left for less than 3 hours, and Fu Shin is streaming again. Does this old man ever get tired? He's not just not tired, he seems to be enjoying it. Fu Yan, I'm not here to join this game, I'm here to destroy this game. Oh? This time it's actually a 5-star dungeon. Does this mean Fu Shin is leveling up again? His leveling speed is like riding a rocket. Regular players need 50 or 60 experience to upgrade to higher dungeons, and he's only at 8 but about to level up again. The difficulty of this dungeon is clear in itself. This Midnight Hotel is also not an easy dungeon. According to statistics, it's a dungeon where 9 out of 10 die. What do you mean 9 out of 10? Literally, 9 will die, and 1 will live. Ah. Then I can only mourn for the remaining 9 players. I have a question, do you think that 1 player who survives out of 9 is still human? What do you mean by that? You've got my skin crawling. I've noticed from Fu Shin's previous streams that the things in the dungeon seem to particularly enjoy using players' identities in dungeons. Chapter 90, Midnight Hotel, 2. The discussion in the live stream room was heated. Before long, the other players gradually came online. There were 10 players in this dungeon. As soon as the players logged in, they began to look over the information on the control panel. When they saw the dungeon name was Midnight Hotel, everyone's expression was subtle. Clearly, they had done their homework in advance and knew that this task was a life or death situation. And no one wanted to be the one who died. After reading the mission, the players began to observe each other. This was already a mid-level 5-star dungeon, and each player in this dungeon had some level of fame. Although they couldn't compare to that packaged power player Chen Shang, calling someone little god wouldn't be too much. Among the 10 players, the most famous was Fu Yan. He not only had strong skills but was also extremely wealthy. Everyone glanced at Fu Yan and then exchanged subtle glances. If it were in another dungeon, they might have been eager to befriend Fu Yan. But in this dungeon, where everyone was independent, the stronger someone was, the more others would be wary of them. Clearly, all 9 of them were very wary of Fu Yan. Because they knew Fu Yan's strength, if he survived in this dungeon, the last person standing would only be Fu Yan. And for the other 9, there would be no chance of survival. So they had to eliminate Fu Yan first. The 9 exchanged glances and instantly understood each other's intention. On the matter of dealing with Fu Yan, their plans were united. Li Meng's eyes passed over Fu Yan and locked onto Feng Shang, who was sitting next to him. The 2 of them were from the same guild and were also bound together in this dungeon. Feng Shang received Li Meng's signal. Just as he was about to nod at her, a thick head of hair suddenly pushed between him and Li Meng, blocking their eye contact. Fu Yan leaned forward on the sofa, tilted his head to look at Li Meng, and forced his way into their private conversation. What are you two staring at me for? Caught off guard, Li Meng didn't feel embarrassed at all. She elegantly tucked her flowing hair behind her ear and smiled at Fu Yan, bluntly saying, I just think you're handsome, is it wrong to look at you a bit more? Li Meng was fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. Her elegance and striking looks were eye-catching at first glance. At this moment, her expression was open, and her words showed her admiration for Fu Yan. And that slightly playful "is it wrong" was more like a test of Fu Yan's attitude toward her. It was the first time Fu Yan encountered a girl like this. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, of course, but I need to be paid. After saying this, Fu Yan pragmatically reached out his hand toward her. Li Meng chuckled. Oh, the tricks of men. Li Meng lightly placed her hand in Fu Yan's palm, her thumb discreetly rubbing his hands back. What if I don't have money? So poor? Fu Yan pretended to be surprised, then said flatly, then you'll have to pay in other ways. Li Meng's smile had just begun to rise, ready to say something, when she suddenly felt Fu Yan grip her shoulder. Fu Yan was incredibly fast, she didn't have time to react. In the next second, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. Fu Yan had directly dislocated her arm. Li Meng didn't have time to cry out in pain before Fu Yan propped her hand up and forcefully lifted it again, putting her arm back into place. In just a second, she experienced 2 extreme sensations. Fu Yan released Li Meng's hand and turned to Feng Shang, who was sitting beside him. So you also think I'm handsome and want to look at me more? Seeing Li Meng being bullied, Feng Shang was about to say something. But he saw Li Meng covering her arm and subtly yes. Fu Yan naturally knew the little tricks that this group of people were thinking. He said directly to the 9 people present, I know what you are thinking, it's nothing more than believing that I'm strong, wanting to team up to kill me first, and then trying your luck to see who survives. First of all, I am indeed very strong, stronger than you can imagine. Secondly, no matter how you fight among yourselves, I just advise you one thing, don't come to provoke me, otherwise I can kill you right now and make you leave the instance. As soon as Fu Yan finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. A few players, whose mindset was not as good as Li Meng's, were even too scared to meet Fu Yan's gaze. At that moment, the clock struck midnight. A loud voice suddenly echoed in the hotel lobby, Dear guests, welcome to the Midnight Hotel. Soon after, a man in a burgundy suit, plump and portly, walked slowly from the hotel side door. The man approached the players and nodded slightly. "I am the manager of the Midnight Hotel. If you have any questions during your stay, feel free to come to me." The manager paused for a moment, noticing no one was speaking, and continued, "Now, let me check you in." "What does anything mean?" Fu Yan suddenly stood up and asked. The manager's gaze landed on Fu Yan, and he smiled, "Of course." "Fu Yan, then please change your clothes, we are wearing the same outfit, and you look very ugly." Manager. "Manager, I'm sorry, sir, this is my work uniform." Fu Yan shrugged helplessly. "All right then." The manager completed the check-in procedures for everyone and led them into the hotel elevator. The hotel has a total of 12 floors, besides the lobby on the first floor, the remaining 11 floors are guest rooms. The manager distributed room cards to everyone. 204, 304, 404, 604. Until 1204. But there was number 504. The other players also noticed this. Why is there no room card for 504? With his back to the crowd, the manager's square face was clearly reflected on the elevator's metal wall. He looked at the slowly closing elevator doors, the corners of his mouth curling into a strange smile, because 504 is haunted. The air instantly fell into silence, and the players felt that the temperature in the elevator seemed to drop by several degrees. Seeing that everyone was silent, the manager suddenly chuckled. "I'm just kidding, because we don't actually have room 504. Everyone. He. So funny." Of course, the players did not believe it. Having been here for so long, they had never seen an NPC who could joke. The key to this instance might just be in room 504. The elevator slowly ascended and quickly arrived at the second floor. The manager smiled at the guest staying in room 204. "Your floor has arrived. The living supplies in the room are complete. If you need anything, you can call the front desk. The cafeteria on the first floor offers fresh meals every day. I wish you a pleasant stay." Chapter 91, Midnight Hotel, 3. The manager smiled as he sent off all the guests. In the elevator, there was only him and Fu Yan left. The elevator ascended slowly, and the air fell into an awkward silence. Mainly, the manager felt very awkward. Because at this moment, Fu Yan stood beside him, hands in pockets, tilting his head, his smiling eyes sizing him up like goods, going back and forth. The manager felt a chill all over from being stared at, but he still maintained a smile on the surface. The elevator reached the 12th floor, and the manager looked at the numbers jumping on the elevator panel, feeling a sudden sense of relief. He smiled at Fu Yan. "Sir, your floor has arrived. I wish you a pleasant stay." After the manager spoke, he slightly bowed and held up his hand to block the open elevator door for Fu Yan. Just when the manager thought he could successfully send away this troublemaker, Fu Yan suddenly shook the room card in his hand and smiled. "Sorry, I can't read." "What?" The manager hadn't realized what he meant when he heard Fu Yan continue. "So you need to take me back to my room." Fu Yan's plain tone carried an undeniable order. The manager was stunned for a moment, then pointed to the room card in Fu Yan's hand. "Sir, there are numbers on it. You can match the numbers to find your corresponding room." Fu Yan looked at the manager, smiling sincerely. "Oh, I am blind." "Manager. I see you think I am blind." Unable to refuse Fu Yan, the manager ultimately sent him to room 1204. Fu Yan was very pleased. Indeed, sincerity is always the ultimate killer move. Standing at the door of the room, the manager respectfully opened the door for Fu Yan. "Sir, you please?" "Fu Yan, since I'm already here, why not come in and sit?" The manager was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to say no need, Fu Yan kicked him in. Moments later, a pig-like scream came from room 1204. 10 minutes later, the manager crawled out of Fu Yan's room, crying out loudly. At this moment, his clothes were a mess, his wine-red suit had been torn into rags, draped awkwardly over him, and his face was swollen beyond recognition, even to his own mother. After Fu Yan kicked him out, he dared not linger for a moment, rolling and crawling down the stairs, not even daring to wait for the elevator. The sound of the door slamming behind him startled him, causing him to stumble and fall. After beating the manager, Fu Yan closed the door and began to observe the room's environment. The room was very neatly arranged. On the left side of the entrance was a bathroom. The bathroom walls were thick, looking very soundproof. Further inside the bathroom was a 1.2-meter single bed. The head of the bed was pressed against the wall, and there was some distance between the bed and the bathroom, with a bedside table in the middle. Directly in front of the door was a window, with a pot of dead branches bonsai on the windowsill. On both sides of the window were a wardrobe and a sofa, and on the wall was a flat-screen TV and an old-fashioned wall clock. The bed sheets and covers were freshly changed, looking very tidy. Fu Yan used some tissues to wipe the corners of the room where dust easily collected. Quite clean. Fu Yan glanced at the wall clock. Now it was replica time, 5 minutes to 1 in the morning, and outside the window was pitch black. It was dark, so it was time to rest properly, or one might not grow taller. Fu Yan took off his suit jacket and prepared to lie down and rest. Suddenly, the wall lamp above the head of the bed flickered twice with a zra sound, and a sharp drop in temperature accompanied waves of cold wind that struck Fu Yan's shoulders. Fu Yan sighed, helplessly picking up the bedside telephone and dialing the front desk. The phone rang for a while before it was answered. The manager's familiar voice came through the receiver into Fu Yan's ears. "Hello, sir, how may I assist you?" Though the manager tried hard to conceal it, Fu Yan could still hear a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Is it really that serious?" "Just 2 punches." Fu Yan cleared his throat and said calmly, "Your hotel's wiring is badly outdated, the bedside lamp keeps flickering, and the central air conditioning is not working well, cold wind blowing. Hurry and send someone to fix it." After a moment of silence, the manager nervously replied, "Sir, we need to register your issue first, the repairman has already gone home. He will assist you tomorrow when he returns." "All right." Fu Yan casually turned off the flickering wall lamp and very amicably hung up the phone. After the call ended, the manager felt a bit unsatisfied. Is this really okay?" Zhou Qing was assigned to room 404 of the hotel. To be honest, she really did not like this room. The 404 is inherently unlucky. But in this individual survival scenario, no one would be willing to switch rooms with her. Although it was now the middle of the night inside the scenario, it was still daytime when Zhou Qing entered, with light all around. Outside it was pitch black. Zhou Qing was not sleepy, but she also did not plan to wander around at this time. Zhou Qing sat in the room for a while. She was unsure if it was her illusion, but she felt the room was getting colder and colder. Zhou Qing lifted the quilt onto her knees, bracing herself against the edge of the bed with both hands. Just as she was about to take out her phone to glance at it, she suddenly felt a sticky liquid on the edge of the bed frame. Zhou Qing had a bad feeling. She slowly raised her hand, only to see that her pale fingertips were stained with a red mark. She raised her hand to her nose to sniff. It had a slight fishy smell, mixed with a hint of rust. It was blood. Zhou Cheng drew the short sword from her boot. With the sword in hand, she knelt on one knee and suddenly looked under the bed. The space under the bed was empty, with nothing at all. She pushed aside the bedside table and shone her phone's flashlight under the bed frame. There, beneath the bedboard near the headboard, were 4 blurred bloodstains. The lengths of the stains varied, and their shapes looked like 4 human fingers had clawed at them. Could these be left by the previous players? Regardless of whether they were or not, Zhou Qing had no intention of getting close to this bed now. She sheathed the sword back and tucked it at her lower back, then stood up to wash her hands in the bathroom. Zhou Cheng rinsed away the blood on her hands, shook them off, and looked up to meet her reflection in the mirror. To her shock, the person in the mirror was mimicking her actions, but the face in the mirror was that of a completely unfamiliar woman. Zhou Qing froze suddenly, staring intently, and the face in the mirror switched back to her own, as if it had all been a trick of her mind. Zhou Qing didn't get too startled. It was stranger that this place felt normal. She left the bathroom, turned on all the lights in the room, and sat on the sofa by the window, hugging a blanket. She planned to make do here for the night. Zhou Qing did not notice when she fell asleep. In the middle of the night, a suffocating feeling crept up from her neck. Zhou Qing suddenly opened her eyes to find that, at some point, she had ended up on the bed. She struggled to get up, but a sharp pain shot through her neck. Her neck had been caught in a hanging noose. The other end of the rope was attached to the wall lamp above her bed. In the next instant, the knot suddenly tightened. Zhou Qing's upper body dangled in midair beneath the wall lamp. With no place to push off, her neck was tightly choked by the rope. She struggled with her legs on the bed, trying to get herself upright. Just then, a pair of ghostly hands wrapped in black mist suddenly grabbed her ankles. Chapter 92, Midnight Hotel, 4. Zhou Qing's legs were firmly pinned to the bed. The rope around her neck kept tightening. Her eyes bulged, her face turned purple, and her tongue involuntarily stuck out. With one hand gripping the rope around her neck and the other clawing desperately at the bedboard. In a daze, a thought surged into her mind. So those marks under the bed were truly left by fingers. Under the bed? Zhou Qing suddenly recalled the short sword tucked behind her. She usually kept the sword in her boot, but after checking under the bed, she had casually tucked it back at her waist. Zhou Qing released the rope and with great effort pulled out the short sword from her waist. Just as she was about to be strangled, Zhou Qing sliced through the rope above her head. Her body fell from the bed's edge. She didn't dare hesitate, breaking free from the ghostly hands and running towards the door. In the moment she opened the door, she froze in place, a chill immediately piercing her mind. After a horrifying scream, a tall, frail figure wrapped in black mist drifted away, disappearing down the hallway on the 4th floor. The next morning, players gathered in the dining room. Except for Fu Yan, the spirits of the others seemed a bit sluggish. They looked as though they had been drained of energy by a ghost. They hadn't slept well last night, as if they had been in a dream, but when morning came, they remembered nothing. A few gathered in the ground floor dining room. The chef and manager served up a spread of food. They had nearly finished eating but hadn't seen Zhou Qing. "Where's Zhou Qing? Didn't we agree to gather for meals to confirm attendance? Does anyone have Zhou Qing's number? Call her." One player dialed Zhou Qing's number, but it went unanswered. Could something have happened to her? A few players stopped eating and hurried up to the fourth floor to find Zhou Qing. Fu Yan followed closely behind them, boarding the elevator together. He loved seeing dead people, ha! The players arrived in front of room 404. What caught their eye was the wide-open door. And the pale face of Zhou Qing, which had already hardened. Zhou Qing's body lay face up inside the door, with a deep mark around her neck, her eyes exploded, and her feet dangling outside the door, with a short sword thrown beside her feet. The crowd was gathered around Zhou Qing's corpse, examining it. Fu Yan stepped over the crowd and was the first to enter the room. The layout of this room was the same as Fu Yan's room. The only difference was the bonsai on the windowsill. In Fu Yan's room, it was a dead branch, while in Zhou Qing's room, it was a blooming rose. Fu Yan walked into the room and saw the quilt piled on the sofa. Zhou Qing must have slept on the sofa last night. Then he turned around and looked at the single bed in the room. There were signs of a struggle on the bed. Fu Yan looked up at the wall lamp, combined with the mark on Zhou Qing's neck. She must have been dragged to the bed by someone or something and then hung from the wall lamp. Her weapon was drawn, which meant she had used it. So when that thing attacked her in the room, she managed to escape. Fu Yan simulated the scene of Zhou Qing's murder in his mind. After escaping, Zhou Cheng rushed to the door but died at the entrance. Her feet were outside the door, and her weapon fell outside, but her body lay inside. This indicated that she had stepped out of the room and was killed by something outside the room. She didn't even have time to fight back, otherwise, the weapon wouldn't have dropped at her feet. She didn't die inside the room, she died after leaving it. So the condition for death in this instance is not to leave the room. And the timing was probably during. Fu Yan thought about the time the manager left last night, around 12:40. So the death condition must be to not leave the room until dawn. But he didn't know if the ghost that frightened Zhou Qing inside the room was the same as the one that killed her outside. If they were different, then there was more than one ghost in this instance, and the one outside was clearly stronger than the one inside. If it was the same, this would mean that the death condition of leaving the room either enhanced its power or lifted some kind of restriction. The known information was limited to this. It seemed they needed a few more players to die. After the players examined the body, they entered the room to investigate the crime scene. Although the entire instance was live-streamed, some death conditions in the instance would still be hidden, especially in higher-level instances. So this group of players only knew that this instance was deadly, but they didn't know the specific death condition. However, based on previous experience in instances, some players guessed the death condition correctly. Of course, some could sense things through their talents, anyway, everyone had their own tricks. But they all tacitly chose not to share their guesses. In times like this, if the ghost killed one more player, it would lighten their psychological burden. Although cannibalism is normal in this game, this was still a live broadcast. They didn't want to cross the moral line unless absolutely necessary. After everyone finished checking Zhou Qing's room, they were about to leave. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, and the wall lamp above the bed began to flicker. The players instinctively pulled out their weapons and scanned their surroundings cautiously. Some players, mustering their courage, began to talk to the non-existent entity. "Who are you? Come out. Stop pretending to be a ghost. Did you kill Zhou Qing?" Some players whispered, could it be that Zhou Qing died too fiercely, causing her soul to linger? The other players thought for a moment and felt it could be possible, so they shouted into the room, "Zhou Qing, is that you? Are you trying to tell us who the killer is?" Watching the players fully engaged, Fu Yan really didn't want to laugh. But he couldn't help it, he chuckled. Seeing all the players look at him unfriendly, he quickly pretended to be serious and waved his hand, "It's fine, you all continue." But the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It exposed his true thoughts inside. "Fu Yan, what do you mean?" Han Wu, broad-shouldered and muscular, trembled with anger, looking very intimidating. He glared at Fu Yan, angrily saying, "Are you laughing at us?" Fu Yan was startled for a moment, then pretended to cover his mouth, surprised, "Ah. You figured it out." These words annoyed everyone present. Just as they were about to criticize Fu Yan, he pointed at the central air conditioning at the door and said lightly, "The cold wind is because the central air conditioning is broken, and as for this light." Fu Yan walked to the switch and turned it off. "The hotel is old and poorly maintained, the wiring is aging. In the future, when encountering issues, think a little more, don't just keep talking about ghosts and gods, believe in science." Fu Yan turned on the water at the sink. He looked down at his fingertips, not knowing where he had gotten a clump of red liquid. Fu Yan clicked his tongue in disdain and walked into the restroom to wash it off. At this moment, a strange woman's face flashed in the mirror. She looked coldly at Fu Yan, the corners of her mouth curling into a sinister smile. Fu Yan also saw the woman in the mirror. He turned off the faucet, raised his wet hands, and sharply flicked them at the ghost in the mirror. Get lost, who wants to see your dead face? Tiny droplets of water splattered against the mirror. Although they did not land directly on the ghost's face, the ghost still felt greatly insulted. She was about to reveal her terrifying face, but saw Fu Yan walk away without looking back, still cursing, not daring to show up, yet coming out to mess around. Do you owe something? The ghost. After Fu Yan left Zhou Qing's room and was about to head to the 5th floor, he was stopped by Li Meng and Feng Sheng coming from behind. Unlike their flirtatious glances from their first meeting, this time they acted very politely, at least Li Meng did. Fu Yan, is there something? Li Meng knew that the beauty strategy didn't work on Fu Yan, so she didn't say anything else and directly got to the point. Fu Yan, do you know something? We are willing to exchange our information for yours. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow in interest. Oh? What do you know? Tell me. Li Meng, I think you already know the conditions of death. You cannot go out, but there's one thing you should not know, and that is there is not just one ghost in this hotel. After Li Meng finished speaking, seeing Fu Yan did not respond, she thought he didn't believe her and added, this is something I sensed with my talent, it can't be wrong. Fu Yan merely replied with a faint "oh." Feng Sheng, we are done, now it's your turn. Fu Yan shrugged, teasingly saying, what's my turn? I don't know anything. You are not making sense. Fu Yan tilted his head to look at Feng Sheng. What did I say? Feng Sheng was furious at Fu Yan's mocking expression, and a fist-sized fireball formed in his hand. Just as he was about to attack Fu Yan, he was slapped by Li Meng, scattering it. Nonsense. Feng Sheng, scolded by Li Meng, pouted sadly and reluctantly withdrew his hand. This domineering woman and silly dog act was watchable, but Fu Yan was not keen on it. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, no problem, I will leave first. As long as he left quickly, the sour smell of love wouldn't reach him. After Fu Yan left, Li Meng released Feng Sheng's hand. Feng Sheng looked at Li Meng pitifully and cautiously asked, Meng. Aunt Meng, you don't really like him, right? Li Meng shot him a glare. This is a copy, can't you think a bit deeper in that flat mind of yours? Feng Sheng, if you don't like him, why tell him so much? Li Meng looked at Fu Yan's departing figure and after a long while said lightly, I proposed the exchange to show goodwill towards him. He asked what we all knew, which meant he accepted our goodwill. And by telling him everything I know, I'm showing our sincerity to him. Li Meng finished speaking and turned to look at Feng Sheng. This kid was 7 or 8 years younger than her, but he had already grown taller than her. The things in this instance are very powerful, Aunt might not be able to protect you. Feng Sheng chuckled, it's alright, I'll protect you. Fu Yan strolled up the stairs to the 5th floor. As the saying goes, after a meal, 100 steps will let you live to 99. By the time Fu Yan reached the 5th floor, several players had already gathered there. A choking smell filled the air. The players were clustered in front of a white wall, knocking and tapping at it. Fu Yan walked down the corridor. 501, 502, 503, and then directly to 505. But there was number 504. However, 503 and 505 were very far apart, leaving enough room for another room in between. At that moment, the players were standing at the white wall between 503 and 505, trying to break through it. Among these players, there were no strength users, they were helpless against the white wall. Just then, Wang Long saw Fu Yan coming over and casually commanded, Fu Yan, come break this wall, we suspect room 504 is right behind it. He had watched Fu Yan's livestream and knew Fu Yan might be a strength user. Wang Long was a minor official in the guild, usually arrogant when talking to others. Everyone was wary of his talent, so they didn't dare to say much, leading him to have the illusion that he was very impressive. Seeing Fu Yan standing still, he stepped forward, are you even listening to me? Fu Yan put his hands in his pockets, looking down at him from above, do you talk to your dad like that too? Wang Long instantly realized what was happening and erupted in anger, you brat. Fu Yan, your grandpa. Wang Long's face turned red with anger, he instantly activated his talent. Out of caution for Fu Yan, he specifically used a talent enhancement card. As Wang Long's talent activated, the entire 5th floor fell into a deep silence. Except for Wang Long, everyone else stood frozen in place, even the players' eyelashes and hair became completely still. Wang Long's talent was space stasis, although the time was short and the range small, it was enough for him to accomplish a lot. For example, killing Fu Yan. Moreover, he had used a talent enhancement card this time. After all, the original plan was to kill Fu Yan first. Since no one wanted to be the first to act, let him do it. Wang Long took out a dagger from his pocket, glaring viciously at Fu Yan, you like to show off, huh? I'll make you show off enough. He raised the dagger and stabbed at Fu Yan's neck. But halfway there, a pair of strong hands grabbed it. Wang Long looked at Fu Yan in disbelief. How could he not be frozen? Could it be that his talent had malfunctioned? Wang Long turned to look at the players behind him, finding them still frozen in place. Fu Yan tightened his grip on Wang Long's arm, smiling at him. It seems you didn't listen to what I said earlier. Before Wang Long could react to what he had said earlier, Fu Yan snatched the dagger from him and grabbed his lower arm, twisting it forcefully. With a sharp crack, the pain of bone and flesh breaking let out a piercing scream from him. The next second, the stasis effect on everyone was instantly lifted. Everyone looked dazed at the scene before them. Fu Yan then grabbed Wang Long's head, smiling, not only do I love to show off, but I also love to help others. Saying this, he slammed Wang Long's head against the wall, shouting, 80. 80. 80. He raised the electric baton in his hand and shouted at everyone. Besides Fu Yan and Wang Long, the players present were all startled by this sudden shout. Fu Yan was too lazy to respond, while Wang Long was in a daze. Seeing this, the players instinctively answered, and no. It's fine. A player, for reasons unknown, even tried to shield Fu Yan. The security guard walked around the crowd and stepped forward, looking at Fu Yan, who was closest to the wall, with an unfriendly tone. I advise you not to think about hitting this wall, or else. Before the security guard could finish his words, Fu Yan suddenly lifted his head, coldly looking at him, and said, fine, then I'll hit you. After Fu Yan said this, he grabbed Wang Long's dagger and plunged it straight toward the security guard's head. The dagger grazed the security guard's scalp, nailing him along with his hat directly to the wall. Feeling the dagger scrape across his scalp, the security guard was almost scared to death. Ding! Horror value plus 30 inch. The sound of the horror value arriving calmed Fu Yan down. With a blank expression, he pulled out the dagger nailed to the wall and coldly said to the security guard, get lost. Okay. The security guard felt a sense of relief for escaping death and nodded repeatedly while hugging his hat, then he quickly dashed into the stairway. Fu Yan tilted his head to look at Wang Long, who was barely alive in his hands, his dark eyes deep and unfathomable, the corner of his mouth slightly curled as he snapped Wang Long's other arm with one hand. Wang Long was now in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. Fu Yan stacked his hands together and lifted them above his head. Then he took the dagger and directly nailed his hands to the wall. Blood flowed down Wang Long's arms, and he was left hanging on the wall, his face twisted in agony. Both bones in Wang Long's arms had been broken by Fu Yan. Now, they were only connected by skin and flesh, offering no strength at all. Wang Long was already delirious, yet he kept mumbling, let me go. Tonight, I will use you to lure ghosts. Fu Yan then turned to the players behind him without looking back and said, if anyone dares to take him down today, then tomorrow, I will hang all of you here. Fu Yan's tone was flat, but no one doubted the truth of his words. After dealing with Wang Long, Fu Yan was about to turn and leave when he suddenly noticed a patch of black ash on the carpet. Fu Yan squatted down and picked up the black ash with his hand, not knowing what had burned to leave such remnants. The charred marks on the carpet also confirmed Fu Yan's guess. Combining the choking smell he encountered when he first went up the stairs. Someone had burned something here before. After Fu Yan left, everyone looked at Wang Long, who was hanging on the wall. Having witnessed Fu Yan's cruelty, no one dared to risk themselves to save Wang Long. Besides, no one wanted to save him. He had always acted like a big shot, treating others like fools. Everyone had tolerated him because of his talent. Now that he was in trouble, not taking the opportunity to kick him while he was down was already generous. Moreover, Fu Yan mentioned using Wang Long to lure ghosts, which had benefits for everyone. The more they knew, the more risks they could avoid. As for whether there was a 504 behind this wall. Even though the security guard's words were left unfinished, they could also glean hints from it. Opening this wall was definitely not a good thing, and it might trigger other death conditions. The players hadn't seen Fu Yan all afternoon. Li Meng heard about the morning's incident, so she didn't join the other players in action. She couldn't gauge Fu Yan's attitude towards these players, since she and Fengsheng had already made peace with him. She couldn't be ambiguous with the rest of the players, lest she anger Fu Yan. At night, a sense of weightlessness came over him, and Zhang Jiexuan suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself hanging in mid-air, with a circle of invisible black gas wrapped around his waist. Before Zhang Jiexuan could react, the black gas lifted him and slammed him into the ceiling. With a thud, Zhang Jiexuan felt dizzy from the impact. He opened his mouth to cry for help, but no sound came out of his throat. In the next moment, the black mist wrapped around his waist and slammed him down to the ground. Zhang Jiexuan was hit repeatedly, spitting out blood. But the black mist clearly had no intention of letting him go. A pair of ghostly hands suddenly gripped his ankles, while a noose tightened around his neck. Just when Zhang Jiexuan felt he was about to lose breath, the rope suddenly loosened him. Immediately, the black mist wrapped around his waist again, continuing to throw him against the wall. Before long, the ceiling, floor, and walls were smeared with Zhang Jiexuan's blood. A voice, alternating between male and female, maliciously echoed in his ears, hee hee, hee hee. The next day. This was the second day for players in the dungeon. Several players, without even having breakfast, rushed straight to the 5th floor. Wan Long, as expected, died in the corridor on the 5th floor. His death was identical to that of Zhou Qing, his face contorted, his eyes burst. It seemed that as long as one appeared in the corridor at night, the condition for death would be triggered, and they would be killed by a ghost. This was the second person to die in the dungeon. The survival rate for the remaining players had changed from 1 lucky survivor in 10 to 1 survivor in 7. They truly didn't know whether to be happy or not. After examining Wang Long's corpse, the players moved to the dining room. At this time, Fu Yan had already sat down at the dining table early. He wasn't eating but quietly sitting on the side. The players sat down, starting to count heads. Where is Zhang Jiexuan? He's not in trouble too, right? Han Wu said as he immediately took out his phone to call Zhang Jiexuan. To be safe, they had exchanged numbers beforehand, except for Fu Yan's. The phone rang a few times before someone answered. Zhang Jiexuan's slightly hoarse voice came from the receiver. Hello? Han Wu sighed in relief. Why are you not down yet? I thought something happened to you. Zhang Jiexuan replied softly, I'm coming. After hanging up, everyone saw that Zhang Jiexuan was fine and began to eat breakfast on their own. 10 minutes later, a tidied-up Zhang Jiexuan slowly walked over. He greeted everyone with a smile, explaining that he slept poorly yesterday and got up late. The other players responded that they also didn't sleep well, constantly dreaming but forgetting what they dreamed about. Zhang Jiexuan listened, smiling lightly. Then he picked up the juice and took a gentle sip. The liquid that entered was thick and warm, carrying a strong scent of blood. Zhang Jiexuan's expression froze, and he slowly put down the cup. What was in the glass was not juice at all, but clearly dark red human blood. Chapter 95, Midnight Hotel, 7. Zhang Jiexuan looked up at the others. He saw that the other players also had dark red liquid in their cups. They raised their cups and drank heartily, their faces filled with satisfaction and reminiscence. Zhang Jiexuan, why aren't you eating? Han Wu suddenly asked him. Zhang Jiexuan swallowed hard and slowly turned his head. At that moment, Han Wu was gnawing on a chicken foot, enjoying it greatly. Zhang Jiexuan stared closely. What he had was not a chicken foot at all, but clearly a child's hand. Yet Han Wu ate blissfully unaware. Han Wu, seemingly salty, raised the glass of blood and drank it down in one go. The viscous red liquid stuck to the corners of his mouth, and he stuck out his tongue to lick it off, still wanting more. Zhang Jiexuan's stomach churned. He quickly turned his eyes away, only to see that. Not human. They are not human anymore. They have been possessed by ghosts. Zhang Jiexuan crawled back to his room, locking the door. Now, only this room can give him enough sense of safety. Zhang Jiexuan locked himself in the blood-stained room, shrinking in a corner between the toilet and the bed, mumbling to himself. He tightly hugged the potted plant on the windowsill. In the potted plant, 2 bright red roses were eerily blooming. In the dining room, Zhang Jiexuan's strange behavior caught the attention of the players. What's wrong with him? Could he be possessed by a ghost? So how do we verify if someone is possessed? Do we really have to kill them all? As this player spoke, everyone at the dining table fell silent. Throughout the whole process, Fu Yan remained quiet and did not touch the food on the table. The reason he showed up early at the dining room was to see what new excitement would happen today. One dies, another goes crazy. Today was also a fruitful day. After watching the excitement, Fu Yan went to the 5th floor. Wang Long's body had already been taken away by then. The blood-stained walls were now cleaned up, as if they had never been dirty. Fu Yan had checked Wan Long's body this morning. His death was no different from Zhou Qing's. Wan Long had not entered a room before he died. This means he was killed by something in the corridor. This confirms that there is indeed more than one ghost in this scenario. Li Meng and the others were speaking the truth. And the one outside is clearly stronger than the one in the room. Things are getting more and more interesting. He. After walking around the 5th floor, Fu Yan went to find his best friend in this hotel, the manager. At this moment, the hotel manager was sitting in a black t-shirt, leisurely at the front desk drinking tea. Since that day, he had dared not wear a suit again. Not only suits, but even colors associated with Fu Yan, he wouldn't wear them. Fearing that if Fu Yan was in a good mood, he would beat him up again. When Fu Yan found him, the manager was wearing headphones, crossing his legs, and swaying his head to risque songs. Is it nice? Let me listen too. Fu Yan leaned on the marble counter, smiling at him. Feeling someone approaching, the manager impatiently opened his eyelids. When he saw Fu Yan, he was so scared that he almost fell off his stool. He quickly took off his headphones, stood up, bent over, and smiled obsequiously. Why did you come here? Fu Yan, I finished eating, just came to see you. The manager stood straight immediately. You could just call if you wanted to see me, no need to come all the way down. That overly flattering demeanor could easily land him a job as a pimp with some lipstick. Fu Yan, I still prefer your unruly look. Manager. He. I wish I could. But can I? The manager suspected this was Fu Yan's excuse to beat him up. Fu Yan, I want to see your hotel employee information list. The manager's face showed conflict, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, sorry, the employee information cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Fu Yan's fist lightly struck the marble countertop, speaking slowly, what did you say? Manager, just a moment, bro. I'll get it for you right away. The manager dug out a staff registration form from behind the counter and handed it to Fu Yan. Fu Yan took the registration form and began flipping through it without a care. The form showed that this hotel had a total of 6 employees. They were manager, security, chef, cleaner, maintenance worker, and front desk. Fu Yan's gaze stopped at the photo of the front desk employee. The boy in the photo had a fair and bright face, full of vitality, smiling brightly. In the family members section, it listed the maintenance worker's name, with the relationship noted as father and son. Fu Yan pointed at the boy's photo, where is your hotel front desk employee? In the 2 days Fu Yan had been here, the reception and front desk work were all done by the manager. He had never seen the person in the photo. The manager was taken aback. Pouted and said he resigned, and the employee information didn't get collected in time. Although the manager tried hard to conceal it, Fu Yan still detected the disdain in his words. Fu Yan turned to the page of the janitor. He looked at the janitor's photo and then raised his eyes to look at the manager. This janitor was actually the manager's son. They really didn't look alike at all. Seeing Fu Yan sizing him up, a bad premonition surged in the manager's heart. He was ready to bolt, but he heard Fu Yan calmly say, when are you going to fix the switch and cold air in my room? The manager was momentarily speechless, his eyes caught a glimpse of the employee information on the desk, so he immediately deflected, I'll hurry and remind the maintenance worker for you. Fu Yan replied, where is the maintenance worker? I'll urge him myself. The manager quickly pointed in a direction and said, go to the end of the maintenance room and turn right, it's the second to last room. If he's not in there, he's definitely in the security room gambling cards. Fu Yan didn't wait for him to finish and turned to leave. The manager let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. This was definitely the most troublesome and difficult guest he had ever encountered. Anyway, the wiring in the room couldn't be fixed, so let the maintenance worker go explain it to this troublesome father himself. The manager grinned at Fu Yan's back. Suddenly, Fu Yan turned around. The manager's scowling expression instantly transformed into a slightly awkward smile. Do you have any other instructions? Fu Yan said, I just remembered something I didn't do. 5 minutes later, the manager, bruised and battered, propped himself up at the bar, swaying as he stood. At this moment, he suddenly understood a principle. It turns out that a madman hitting people doesn't need an excuse. They can just hit without picking a time. Chapter 96 Midnight Hotel, 8. Fu Yan found the maintenance room. The maintenance worker was inside, gambling cards with the security guard. The maintenance worker looked to be in his 50s, he was unkempt with a worn face. He looked even more disheveled than old Wu in the lobby. He sprawled on the bed with a bottle of liquor at his feet. When he saw someone enter, he didn't pay any attention and treated Fu Yan like air. However, the security guard across from him saw Fu Yan and immediately stood up against the wall, making room for Fu Yan. Fu Yan glanced at the dark, grimy sheets and chose to stand in the middle of the room. He crossed his arms and straightforwardly said, the electrical circuit in my room is broken. The maintenance worker took a sip of liquor and scoffed, I can't fix it, go find a ghost to fix it. Fu Yan had guessed it, otherwise, with the manager's fear of him, someone would have fixed it long ago. Unless this thing couldn't be fixed at all. Fu Yan didn't delve into it further and asked, where's your son? On hearing this, the maintenance worker's expression shifted, and he stood up to chase Fu Yan away, get lost, I don't know. The security guard next to him also looked displeased. Fu Yan naturally wouldn't allow the maintenance worker's dirty hands to touch him and immediately turned to leave. According to the conservation law of being beaten, getting beaten doesn't disappear, it only shifts from the maintenance worker to the manager. So, as Fu Yan passed the front desk, he casually gave the manager another beating. Manager. In the end, it's still me, bearing all the brunt. Night fell. Shu Miao felt cold all over. She instinctively hugged her arms tightly but suddenly felt something was off. Shu Miao suddenly opened her eyes and found herself soaking in the bathtub in the bathroom. Just as she was about to get up, a pale hand with black nails suddenly pressed down on her head. The ghostly hand held Shu Miao's head and crazily pushed her down into the water. Shu Miao tried to grasp the ghostly hand, but she couldn't touch anything. She was pressed underwater, desperately clawing at the edge of the bathtub. Her mind raced, searching for a way to escape. Suddenly, she spotted the drain valve beneath her feet. While struggling for breath, Shu Miao stretched her leg to reach for the button below. The bathtub's drain device was activated by pressing. Once pressed, the plug would pop up. Shu Miao Miao relied on her instincts. With her heel aimed at the button, she swung down with everything she had. With a loud bang, the button popped up. Cold water gushed from the outlet, flowing into the drain. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When the water in the bathtub was finally gone, Shu Miao Miao was already exhausted to the bone. But fortunately, she had saved her life. Shu Miao Miao crawled out of the bathtub, using her hands and feet, leaning against the wall, stumbling out of the bathroom. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a woman with pale skin, bulging eyes, and soaked all over, standing outside, coldly staring at her. Asterisk. Creak creak. A sharp, piercing sound rang in Han Wu's ears. He irritably rolled over. But that sound felt like it was scratching at his eardrum. Even with his ears blocked, he could still hear it. Han Wu was so annoyed by this sound that he pulled out his gun and fired 2 shots at the ceiling. The sound in his ears instantly stopped. Damn it! Han Wu cursed and lay back down. Not long after, a sudden knocking came at the door. Brother Han, what's wrong? I heard gunshots. Did something happen in your room? This voice belonged to Zhang Jiexuan. Han Wu glanced at the wall clock. It was 11:35. There was still some time before midnight. Han Wu tucked away his gun, put on his shoes, and walked to the door. He bent down and peered through the peephole. He really saw Zhang Jiexuan standing outside with a worried face. But Han Wu had no intention of opening the door for him. He still remembered Zhang Jiexuan's strange actions during the day. He suspected Zhang Jiexuan might have been possessed by a ghost. Although he couldn't verify it, he wasn't willing to take the risk. Han Wu stayed silent. But Zhang Jiexuan seemed to know Han Wu was behind the door, continuing, Brother Han, I know you're there. Do you suspect I'd been possessed by a ghost? Han Wu still didn't respond. Zhang Jiexuan, the reason I was scared this morning is that I found out that aside from us two, all the other players have already been possessed. What do you mean? Han Wu couldn't help but ask. Zhang Jiexuan, actually, the real ghost is not in the hallway, but inside the room. Han Wu felt a chill as he heard this. Just as he wanted to speak, he heard Zhang Jiexuan softly say, Really, if you don't believe me, look behind you. Han Wu froze for a moment and slowly turned around. He saw a group of pale-faced, gray-skinned ghosts, each covered in black energy, with varied states of death, standing behind him. They looked at Han Wu with eerie eyes, their mouths curled into a stiff, uniform smile. Han Wu felt a wave of fear creep over him. He instinctively opened the door to escape. He had just checked the time, it would be safe to go out at this hour. As he stepped out the door, a chill instantly surged up to the top of his head. He suddenly remembered, he lived on the 7th floor, while Zhang Jiexuan lived on the 10th floor. How could he have heard the gunshots from 2 floors away? Han Wu turned his head and slowly looked to his side. He saw no trace of Zhang Jiexuan beside him. Instead, there stood a ghost with a pale face, bulging eyes, and covered in black energy. The ghost slowly reached out a pair of gray hands towards him. Not long after, a tall, thin ghostly shadow covered in black energy gradually disappeared into the corridor of the 7th floor. Han Wu's phone, dropped on the ground, displayed the current time in the instance. 1:13. The next morning. All the players gathered in the restaurant to check the head count. This was already their 3rd day in this instance. Aside from the death condition, they had gained nothing else. Today, only 5 players showed up in the restaurant. Except for Zhang Jiexuan, who acted strangely yesterday, Shu Miao Miao and Han Wu were also absent. The players didn't even bother calling, they just went upstairs to find them. Shu Miao Miao lived on the 2nd floor, so the players climbed the stairs. As soon as they arrived at the door of 204, they saw Shu Miao Miao standing at the door, holding a short knife, with a vacant expression. One daring player stepped forward to check, Shu Miao Miao? Hearing the voice, Shu Miao Miao instantaneously lifted her head. She looked at the crowd with terror in her eyes. With a knife raised, she swung at the players, roaring fiercely, I'll chop you to death. I'll kill you, you evil spirits. I will kill you. The players dodged her blade, maneuvering around her as they tried to subdue her. Fu Yan saw that Shu Miao Miao was not dead. He turned and took the elevator to the 7th floor. Han Wu's room was on the 7th floor. The numbers on the floor display kept jumping, and in no time, it reached 7. Fu Yan exited the elevator and walked straight to the door of 704. The door to 704 was wide open. Han Wu lay on the floor by the door, his eyes popped out. His death was exactly the same as Zhou Qing and Wang Long's. Chapter 97 Midnight Hotel, 9. Fu Yan stepped over Han Wu's corpse and directly entered his bedroom. Han Wu's bedroom layout was the same as Fu Yan's. In fact, the entire layout of the 4 rooms was the same. Fu Yan entered the bedroom and immediately noticed the clock hanging on the wall. The clock had stopped, the time pointing to 11:35. A thick layer of dust had settled on the clock's face. Not only was there dust on the clock, but even the tables and chairs in the room were covered in fine dust. It looked as if no one had lived there for a long time. Fu Yan slowly walked to the window, where the windowsill was also covered in thick dust, except for a pot of dense, blooming roses that was spotless. For some reason, every time Fu Yan saw this flower, he felt a special urge. He gazed deeply at the pot of flowers, then slowly stretched out his long, bony hand. Half a minute later, Fu Yan's shiny leather shoes harshly crushed the scattered petals on the floor, and he left in a good mood, leaving a pot of roses, stripped bare, to cry in the cold wind. If I can't have it, then I will destroy it. Fu Yan left the dusty room. As soon as he left, the players hurried over. Seeing Han Wu, who was already cold, the players felt very mixed emotions. This was already the third player to die in the instance. Not counting the presumably possessed Zhu Miaomiao and Zhang Jiexuan, only 5 normal players were left in this instance. If Fu Yan was counted as a normal person. They hadn't figured out how to deal with Zhang Jiexuan and Zhu Miaomiao. Although their behavior was strange, they couldn't be certain they were possessed by a ghost. Did they really have to kill them? Who would be the one to kill? Nobody wanted to be the first to act. Whoever killed first would become the next public enemy. Everyone was deep in thought, and during lunch, they all looked listless. Fu Yan, however, had no such worries. During lunch, he even cheerfully called the manager over to publicly complain about his dear mother. Your cleaning work here is not up to standard. There is so much dust in room 704, and you don't say a word about cleaning it. What? Saving it for the guests to lick? The manager smiled and apologized to Fu Yan. At Fu Yan's strong request, he called over his dear mother to listen to Fu Yan's teachings together. Fu Yan was very satisfied with this. A family should work together for improvement. The cleaner slowly waddled in. Her hair was gray, her back hunched, her skin thin and weathered, looking very old. She looked nothing like the photo Fu Yan saw on the employee registration form. She wore a pale blue work uniform that had been washed to a dull color, and on her feet were old-fashioned cloth shoes that were fraying. There were also several scorched marks on the edges of her shoes. She hunched her body. Her legs didn't seem very agile. The manager saw her moving slowly, directly grabbed her collar, and dragged her in front of Fu Yan. Old woman, walk faster. The cleaner stumbled but dared not resist, only being dragged in front of Fu Yan by her son. The cleaner stood in front of Fu Yan, looking at him, nervously rubbing her hands, her murky eyes full of unease, looking very pitiful. Unfortunately, Fu Yan's most lacking quality was sympathy. Fu Yan crossed his arms, his cold gaze sweeping over her. You've been in this line of work for quite a while, right? You keep yourself tidy, but you can't tidy up the room? You can work, or you can leave. The cleaner bowed her head repeatedly, apologizing to Fu Yan. The other players were unsure of what Fu Yan was doing and didn't dare to intervene. After scolding the cleaner, Fu Yan turned to the manager. How do you think we should handle this? The manager looked troubled. Just as he was about to speak, Fu Yan added, you wouldn't turn a blind eye just because she's your mother, would you? The manager. The familiar panic returned. Whether to deliver kindness or to face death was just a thought away. The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, filled with a desire to survive, and asked, Bro, what do you want to do? Fu Yan pretended to be troubled but said without hesitation, then just beat her half to death. After saying that, Fu Yan looked at the manager with a haunting gaze. You do it. The manager. Although he was unfilial, he couldn't be that unfilial, could he? Fu Yan rolled his wrist. You want to be filial? That's not impossible. Upon hearing this, the manager's face stiffened. He raised his foot and kicked his mother to the ground. Yanking on her hair, he delivered several hard slaps. Fu Yan sat at the head of the table, watching with great interest. He was truly never tired of this son-beating mother, utterly heartless drama. The other players felt pain to watch, but dared not say anything. After all, this was an NPC's family matter. The players could only pretend not to see and awkwardly called to each other, Come, eat up, eat up. A lunch ended perfectly under the manager's self-righteous betrayal of his kin. The manager did not disappoint, beating his mother half to death. Afterward, he even remembered to seek praise from Fu Yan. Fu Yan gave him a very honest evaluation. You're really something. Saying this, he walked over to the barely breathing cleaner. He gently helped her up and whispered coldly in her ear, Does it hurt? You deserve it. After Fu Yan finished speaking, he walked straight out, leaving a bunch of players staring at each other in shock. Li Meng and Feng Sheng caught up with Fu Yan, who was about to take the elevator. Li Meng spoke first. Fu Yan, let's form an alliance. Fu Yan, with his hands in his pockets, ignored her, only raising his eyes to watch the jumping numbers on the metal panel. As long as you can take us out of the dungeon, we can give you all our points. Li Meng added quickly, not just points, but weapons, or anything else. We can steal what we don't have. Li Meng's expression was serious, looking at Fu Yan with great hope. Aside from the death conditions and player tasks, they knew nothing about this dungeon. They originally thought that as long as they avoided the death conditions, they should be able to survive. But Hanwu's death made her realize that even knowing the death conditions wouldn't prevent death. This dungeon seemed intent on killing them all. Since death was inevitable, why not fight for it? Fu Yan's reputation as a dungeon exploder was known to her, too. If he could blow this dungeon up, could they escape together? Even if they failed, the worst that could happen was death. After all, at this rate, they would eventually die in the dungeon anyway. Upon hearing the word steal, Fu Yan's DNA instantly reacted. He leaned toward Li Meng's ear and whispered something in a voice only they could hear. Li Meng's expression stiffened for a moment after listening. She looked up at Fu Yan, uncertainly asking, "Are you serious?" Fu Yan tilted his head and smiled, "Of course." Li Meng bit her lip, clenched her fists, and after a moment, nodded seriously, "All right." Chapter 98 Midnight Hotel, 10. The three formed a brief alliance. Fu Yan then suggested that they go to their room for a visit. The two naturally did not refuse. Li Meng's room was on the 8th floor. The three took the elevator to the 8th floor. Li Meng swiped open the door to room 804. Fu Yan stepped into the room slowly, observing the environment inside 804. The layout of the room had not changed much, it was very tidy with nothing on the windowsill. What was different was the bathroom wall. It was not as thick as in his room. There was a large gap between the toilet and the bed. Fu Yan strolled around, finding no other clues, and then followed Fengshang up to the 9th floor. Fengshang lived in 904. As soon as Fu Yan entered the room, he was hit by a strong scent of blood. Blood was everywhere, on the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Fengshang pulled a bedsheet out of the closet and showed it to Fu Yan. The entire sheet was soaked in fresh blood, giving off a strong metallic smell. Fengshang, when I arrived, this sheet was still spread on the bed. Because of this, Fengshang had spent the last few days on the sofa, not daring to sleep in the bed. Fu Yan covered his nose. "To live in a place like this for 3 days, you're quite something." Fengshang scratched the back of his head. "I have rhinitis, I can't smell it." Fu Yan nodded in admiration, he was quite a talent. Fu Yan walked to the window and opened it for ventilation. The layout in Fengshang's room was the same as in Li Meng's, with empty windowsills and thin bathroom walls. Fu Yan looked around the room and immediately began to study the bloodstains. The bloodstains had long dried, some were splattered, while others were soaked in. There were also 2 complete blood trails on the floor, suggesting that something had been dragged here before. Fu Yan had roughly pieced together the truth about this hotel. This story was truly fascinating. He. Fu Yan left Fengshang's room. Li Meng took the elevator and joined Fu Yan on the 12th floor. Fengshang wanted to go with them, but Li Meng ruthlessly locked him in the room. Fu Yan did not invite Li Meng inside. He stood in the hallway on the 12th floor and said lightly, "If there's something, just say it." Li Meng didn't beat around the bush, "My talent is mental power." Fu Yan, so? Li Meng, when Zhou Qing died, I tried to use my mental power to search for spirits in the house, and I ended up discovering a female ghost in the mirror. I felt that her presence was not strong, so I tried to invade her mental body to probe her cause of death. But as soon as my mental power invaded, I was pushed back by a stronger force. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have been killed on the spot. I could sense that this was not its original body, but just a remnant of its power. Fu Yan rubbed his chin. Why are you telling me this? Want me to help you extract it? Li Meng, I want to say that this instance is very difficult, so if there are any accidents, please make sure to save Fengshang first. As a reward, I am willing to let you absorb all my mental power. I know you are also a mental power user. Absorbing from players with the same talent is the fastest way to level up. My mental power level has already reached sea level. By absorbing my mental power, you can at least level up once. After Li Meng finished speaking, she deeply bowed to Fu Yan. "Please." Fu Yan laughed as he helped Li Meng up and brought her to the elevator, promising valiantly, "Don't worry, if there is any accident, I will save neither of you. Goodbye." After saying that, Fu Yan directly pushed Li Meng into the elevator and waved goodbye with a smile. Li Meng. After Li Meng left, Fu Yan rubbed his chin and began to reflect. How did she see that I am a mental power user? I don't even know. Fu Yan looked at his reflection on the elevator's metal wall and muttered to himself, could it be because of my handsome face, destined not to be ordinary? Li Meng took the elevator down to the 8th floor. She had almost been broken by Fu Yan just now. It was really just a hair's breadth away. Li Meng found it hard to describe Fu Yan as a person. He seemed carefree, yet there was something reliable about him, and within that reliability was a hint of recklessness. Li Meng shook her head and took out her room card to open the door. As soon as Li Meng opened the door, a chill rushed to the back of her head. She instinctively wanted to close the door, but a black mist suddenly wrapped around her neck from behind, pulling her outward. Though she couldn't see what was behind her, it felt very familiar. This was the one in the female ghost's consciousness.